found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the PGL Arlington Major. And well, we are on Stream D, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, another fantastic day of Dota ahead of us, sir. But before all that, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, we had an explosive first day. You know, teams are already starting to line up in the rankings. It's still the first day, so there's a lot of room to adjust. But you only have so many group games, so you've got to find those wins everywhere. Every single team needs to start finding more wins, especially if they're in that bottom 4 danger zone. And for this matchup coming up today, Mike, to kick us off here in Stream D, Aster up against Na'Vi. This one is. Well, you can see the odds right there, definitely in Aster's favor. Na'Vi, they didn't have the worst time in the world, right? Like, they managed to find that win yesterday when we were watching them up against Beast Coast, but they also took a loss up against, I believe, Entity Gaming. So, not the worst thing in the world, but kind of in the middle of the pack, kind of still need to climb up to really secure their position, maybe gun for that upper bracket start as well. Whereas Aster, 2-0 start, looking great. They've been... You know, it's Aster. They're still looking good. They're still looking consistent, in much stronger form than they normally launch off with. I think, as we all know, Aster tends to be memed in China for floundering on the international stage, looking like a strong first day for them at least.
Well, I mean, John, let's be fair. The memes after group stage, so let's not call it too quickly. I mean, Aster always does very, very well in the group stage. It's generally when you get to the playoffs that they have a few issues, but they are looking fantastic. You can't take that away from them. Against Na'Vi, naturally going to be a bit of a rough matchup for Na'Vi, I'd assume, considering how strong Aster has looked. And they are sticking with the meta quite a bit as well. Like, we are seeing the Prophets being picked up, Wyverns, Lycans, pretty standard kind of stuff, as we do actually have a draft straight off the bat here for game number 1. So let's...
Team ban.
I imagine we are going to see the very familiar culprits we saw yesterday with this ban stage. Maybe a Zeus ban, a Lycan, or rather a Viper, a Razor ban, whatever the hell ever, right? It's all about these lane-dominant heroes. And we do see that Wyvern being removed from Na'Vi straight off the bat. And I can't blame him because Aster, they have been playing a hell of a lot of Wyvern and have been showing a lot of success with it.
Yeah, I mean, the healing meta is back for most supports. We're seeing Chen come back in, Winter Wyvern being big, even the Dazzle, again, sneaking back into a lot of games yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if those were priority picks and bans. And speaking of, the Dazzle is taken out by Na'Vi as well. This does leave a few options. Chen is still in the pool for either Aster or Na'Vi to take, and I think that's a bigger Na'Vi hero than it is an Aster hero. So that could still be the comfort pick for solo. Remember, Na'Vi did manage to win up against Beast Coast yesterday with that solo Chen, and he didn't even really participate in those fights. I think you and I were having a bit of a giggle there, Mike, where Solo was literally soloing the jungle, and if he'd see his teammate low, he's like, all right, hand of God, and you're good. I'll keep farming the jungle and get my items up.
Well, let's be honest, Sean, I wasn't laughing about anything yesterday. It was a very rough day for me, but it certainly was a very interesting kind of Chen performance there from Solo, literally doing nothing most of the game and still pulling off the victory, which I dare say, John, is pretty much how every Chen player wins in this current meta. Just do nothing, hope for the best. It kind of worked out yesterday. Still, drafts has begun. Tiny Warlock, the opening here from Team Aster. Natus Vincere, they do end up going for that Razor we talked about. They'll go right into the Clockwork as well, which we did see a lot of teams also removing quite a bit. Again, John, very lane dominant kind of hero. Against heroes like the Warlock Tiny, you tend to have a very good time.
Yeah, it's like really, I Clockwork, as you said, very lane dominant. You have a great combination with Razor, not just, running down something like
Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
get the blink up, you're really aggressive. Still plays really nice with a Warlock combination there, Mike. You love to point out with Fatal Bonds, right? Like Avalanche Toss is going to be great on a clumped up set of heroes. Even on, say, the Creep Wave, if you catch someone out in gank, it's still going to feel really good for the Warlock Tiny. So, you're getting the best of both worlds for Aster. You've got some sustain coming out from the Warlock in that meta. And I love what Aster's done in the bans here as well, Mike. Just straight into Chen, straight into the IO, removing any options for Na'Vi to get Druidable themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe our voices did cut off there for a second, Jonathan, but good news, you are back, and the viewers obviously missed you quite a lot, Jonathan, so there you go. Final ban-outs to come here before we do continue on with these drafts. See what these teams just want to remove here, because Na'Vi, Batrider, Enigma being removed, both heroes that Aster do enjoy running quite a bit once again. I must add, by the way, Jonathan, I do really enjoy myself a good Tiny Warlock combination. It's just so much damage. Like, Fatal Bonds into an Avalanche Toss combination, especially if you can connect on multiple heroes, the amount of damage you deal, it just gets kind of ridiculous. Again, while Na'Vi, they do already have these heroes that do very well against the Tiny Warlock, once you get past the laning stage and go into these team fights, it's just so devastating.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage coming out, especially if Aster draft around a lot of AoE damage, say, for their offlane, maybe for their mid coming out, something like, say, Puck, Lina, Ember can kind of play nicely enough with the chains coming through from Warlock. So it could tie in fairly well to just get that burst damage off. I think my one issue every time you see the Warlock is it does put a lot more pressure on your pause 4 to kind of make plays. And that's going to be on Babuka on the Tiny, assuming it is his Tiny. It does mean you're relying more on the Tiny to set up plays. Your Warlock's really not going to do much in terms of initiating for your team. Golem is one tool, but it's a very long cooldown. So for that tempo, Tiny's blink time is going to be key. And if Na'Vi still play to their strengths, get that strong lane they're looking for with the Clockwork Razor and whatever else they might have in plan for the offlane, we have seen that Tiny blink kind of delayed out, and that can make things a little bit tougher. Aster will go for the Puck we mentioned, so tying into that team fight potential, tying in with the damage you can do with Fatal Bonds here quite nicely. You've got the toss on Dream Coil here as well, Mike, so you've got an instant break to get some control there.
I don't mind the counter pick though. They'll go into the Void Spirit, which generally does quite well against the puck, and you've also got the Skywrath Mage, which is a really nice counter against the puck as well. Again, that Ancient Seal, that targeted silence you have against the puck just makes life so hard for the hero in general, and is probably going to force you to go for something like a Lincoln's or Lotus Orbs here for Team Aster to try and purge that off. So Na'Vi kind of going straight for the counters here against the mid puck of Aster, and I think that's fair enough. You do have to be somewhat careful, I think, though, if you are an RV, right? And we always talk about this, John, but you don't necessarily want to focus on countering the other team, but more so picking what you feel comfortable with your own draft. And so you do get kind of concerned here for Na'Vi if they are really just focusing on what Aster's picking and trying to counter every single hero, because you can kind of just forget about what your draft is actually doing in general. And right now, when you look at Na'Vi's draft, I mean, it's still fine. Very single target, though. Not much
Yeah.
AoE control, not much. The team fight's kind of lacking right now, I feel.
It definitely is, Mike. Like, your big AoE control is basically what? A hook shot onto two clumped up heroes with a cogs on top? And that's
Right.
probably your best bet for holding heroes down. Maybe when you get the Void Spirit up with the Ags, AoE sound's going to be nice. But look at the response from Aster. Straight into the faces Void. It's not a hero that Na'Vi can particularly deal with well. And this forces them to make a choice now with their Sky. Do you want to silence up the puck, or do you want to silence up the Void? Because if you don't silence the Void, you can just time walk away from the Razor, time walk away from the Clockwork. The Void Spirit's going to have some time to maybe play with a Remnant, but Faces Void will just time walk off damage. Like, he is going to be really hard to kill off, along with a Warlock. With that healing, we've seen that just be a huge factor in keeping these tankier pause ones alive. It's not going to be too tough for the Void, and even then, down the line, you can just buy BKB and all your issues are fixed.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a very good point. Like, at first, when I saw the Void picked up, I thought, wait a minute, into Skywrath Mage, it's a little bit risky, but like you mentioned, John, it kind of forces you to really decide who that silence is being focused on here by this Skywrath, and it can make life rather difficult, and it just adds to more team fight here for Team Aster. Like, apart from the Skywrath Mage, you don't really have a great counter to this Void. You really just don't. You don't have the lockdown. Like, maybe you can hook shot with a Cogs pushback or a nice Aether Remnant, but chances are the Void's just going to be able to time walk all the damage off throughout these fights. And like you said, unless the Ancient Seal's there, you're not going to be able to kill this man. Mind you, eventually this Void's just going to pick up a BKB anyway. So chances are he's not really going to end up giving a crap eventually, and it could be problematic. But I think we've just got to wait to see how these drafts finish off. See what they go for. I mean, it seems like Na'Vi, they probably are going to end up running the POS 1 Razor here. That they are still able to flex it up and maybe throw it as a POS 3 Razor. You do have POS 1s like the Lycan still in the pool as well, which has been very, very competitive in terms of being picked and banned recently. So I think Na'Vi, if they really want to, they could go down the Lycan route and just try to outpace Team Aster, assuming it doesn't get banned out.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer Navi to take the Lycan on the offlane here for Lace. We've seen it more on the offlane role to kind of get into that Ag spread, Overlord Ags
That's
buildup.
fair.
And that's where it really shines. You're still going to hit your Overlord timing from the offlane anyway. The one issue I have for Navi going for that Zoom 8, it does play into the aggression, but you are also going all in on literally single target control. Like, you have nothing to fight against Chrono outside of maybe a good hook shot to just pierce through the BKB and get a little bit of a stun in that Chronosphere. Your hold for Puck and Void are kind of split on who you use the Ancient Seal on. And, like, if you go for the Void first, it feels like Puck is going to be a bigger threat in the early game. And, it's just going to be mobile, jumping around, poking your softer supports, jumping the sky straight off the bat so you don't get a second use of Ancient Seal. The issue for Aster I'm seeing here, on the other hand, is that you don't have the best ways of playing with the Void. Like, Chronosphere, you don't have the follow-through besides Puck. Right? Like, you do have this nice combination that they love to rant about. Chrono plus Upheaval is pretty funny because you can't run away, but you have a Void Spirit who's going to be able to dissimulate and the Ass will step out anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Razor might be annoyed, but beyond that, it's not going to be a massive issue. I think Aster needs something to feed damage into the Chrono outside of the Puck. You could say Tiny with Ags, but I don't expect Baboka to actually pick up a very fast Ags here on the pause 4, Mike.
Absolutely not, John. I do need you to keep talking, Jonathan. I don't mean to break the fourth wall, but my microphone stand seems to have fallen over, so I need a minute, if you don't mind. Just,
No problem.
Just casting things, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me a moment.
The DK does come out for Na'Vi, so that should be more than likely our off lane here for Lace. Running that safe lane Razor, there is an option here to flex, tossing the Razor safe lane instead tossing the Razor off lane instead for Lace, and the safe lane Vitrine DK. I believe we've seen Vitrine play that at least once in the DPC. It does give them more hold. Blink timing's gonna be great now. You've got 2 great spells to hold down the Puck and the Void, but Aster go into the Visage. So a bit left field. You know, we've seen a lot of that Visage pop out since Stockholm, but not so much in the first day here of Arlington. We do see Aster finally pick it up, and it is going to be XXS playing that Visage here. So off-lane Visage, mid-Puck, safe lane Void. That is some damage in the Chrono. It's not that burst damage you're looking for here, Mike, right? But it is damage still. And if you go for the Ags build-up on XXS, if you get his talent timings just right, those familiars can contribute a lot. Along with, say, Fatal Bonds and the Soul Assumption in play, it's a decent amount of damage over time that if Aster plays around her Chrono well enough, it should be able to get a lot done in this game. Mind you, you could argue this is slightly greedier. You know, your most sacrificial hero is the Warlock. As a Visage, you do not want to fall behind in items. Faceless Void's going to be farming up, or he's going to be looking for, as you mentioned, maybe an early Lincoln's, probably not. Maybe an early Yule's could be really good here, just to help out along with the Blink. And Boboka is also going to be looking for his Blink as well in the Tiny. So Aster's draft, well, it does make sense when you tie it all together. It's going to take time to hit those item timings. Whereas for Na'Vi, with a Razor, with a DK, with a Void Spirit, Sky, and Clock, they really just need level 6. Once you have level 6 on your supports, you just group up, find a pick-off, go for a tower push with your DK, and rinse and repeat. And I think if Na'Vi closes down the map early, Aster might have a hard time enabling a Void, a Visage, and a Tiny support with a Puck to hit those initial items they need to be online here.
Well, thank you for that, Jonathan. I appreciate you buying me all that time. You know, I gotta say, I don't know how the hell that happened. The microphone was literally standing still and just suddenly tilted over. So there you go. Still, I do appreciate the drafts coming up from both sides, John. I do still err the way of Team Aster here with their own draft. I just think they have so much control, so much damage, and they just cover all the bases. John, I'll ask you the hard question before we do get this game one underway, though. Who is your preferred draft here between these two teams?
I feel like Aster is going to be able to hold out against the aggression Navi's bringing out, but I don't think it's like a complete outright from either side. I think it's really even. They just have they have different objectives in mind. Aster is going to be looking to scale into the late game with the Void, with the Puck, and even with a Visage, it scales really nicely into the mid game. Whereas Na'Vi, again, they just need level 6s. You've got the DK Skyrat combo. Ancient Seal, Dragon Tail stun, everyone melts, and that's all you're going to be looking for here on Na'Vi. Just level 6 in your supports, 1 Blink Dagger on Lace, and then you just keep going.
Reminded of the mods in Twitch chat, by the way. Please ban anyone spamming Ayaya. We don't want any of that crap in our... Please ban anyone saying that crap. Thank you for giving an example, Jonathan. Or he might be in a bit of danger here if he's not too careful, but he'll get a ward down, and that'll give him the vision to on the smoke break of Na'Vi. Nice D-ward, though, by Na'Vi. Recognizing they were spotted, they'll get rid of it immediately, and that'll leave Ori without a ward here on the Puck in the mid lane. Still, I mean, there could be a level 1 team fight still to break out here from Na'Vi. I mean, they certainly look like they want to try and force something, but with the information Aster now has, they certainly aren't going to allow it, I'm sure.
Yeah, can be just stepping back. Aster are in position to at least try to intercept. Level 1 does feel a bit stronger for Na'Vi. It's a bit more threatening, especially since XXS is in the opposite side of the map. So he's not going to be able to play with some early Soul Assumption if you do trade a little bit more back and forth. We'll see if anyone overcommits. The clump up down bot is a little bit bigger here.
See what happens.
The battle begins.
No fight to break out. Na'Vi, they actually back their way out. They'll just secure a couple bounties, and so will the side of Aster. So a very even start, 2 for 2 here between these two teams. We may as well start with this mid lane. Who is actually going mid? Should be Ori on that Puck, and he'll go for the old body block. And of course, he'll be against no one on the Void Spiriters. I wonder, like, I kind of talked about this already, and it does feel like the Void Spirit will have somewhat of an advantage, but it still should be a relatively even matchup between these two.
And it's fairly even. Void Spirit's play here, as we've seen multiple times, is harassing out with the Remnant, using the Resonant Pulse to push out the wave. Ori's always got the Orb to fall back to, and the Waning Rift to kind of dance around, get a good silence out. Range advantage is great for the puck early on. Right clicks do feel good until that physical shield of the Pulse is up, but it's not too much to hold him back, and should be relatively even in farm. I think Rune Control's the big one that defines this lane. Whoever gets their bottle topped up more frequently is going to have a better time. And when it comes down to support rotations, it's pretty even. I would give an edge to Na'Vi just because Sky and Clockwork are very effective rotators in comparison to just the Tiny alone. You're not going to expect Picho to really rotate in as a Warlock here.
Look at the top lane as well here, John. V-Tune and Solo going to be against Baboka and XXS. Now, this is a very kind of kill-orientated lane, I feel. Especially for Aster. Like, you land that Avalanche toss into a couple of soul assumptions, and that's going to be very easy kills to come out, and you can already see Solo kind of copying it here on the Clockwork. It's a bit annoying for him on that clock as well, because you want to be lane dominant, you want to be aggressive on a +5 clock, but he certainly has to watch himself.
Yeah, you've got to hold back. You kind of need to work together with your Razor, wait for your level 2. Once you do have the cogs up, that's when you can maybe go for a play. Even if you get tossed back, V-Tune's still going to have an angle to hold back with a static link and get a lot of damage off. But it is punishable, as you mentioned, by XXS. And
Here we go. Yeah, it's the thing. You go for a battery assault, but you get tossed back, so nothing really happens. Well, we have a chance. We'll have a look at this bot lane as well. Sweet and strong. Really chasing down our Warlock and almost securing the kill, but not quite enough. Of course, Monet is also going to be there on that POS 1 Void, and you're going to have Lace on that POS 3 DK. He's finding himself quite low on the Dragon Knight himself, but naturally with that Dragon's Blood, he'll be just fine to stick around and keep that regen going. John, the bot lane should be arguably the most boring lane. As top lane, a bit more aggression to come out here onto V-Tune, but here comes Solo. They might be able to try and secure a kill, but they don't have the mana for cogs. So Solo, he does kind of force them back from V-Tune, but ultimately without the mana to cogs them up, V-Tune cannot turn around with the static link to secure a kill. You probably would have been able to secure a kill on Baboka had you caught him, but not quite this time.
yeah, you're kind of missing out on what you want to get with your Clockwork Razor. You really do want to run down with static link. As you mentioned, this is aggression that Na'Vi will want to play with. Down bot, they are still kind of trading back and forth, but as you mentioned, I mean, it's a Faces Void up against DK with a Warlock. Like, you are not going to die here as Monet unless you severely misstep, and it's likely not going to happen. For Na'Vi's end, they're probably going to have to just be patient, hit level 6, and you would want to tie this in with level 6 on Sweet and Strong. Mystic Flare plus Dragon Tail Stun is a pretty easy kill to line up, but it takes a while for the Sky to hit that point.
It certainly does, Jonathan. It certainly does. Still no First Blood being drawn out yet from either side. You know, I feel like top lane is where we should see First Blood happening, but hasn't happened quite yet. The team's just kind of sitting back and trying to secure their own farm here in these lanes. Top of the CS board right now is going to be no one on that Void Spirit. Is having a very good time in that mid lane against the puck, and it does really just go back to the hero matchup as the Void Spirit. You are just going to have that inherent advantage with the higher base damage, and see the physical right clicks against Ori on that puck. Kind of hard for Ori to time these CS against the Void Spirit. I mean, he's just got such a great attack animation as well on the Void, and it's just very challenging to try and really get the advantage in the CS war.
It's a pretty slow start for Ori. No one's going to hit 6 a lot earlier, and that timing's going to be big, especially if they find an angle here for Na'Vi to get the supports going onto the mid to commit onto that puck, or just have the Void Spirit walk away with a side lane rotation. It's going to be that start of the early momentum that Na'Vi wants to get out, and as we've seen them do before, they do like to play aggressive on Na'Vi. They've got the lineup to sustain it. Once those level 6s start popping off in a couple of heroes, Mike, maybe that's the point where we start to see that aggression flow.
Absolutely. It's kind of like that tightly wound up spring, right? We're just casually waiting to see when it is going to just pop, and the team's not going for it yet. The longer they wait, though, the more chaos comes in later on, I'm sure, as bot lane lays. Try and get aggressive here onto Monet. Does land the stun, as Sweet and Strong will follow up now with the silence, but they are lacking the damage. Monet going to be just fine. Certainly starting to pressure a little bit here onto this Faceless Void, but ultimately Monet, like, he was always confident he was going to survive through it anyway. Not too afraid, and naturally with his Warlock there, he's always just going to be able to heal up. There's no real threat for him.
The damage is starting to ramp up from the side of Na'Vi. Just 1 point in the Ancient Seal does provide a lot of output onto Monet, but still enough time for him to kind of respond and back off. The farm buildup is still there. Fairly even across the board. You're pretty happy for both sides. If you're Na'Vi, you're a little bit happier, but it's not overwhelming enough that they're just going to be able to snowball, hit those early level 6s. They need to be a little bit more patient. And for Aster, that's breathing room. Monet can just kind of relax, power treads up, going for the Maelstrom next. They haven't really been able to stack up for that Void though, so not the most amazing amount of catch-up form for the Void down the line, but as long as they're not getting ganked, you're happy. Although, Ori.
Yeah, no one. Getting a little bit aggressive here. In fact, with the Ancient Seal out, Ori, he's in big danger now, but barely surviving as no one. He doesn't have any more step charges. But there is going to be a bit of a flare flying out as Ori still trying to juke them out on the puck. Will somehow make it. Unfortunate there for Na'Vi. They hesitated just a little bit as the Aether Remnant connected, and that may have cost them that kill. Nevertheless, Ori, very nice jukes out as top lane now. XXS in danger though, solo. Getting hit by the tower, but doesn't mind. He'll move right back in and secure first blood for his team.
Finally comes out in a different lane. Vitrine sees the opportunity to just static link without the Tiny around, and gets the backup that he needs to just secure that kill. Does go the way of solo. Not the biggest deal in the world, giving that first blood bonus to the clock. Faster boots,
Hey!
slightly faster 6 is pretty nice.
It's a great deal, John. Leave the pos 5 clocks alone. It's a great deal for him.
Yeah, but you know how pos 1 started. I'm like, I want that bonus gold. I want to build into my Falcon Blade. It was so close. If I just had that money, I'd have it outright. I'm the carry. You're just a clockwork. You're gonna die anyway. And all in our pubs, that's how it goes, Mike.
That's when you tell them to go quit, John. Yeah, they tend to shut up real quick after that, let me tell you. Solo does have those brown boots up now. Could just try and get aggressive onto Baboka, but you've always got the toss-back potential, so Baboka, not really too afraid whatsoever. Does seem like Aster do want to play around the slow game till you hit the mid-game anyway. Seems like they're more than happy to just keep the slow pace of the game going, and well, for Na'Vi, it's really suiting them anyway, because in terms of CS and net worth, they are having a really darn good time. Only concern being maybe Monet is farming a little bit too safely on the Void right now. That could be a slight concern for Na'Vi a bit later on, but for now, Na'Vi, they are doing a fantastic job. Net worth is their way. There's just no need to rush this. The Dream Coil, mid lane, going to catch onto the Void Spirit, but Monet going to get silenced up. Still, they do have Chrono if they want to throw it out, but no one is going to be just fine. He'll walk away from that. Coil really does nothing in that situation, and I suppose luckily Sweden Strong was there to make sure they could not go for the Chrono follow-up.
And seeing that commitment out, Na'Vi are going for his smoke play. Still no level 6 out in Sweden Strong, but level 7 up and no one. Might find a juicy target here.
Scan though. Monet, I believe that was him scanning out for that, and a very, very nice scan, catching the smoke of Na'Vi. Great map reading here from our POS 1 Void. This smoke should just inherently lead to nothing. And maybe they can head back into the mid lane, but nobody's there to really gank up, so Na'Vi, they're going to miss out here, and I suppose just a little bit too obvious of a smoke attempt here from Na'Vi. I dare say it is much just better map reading here from Aster.
Get a good read. I believe that might have potentially been under the obs by the Riverside. So, not managing to really get the best use of that. And look at Aster immediately clumping up top, going for a tier 1 tower trade. Mid is a bit of a bigger target for Na'Vi, but they don't have the DK around here with Dragon Form, so it's not the quickest push coming out from them. And Aster should still be happy enough just having success with Familiars work that top for them.
You see Lace down at the bot lane as well, getting the slow push going, but they are just trying to trade these tier 1 towers now, and for Na'Vi, they're not going to be around to defend the top lane. And Aster, they do have a chance if they really want to go back down bot and just slow down the push coming in from Na'Vi. It's only Lace in that Dragon form hitting the tier 1 tower right now, so they've certainly got an opportunity. So there is going to be a scan out. They have scanned out the Warlock. They'll go deeper into the tree line and just try to hide, and in fact, he's going to make it out. Quick TP away. They won't find him. With that though, Na'Vi still happy to go back after that bottom tier 1 tower, and well, Aster, they just don't seem interested in defending. They're just happy to let this one go.
They've already got the trade up top, and they're feeling pretty good with the space they've managed to buy out here for Monet. He's working that top jungle well. They know a lot of viewers were down bot, although...
Yeah, they caught an Aether Remnant there onto the Tiny, but just leads to nothing. And Na'Vi kind of hesitant to make the jumps in, and It is because you've got so much turn potential here with Aster's draft. You don't want to allow them to have that opening. You've got to be very careful with your positioning here as Na'Vi. As Solo, speaking of positioning, is going to get tossed back by Baboka. Eventually chased down by XXS. Solo should really have no way out of this one, surely, as the Soul Assumption does fly through, and well, eventually he is going to drop. Baboka will be the one to take the kill on the Tiny, and that's a fair kill secure to have from the Tiny as well, John. Naturally going to help him escalate towards that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Na'Vi just
Mid
not
lane.
quite finding the openings, although.
I've got the puck, but again, the follow-up's just not there. Sweden Strong, he ran out of mana for the Mystic Flare, so couldn't even think about dropping it.
Yeah, they need that combination up. Just having Remnant Flare with the Ancient Seal is going to be massive. DK stun down the line once the Blink's up and running on Lace. That's your play. And just going to have to maybe get a little bit of a reset, top up a little bit. Aster seeing that move out, though, start to smoke up themselves. No one from Na'Vi up top. They don't really have the best forward vision, only that laning ward on hand, but maybe an opportunity to plant some forward wards here in the jungle.
Seems like that's what all this smoking is about here from Baboka. As Avalanche is actually going to land onto Vichun. A tossback as well, barely catching the Razor, but do they have the follow-up damage? Silence is there, onto no one, and well, they just blow up Ori. No messing around from Na'Vi, just very fast rotations as Baboka. It'll be the second to fall here. Aster is kind of overextending, but Na'Vi with some very fast rotations.
Dire's courier has been
Again, they've got the 6s up, so they can just keep playing. They don't even have the hook shot up yet, but it's not necessary coming out from Solo. DD Rune is spotted out. XXS should be able to deny it off. But this is the moment where Na'Vi starts to really line up the aggression. You've got enough gold in Sweden Strong to outright buy his mana boots as well, so he's going to be ready to just top the entire team up. You are still working towards the Yules here for no one, but it doesn't feel completely necessary to have that. As long as you've got multiple heroes around you, you can jump around. You might just wait for Lace's blink here, Mike. He's only about 100 gold away, and that's going to be big.
We'll have a look at the replay of that last team fight as well, Jonathan, while we have a chance. And as you saw, it was a nice setup here onto Vichun, but look at how fast Na'Vi rotate. Solo TPs to the outpost. No one had a haste room, which is very unlucky for Aster. And with that, like once the Void Spirit shows up, especially with the Ancient Seal landing on Ori to begin the fight, it's just too hard to turn that one around. And well, Aster, again, a more conservative team. So they're not going to take a team fight, even if it does cost them a couple heroes. If they're not happy with the way they're positioned, they are just naturally going to back off and allow the couple heroes to just get taken down. And speaking of, they found the Warlock now, so Na'Vi finding another kill for themselves, and that'll be the 4th of the game for them. Still happy days for this dire side. There's no pressure being placed on Na'Vi whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just allowed to kind of hit this mid-game stride, build up a small but notable enough lead, and now with a blink up on Lace, just this smoke out with Sweden Strong. It's all you need. Blink forward, Dragon Tail, Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare, they're dead. All they need to do is find that right target, and they know where Monet's farming here, Mike.
Oh, Monet, he's in that classic spot, John. That classic farming spot for POS 1 where they always get caught out, but he does back off at the right moment.
Dire are scanning.
At least for now, we'll see how Lace tries to blink in blind and get a Dragon Tail stun off, but Monet, quick TP. Yeah, he's gonna make it, he's just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Solo, in a little bit of danger, but had the cogs push back and is gonna be fine to just zone them out. I believe it was actually no one that was in trouble there on the Void Spirit, but he's also gonna be just fine. So Aster, unable to kind of capitalize on that smoke rotation from Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, well, they're unable to capitalize either on that smoke. So nothing really happening. They'll smoke again. And they do have this great Blink Dagger timing on Lace, so they certainly want to get a bit of a surprise reveal here for Na'Vi. Who do they find, though? Oh, that's great positioning from the Warlock. Look at this, John. Ready to break the smoke. He's going to move at that last moment, but he is kind of matching where Monet is going to just block all the angles, and that's very good positioning. He'll break the smoke and tank the gank surely as Monet now. We'll see Vichun. Hookshot is there from Solo, and it's just the Warlock. They don't even find him yet. He's fine. Baboka, he'll make the jump in with the toss out, and Solo is going to end up dropping. And again, for Aster's sake, John, that's great place from their POS 5. Perfect positioning to tank the game.
Yeah, Pietro is just very aware of what Na'Vi wants to do. Aster's team is very aware of what Na'Vi wants to do. They want to keep pumping up, they want to keep smoking, they need to play with this great tempo they have with these early timings, but every single kill they don't find is just trading away so much gold that Aster can just farm up in the Void for free. Like, Monet is still a bit behind, especially in comparison to Vichun, but
One, he's got the Yule Scepter up. The Ancient Remnant is going to land. Do they have the damage output, Ori? No, he can't get out of this one. Nothing like a blink up on his own puck, so Na'Vi with a very, very valuable rotation from no one, setting up onto that mid puck, and Aster once again, John, still on the back foot here against Na'Vi as towards the north, Lace, hook shot is there onto Baboka. That'll be another support going down here for Aster.
Starts to open up a little bit more. They're making Aster sort of split up. They're trying to play a little bit greedier, split pushing with the puck. And once that split up is detected, Na'Vi can just plump up just 2 heroes. It's enough to find the kills. And, well, 2-6 start, looking good for Na'Vi so far. 3K lead at 16 minutes in. Aster, they still have to stall this game out. You haven't seen any chrono commitment from Monet. He is working towards the BKB. They catch Solo out.
They have. Solo was the one trying to get the fight started, actually, John, but against the Visage, you really can't do too much, and in the meantime, Bichu ends up going down towards the south as Monet does end up committing chrono along with Ori's Dream Coil, I believe, and well, they do secure a very valuable kill here against Na'Vi. In fact, they're not done yet. Smoke out here with Baboka and Ori. We'll see if they can find another, and they may just. Sweet and strong. Tumblr's Toy will be there to save the day, just barely. He's going to be all right. But now Aster, they're looking towards that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they need to get a little push going of their own.
Oh, Mystic Flare with the Dragon Tail combination. Doing very quick work from Boker, and now the jump in from no one into the hook shot of Solo. They'll find another. In fact, they even found Ori on the puck, but can they lock him down? It doesn't seem like it. He'll be fine. Just dawn his way out.
Is under attack.
Still 2 kills to go the way of Na'Vi, and they do put a halt to the push that was incoming onto that tier 1 mid.
Yeah, they've got so much mobility just with that blink on hand. From Lace, the output is still there. You don't have any early BKBs up and running yet on Aster. Not even Glimmer Capes to save.
Nice.
They're very susceptible to that, although.
Aggressive positioning from our DK. He's a very tanky boy, but not that tanky, I don't think, as XXS. Never mind. They can't get the kill yet as V-Tune will make his way over. Trying to zone them out, but now he's in danger. The golden drop is there. The fatal bond is out, but they haven't got the follow-up. V-Tune's still fine. He'll try to go on to Solo, but it's a great cog block. Ori gonna make the jump in, but no one. He'll be there to follow up and try to help out as Ori. He'll just keep going. Solo, he will eventually go down, and now Baboka looking for no one. But won't be able to catch him. The Yule Scepter is there defensively from the Void Spirit, and that'll be enough to zone out Baboka. To Aster, they do get away with the kill, and with that they'll find a double damage rune. Ori move in. Avalanche is there. Silence does connect onto the Void Spirit. No one is dropping low. We'll be able to assimilate and try to get out with the Resonant Pulse. We just fine. Scary, scary times though for Na'Vi. It does seem like Aster is starting to warm up.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride. They're starting to get some early items up. XXS more than comfy to show up with a Wraith Pack plus the Hood of Defiance being up. Much more durable on the front line as that Visage. They're inching closer towards that blink time here for Baboka. I think that's going to be the big one that enables them to play aggressive, along with Ori's blink on that puck. Once you do have that, you can start to make plays while still giving your Face's Void a million space to farm. He's not going to need to join in with those blink plays. Na'Vi though, I don't think they can allow that much downtime. Like, they lost that last engagement, sure, but they can still go.
You've got someone. Could be the +5 Warlock to go down here, or is it? He's still healing up.
Oh no.
Oh, he's going to survive through it. Just barely. Level 2 Shadow Word will get it done, and oh, that's going to be unfortunate for the Clockwork. I believe it was actually the Familiars kind of taking some of that battery assault damage away.
Yeah, it's rough, and I do appreciate that Na'Vi is playing with Sumter long range jump, but it feels like we need to see more of the Sky +1. Sky plus DK or Sky plus Void Spirit is probably your best bet. Just play with that Mystic Flare every single time. The hook shot's nice, but diving that deep doesn't necessarily guarantee you a kill. That angle is pretty awkward into the mid-tier 1 there as well. And Aster, they're going to be very happy. They're still clumped up, mainly as a unit. You can see them just backing up Monet every single time. They know that Na'Vi's going to be looking for that Face's Void, looking to make that jump in. They just stay together. They're not allowing Na'Vi to play this pick-off game at all.
Absolutely not. Na'Vi, they are still huddled up. They're still trying to find a target to go after. Baboka mid lane is being pinged out as the hook shot is going to be there. Solo, a nice setup into the Mystic Flare, and that should be enough. That'll be one. This is kind of the problem, John. That's a +4 tiny you're taking down, and you are delaying the blink. You kind of watch the commitment for that kill. It does kind of concern you, because how are you going to get that done in the middle of a big team fight? They'll make the jump in again, this time around finding the void. Do they have the follow-up damage? With the Ancient Seal, perhaps they do, and in fact they do. Na'Vi, being aggressive and paying off. Never mind what I said, John. They've got the control.
We managed to chop down Monet, just getting a little bit greedy, farming that triangle while the rest of Na'Vi was on that low ground, hunting nearby on the tier 1. Not respecting that mobility coming out from Na'Vi. And it does put Na'Vi back in the driver's seat. 60-11, 3k lead still palpable here for Na'Vi as they jump for more, but not going to have a range although.
You know what? We'll go for it. What?
Huh?
What about Aether Connector? The Dream Coil is there, onto the Dragon Knight. Avalanche is out as well, so they've got the control here for Lace, and eventually they should have the kill. We're gonna need a replay of that. I did not catch what the Aether got caught on there. Was it a creep? It didn't feel like the angle was there to hit the creeps.
I have no clue. It looked like it connected onto Ori, and then it just didn't do anything.
Let's have a look at that one more time.
Yeah,
We've got a
have a
replay,
look.
John. Here we go.
There you go.
Oh!
What?
They barely made it in range, John.
That's so awkward. That is so awkward. But you know what? Aster is not going to be... And they're not going to mind that. They get a freebie off the back. You know, they kill that DK, punish him for following through. And it's still not too bad for Na'Vi. Right? It's 70-11, 3k lead. But you start to ask yourself as we ramp up in time, 22 minutes in, you know, once you hit 25, once you hit 30 minutes in, do you still have enough to deal with that phase of Void? Because the BKB is coming out either way, man. You're going to have to deal with a spell immune Void. And that just takes away that power of the Ancient Seal to instantly burst him. So you're going to have to rely on Static Link running down with your Razor. Are you really comfy enough to have your Razor that far up in the front line? Potentially in range of a Chronosphere? It doesn't sound like... It doesn't feel like they have enough backup for the Razor to just stand in front there. And with the itemization we see here on V-Tune, he's not the most durable Razor yet. He went for the Maelstrom with a Falcon Blade along with Power Threads into the BKB. So no refresh for Presence, no early plate mail for more armor. Satanic is going to come next, but it's still a long ways off until you get that durability up here, Mike.
I mean, shout out to V-Tune for the item build up though, John. This is actually the item build I went for when I first started playing Razor. Back in the Dota All-Stars days. Yeah, well, you know, it made sense, John. You know,
wait.
Hero.
You used Maelstrom, not Sanj and Yasha, like everyone else?
No, it was my first time, John. It was my first time.
All right.
It made sense. Lightning and lightning, you know? Might sound stupid now, John, but, you know, as a ex-Pokemon master, it all made sense to me back in the day when I was a kid. It's Lace. Go for a run. We just fine to get out of range of XXS. We're slow to come out, but Na'Vi, they still want to go for the fight, it seems. Just find a way in. See the Visage. One does pop the double damage rune, so he's ready to go. Aster, they're not going to give the opening. They'll hold the high ground of that triangle and just not allow Na'Vi the opening they want to initiate. Na'Vi, they are still sticking around, but XXS certainly baiting here on the Visage. And Na'Vi, they are not taking that bait.
Yeah, they're just playing it safe and getting what they can. They did have to expend their double damage rune, so no one's not going to have that for the next fight. And Aster wants to smoke up now.
No. It's not again. Plenty of team fight spells to throw out. Sweet and Strong in position to break the smoke and will do so. Ancient Seal out the Provoker. He does blink away. Just in the nick of time as now the coil. He's going to catch two of them. They've got Sweet and Strong down to start with, and they've even caught out Lacey on the Dragon Knight. Plenty of stunts to fly out as well. Provoker tossing him back. They'll secure the kill. This little play there from Aster, knowing exactly where they were situated on the side of Na'Vi, and they punish very, very effectively.
Yeah, they just get a good angle to jump in. Baboka kind of misses the mark with a blink, but kind of dodges out the Ancient Seal follow-up quite nicely. And that's room for them to go into Roshan. They have that fresh BKB up and running on Monet. He's going for Linken's as well, just going all in on the defense. Doesn't want to get caught off guard with that Ancient Seal or even just a static blink. And Na'Vi, they still have angles to play with here. They do know Roche is happening.
Take the fight though. haven't got their Dragonite for another 10, but they should have the time. In fact, Beach does get caught out. The Poppers beat Heavy immediately onto XXS. He goes, trying for the fish, but the Snowform is there, and now the Chrono. Monet right in, no one. He's going to try and help out. The hook shot is there, but the Golem drop is perfect. Onto the Razor, Beach gone. Onto the Clockwork, or even find Solo. At least no one. He does manage to pick off Ori in the middle of all this chaos, but it's not a great trade at all for Na'Vi. They continue to run, but XXS continues to chase. Slam the stun onto the Void Spirit, and now Baboka. She missed the Avalanche, but it won't matter too much. Not quite yet, though, no one. Still fighting. In comes Monet. Back onto Lace. Baboka, somehow still alive, is going to make it out as Lace. Not so lucky himself in the Dragon Knight. Should go down and does do so. XXS able to secure the kill on Aster. It's a very clean team fight. Only losing Ori on that mid path, but trading off those 3 heroes for that, you've got to be happy if you're Aster.
FNBR opens up the Roshan in a huge way. That last fight, pretty topsy-turvy. Great upheaval coming out from PGL, of course, you know, holding back Beachun from retreating, holding back Clockwork from getting an angle away. Now, upheaval, man, it's a great skill.
John, Solo, he's going to try, but the angle was just way off. He kind of wanted to be the smart guy, right? The 200 IQ play and go from the obvious angle, which is from the south of the Roshan pit, but yeah, it's just way too hard to land the hook into the Aegis that way as Ori. Mid lane in a bit of danger, but here comes Baboka to try and help out as the Void Spirit now going to break the coil thanks to the toss back of the Tiny. Oh, and the tips come out as well. They rub the salt into the wound of no one. How rude of Aster.
Yeah, I like what Pietro is doing though. You know, he's just tipping Baboka. It's like, hey, you played well. And he's just tipping his own teammates, keeping that PMA here, Mike. But we're at that point that we were asking about earlier. We're approaching 30 minutes. You've got the BKB on Monet. The Void Chrono is a massive threat. You don't have any counterplay for that. It doesn't feel like Na'Vi has enough in their lineup to deal with this. With all the spell immunity, with great team fight control, the combinations Aster has on hand, you still have really strong pickoff game from Na'Vi, but they've not been able to use that for almost 10 to 15 minutes now. It just hasn't felt like they've gotten the kills they wanted with that PK Blink and with the Mystic Slayer Ancient Seal combination. It's just not getting them the kills they need. They haven't touched Monet in a long time, and I don't know if you can touch him going forward now.
E2 Tower is going to drop, and I do kind of agree with your points there, John. It does feel very challenging now against Monet. Na'Vi, they're not out of this game yet, but they have lost the net worth lead, only 2k the way of Aster. But more importantly, you look at the Dota Plus win probability right now, John, and it's not looking too healthy for them. Na'Vi sitting at roughly 18%. I'd certainly agree with that, considering the draft they have. Like, you're playing against the Void late game, you have a Razor, it just doesn't match up very well.
No, it can line up if they play really well in the back line. They have to jump supports really fast, take care of the Warlock first, take care of Pietro somehow, remove the Golems from the equation, chain stun onto Monet afterwards, but I mean, he's got Lincoln's BKB here, Mike. He's all in on defense. He knows as long as he's alive, they won't have damage to deal with him, and I know how Na'Vi kind of repair that. Maybe going for, I don't know, the E-Blade build-up, no one feels like a good launching point, but even that's just, against BKB, it's just not tough.
They found Ori. It'll be a great pick off to get, but they might lose Lace in the process. The BKB is there on the Dragon Knight, and in fact, he's going to be just fine. So here comes the rest of Aster to try and force this fight as Na'Vi trying to back off. Monet make an aggressive jump in, but this could be dangerous. So he's feeling confident with his own BKB to go for the fight, but he time walks right back out, rewinding right back in. Baboka, he's there with the Avalanche toss combination, and Blaze gone. A 1-for-1 so far. Make that a 1-for-2, because they did lose the Warlock. No one. It's another jump in on this, but now a big Chrono. Monet, he found 2 targets, but where's the follow-up damage? They've got the Skyrim Mage now on the beach, and they go, but XXS, he's in trouble now in the Visage. We're going to that Stone Form, but now Monet, falling rather low, does go down with the Aegis' B-Tune. He'll just keep the fight going. On to XXS, the Visage, still trying to run. Monet, trying to help him out, because they found B-Tune on the Razor. He'll go for a run, but surely doesn't make it out. He's still trying though, but the bashes are coming in from Monet. After Solo they go, they want the Clockwork to boot. That never mind him, they've got a Dream Coil onto no one. The Void Spirit is going to drop his Aster. Was able to sustain constantly throughout the team fight. And Solo, I mean, he's still trying to run, but Monet He sniffed him out.
Bash.
Solo. Oh, they're not gonna make it. At least the Clockwork does make it out, but the Aster, still a great team fight. And this game just continues to get more challenging for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and they find out the hard way that Monet does have that Lincoln sub. He doesn't care. He has so many defensive items up. He does have very low damage output. We saw that Chrono kill on the Sky took a lot longer.
Dire's
Chasing down
middle
Lays though,
tower
but
is under
does manage to
attack.
blink out. But for Na'Vi, you can't even static link the Razor to zap away his damage. He just time walks back with Boboka.
Oh, they found Solo this time around. Clockin'. He's certainly gonna drop. Pick off there for Aster. It doesn't feel like they're quite ready to go high ground yet, Aster. They might just wait for the next Roshan, which we kind of talk about this all the time. There's just no need to rush high ground, even when you are this far ahead. As Aster just continues controlling the map, they'll be happy, and well, they're very confident going into the later stages of the game, knowing that they have the arguably superior late game draft. So for Na'Vi, they are certainly not out of this game yet. Plenty of time for them to try and catch their way up and keep up here with Aster, but again, based off these drafts, it could be a real challenge.
Yeah, it's tougher and tougher to get their game plan going. Their team fight is kind of lackluster. It's only really single torque and controlled still. They will go for a smoke play. They need to catch a big hero off guard. If they can pile on all their control onto, say, Monet, they might have enough to kill him off. It doesn't feel like killing off Ori is enough, because the puck, it kind of does its job if it does get committed on.
A great scan here, Aster. They know exactly where they are with the hook shot. Solo's going to try to initiate the fight as Ori. He's been caught out. The puck in big trouble. Already going down to Na'Vi. They're off to a great start, but a big golem drop into the fatal bonds now. This could be the turnaround as Monet makes the jump in, but doesn't go for the chrono quite yet. He'll hold down and wait out for the right moment as XXS. He'll keep moving forward, but Na'Vi, they will split up. Monet still threatening with that chrono, but not deciding to throw it. Never mind Bijun, he gets caught, and now the chrono! Oh, they've caught Bijun and No One both together! No One, he jumped right into it. He'll try to run now, but Monet, right on his tail. So the actual step and TP up is going to be just fine. Monet will not be able to get the bashes off. Full Solo on the run. Monet knows he's around somewhere. The TP attempt from Boca is in with the avalanche combination, and that'll be enough for him. It's still a successful team fight once again for Aster. You find the puck every single team fight, but the problem is you're kind of forgetting about Monet.
It's not even just Monet either. It's like Pietro standing at the back with a Warlock, getting a good chaotic offering to force back the further chase Na'Vi wants to keep up. You know, they line up for the Chronos. Boboka manages to find the angle to get a good toss back, and no one's forced to come in to try to salvage that situation. And the patience of Monet pays off. Like, Aster's just playing really great decision-making Dota. Right? Like, they understand what they want to do. They understand how to use that puck depth to their advantage and force Na'Vi to overcommit after that kill. Because, again, this lineup of Na'Vi needs to keep going. They can't afford to slow down on the breaks. They have to play for the pickoff game, and then they feel like they have to commit further and try to play that 4v5 where even if you lose the puck, you don't lose that much team fight because you still have the golem drop, you still have the Chronos we've seen, you still have Boboka with Avalanche, even the Visage with the Familiars and with how durable XXS is a massive issue. So for Na'Vi, they might have to shift targets here, Mike, or they might have to just take the pick off and immediately back off, rinse and repeat, keep trying to get at least one kill and kind of equalize from there, I suppose.
It's a tough match though. It's for Na'Vi. They are still in it, but around 11% win probability here for Na'Vi, and Aster again, John. They know how patient they can be, waiting for that next Roshan, and we'll be up in about 50 seconds. Problem for Na'Vi though, Monet's going to have Chrono up in about 10 seconds, so you're going to have all these ultis ready to go for this next Roshan fight. Even the Golem up in 13. Na'Vi, they don't have long cooldowns, but just got to try and find a way to win these fights. Are still hanging around, but Aster, they are approaching slowly. The high ground of that dire jungle. What's being placed down preemptively as the Roshan is about to spawn up in 20. Look up from Na'Vi. They do seem to know where Aster are, so they could go for the wraparound and try to sneak up behind them. What they're going to try and do here, Na'Vi. The Radiant Triangle high ground instead, and in fact, they're going to hold this position instead, which is fair enough as well. They're switching places here between the two teams. Aster, they revealed themselves by taking the outpost, so Na'Vi they set up a team fight underneath their own vision. Aster, they're not going for that. They're going straight up to the top lane, and they're going to force a defense from Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, do you want Roshan? Do you want the defense? Well, they're going to try for Roshan first. Aster, are they committed to this push? 'Cause if they're not, they're going to make their way back to Roshan pit ASAP. It's a big deal to lose this Roshan. If you are Aster right now, Na'Vi, now going to be spotted in the pit. Aster, they will make it in time to defend. They have the low ground. It's a bit of an awkward position for them. The vision also being taken out here by XXS, so no one is going to try and make the jump in. Well, he does have that information, but they don't have the damage to burst down the Visage. XXS just fine. The Avalanche is there onto Sweden's wrong, and now Ori going to make the jump in. Benet getting tossed out of there. He was having a perfect chrono opportunity, but now the golem drop is perfect on the 4 hero. Where are they going? Down to Na'Vi already. Trying to get that Ori, but what a chrono out from Benet. On the 3 heroes. A great hook shot, but it's not going to matter. Oh, they get wiped. GG. I'll be frank, John, if I got chronoed like that, I'd call GG as well. It's not fun.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Definitely not. Aster, he plays such a disciplined game. Na'Vi, we saw them play aggressive when they hit their spike. The timing of this lineup from Na'Vi, it was level 6 on the supports. It was that blink timing coming out from Laze, and it came out pretty on point. It's just that they weren't finding the targets they needed to find. The momentum they were building up just slowed down. They only maintained, what, the 2-3K lead at most? They didn't manage to snowball off the back of that timing well enough, and Aster was just very disciplined to stay fairly clumped up once they saw those items up, right? Like they stay disciplined, they stand behind Monet a lot, they broke the smokes, Pichu and the Warlock, just distracting the side of Na'Vi, forcing them to commit onto him instead of the bigger cores, and they just managed to stall for that 25 to 30 minute mark, which we talked about. BKB is going to be up on the Void, you're not going to be able to hold them down, you might catch Ori out, but with all the team fight they have on everyone else, it's not really a factor.
It certainly wasn't, John. So we'll head into our short break, and right after the break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft here between Na'Vi and Team Aster. We'll see you soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You become past tense.
be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game number 2 draft here between Aster and, of course, Na'Vi. But before we head into the draft, John X Fire, Na'Vi having a bit of a rough affair for game number 1. Do you want to go over where you think things went wrong here for Na'Vi and what you'd like to see them switch up here against Aster for game 2?
I think the main issue for Navi is that they managed to hit their timings, they hit their level 6 on the supports to get a really nice blink timing on Lace, but they don't manage to find the big targets they want. I don't know if that was really more on Navi or on Aster playing well, because let's face it, Aster did manage to break up the ganks really nicely. They managed to force the target choice for Navi to be on their supports, on Boboka, on Picho more. You know, just sacrificing that blink timing on their own Tiny to ensure their Faceless Void would get the farm necessary to carry the game on. I think for Navi, they might have to take a look back at the draft. They went all in on early aggression. And I think the one issue as well that came out is they didn't necessarily win their lanes. Like V-Tune, they went with that Razor plus Clockwork lane we talked about. They didn't manage to really get aggressive. The Tiny was a great response from Baboka, just tossing back every time they wanted to be aggressive. You need much more lane dominant heroes, as you like to point out, Mike. And if you will go for that pickoff game, I think you're going to want a little bit of scaling. Like, you can't just afford to go all in and single target control. As we saw from Aster, they had so much team fight that even if you lose the puck first, it doesn't matter. You have Chrono, you have the Golem drop, you have a Visage running around with the familiar stuns. You had enough to compensate.
You did, and I think it goes back to the drafts especially, right? Because we saw Aster choose the Void later on in the drafting phase, and I think that was a very, very clever pick because we saw every team find. Like they managed to find Ori, but they've blown everything to be able to pick off this mid puck. And then eventually Monet just finds a really nice angle for a big chrono and then just, finishes off the team fight that way. So a lot of things happen in game 1. Na'Vi, it did feel like they're in a very powerful position at one stage, especially throughout the early to mid game, but just not able to escalate and really just take advantage of the farm that they did have and the net worth advantages that they found themselves with. But nevertheless, you have game number 2. There's still an opportunity here for Na'Vi to try and tie out the series. But for Aster, again, completely undefeated so far throughout the group stage of the Arlington Major. And I'm sure they do intend on maintaining that undefeated streak going into day number 2. As we should be heading to a draft rather soon, but we are waiting a little bit for this game to get started. Jonathan, anything else? Like, is there anything in particular you really liked what Aster was doing during that game 1?
I think they just had really good discipline to stay calm, to play at the back, literally at the back of Monet. We saw them grouping around the Faceless Void to ensure that no gank angles were coming in with the smokes, especially around that top tier 1, right in that lane where you tend to get ganked as a plus 1 while farming. They made sure he was protected the entire time. Like, they had such great discipline. They were willing to sacrifice even Baboka's timing on the Blink Tiny. And we talk about that Tiny 4. If your Blink is stalled out, it feels like you don't have impact. Didn't matter for Baboka. He knew they were playing for a later point in the game. He knew they were going to look to be aggressive anyway. So he was much more willing to just sacrifice his farm for the rest of the course to build up. And I think that it's that kind of discipline. It's that kind of coordination in the understanding of Dota you have as a team. Because that was all the units play. That was all just like strategic calls coming out from Aster, and it paid off in the end. And I think that's something, again, Navi's going to have to watch out for, because they've been looking pretty damn good the past few days. As you mentioned there, Mike, going undefeated kind of lines them up for a fairly good shot to kind of end up in the top 4 for that upper bracket start.
It's nothing too unusual for Aster. Like, we said this during game 1, and they tend to always dominate the group stage during these international events. And once you get to the playoffs, things do tend to change quite a bit. But till then, Aster, they do look like absolute gods going through the group stage. So let's see if they can keep it up, of course. Again, it was just fantastic play for game 1. Nothing to really fault there with the drafting or really just the play style. They always knew that they had a draft they believed in. They knew they can go into the late game. They knew they were going to be stronger, and they just play their own strategy. I think that's the big difference as well. And I think this is what Navi need to be very cautious of going into this game 2 draft. Is you don't really want to focus too much on what Aster's doing. I think you've got to focus on what you're doing as a team. Sure, you want to get some decent drafts or decent counters to be against what Aster's drafting, but you've got to respect the fact that they've already got a strategy they're going to believe in no matter what you pick. You've got to go with something you believe in. And it did feel like, especially midway through the draft, it did feel like Navi was kind of responding to what Aster was doing rather than kind of doing what they needed to do. Especially with all the counters being picked towards Ori on that puck, right? Like the Skywrath and whatever else, the Void Spirit. And ultimately, it just felt like they got trapped in the end. They just didn't have the answers for Monet. We saw XXS so many times in the Visage just doing whatever the hell he wanted during these team fights. And he just knew they couldn't kill him. And if they were going to kill him, John, they'd have to commit everything to make sure that happened. You just can't.
Yeah, it takes way too many resources from your toolkit to kind of get that done. I think, to be fair to Navi, I don't think they were going all in on just countering the side of Aster. That was still very specific to their playstyle, right? They were looking to play aggressive. They were looking to just run around, get this early fights going for themselves. And we'll see if they change the playstyle, as we do have the draft ready to unfold.
Radiant team.
So they're going to stay the same. Dawnbreaker being banned out. Razor banned out by Navi. So the Winter Wyvern's in play here, Mike, if neither side bans it. Io is still in the pool. Marcy is still in the pool as well. Chen's in the pool. All of these sustained heroes are there. Even the Dazzle's there. So we're seeing a little bit more of those pause 5 slide through, and both teams kind of love that sustain here.
10 seconds
Absolutely.
remaining.
No surprises so far with these bans. It's a matter of whether you want to get rid of that Wyvern you just mentioned. And now it's going to be the Marcy being removed by Aster, and there's your Wyvern ban out from Natus Vincere. You definitely don't want to give that over to Aster if you can avoid it. Surprise, surprise, though, they go right back into the Baboka Tiny. And I dare say they could just go back into the Warlock as well, John. Again, it's just such a strong combination to have. We saw how comfortable Aster felt with having that pos 5 Warlock. It's constantly healing up Monet and keeping him healthy down at the bot lane. And it's a great combo. Unless Navi are going to take it right now, I think Aster could easily just take a second pick Warlock.
Yeah, there's really not much that counteracts it. You get to have a really safe lane for Monet in the end. So I wouldn't mind that back for Picho if he does want to play it once more. I mean, as a pause 5 player, Warlock's not the most engaging, but you do what you can to win your games here, Mike. Navi back into clockwork themselves, and they do take the puck on their side. So maybe now that Warlock pick doesn't sound as hot, Tiny with a Warlock, your lockdown for puck is fairly lacking. I mean, you don't want to do what Navi did, as you called out, right? Like going all in just to counter one pick and go away from your playstyle, deviating from what you want to do in the game. At the same time, you do have to have something to hold the puck down. You could still shift the Tiny onto Ori and give Baboka something else to give you that control for the puck, but that might be what Navi wants to force out here anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Aster, for now, they're going to have a bit of a think. Maybe just wondering how they're going to deal with this puck this game here against Navi, and they won't go for that, instant kind of pick up here for their second pick. They'll have a think about it. Maybe they go back for the Skyrat themselves here. Right? Again, just that Ancient Seal is just so powerful against a hero like Puck, and I saw it plenty of times, Na'Vi executing very well against Ori last game around. Sadly, that wasn't quite enough to pull off the victory for them, but it certainly was a very, very good use case here against the Puck. Instead, though, Aster, they're going to go into the Enigma, one of their favorites, and why the hell not just pick it up before it does get banned out? They'll have it.
Yeah, it's not the most straightforward Enigma game. At the same time, not the toughest. I mean, you have Hookshot that's always going to be effective at
10
stopping Black
seconds
Hole.
remaining.
You have a
Team
decent enough
Aster's
creep player
turn
on the
to
Puck
ban.
as well. But you can block the Clockwork away from just running you down with Battery Assault with the Eidolon, so can still work
Radiant
out pretty
team
nicely in
ban.
lane. You have some flex here for Aster if they do want to hand that over to XXS, or if they'd want it as maybe a greedy support. I don't think that fits into what Aster would want to do, though. So more than likely, we're just going to see XXS pick that up. But again, fairly open. If Pichu wants to play it on the 5, it can work. It's just
10 seconds
it doesn't give
remaining.
Monet as great of a lane. Right, it's not a healing hero. It's not going to be
5
able to play with these
seconds
heavy
remaining.
farming cores. It's fairly greedy as a 5, unless you can kind of get away with jungle farming. So I'm keen to see what Navi's read of it is. Are they going to invest? Are they going to repeat that mistake they made in Game 1's draft here, Mike, where
Team
they see the
Aster's
Enigma, they
turn
feel like,
to
all right, we're
ban.
going to need counters. We're going to line up for the Rubik pickup. We're going to line up for stuff that just stuns him through BKB and has that additional control. I don't think you want to go that far in. Clockwork alone seems like it's a fairly good answer with a hook shot.
Certainly is. The final
10
bans to come out here
seconds
between
remaining.
Aster and Natus Vincere. It's one of those things, right? Like, you did
5
have the
seconds
Clockwork
remaining.
first pick here from Na'Vi, and they still chose Enigma. Like, it may just be... We've seen this constantly from Enigma players as well. It's just not about
Radiant
throwing out
team
Black Hole
ban.
during these team fights, but rather just dominating lanes with Eidolons. We see it all the time, and it's just so hard to try and lane against this Enigma hero. Just being able to deny off so many creeps with those Eidolons, and you're just generally never going to see a range creep in your life as the enemy pos 1. It's just never going to happen. Against a good
10
Enigma player that
seconds
is, and
remaining.
has to certainly have one. Still Na'Vi. Final
5
ban for them
seconds
before we can
remaining.
continue with this draft. Bit of a mixed bag here with these bans, getting rid of the mid Void and the pos 1 Jug. Maybe just another mid pick to be banned out here from Na'Vi. I mean, is there anything in particular you don't want to play against if you are this Puck, John? Like, Void Spirit, obviously one of the better ones, but any other heroes that kind of come to mind that you just really don't enjoy playing against if you are a Puck?
And they've already banned out the Kunkka on Aster's end, so you don't have to worry about wasting a ban on that for Na'Vi. The Quap isn't really a great solution to the Puck, I don't feel like. You might be able to go for something quirky on
Radiant
Aster if they want to.
team.
Pottle mid could be something that comes out.
Team Aster's
Works
turn
well
to
enough up
pick.
against the Puck. Na'Vi will go with the Io, so they do manage to pick up one of their sustain heroes here for solo. They've got a lot of mobility now on hand. Hookshot to initiate, relocate on hand as well. They can go for multiple options for Vichun. The CK looks pretty damn good here for Vichun to play with. We've seen him play it
10
multiple times
seconds
before as
remaining.
well. So you could go back to the classic IO CK and just
5
run
seconds
around and
remaining.
start looking for those kills. I am wondering what Aster will want. Like they see IO Clockwork, they see the support duos. They should know the IO combinations that could come out. If not CK, then maybe something like Gyrocopter could be an option. Sven is an option that occasionally you see from certain teams. I believe that is mainly Spirit, but could be one way to go as well. So I'm wondering how Aster adapts with
Team
what they have, because
Aster's turn
Tiny
to
Enigma
pick.
don't really stop the
Templar
IO. They go with a
Assassin.
TA. And that could be our mid for Ori. That matches up fairly well against the Puck. It's not the worst thing in the world. Level 1 to 2 is not great. Level 3 feels a little bit better, and you can just play that farm lane for the most part.
I do like the TA
10
mid against the
seconds
Puck. You did want to go
remaining.
down that
Team
route.
pick.
Nothing wrong with that.
Disruptor.
Then Aster, they're not going to reveal exactly where the TA is going for now. They'll go for a disruptor
Team
pickup.
Aster's turn
One of the
to
better
ban.
heroes against heroes like the IO and the Puck, but there's your Gyrocopter now coming out from Na'Vi, so really going back to that old school combination of the IO Gyro. And you and I, we've had the pleasure of casting Na'Vi quite a few times, John, and it always feels like when the back's against the wall, this is something they want to go back to.
Radiant team.
Do I have
ban.
faith in it, and do you have faith in it, John? That's to be answered. I personally don't.
Team Aster's
You know
turn
what?
to ban.
I think if you go for a Gyrocopter magic build-up, it could be nice. I'm not kidding. Like, you have spell amplification coming out from the IO. You go for a Kaya Veil. It's actually pretty devastating once you get your shards up. So it makes short work of TA's refraction.
10
She's not going to have a
seconds
fast
remaining.
BKB, or at least, not a first item BKB for sure. Second item
5
BKB is also a bit
seconds
awkward.
remaining.
Third item BKB is more than likely
Radiant
what you'll see
team
after a
ban.
Blink Dragonlance, if you want to go
Team
that way.
Aster's turn
And
to pick.
you can still kind of itemize beyond that. And BKBs will tick down. You can play around that as a Gyrocopter. That could be one way. I think if you go for the physical build-up, it does feel a little bit slow, and your rotations in on the Gyrocopter, you're still going to wait for your first item, right? You tend to wait for the Ags or
10
the
seconds
Maelstrom
remaining.
on the Jar before you want to relocate. And with a Maelstrom, it doesn't feel
5
adequate.
seconds remaining.
You usually see the relocates come out once the Ags is up. So that is still time for Aster to build up on their own TA. What I am a bit worried about for Aster is, you mentioned old school. Going back to the Disruptor here, you have good combinations coming out. As you mentioned, it's great to get the relocates effectiveness away, so you can just pull them out when they do try to get the global gank in, pull them back when they try to retreat. Can be nice in that aspect. But the one thing with the Disruptor as well, it's like if it does get caught out, and you do have the mobile heroes here from Na'Vi to catch that hero out, it doesn't contribute much, right? Like, it's easy enough for a Clockwork to hook shot in, battery assault, and buy enough time for the puck to come on top, or the IO relocate to come on top and just kill off the Disruptor. Suddenly you don't have Static Storm, or he dropped Static Storm before dying, and he's not going to be able to buy back for a better re-engage. So that's the one thing with the Disruptor that can always feel a little bit awkward. When you play it from behind, it doesn't feel like the most impactful.
Radiant team pick.
Last pick up, Aster. Ooh, they're going to go into the Night Stalker. All right, so it should be the POS 1 TA, maybe the POS 2 Tiny, and the POS 3 Night Stalker coming out. Could be a bit of a mix, though. Maybe POS 1 Night Stalker?
I think he would want to run. I mean, you
10
could run
seconds
mid-tiny.
remaining.
Mid-tiny versus Puck isn't too bad, but I think you
5
are still going to
seconds
stick to
remaining.
Boboka Tiny.
You could run POS 1 Night Stalker and let the POS 2 TA just carry you, right?
Yeah. Like that's the better play. Like, keep Boboka on the Tiny, run the Pause 1 Night Stalker. TA versus Puck matchup, again, fairly manageable. I am keen to see what Na'Vi wants to do in the offlane. Like, they see the Night Stalker. It's not the most domineering hero in that lane, and they go
Choose
for the
your hero.
Venge. I like Venge. I don't know if I really like it in this game.
It's reactionary.
It's a great way of saving out from the Night Stalker silence. They will go with the Ori Tiny and Boboka Enigma, all right? So just keeping it standard, Moneo and TA. Nothing too crazy. I was kind of excited to see the POS 1 Night Stalker, but they play it safe here on Aster. The Venge off, like, it can be great, but my issue is you don't have a big playmaker on Na'Vi. You have the Puck. You have Dream Coil, Swap, Break. And that is it. Like, Venge will have to wait for Ag's build up, and really Ag Shard is when the Venge signs. And even then, it's real shining moments like Ag Shard level 25 when you pierce spell immunity. So that's a long ways off. Once BKBs are up, I think just having a Gyro and Venge who will need Ags to be effective already cuts your timing by a huge amount. And Aster, it doesn't look like they have a lineup that actually wants to play slow. They have a lineup that will actually want to play relatively quick, especially if Na'Vi will wait for those buildups here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup here between these two teams. John, is there a preferred draft from your end of things between these two?
Yeah, I'd lean towards Aster. Like, if you look at the components of a draft, like, it's not the easiest Enigma game. You've got Swap, you've got Hookshot, but it's also a pause for Enigma. It's not like Boboka's going to be gunning for the big black holes anyway. He's more than likely just going for the standard Wraith Pack build up, mitigate some damage, deny creeps, help build up that lane for XXS. And I just think Na'Vi went in a bit of the opposite direction. Like, this lineup does have an avenue for aggression, but it doesn't feel as strong as their aggression from game one. So Na'Vi is actually going for a slightly slower game. And I think if you try to play a slightly slower game against Aster, they're the ones who will look to kick up a gear. You don't need too much farm on a TA in this game. You definitely don't need too much farm on your Night Stalker to be effective in Ori, as long as he gets a decent blink timing from his mid matchup, can set up for the team. So I'm feeling Aster's early to mid game a lot more, and I think if they do secure that early to mid game, it's pretty hard for Navi's lineup to bounce back in on a deficit.
I'd agree with you on that as well. It's very, very tough, and I can appreciate why Na'Vi go for the last pick Venge in this draft as well, because that Night Stalker pick was a very strong pick from Aster. It just covers so many bases, right? Like, you've got a great way of catching the IO, great way of catching the puck. Even the Gyrocopter's going to struggle against that Night Stalker later on, and more so just the IO puck. They're just not going to have a good time, so you need a way to get them out of there. But again, it just feels very reactionary, and it feels like you really are putting all the eggs in the IO Gyro basket.
You've been
Like, VTune has to really carry this game for his team. It is practically just a 4 protect 1 kind of draft here from Na'Vi, and if VTune can't make the carry happen, it's just going to fall apart.
Yeah, and it's sad to say, Mike, VTune is just going for the standard Maelstrom, but look, he's not going to experiment with the Magic Jar, but I do still want to see Magic something with an IO down the line.
Maelstrom is magic damage, John.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
it's
to
not
be
as
fair-
dank as Rocket Barrage missiles with a Veil. You know, it's not the same concept, Mike. It's not as fun.
Well, I'm sorry, John. Well, maybe one day we'll get to see it. You never know, John. I mean, the other damn supports could pick one of those things up, couldn't they? You know?
True.
Veil,
True.
that's not a POS 1 item, John. It's these damn supports that need to pick it up. It's their fault.
Would you? I'm trying to imagine what would you do if you saw, say, your Clockwork build up Veil. I don't think you'd be too happy. So probably not happening here, Mike. As we do take a
Doesn't sound that bad.
Would you build it? I would instantly report you, mind you, if you would do that. No, Mikey.
You're giving me ideas, John. You're giving me ideas. I'm not going to lie to you. I might try it just to see if it actually works. Well, bot lane, a few high fives going out, but top lane, Solo's already copying it so much on the clock. It's one of the things, John, with Disruptor. It may not be a popular hero right now in the meta, but lane-wise, it is very dominant.
Yeah, you just come in with 3 mangoes, you feel great, spam out your spell. It's not much Clockwork can do to stop that. Even Avenge can't do much to stop that. And as a Clockwork into TA, it's actually not the comfiest time, because you want to harass with Battery Assault. Monet does have that level 1 melt, so if you do come up and try to harass, you copy even more damage with the Minor Armor there.
What is that sticker? The good old Ramsey's just showed up here. My God. What a sticker.
Yep, it's a beautiful one. It does get you lolling out there. It's still the mid lane matchup as well, Mike. Ori and no one on the Tiny and Puck. We've seen this matchup multiple times. It tends to go fairly even. I'd say the aggression is much better on the Tiny if he finds a good angle for Avalanche Toss, but no one should be able to manage his lane well enough that it's not an issue, although you have to watch when the Tiny does run up. His right clicks are obnoxious for some reason.
They are. A lot of damage there from that Tiny. Of course, this top lane, they have jumped in onto the Disruptor. Solo just trying for the last hit, and in fact, Lace gets it. Nice pick up there from Na'Vi top lane, and they will be able to secure first blood for a second game in a row. Really catching out that Disruptor, and I suppose that is one thing. You don't have the glimpse up, which he does not. You were never going to be able to get away from that Clockwork.
Yeah, it can be a little bit dicey to try and deal with that. Monet is also not the most durable here. Doesn't have the point in the refraction, although Clockwork can kind of rip through that. An important kill for Na'Vi to find is, again, their lineup kind of has some awkward tempo coming out here, so getting as much as they can out of lanes helps to offset that just a little bit, and, you know, accelerate that timing into Ags or Lace. And of course, the level 6 for Solo can be important there as well. So we'll see how much more Monet can get. He's still farming up well. I think you're more than happy to sacrifice the Disruptor for your TA to keep farming there.
Looking with VTune here on the Gyrocopter. He might have a go here on XXS. The missile is going to land, and it's going to be quite a bit of harassment to fly out onto the Night Stalker. VTune not going to dive too deep for this, though, but Boca needs to be very cautious with his own HP pool, as well, even Solo up at top lane, falling quite low himself. A lot of heroes dropping quite low on the map, Jonathan, but no second kill coming out quite yet between these two teams. It does feel like Na'Vi, though, in a prime position to keep up with the aggression.
Yeah, they're getting much stronger lanes coming out here. They've got the standard Gyro IO. The damage output is great. The sustain is there, but look, you can't do too much on the Enigma, which is the shortcoming of this draft from Aster. We talked about the contribution of that Enigma forward. It's really not much beyond just demonic conversion, and that's not something VTune minds all too much of the flak cannon up anyway. He can choose to farm that up for himself. So Well, let's see what avenue Aster finds. Thing ran out, or we're gonna have to play off the back. Ori maybe play around the first nighttime with the Dark Ascension from XXS. That could be when they start to turn things around, but I just feel like they're gonna need to take a beat, especially on their Enigma. It's gonna take a long time for him to be helpful.
Solo catching out the Disruptor once again, secures another kill. Well, this is why you really want that glimpse at level 2 against the Clockwork and Solo. He's giving the tips over. He knows. It's just one of those things. You don't get the glimpse up, Solo's going to have a great time.
Yeah, you can just run down as a Clockwork. Solo already having some great presence here. Very close to his Tranks, levels. He's giving a lot of room out to Lace, prioritizing that Venge. Kind of kick it up a notch. And all the lanes for Na'Vi again are just shaping up well, except for mid. Aster is still getting a better time there on Ori, as to be somewhat expected in the matchup. Slightly tiny favorite nowadays, as we tend to see it unfold. I think for Aster, they've just got to be patient. Like, they do have a strong like mid-game timing, but it takes a little bit to get into that point there.
Monet, it's a much bigger target if they can get it. Solo doing a pretty darn good job with the battery assault charges here as Monet getting trapped up to the cogs now, and he might just go down. Cogs pushback is there, but Solo still going. Just one more hit would do it, and they found it. Oh, the wave of terror damage just enough here from Lace. Massive kill here for Na'Vi, and yeah, a bit of a rough time here for Monet now.
Yeah, and it goes back to a little bit of that point we had in the draft here, Mike, where when you have a disruptor and starts falling behind it, it just doesn't feel like it does enough to help you salvage anything. Like this laning situation for Monet, starting to get out of hand, is severely behind in comparison to Vichun. He's going to have to sit in that jungle to farm, and with a Clockwork, you're going to be able to scout around really well.
He's going to find sweet and strong, perhaps, though a nice tether away, but not quite nice enough. Ori, just to secure the kill there on the Tiny with Baboka. And it is just an IO kill, to be fair. I mean, that's a mid-Tiny rotating over to make that happen, and you would have really preferred the Gyrocopter, but they won't be able to find an angle onto him. Right back into the mid lane here, Ori. Speaking of the mid lane, no one. He's going to start rotating up towards the top lane now. See if he can find Monet a second time as Solo. Just trying to bait them forward here on the Clockwork, but here comes no one. Just have that nice Invis rune to play with, as they don't have any sentry wards down. Like, never mind, they do. They should see him. Solo for a quick D ward out, and with that Aster, going to be just fine.
They dodge out, but you can see Na'Vi again taking the initiative early on, playing around with her lineup, especially with their supports. I think that's where it's really been getting aggressive, mainly from Solo and from Lace. The offlane's just been their key launching point. They are getting a lot of value out of Vichun. He's going to have great timing into the Maelstrom. For Aster, again, it's just patience. They need level 6s up. They might catch more.
They may. Disruptor once again being hunted down here as Lace and Solo kind of get the foot off the pedal here, as they should find another. Fnatic fell down, but it's just not going to help the cause, because Solo eventually just going to find him and another kill over to the Vengeful Spirit. Considering how great of a laning stage Lace has had, he's going to have a very nice Ags timing, I believe.
Should line up fairly nicely here for Venge. Power Treads, double rate band already up. Though it has decent enough presence early on here as well, and just right clicks and durability. And that can give you a lot more to play with.
He's fine, Monet. Unable to finish off the kill here on the TA, and bot lane now. Vichun just standing his ground here against XXS. Doesn't seem to care whatsoever that it's nighttime. He has an IO behind him. He's really got nothing to be afraid about. Just keeps going with the right clicks, and is confident he can remain and sustain with Sweet and Strong. Aster, once again, John, during this laning stage, just very slow play. They aren't interested in getting too aggressive. They just want to survive through it and secure their CS, and now they're doing a decent enough job of it, but Na'Vi, they are slowly creeping ahead. Just 1k net worth lead the way of the Radiant.
Bouncing between 1k and less than 1k overall for Na'Vi. They are, again, still starting to hit their spikes a little bit earlier. Level 6s are creeping up a lot faster for the Na'Vi support. Solo, just one level away. Already 5 in a Clockwork. Shows up mid. Starts to get some vision down. Aster just, again, going into the jungle. They've gotten a lot of room for Monet in that jungle. And they haven't been able to contest till now. They will run up, get some D-wards off, although.
A Dark Ascension dropped. They find the Gyrocopter and the Trey line, but Everyone just kind of TP'd out, including the IO. So they get really nothing out of it, but they do kind of confirm that nobody's around, so they can secure this bottom tier 1 tower a bit earlier than you'd expect. Problem is, mid lane is being forced in by an RV, and this is a great trade for. The tier 1 mid tower is much more valuable than the bottom tier 1, and RV, they'll get away with this for free.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Aster just more than willing to give the objectives away. I think they just understand. Navi's kind of trying to replicate game 1 early game. Just trying to play fast, quick. They might find more, but they don't commit for lates.
Solo is very happy to just kind of zone them out with the clockwork. Very confident he will not die right now, and with that, Aster again, just not too focused right now on trying to secure kills. You do have a TA after all, so you are looking to kind of snowball and gain a net worth advantage here for Monet, as they are going to find Solo, but you'll get the cogs off and try to make a walk out. They do have the glimpse back if necessary here onto Solo, and they will commit it eventually back into Monet. Solo, no cogs to use, so he will go down. Nice little pick up there for the TA, and he just felt like he desperately needed, as he has been falling a little bit too far behind in net worth. Allow Monet to catch up a little bit more effectively.
Not the biggest kill in the world, but still, take what you can get when you're slightly behind. Freebie for Monet always feels great. And that does still allow Aster to keep control on their top jungle. Like, these forays of Solo haven't amounted to much. Even with the tier 1 falling, as long as Aster allows Monet to farm that area, it's not the biggest. It doesn't feel like you've lost anything because he's still farming safely. So you don't mind state of game right now. Lead goes slightly the way of Aster. It's a really even game so far, Mike. If you look at that net worth graph, pretty much all the cores between 4.2 to 4.8. So only a 600 gold swing from top to bottom on the core stack. And Vichun is actually bottom, although
Hookshot is there onto the Night Stalker. Solo, very, very nice initiation, and that'll be a very easy kill here for Vichun. Off to a great start is Na'Vi, but top lane, another jump in. Lace now in a bit of danger and might just drop as well. He's actually quite a tanky Vengeful Spirit, trying to make a run for it, but it's not going to be good enough. So a bit of an even trade across the map. I think that was actually more worthwhile for Aster, considering how valuable the Venge was. And suddenly Monet is top of the net worth pool.
he's building up on that TA. Again, the lead between these cores are very thin. So a single kill can kind of knock that off immediately in a different direction. Aster is starting to go for the smoke play with Ori up. They do have that blink up in the Tiny, so they want to make some plays with it. They've got level 6 up on PGL as well. The Static Storm is ready. They've managed to find the angle. Even the Dark Ascension is set to go. So they've got... They just need to find the angle.
Jump in. They've got the puck now. Arthur's there. Do they have enough damage though? The Fairy Fire might just buy enough time, but not quite. Get back B-Tune. That's one thing you've got to remember, John. You are up against a Disruptor. You're going to relocate. Not going to be too effective as V-Tune does get caught out with the glimpse, but it won't matter. It just means that Na'Vi can't follow up and counter-initiate. Aster, they get a great kill for themselves and disengage very effectively.
Yep. Just go back, get farming up on Monet, left alone up top. No one on Na'Vi manages to make use of that space. They line up with Solo though. Hookshot still at the ready. Lace does have everything on hand as well, but it's fairly deep dive now, and Aster is just managing to weave in and out well. They get aggressive, they buy space for Monet, they pull back before Na'Vi can respond, and they just rinse and repeat. They don't have massive cooldowns to wait for. Static Storm's not that long. You're not really factoring in the black hole here as well. You just kind of play with your timing for the most part and run and gun.
That you do, John. That you do. Na'Vi, they'll focus on the top tier 1 tower now as Aster just roaming comfortably across the map. They do not give a crap about that top tier 1 whatsoever. Sweet and strong. Get caught here. You have the glimpse out. Observer Ward placed down to try and get the vision. Heads up play from Sweet and Strong, going into the tree line and not giving the opening over. Very, very smart from Sweet and Strong.
Yep, dodges out. Wastes a little bit of that time from Aster, and Na'Vi are starting to use the map space fairly well. Again, neither side still getting any major lead despite the back and forths, despite this break and farm. Both sides are managing to keep up pace with each other quite nicely here, Mike. And that just builds up the tension. At some point, something's got to give. And Aster's looking for that smoke up top, though.
XXS has been caught. Follow-up hookshot is there, and even the relocate just to make sure they secure the kill. In fact, they want to try and move into that top T2 tower, but Solo needs to back off. Meanwhile, Dreamcore has been committed and has found 2 supports, or at least 2, 1 support, 1 mid laner is no one. Oh, great Fnatic spawn out into the black hole. Oh boy, they go a bit too far here. Avalanche is out to disengage for Aster, and they've seen enough. They've got enough as well. They'll be happy with that trade. So close yet so far for Na'Vi.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's some great patience out from Boca. He sees that perfect static storm drop from Pietro right before dying, and manages to follow up with probably your best black hole you could hope for. Because again, there's so many ways to cancel it in this game. He gets the heroes he needs to, and they just clean up. They trade 2 cores from Na'Vi for a core and support on Aster. You're more than happy with that trade. Monet is still farming up like a madman. He's not necessary for these fights. Whereas in comparison, Na'Vi has to drag in V-Tune very early because he has a lot of magic damage. He's a decent chunk of physical damage. They can't burst heroes down without that gyro, so they're always running the risk of V-Tune being too far forward and cutting him off from farm. He's just not able to stay around that jungle to play the lanes as much because, well, he's got to join his team fights here.
Solo, spotted there by Ori, I believe, is haste rune up, so we'll go for a bit of a chase for the clockwork. Solo, proving to be a little bit too slippery here on the clock. Just trying to back himself out. Ori unwilling to go too deep naturally as the Tiny. Still 7-6 with a 2k advantage for Aster. You've got to give props though. I mean, V-Tune, he's still keeping up in farm and doing a great job on the gyrocopter. It's just a matter of when Aster hit their timings, they are going to start rushing Na'Vi. And I just question whether they're going to be able to put up with the TA damage.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your ability at least coming out with the IO, but they can just knock the IO in the head. And from
eventually does get caught up trying to go for those D wards, John. Unfortunate for him as they now know exactly where the sentry wards are. Still, I mean, 7-7, a very even match, but again, it just feels like Aster, they're just playing the slow game, just waiting for their timings. They just don't seem worried whatsoever.
Yeah, they've got confidence in their scaling. I think the issue for Na'Vi is they're going to be able to sustain through some of that TA damage, but the eye is just going to melt. So you're going to need something like a Ghost Scepter up early here, and you don't quite have that queued up just yet. You will get your Ags sooner rather than later on Lace. So you're going to be able to commit with your Venge, just kind of swap in, get a stun, die, stun again, swap again if necessary. Always having that tool to stop the threat of the Wokus Black Hole, which is infrequent. But Na'Vi, I don't know what time you're really looking for. It doesn't feel like there's anything major to watch out for. And Aster, with the blinks they have early on, they're just going to go for the smoke plays non-stop.
If the thing is, John, if they win this team fight, they're going straight for Roshan. They've got the Deso up on the TA, so they've got plenty of damage for it. You go for that mid-tier 1 tower and go straight into the Roshan pit after. Or you just rush Roshan right now. Aster, they don't find the team fight they want, but they know that Na'Vi are not in position to try and fight Roshan here. They'll have to make their way over. And Aster, they'll just get started. Look how fast this thing goes down. No chance of survival here for the Roshan as Na'Vi trying to make their way over in time, but it's just too late. They can't make it. They'll smoke up. Roshan's already gone. They can still force the team fight though if they really want to. I think it's the greatest idea here for Na'Vi. They'll just hold the triangle instead.
Just keep getting that build up. V-Tune about to have his Ags now. All the gold on hand, so a bit of a spike here for the gyrocopter. Gonna feel a lot better in the middle of these fights as well. Still under smoke here for Lave.
In, Ori is there onto V-Tune with a very nice toss back. Getting him away from that gyro, or rather Io, but there's a relocate. Make sure V-Tune gets out of there, and he's going to be just fine as Ori. Now caught out by no one. They're trying to go for the counter initiation, and they will. Solo is there. The Grimsback is out as well. Now the Puck in trouble as XXS will chase him down, but here comes V-Tune once again on the gyrocopter. The cavalry is back. They don't find anyone quite yet. XXS will heal himself up with the shards. RV trying to find himself the target, but everyone's just leaving the area as Solo. Oh, he's barely going to catch Corey out, but a massive static storm now from our Disruptor, holding everyone down, but it won't matter. They still find the two. RV
Radiant's courier
able to make
has
the
been
team fight
killed.
work regardless. And Aster, well, they try to disengage, but they don't all make it out.
It's a massive win coming out for Na'Vi. Managed to get the bailout there with the IO. They clump up into that position and just smash onto Aster, who I wouldn't say they overcommit too hard, but probably not expect that much of a reaction out. Maybe expecting to get that first play on the clock for a lot faster there as well. Didn't quite come out the way they wanted to. They are still buying out space for Monet. Build-up is there for the TA, but the gyrocopter is beefy. Like, the Ag's timing again is the key part of this build-up. Satanic's going to come through next. Beatrice is going to be very sustainable in the front line. He shouldn't be immediately bursted unless he can absolutely chain stun him perfectly here, which is easier said than done. Na'Vi, off the back of those plays, gonna go for their own smoke play now.
We go, RV, they might be an XXS. Solo, he's got the hook shot to set up, but no one. He'll be the one to commit the Dream Coil to try and set this team fight up. The relocate even going to be there from Na'Vi. No messing around, they commit all the ways. In fact, they found Monet. They've got the TA held down and they'll take him out. That'll be the first line. Boca wants to go for the black hole, but he's down. He did not catch Lace out in it. So Aster, a very rushed kind of team fight attempt, and Na'Vi, they take full advantage.
That was rough from Aster, forcing the issue way too hard. Na'Vi just finding a great angle to come in with that smoke, picks him off one by one really well, and they just couldn't find the angle. And we're gonna take a look at it in the replay, as that was probably one of the best fights for Na'Vi this match. Just getting to relocate on top, catching out that Night Stalker before he could do anything to help out the team, and they still run up. Like, Monet still angles in. He doesn't have BKB, he has no protection for his secondary life. It just, he doesn't do anything.
I'm just not sure what that was about. Like, Monet, he just run right up the staircase, and sure, you've got the double life, but it's only you and Baboka there. Like, it's not going to be that easy to land the black hole without a blink up. Just a very rushed attempt from Aster, and it's not something we see too often from them, but they've got to be very cautious of that. Na'Vi now kind of breaking the net worth gap that was there, and well, suddenly V-Tune, he is well and truly ahead on the gyrocopter. A very concerning sign now for Team Aster.
He's going to have Satanic up to sustain the eye he's giving him. Bursting through V-Tune is getting a little bit tough for the TA to do by herself. You're going to want Scotty perhaps at some point, but that's still a million miles away here for Monet to kind of save into. And Aster, it feels like they need a little bit more spell immunity on hand.
No one. Onto the Tiny they go. Ori, he's a big target if they can find it. Nice clips away back onto V-Tune though. He won't be used to this team fight, but Ori still trapped up, still completely controlled up. They will drop the Static Storm, but they've already lost that mid-Tiny. They might just lose a bit more now. Aster will get everyone else out of there. You lost probably the biggest target you can ask for right now, and Na'Vi, they'll take full advantage once again. Right into the mid-T2 tower they go. And Aster, they just have no way of stopping them.
No, they're lacking good ways to come in. Outside of Exotest coming in with his blink, he needs his own BKB to really be protected from the heroes that are outside of his crippling fear. Still some time away until he gets his full BKB up. And I mean, you have that BKB on Monet, but now you don't have Aegis. Like, he can't afford to just run up, try to get some damage off. The hook shot and the swaps will also throw off the TA despite that BKB as well. So there's still a lot to worry about. Although,
right for now, sort of 4-staff out there from Solo. So they're still going for a chase, but it feels very desperate here from him. Blaze can actually turn around. Windspack is there. Midnight Pulse to be dropped as well, but here comes the Dark Ascension. It looks like Na'Vi want to try and force the fight anyway as Monet. He's popped the BKB very early on. This could be detrimental down to Aster as they'll lose Ori. Blaze, he may lose that Remnant, but he's still stunning heroes up. As Aster, they will disengage in the end, but John, you trade your mid-Tiny for an off-lane Venge. It just doesn't feel worth it.
no, it's definitely not. And they spent a lot of time trying to chase that Venge Remnant out as well. and they don't even find it. So Laze is going to respawn with bonus XP. He's got the presence of his stuns. There's still swaps to play with. You're really happy on Na'Vi with how Aster's trying to play. They're trying to get super aggressive, but their angles in are just not great. I think your issue is your supports have no play. You have a Disruptor and Enigma. And we talked about the Disruptor. If you're not starting fights on his terms, he just drops that Storm and dice. He's not able to really do much beyond that.
Absolutely not. It just feels like off the back of that one terrible team fight for Aster, and suddenly everything's just kind of fallen apart here for them as Na'Vi. Again, you can't take anything away from this team, John. They've been playing fantastic for this game number 2 so far. We'll go for that top tier 2 tower now. Vincere is feeling very, very confident. No chance of dying on this gyro so far. Especially with that satanic up. The IO right behind him.
Top tower has fallen.
Ian, relocate, back into the dive, trying for Zori, again being caught out this time by Solo, and he does get taken down. In fact, Green Cool is there as well for Boca. He's not going to make it out either. He just has to accept the fact that he is going to die. Na'Vi, they are really playing this Iroh Gyrocopter combo very, very well.
They just know when to come in with a relocate for the itemization of Vincere. Now it's very low risk to actually commit, and they just play super aggressive. They go for a bit of a slower start. Once the ball gets rolling, Aster just doesn't have counter control. I just don't know what you do with a support hero. You do have the Black Hole Static Storm, and we did see that in a big moment before for Aster, but we haven't seen it since then. It's just so hard to get the angles to get that combination off. And you're just forced to watch their mid-racks fall. So one free set of racks for Na'Vi, 25 minutes in. Roshan, 10 seconds till we see that respawn timer up. Build-up is still coming through from Aster. Manoy is still trying to go into the Daedalus. BKB still being built up by XXS. That spell immunity has to come out for XXS and for Ori. Without that immunity, they're just sitting ducks to all the magic output, to all the control Na'Vi has on hand here.
Oh, absolutely. It's just been such a rough affair. It's like Ori's just getting constantly kited throughout these team fights if he's not initially caught out, and he just doesn't have the chance to move in and get the damage off he needs. In fact, mid lane right now, they could be in danger once again. Lace, swap is there. Manae, nice quick blink away. He's going to be just fine. Confident play there from Manae to position himself in that way, but always knew with the refraction he could blink away any moment he needed. Na'Vi, there's no Roshan to play for quite yet, so for more kills here onto Aster. Or he shows up mid lane once again. Rocket Flare, Coil is there immediately onto that Tiny, as you do have to disrupt him to try and back him up. Mimicape will be out by a bit of time for Ori, and it might just be enough time to allow him to back off, as Na'Vi will smoke up and try to back off, and now Eclipse is there. Vincere, he gets caught out, he's the big target, but he's going to Satanic if he needs it. A nice swap out from Lace, buying more time for Vincere. The fight continues as Vincere now, he can turn right back around with the line steal. In goes the call down. Lace, he's dropping low, but here comes the cavalry Solo. What a great hook shot. They'll go for the black hole out, but it's only caught the vengeful spirit. It's not good enough from Aster. They are falling left, right, and center as they'll commit the buyback on Ori. Trying to go after Sweden strong with the IO. Still not trying. The victory does go down, but what does it matter? It's a dieback on the Tiny. Another rough team fight here for Aster. They do get a 2-for-2 trade if you count the buyback of the Tiny, John, but it was a pretty rough affair.
Yeah, it took a lot out of them just to find that trade, and this does allow them to stay in the game a little bit longer, but now you're down Black Hole for a fairly long time. You don't have your Tiny. That is actually pretty nice for Na'Vi. With the dieback on Ori, they're going to have respawn on their supports sooner than the Tiny respawn, so they've got the angle for the Rosh, which is up. Rosh number 2 with a shard. Na'Vi can just go for it. There's not much holding them back here, and Aster is going to have to try to find another awkward angle in to take that away, because if that Aegis comes onto Na'Vi's side, that could be another set of racks. That could be the endgame here.
Sean now up. Na'Vi, they'll get started. Not going to take them too long with the amount of damage Vincere is pumping out with this gyrocopter. Aster, not in the position to try and counter this one. Have to let it go down. He'll pick up everything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aster. It's all about high ground defense now. They certainly still have what it takes to pull off this game victory. try to make the comeback happen, but it's kind of like, who do you even aim first, right? Like, you need to take down the IO, but even then, Sweden Strong, he's proving to be a little bit too challenging to take down.
It's just super durable on that IO. Already has a casual plate mail up. Instantly bursting down is very, very tough for Aster's lineup, even with a TA. And with the DD up, there's not much to stop Vincere from just running up here.
Slow him down. Midnight Pulse and the Avalanche do quite a bit of damage. Just now the Glimpse back is there onto Vincere. He still has the Aegis and the Satanic, so he's perfectly fine to stand his ground. And Strong will keep him very healthy as well with the IO. Still going to try and make this as hard as humanly possible. Black Hole's still 40 seconds away though for Provoker, so you don't have that big scope for the team fight. Not quite yet anyway. RV, keep going as Ori to jump in. Prospect is there onto Lace, but this is going to be a big call down to come in. Still the Static Storm was also committed, and now the Dream Coil going to catch a couple of them. But not enough to make the jump in. Na'Vi, they just want the top lane of Barracks. And it seems like that's going to be enough for them. They'll walk right out afterwards. Lace. Let a Glimpse back on the swap on the Glimpse back?
No, he swapped first. He swapped first, then he got glimpsed. So he anticipated it, Lace, that he did. So I'm gonna save, maybe save Vincere. And I don't know if that was really a play opportunity for Aster. What with the secondary light of Vincere still available, relocate on Sweden Strong. It might not have been a threat. Smoke out from Na'Vi though. This could be a threat. They still have a tier 2 to take care of, but if they find a team fight win here, it could just be tier 4s.
Could be. Smoke is there, but nobody from Aster around that diet triangle right now. They're just going to huddle in the base and hope for the best in this next team fight. At least this time around, you do have that big black hole available from Baboka, but he doesn't really have a great way of initiating in this fight. They're very reliant on just trying to rely on that Aether Remnant to give him that bonus range. Generally speaking, that's not quite enough, John. You don't have the Blink, you don't have the Magic Immunity with the BKB, and with all the stuns that Na'Vi have, it just feels like there's no angle for Baboka. Na'Vi, they know this, and they go once again onto the high ground. How do you stop this as Aster? Could be the last team fight for them. Start chipping away with the Midnight Pulse, but Vincere, very conservative here. Gonna go too far. Just wait it out. Ori, nice toss back. They might be able to find the first life on the gyrocopter. Vincere dropping low and does go down. That's one life. Can you get it the second time? No one. Will make the jump in, but back right back off. There's a swamp out. Vincere still finding now the stuns fly in. A big Static Storm, the refind. No one has Vincere. He does go down. Now the black hole out. Baboka, he'll catch two of them. And Aster somehow taking the team fight, wiping out Na'Vi. That's an ultra kill for Fnatic. They'd love a rampage if they can find it. Sweden Strong, he's been caught out. The glimpse back, and look at this, John. Look at the teamwork. No wait for the rampage for Fnatic. How does that happen, Jonathan? How do they make that team fight work?
It's just the toss back. Drag that core away from his teammates, and well, the fights get really ridiculous. You know, it's the thing with all of these relocation spells we're gonna see in a replay here coming up. Ori finds the angle to jump in, gets a toss back, isolates the gyrocopter, and they make short work of the secondary light. The swap wasn't great from Lace to save. They get the glimpse back, and it just falls apart. They clump up too hard on Na'Vi. And Aster's high ground, as difficult as it is to pull off, they do manage to get it to work there.
Very, very nice team fight from Aster. Great high ground defense, and Ori, like you mentioned, John, with the tossbacks, really setting up for his team. Na'Vi, there's still 2 racks up, John, but you've got to be careful. That net worth gap suddenly in the way of Aster, and go to plus. Not looking too healthy right now for them, but they might at least find a disruptor, and they will. You see the graph, Jonathan? It's taken a very sharp bit in the way of Aster all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's quite the roller coaster we're seeing here. It's still in Na'Vi's favor, despite all of that. Still have a 63% chance of winning. They're 2 racks ahead. They just have to knock this last racks down for the mega creeps, and they will try again without Aegis. Risky. They really have to be disciplined about that toss from Ori that can't come out here.
He's gonna try one more time, but Ori is in. Nice swap out this time from Lace, not allowing the toss back as no one. To jump into the punt, they'll lose Lace. The first life at least. He has the remnant though, swapping back in the nade. The big stun out. He caught two of them. Solo is a hook shot now. A nice toss away from Ori. Still Monet being trapped up and stunned up constantly is going to go down. He'll buy back. We'll try one last time here, Aster. Navi not backing off. They'll go right after that T3 bottom tower. They even down the Night Stalker from the tree line, but they completely ignore XXS. They just want the objectives. Swap out again from Lace. Onto the TA, but Monet is still fine. Mitune again. A man of business, Jonathan. Only objectives for him. No one, however. He goes in with the Dream Coil, but Mitune just completely ignoring them. In fact, never mind. Now with the magic missiles flying out, he can get the damage out. Ori's gone, but Focus gone and Monet. He's probably gone as well. So for the GG and Aster will drop their first game of the group stage here to Na'Vi. I'll tell you what, John, Na'Vi, game 1, they look real rough. Game 2, they go back to their comfort with the draft. But the Gyro IO, it always seems to work out for this team.
They fall back to some great comfort here in Na'Vi, and they play an extremely good game. They're very disciplined. They knew when to get aggressive with the relocates. They came out with really much stronger lanes than I think Aster expected to deal with. Aster, for their part, they draft into that Enigma early on. They shifted on the Boss 4. The Enigma Night Stalker lane really didn't do much to stop Vichun from farming up there. And that was a big part of what led Na'Vi to just get that monumental rise. They play well off the back of it. There were some shining moments, as we saw a while ago again on that high ground defense with a toss back. But Na'Vi understood that last fight, they used Black Hole. That's a long cooldown, even with all the cooldown reduction you had on Boca. You still had a very big window to just go for that last push. They forced the issue, and well, there's just not enough play coming through from Aster. So very well played from Na'Vi. Tying out the series up against an undefeated team, that's a big win for them.
Oh, it certainly is, Jonathan. In the end of the day, obviously, you're going to have a tied series between these two, but what does it matter, John? It's all about the momentum. It's all about the feeling after beating a team like Aster. And well, for Na'Vi, I'm sure it's going to mean a hell of a lot going into these next games for themselves. Still, I believe we are going to have our next series coming up very, very soon, Jonathan. And I believe that's going to be, what is it, TA versus Sonics coming up next for us?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Well, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series of the day. We'll see you then. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game number 1 here between Thunder Awakening and, of course, Sonics. It's MLP Dota on Jonix Fire once again. Jonathan, we're into our second series of the night, so pretty hype on here between these two teams. Obviously, both teams having a bit of a rough start of the group stages during day 1, but plenty of chances to try and make their way back up. John, before all that, though, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. We had quite the exciting first series today, so I'm looking forward to seeing this classic clash between NA and SA. Already have a lot of lobby chatter in here as well, but I'm keen to see how well Thunder Awakening does. You always have to keep in mind they are playing with a stand-in right now. They've got Alone in to fill up the roster, so keen to see just how well he does keep going as the tournament goes on. They've had a little bit of a rougher start, but going 0-1 draw isn't that bad after playing just one series. So there's a lot of hope here for Thunder Awakening.
Oh, absolutely. It should be a very, very fun match. And it's one of those things as well. It's kind of hard to know exactly who's going to have the advantage because these two teams, they do tend to clash quite a lot because, like you mentioned, on NA, SA, they're quite close regions. So you do tend to see these kind of teams going against each other often enough to know exactly how everything's going to go. But, well, regardless, it should be fun. Still, we do have some nice team interest to look at, Jonathan. I believe we're going to have a look at Thunder Awakening first up. So let's have... A beautiful bunch of lads there, Jonathan, for Thunder Awakening. It's always good to see as well that everyone goes for the cross-arm pose every single time. It's a fan favorite, right? For esports, you've always got to cross your arms. If you're not crossing your arms, Sean, you're not really cool, are you? If you're not crossing your arms.
No, definitely not. You can... I don't know what to say. I've seen the crossed arms way too much. It's just the classic esports pose. I've seen it everywhere, but they look great. Thunder Awakening, again, playing with a stand-in alone has been doing quite fine, though, considering, again, a draw is not too bad here, but they're going to need to look for those wins. So we'll see if they can maintain that. Sonics, we saw them yesterday. They were doing great. Right, they've been a little bit of a mixed bag. Could be a little bit better, but all things considered, a lot more groups games left, so a lot more opportunities for Sonics to prove themselves. And again, in the NASA matchup, NA has sort of been favored. Now, SA has taken a few games here and there, but we'll see if that plays right here as well.
Oh, absolutely. It should be, you say like NA has been favored, and I would agree. Based off records, NA generally speaking pulls off the wins, but SA slowly but surely, Jonathan, looking stronger as time goes on. And again, never underestimate these teams from the South American region. I believe we are going to have a look at the Sonics boys as well very, very soon. So. Get kind of jealous of MSS, Jonathan. He's got a better beard than I do. You know it as well. I know that's why you're laughing at me, John. He has a better beard, doesn't he?
No, I'm laughing at the fact that they got all the players to look just the deadest they can look on the camera. they look like they really are out to look for a fight outside of Dota. They look serious, Mike. I wouldn't want to mess with any of these teams from that intro. It's intimidating. It's not just a beard. Although, out of all of them, MSS looked like the friendliest. He just looked like he's there. Everyone else looked like they were out gone for business. It's just, I don't know what to say. It's beautiful what it is. I love it's great. And of course, Sonics, they look great. Now they just have to play great as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are seeing the odds as well. I mean, there is a favorite here for Sonics. It's still very close, though. I think it is going to be a rather close matchup between these two. And it is going to be important for either side because, again, day one didn't really go well for either team. Thunder Awakening right now sitting at 0-1-0, so just having a draw for themselves. And Sonics, they had one draw and one loss. So again, pretty not the worst start in the world, but not the greatest either. Definitely looking to get those points up so they can try to get their way to maybe the middle of the pack, maybe even higher than that. Still, Jonathan, luckily for us, we do have a draft underway right now. So we can head into that and have a look to see what these two teams are going to be up to very, very soon. John, any kind of hero picks that we should be keeping an eye out for between these two?
I think you're going to see the same priorities being banned out. Some of the regen heroes taken out of the pool. So, you're going to see Dazzle. We're going to see Winter Wyvern probably high priority as we are slowly eking into the draft here.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to pick. Quincy Crew's turn to pick.
Tiny.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Quincy Crew's turn to pick.
Razor.
10 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
Timber Saw!
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to ban. Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Also, just trying to get into the minds of Sonics, figuring out what they're up to here with these bans. And the Dazzle ban always interests me as well, right? Because you and I, we've
Quincy
seen the
Crew's
Dazzle pop
turn
up
to
here
pick.
and there, but it's always felt kind of weak after the laning stage. Still, Sonics, they'll get rid of the Morphling now as well. Fair enough. Against the Raze, speaking, you hate playing with hate playing Morph. Or you'd rather love playing Morph against the Razor because you can
10
just still static
seconds
link and use it
remaining.
against him, is my point, Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
The Sonics,
5 seconds remaining.
third pickup, maybe just another support to come out. Just don't reveal too much for their draft.
I mean, it's really hard to read what Tundra Awaken will do with a tiny. So I think that's why Sonics is just leaving their bets open right now. The Marcy is definitely preferable as a 4 in comparison to a 5, so that makes it a little bit tricky to find a 5 that's not too greedy, that can give you some burst and hold. Shaman 5 is alright, but you miss out on your Blink Aetherlens timing. You're going to just have to accept that you're not going to have the
Thunder
best
Predators
angles to
turn
get those
to
spells
pick.
off. We'll go for the Bane instead. So a little bit more reach. That's the single target hold you want to deal with something like the Timbersaw. It gives you a little bit of output as well with the Fiend's Grip, or at least gives the opportunity for the rest of the team to get output onto the Tim. So I like that coming out from Sonics. They definitely
10
need an
seconds
answer. You've got
remaining.
Nightmare
Thunder
saves
Predators
to play against the Tiny. And Tundra Awakening again blitzing through their pick phase. Monkey King and Ogre Magi coming out. Like, these guys are just relentless. But Monkey King Ogre, very, very solid sort of lane, right? You've got Bloodlust for the Monkey King to play with. Ignite's always a fun
10
spell.
seconds
And
remaining.
just a great here to kind of tie in with the Tim.
5
Mind you, you
seconds
also have
remaining.
the potential of accidentally cutting your Monkey King. So that is something you have to be cautious about. But I don't think that's going to be a massive issue for Sacred to play with.
No, like you said, Thunder Awaken. I mean, they've got their game plan. There's just no hesitation with these picks whatsoever. And so far, the game plan looks great. Very, very strong draft coming out for Thunder Awaken. Not much in the way of controlling the Monkey King either. Mind you, you are still playing against Razor, so that static link is not going to feel very nice against the Monkey
Thunder
King, but he's
Predators
just such a
turn to
mobile
back.
hero, he just may not care. Still, Sonics, they are going to end up running the POS 3 Razor. They'll go for the POS 1 Luna for Yawar. Does feel pretty decent against the MK. You don't really care so much for the armor. You are probably going to just abuse the Eclipse against the Monkey King. It could be quite an
10
annoying
seconds
affair here
remaining.
for Thunder Awaken.
Quincy
To get done, I
Crew's
mean, it
turn
is
to
much more of a
ban.
comfort pick as well for Yawar, I believe.
Yep. So something we've seen Yawar go back to multiple times and still find success with. So I'm keen to see how much you can get done here. I mean, even just having a Luna plus Marcy is fairly good. The high ground push gets
Oh, I
pretty
forgot.
ridiculous with a sidekick.
10 seconds
It's a lot of
remaining.
damage with the aura on
Thunder
top. So
Predators turn
it's
to
looking fairly
ban.
well lined up. I think the one thing Sonics does lack is definitely team fight. There's nothing as wide reaching as, say, Avalanche Toss in terms of stuns, as the Jingu, as the Wukongs coming out from Monkey. So there's got to be something to fill that gap. Either for Quinn down mid, which I'm expecting,
10
because
seconds
right now I
remaining.
feel like you just run the Leslau offlane Razor to deal with Monkey King, which is great.
5 seconds
So something
remaining.
on mid that gives you some good team fight. Void Spirit still in the pool. Ember's there. The Spirit Brothers have a great time here because your stuns on Thunder Awakening are not great. You've got Avalanche Toss, that's it. Fire Blast from Ogre, kind of meh. So you could definitely go for one of the Spirit Brothers. Quap could be an option. Doesn't help in control, but does help with burst, especially on the Timb. So you could go that route. Alina stands out as well. It's fairly greedy to go for the Lina, but it's more damage. So if you feel like
He
you're going to
is.
need magical burst, that could be one way to take care of Timbersaw and Monkey King.
Absolutely. See if they do go down that route. At least for now, we've got to wait out these 2 bans before we can continue with this draft, Jonathan. Thunder Awaken. Still 1 more mid ban to go. We saw the Invoker being removed. Just a matter of what else you don't want Quinn playing.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Get rid of the Ember. Yeah, it doesn't. I know I was talking to you about this before we went into the draft, John, but it doesn't really feel like too bad of a DP game if you did want to run that for Quinn.
Oh yeah. We were having that discussion. There was a time where I remember when either playing a lot of DP or a lot of Leshrac
10
under
seconds
Optic
remaining.
Gaming.
Thunder
That was
Predator's turn
so
to pick.
far back in our careers. My God, that was like the start where it all began.
Quincy Crew's
Gosh,
turn to pick.
could fit in. They go to Zeus on Thunder Awakening. So mentioned Zeus being something that pops out for Thunder Awakening, whereas sticking to their namesake, they've got the Thunder God himself on their side. Probably going to be yelling a lot of "Gah!" in the game as well. Whereas get them all pumped up against Sonics.
10
It's a
seconds
relatively
remaining.
safe Zeus game if you think about it too. Like your only jump onto the
5
Zeus is
seconds
going to be a
remaining.
rebound on Marcy. You do lack, again, wider team fight than Sonics at the moment. And Zeus is obnoxious. Heavenly Jump it's a spell. It's one of the spells in the game. What can you say?
It certainly is. Sonics. They
You
go
may
into
now
the Pango
select your
instead, so that
heroes.
kind of sorts out the team fight that they were lacking, Jonathan. At least stun's being provided here by the Pango. That is going to be the mid Pango coming out for Quinn as well, so it is going to be the Pulse 3 Razor after all for Leslau. It's like Alone is going to take the Zeus for himself. See how this one goes, Jonathan. I mean, the drafts are complete. Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards the way of Thunder Awaken with their own draft, but what are you thinking here?
Try. It's hard for me to call. I feel like both sides have their strengths. It does feel like Thunder Awaken will be able to play with the aggression quite nicely. They've got great burst with the Zeus. They should be able to run around quite well, but there's a timing here. Once Quinn has...
What
for
are you
me, I
thinking?
thought it was just I was just thinking it's a bunch of people who lost bets staring at how the hell this kid beat them.
30 seconds to battle.
I forgot about the fact that they used to bet back in the day on the games. You know, put a couple dollars on it. Made it more exciting.
And the trash talking would be
it's
intense,
just
and then
no,
you realize
it's
you were
just
beaten by a
no.
kid, and then that's where the staring comes in. Is he cheating? Is he cheating? That's what we're staring at right now. You got beat by this.
Well, nevertheless, John. Under Awaken. Sonics. No fight to break out at level 1, it
The
seems.
battle begins.
Bit of a wrap around here from Far to see if he can steal away to Bounty Room, but he's going to lose both of them now, it seems, as Matthew actually sneaks in and takes one off the side of Sonics.
That is a play.
3-1. That's... Why am I hearing Neff's voice, John, while I'm casting this damn major game?
Oh yeah, it's the wildcard gaming set. Whoopsies! We're gonna hear Neff Sensei every now and again. Shout out to Neff, you degenerate. He has a cowboy hat. That's pretty nice. Just felt
No,
like
it's
saying
not.
that.
No, it's not.
Let him have it. He has very little in his life going on. Just let him have a hat, Mike.
No. No, I refuse. Top lane, you are. And Far are going to be against Sacred and Matthew. Pretty tough lane if you are Sonics, right? Like, there's not much you can really do against the Timber in this lane. Maybe once you hit level 6, but even then, chances are you are not even going to bother scaling up the Eclipse here. And even for Far, like, as the Bane, generally speaking, it's a very lane-dominant hero, but against the Timbersaw, once you have those points in reactive armor, you just don't care.
Yeah, you really don't. I think for Sonic's gonna have to just play it a lot more passive, try to get as much farm on your war. Kill threat goes up and up for Thunder as the levels go on. Level 3 is gonna be big for Sacred. He's gonna have to try to zip it around. Fat is gonna have to be on point with Nightmare here. And it's relatively easy for Matthew, even though it's double melee into double range. There's not much kill threat coming out from Sonic, so you should expect Thunder to get what they want. They're going for the pull on Matthew, trying to play greedy, get that EXP up on the Tiny, and there's really just no punishment for that in this lane.
How's that bot lane going? Leslie on MSS. Coming out of here is Expose is there for Kaz. Clearly out of position now. Rebound's going to connect as well, though for Kaz. Going to be alright to survive. At least surviving, in fact, with those stick charges. Leslie will keep him on very low HP here, and that's just as good as killing him off. Oh, it's definitely not a very comfortable position to be in down at the spot lane against the Marcy Razor. Now Panda will try and go against MSS, but even the Ogre has a pretty tough time against that Marcy. 63 base damage on this hero, Jonathan. Very balanced.
Very, very balanced there, Mikey. As long as you're buying as much space as you can for Precause, I don't think you mind too much. It's just that how much space you can realistically make here up against a Razor, probably not too much. So it's always just going to be a little bit slower coming out here for Tundra, and you're just going to have to try to work your way up. The last lane we haven't really looked at as we are at a pause is that mid, and there is some slight pack loss. You have the S and the A in the regions here, and you're going to have the classic disconnects. Even though you're in an absolutely different country, doesn't matter.
Can I just go on a rant as well for a moment, John? Because I couldn't help but notice Matthew spamming the Bet Boom voice line with the lady laughing. At what point are we going to stop having voice lines with ladies just giggling? Or is that just never going away? That's just going to happen all the time.
Jealous? Do you want to take your giggle, Mike? Is that it? Give us the giggle. Give us a sample. Come on.
That was my giggle. This is my giggle right now. I don't have a very good giggle, John. I live a very depressing life.
Yeah, I'm sorry. EY. It's not sellable. I don't need to be jealous, Mike.
Oh. Alone? Mid lane? Hoping a fair bit of damage from Quinn. The Swashbuckle is back up, but Quinn just going to hold out for now. Just not confident he has the damage to take down alone. And I would have thought it should have been an advantageous lane for the Zeus, but Quinn doing a really fantastic job. And I suppose just kind of abusing the shield crash over and over again is going to make it rather hard for Alone to get that kind of damage up that you tend to expect from a Zeus.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that Pango does have going for it is that you can chase down the Zeus when you jump over.
Yeah, because he's in big trouble again, though he is going to try and turn with the Jingu Mastery. Leslau, that's my field going to connect on both, and as long as you get that Jingu, you are able to fight back quite effectively. Has managed to survive once again against the onslaught of the Razor Marcy. Meanwhile, mid lane, Quinn get a little bit more aggressive onto Alone, but doesn't have enough spells to throw out to finish the job off. So a lot of heroes dropping very low across the map, John, and it looks like First Blood could happen at any moment.
We're inching towards that point where one of these teams will kind of gun it. I think the mid lane's probably the most volatile one. Alone doesn't have the best rune control because Quinn is using his Swash threat quite nicely. You don't want to expend your heavy jump as much on Zeus, of course, longer cooldown initially, so it makes it a little bit tougher. He does get the bottle refill though, but you're already a full level ahead on Quinn. Level 6 timing's going to be a little bit faster, and that roll, again, there's nothing to stop it here. He's going to be sitting duck for the level to come in.
Oh, absolutely. He does pick it up. Bot lane. Another attempt, but Slough and MSS going to be just fine to get their way out of there. It's so hard to catch the Marcy with that rebound. There's no way it's happening. We'll always be able to get out. But they do rotate more heroes in down to the spot lane. You have your tiny around here, so Matthew getting involved, but MSS, he puts the hands up, gets a wave over, and Leslau. Oh, it's those Mason voice lines, man. I mean, it's just, they're so stupid, but they're actually kind of funny at the same time.
Dude, they're funny because they are stupid, Mike.
Right.
That's exactly why they're clumping up, slow down bots, finding the angle, but Leslau is left alone for a long time. They're not going to commit on Tundra, so just a lot of time wasted. But this is something we see when you do have that Timber Saw, right? You have the Timb off. You don't want to be soaking that lane with the Timb. You want to give him as much solo room as possible for him to get his initial items up, which forces your pawns for it to walk around, but your Tiny at level 2 just doesn't have threat. Like, there's no one to jump onto that's easy first. There's no way to connect your spells really nicely here, and it's just time that you're not able to effectively do beyond just board run.
Okay, MSS here. All the supports. Nice little toss back into the stack that was made by MSS. Be enough for Matthew. We'll get a ward down. We'll be happy with that. Top lane, Sacred, being very aggressive now onto UR. Again, very challenging for UR to go against this Timbersaw, especially by himself. Mid lane, a complete group up now as MSS is going to get caught out by the Fire Blast of Matthew. Lost him right up and take him down. Alone, the stand in the Thunder Awaken, able to secure First Blood on the Zeus.
Dire's top tower
So nice little kill for him to have. Doesn't even have to use the Thunder God Drat, and you know, you're feeling good. You want that Zeus to ramp up quickly. You need the early items to come in. You want your Arcane Boots, Aetherlance up. Just kind of sail through from there, get the Kaya, maybe the Octarine. Very open to build up. So Alone's probably going to be the key for that momentum. Probably the most
Radiant's
time
courier
since they've
has
won
been
that
killed.
victory as well. Right next to this, we'll see if Sonics is going to be willing to get anything done on the map. They are still more than happy to farm. They've managed to drag Yuar onto the jungle now. No forward vision yet, so we're still getting that free farm going for your win condition.
Oz, Link was there. He's going to be alright to back his way out again. SS. So, as much as this Razor Marcy
Dire's
combination
middle
is
tower
very,
is
very
under
potent,
attack.
it just feels like they cannot kill off this Monkey King. The car's doing a very good job of just staying alive as now Leslau gonna get jumped. Plasma Fielder's there, but it will not help his cause. The Boundless Strike does lock him down, but MSS able to get the dispose off, but it's not enough. And he's able to get the kill, and now MSS gonna drop as well. In fact, Yuar upside ends up going down. Thunder Awaken just all across the map,
Radiant's middle
Jonathan.
tower is under
Four
attack.
heroes down.
Yeah, that's what we've got to see from this lineup. They need to play with that quick timing, start to run down really fast before any sort of buildup can come out from Sonics. Because once they get something like BKBs on their course, that's where it gets scary. Take a peek back at that fight to see how it broke out and how many kills really flew out there.
I'm glad we get to see the other side of the map, John, because we saw bot lane. We want to, well, never mind. We're going to look at bot lane once again. Leslau's gone. You are also getting caught, as you saw, and well, actually, there's live action going on
Radiant's
as well.
middle tower
Mid
is
lane,
under
Quinn's gone
attack.
for a rolling thunder. Get Matthew down. Replay still going as well, Doctor. We've got too much action in this game. Number one is alone. In trouble. Disposes there. Get him out of position. He's still alive though. He'll fairy fire up, and here comes the turnaround. Sacred's going to show up to help out. His team is Quinn. Is going to drop, and the tips are out. Oh, alone. He makes his way out just fine as Sparta. Gonna try and run. Nightmare is there, but he is not making it. Eventually, he will drop alone with a double. And Thunder Awaken. You kind of get aggressive against this team, John. They just match it and outdo you with the aggression.
That's one signature to American Dota. I mean, they play a lot more smart with their aggression, but they know the opportunities to jump in. They know when to turn and punish onto you. And Sonics down 7-1. Net worth lead isn't that big yet for Thunder, but it's starting to build up. And that's the worrying part. We talked about this from the draft. If Sonics lose a lot of map control, if they start to lose a lot of tempo, map can shrink quite fast. Thunder and get confident first shot.
Avalanche is there. Matthew in a bit of danger, but Quinn in much more danger. He'll shield crash to try to run his way out, but alone chasing down the cars, dropping low. There's now still trying, but where's the damage output? It's not there yet. MSS gonna move in. The cars eventually will drop. So Sonics able to get something done here. Finding a very valuable kill into that POS 1 Monkey
Dire's
King.
top tower has fallen.
Took them a hell of a lot of time, but they eventually get it done.
Radiant's bottom
Big kill
tower
for them to
is
find
under
here on
attack.
Sonic's end. It does take quite a lot of rotations out, but it does allow them to also buy space for you all. Left alone in top jungle once more. He is playing under vision. Hello?
Dire's top
Thunder.
tower is under
He's going to be
attack.
forced out. Quinn trying to go for a turnaround here. Chasing down alone as well, but this could be dangerous.
Dire's turret
Spose is there. Rolling Thunder about to wear off, but the plasma field is incoming from Leslau. Still the heavenly jump. Not going to be enough, Quinn. He lands a swashbuckle. Still running. The Panda eventually does secure the kill as now Leslau. Being chased down by the cars. Will drop. Alone, he'll hand the tip over to his Monkey King. Sure, you get the mid Zeus, John, but it costs
Dire's
you the mid
bottom
Pango
tower
as well
is
as the
under
offlane
attack.
Razor. Not a
Radiant's
favorable
bottom
trade
tower is
whatsoever
under
for Sonic.
attack.
Not favorable for Sonics, but it could have been worse. At least they find that one kill on lone. They're gonna lose Sparta again, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's busy placing stickers down right now, John. Definitely not the time. Matthew, nice cross back into Fana. He will not be getting away. Sacred will eventually have his way with him. And Thunder Awaken, 2k net worth advantage. Really strong start to this game, number one.
And it's exactly what you want to see from Thunder Awaken with this kind of crap. They've got to play it fast. They've got to hit these strides early, punish Sonics for going for this really greedy duo of Razor plus Luna. They do need BKB to really be effective here. The Luna's going to need so much more as well in plot. Kind of, we always talk about Luna, but she does like playing with an item advantage. Not quite coming out yet for Sonics, and it's going to take a little bit more time for that to get into gear. Bit of a smoke out from Sonics though, looking to gun down bot, but smoking up against a monkey is always tough. Lots of smoke breaking angles here for Paz to take. He just hides away anyway. Not even know to catch him out just yet.
Absolutely not. the very least for Sonics, you are still having a very good time on the Luna. Third in net worth right now, and really needs to start escalating in terms of farm as well, considering the state of the game right now for Sonics. Now still remaining rather calm, but it's just so important for Yuar to have that farm going. Awaken, grouped up in the mid lane now, but Sonics are making their way over. Quinn will show up, and Matthew will go for a quick avalanche into a toss combination onto Farah. That'll be one down. Quinn will go for a rolling thunder to try and get a bit of a trade going here onto Matthew. He'll catch the Tiny at the very least. That might be it though. So a decent trade for Sonics. They go for a bit more now onto Sacred. He's going to be way too tanky to even consider. Still alone. He's a great target on that Zeus, but the heavily jump away. It's going to be there as Sacred. Now right back in. On the three heroes is Leslau. Gonna drop. MSS is gonna try and fight back, but it's against a Timber Saw. It's not gonna work in his favor. Quinn, he'll keep trying to run. Keep trying to play around the Timber. Even Yuan joining in the fray, trying to help out as they will feed grip up the Ogre. They just need anything they can get in this team fight, and they'll take it. But it's still a very, very good fight coming out once again for Thunder Awaken.
They're just finding everything. They just know that Sonics isn't battle ready yet. They're going for another smoke out here as well. Dragging alone along with Matthew and War.
Oh, he doesn't react fast enough. He's been caught out here with the avalanche. Matthew has the toss up as well. Alone, he should have the damage output and will do so eventually. He's alone. He might go to these neutrals. He'll make a run. He'll be okay. Mana though, I can't say the same for him as well. He is around to try and help out a Sacred. Has he gone too far? Quinn, he'll join in. This is not your triangle, sir. But eventually, they will punish Sacred for his positioning. He's being so aggressive in that dire triangle. The thing is, John, they still have the mid-tier 1 tower. The fact that Thunder Awaken has just made that triangle their home, it's just not meant to be. As Quinn, he moves in once again with a great shield crash. They've got alone down on the Zeus. Now they can really capitalize. On the Matthew they go. They should find the Tiny, and they will. And that's what happens when you get a little bit too confident. They get punished heavily.
And that's a big set of wins this time for Sonics. I mean, despite all the aggression coming through, Tundra Awaken has only been, what, 1, maybe 2k gold ahead max. Not a huge amount for all the efforts they're putting in on these kills. So Sonics, again, they're doing a great job of still working the map well, despite dropping behind in the kill board, despite all the aggression from Thunder. And I think for Tundra, this is going to lead to a point where if the kills don't start to add up, they don't start to be overwhelmingly winning these fights, with Sonics playing very efficiently across the map, you're up against a Luna who can clear out these camps well. You're up against a Pango who's going to have the defusal build up. These are very big timings for Sonics to play with, man. For Thunder, I mean, they were playing with no items into no items. They had a really good leveled spike played off the back of that, but once the items come in, it makes these fights a lot tougher for Thunder. That's something they have to be acutely aware of here.
Absolutely. It's very aggressive positioning from Thunder Awaken. They still hold that net worth lead, and you see Fakaz having a great old time on that Monkey King, just farming his mind down. Still ahead of Yuar on the Luna. Really shouldn't be the way it is, but it's very quick Maelstrom timing, and from there, he could just farm and outscale the Luna. Fusel Blade now up on Quinn on the Pango, so maybe you could smoke up and try to make a play with it. Much more pick-off potential with that item up. The Thunder Awaken, they're the ones smoked up right now. The Sacred and Matthew is not going to find themselves a target.
Dire are scanning.
Not quite yet anyway.
Yeah, just not finding anyone in that top jungle. They could have made maybe run onto Yuar, but that's what they a little bit of attack up. Could do decent enough work if they found him his position there. Lots of emphasis from Sonics to still hold on to that mid. You mentioned it earlier there, Mike, and all the aggression out from Thunder and mid-tier 1 still stands for Sonics. They've been able to play off that controller really nicely. Full defusal up on Quinn. So again, can be a little bit easier to melt through. Cut off alone spell spam here. It's going to be the big part of that. And once you have that blink on Quinn, I don't think you can take these fights as Thunder Awaken. Just because, again, you lack control to deal with him.
Good. Let's get spotted there by Quinn, but won't be able to get in range to really get the jump on him. Oh, Sonics cautious because Tundra Awaken, they are making their way over. They still want to fight every chance they get. At bot lane they go. The blink up on Matthew yet, naturally on the Tiny.
Attack.
Hard to initiate for him. Sonic still standing around, going for a smoke of their own now. He does have the Fiend's Grip if he does want to commit onto Matthew, and he may just. Nightmare is there. Sacred. He's right behind him though. Dissuading them from making the jump in, but they'll go anyway. Rolling Thunder is there from Quinn. They'll hold down the Tiny, but a big avalanche out Matthew. Setting up a decent team fight now. They've lost MSS and Fada. And hell, Quinn, he's not out of the woods yet either. Trapped up, tased down and taken out. Very confident play from Sonics, but once you see the Timber, I'm surprised they kept going.
It's a little bit awkward as well. Like, you didn't have Leslau anywhere near to help kind of tank through his BKB, and Yawar pumps the Eclipse early, but no one was around him to take that damage. So there was no follow-through angle. There was no follow-up for Quinn kind of coming in there. And Tundra Awaken again, recognizing these small misplays, pile on top, get her own aggression going. 17-8, 2K lead. Again, still not the biggest. This is still not unplayable for Sonics, but it's a tough game for sure.
Again, what they got this time around, Matthew TPing out. Does he actually make it? Not quite. Fada is there with the Nightmare in time. Matthew have a laugh to himself about it. Sonics, I mean, it's still a relatively close game, right? Like only a 2K network advantage. You are still doing a decent job farming up on the Luna. Sure, he's got a long way to go before he's a powerhouse on that hero, but definitely not out of the woods, so rather not out of the game yet.
No, definitely not. They still got timings to build into. BKBs are going to be the key ones. They've already got one running on Leslau, and they're going for the smoke play now on Sonic's end. Still trying to reach that blink timing on Quinn. No one down bot here for the tier 1 defense, but considering how aggressive Tundra Awakening has been, they might consider trying to go for the pickoff play. Do have another pause on hand though, as a tradition.
Oh, Mike
Microphone this time
around. I dare them
Hey,
to
what
say
are you doing,
Discord.
Mike?
I
What are you doing, Mike?
I dare them to say Discord, John. I dare them. I know they're not using Discord here, Jonathan. They can't make that excuse this time around.
Stop causing issues, Mike.
Well,
Every
what
single
have I
time it's a
done?
Mike issue.
Oh,
I know.
Is this about yesterday? Is this about
No,
my
it's
mic issues
No, it's
yesterday?
your name, Mike.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with this, Jonathan. I was trying to make a.
Of causing issues.
You're
You're making issues.
You're making such a lame joke. I'm trying to make it funny, but you just won't allow it.
What Mike issues yesterday? I heard you perfectly fine.
Oh, of course you did. Leslau, he'll have a chat again to Alone. He just says
Is it
Alone.
about age again? Is he talking to Alone, or is he saying he's alone?
Saying something, John. There we go. That's it. Just Alone. Done. Here we go again. Unpause is there. 17-9. 2K advantage. The way of Tundra Awaken. Smoke is there from Fana, so maybe trying to find a pick off, but no, it just looks like he's on a warding run. Nothing too special going on here. Both teams just sitting back and relaxing for just a moment. Says, get a bit of vision here on the Timber, but not quite. Sacred just fine. Seems like we're in that quiet period of the game. Ooh, even a Kaya and Sanj picked up here by Alone. Very interesting.
Pretty darn good in Zeus. A little bit more durability. High upgrades always great for you. Very slot efficient.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's nice.
attack.
Yeah, if you do get jumped, you've always got now with the stat resistance maybe an opening to get to have him jump away, and suddenly you realize why this game is beautifully balanced, Mike. What a great spell.
Fantastic spell, Jonathan. Every hero needs mobility now, Jonathan. That's where we are.
Radiant's bottom tower
No
is
more
under
stagnant
attack.
heroes. Sure, Zeus can deal like 1 billion damage in 2 seconds, but he also has to be able to move, John. He's a god after all. Mid lane, Leslau. No, he had to pop that BKB, John. The avalanche toss was there, and I think Matthew was looking for the toss back, but the BKB came out in time. Still, Thunder now, knowing the BKB's down, they want to rush the triangle. You can't quite blame them either. Leslau, he's been hanging around that area. He does back off at the right moment, but they might be able to keep wrapping around from the backside here onto that Razor. Beslau, no way out if he gets caught here. Instead, however, towards the north, Yawar gets spotted out. That's a much bigger target.
Oh,
Look how fast he just gets bursted down. No chance of survival.
Radiant's bottom
Beslau, he
tower
gets
is
away,
under
but
attack.
they got Yawar. They're more than happy with that.
Yeah, you're really happy. And just look at that. Back-to-back smokes. They're going out again with Alone this time. Hold on.
He's going to go for a roll, but he might need to commit the TP out. He will eventually. Should be just fine to do so.
It's one thing for Tundra. They just don't have hold for the Pango, but it doesn't feel like that's been an issue. Like, Quinn's been rolling around. He's had pretty decent impact in the game despite his slower start. It's just, it's not enough. It feels like they went all in with their only teamfight control being the Pangolier. There's just no contribution coming out from the Razor, not much from the Luna, and you can maybe try to aim for a great grip from Fata. That's easier said than done. And Tundra just makes it so awkward for them to use these single target spells on the Dispose, on the Nightmare Grip. Sonics just has no good angle for that. Tundra is still just kind of running around. They've still got really good timings to hit. BKB on Pakaz is still 9 seconds, going for the Scotty next. So you're feeling pretty good right now on Tundra. Even Sacred has his own Akai Sanj going into his Ags. Double Chakram is going to be very, very big in getting even more damage onto the Razor, onto the Luna. Even a Pangolier is not going to enjoy that. So you have all the spikes you could ask for. Now, mind you, Fata at least has an Aether Lens with Kenopic, so more range on grip. Whether or not that range is enough, it doesn't quite feel like it will be, Mike.
It's been a pretty tough affair. Like, against Monkey King as well, it's very hard to get the nice phage grip off you're looking for, because you've always got that trade dance into the Boundless Strike, and very challenging to get that big phage grip off. But there's a smoke. Onyx have their smoke broken by Panda. Quinn, unable to land the swashbuckle as Fata. Is going to move right up to the high ground, but he's going to get bursted down immediately. Rebound is there. Onto the tiny at Lisa Matthew. Might drop it. Here comes the cars. Right onto the Razor. Leslau's already gone. MSS, he'll try to go for a run, but the cars is right all over it. Yawar, off his BKB into the Eclipse with Sacred. He's fine to chain away, so the Dispose is there, and MSS now set up for a nice kill, but Bakaz, now knowing Yawar has no BKB, will jump right back in onto the Luna, take him out. What the hell does Sacred care about dying, John? You've got the POS 1 Luna once again.
You're just keeping that big win condition for Sonics down, all the way down. We talked about it with Luna. You need an item advantage to really feel like you're as big. It's not there. You're about almost 2,000 behind Sacred Timbersaw. You're about 3,000 behind Picasa's Monkey King. There's not much you can really do here. And it's just, again, down to the draft. You have really good single target hold. All your team fights tied into just Pangolier roll. And yes, this is still a strong game for Quinn, but outside of his role, like, there's no follow-up. You're just not safe in getting that long channel block. You're not safe in isolating anybody.
In. Oh, he can't get out of this. The strike is there alone. Give the hand up. Matthew, he'll hand the high five over. Very, very important kill there for Tundra Awaken once again. 5k advantage now, and it just feels like an infinitely more challenging game for Sonics. Panda, we find to just 4-staff away from the Razor. No problem.
And Sonics, again, they're just not able to find anything. I think where they shine right now is single target pickoff, but Tundra Awaken is always just grouped up.
Cars split off the mark there with the Boundless Strike. Avalanche, though, is there from Matthew, trying to set up onto MSS as the rest of the cavalry will come in from Sonics, but again, these 4 staffs, very effective against Sonics to just get out of there every time. Tundra Awaken, they don't get punished. Sonics, they're still going to try, though. Big smoke up. Wind does respawn. They want to try and force the fight now. Can you find anyone, though? Sonics. Working very hard again against the Monkey King. Will break the smoke every time. Quinn, to move in. They have the vision. Oh, they do. They see the Monkey King. Because he's been caught out and taken down. Oh, they saw it from the high ground. Onto the Ogre they go. They'll catch another. Maybe they at least find the Bane, but Fata's fine. Matthew's the one in danger now. They'll chase it down as Quinn makes the jump right in, but they don't want to go into Sacred. Timber, still a big problem for them. This Quinn, has he gone a bit too far here? It does seem like he may have, and he will drop. Leslau trying to deal with Sacred, but this Timber Sword just so darn tanky, taking literally no damage. MSS still running, and may not make it out of Sacred. This man just doesn't quit. Just continues chasing down Leslau. He won't get him eventually. But say, oh, never mind, Sacred. Still blinking in aggressively, but just can't find the angle for the chains. Under Awaken, even without the Monkey King, they still end up winning the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it takes so much investment from Sonics just to find a monkey. They had to use the roll, they had to use the Eclipse there as well. Everything had to go, which just meant Summerround alone had a pretty free time and just standing back and spamming spells. Nothing to stop that Zeus. And when we talked about that Pango pickup here for Sonics, felt like it was such a good response for the Zeus. You could just roll, blink up to him, nothing will stop you, but there's just been no follow-through. But you still need that play. That is still your best way to catch alone out. And if you have to use that roll elsewhere, well, you have to deal with a Zeus just zapping away at you constantly. With an E-Blade coming out now for alone as well, so even more output on the Zeus and even more bad news for the side of Sonics.
Absolutely. There's a 7k behind, and now Roshan should be open for Thunder Awaken if they want to just move right in. Sonics, they're not in position to try and counter Roshan if they did get it started, but now Thunder Awaken, and despite their time, maybe just not confident to take it quite fast enough.
Precious bounty.
Instead, they might just group up and go for a smoke here. Do they have one? Oh, never mind. No smoke available. They'll go back to the Roshan pit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
No smoke necessary. Side of Tundra, he'll just want to fight anyway. I think at this point Sonic will just expect some aggression to come out. Still the Roche. Not gonna take too long with how farmed up Pakat is. Body up along with Militrum and Dribble Sacred. Yeah. Simple matter. Sonic's not even keen on running up here. They have sometimes not smoke, but they're just opting to take control of their triangle. That is the Aegis coming out to Pakas. I mean, Thunder Awaken, they've got a clear shot to go for a tier 2 into the high ground. God, tier 2s haven't been taken. It just feels like with all the aggression, surely you've seen some of them fall. They haven't. It's just been non-stop, keep finding kills.
I love it. That's exactly what we wanted here at the Arlington Major, Jonathan. Just non-stop fights happening. Who cares about these towers?
Dire's structures are fortified.
He does. He'll go for the tier 2 top
Dire's
tower.
top tower is under attack.
Onyx not in a position to try and defend. Matthew, right in. Onto Quinn. Look at that. So much damage. The Ethereal Blade out now as well. Matthew, he just bursts it down. MSS, he's not going to make it out either. Under Awaken, they are just so aggressive.
Yeah, they're just running around. They know they don't have any long ults to wait for. They really have no timer to wait for when taking these engagements. So they can just keep running at Sonics, keep preventing them from farming. Sonics are just not comfy until the itemization is there. And I don't know if they're gonna get the room for it. We're gonna have to see a really well coordinated team fight on the high ground defense here, Mike. A great rollout from Quinn, the follow through from both Fatha and MSS with it is supposed to grip. And somehow Leslau getting a good use from the double BKB, double static link, double Eye of Storm with his refresh shot. I can't see the angle. It's very difficult to find that angle considering just how insane Tundra Awaken has been playing. Like, you know what I try to imagine now? Whenever Alone presses Thunder God's Wrath, just yells, "Gah!" Then just yells, "Gah!" That's a sound effect that plays in his mind. He presses R, there's a God before the Thunder Strike comes out. "Gah!" That's it.
Bring back some memories from the Singapore Major, I believe it was. Wasn't that a fun
times?
Yeah. Oh, Sonics. Trapped in their base right now. Not feeling confident to move out of the Dire base, and that's fair. Just considering the aggression from Thunder Awaken, considering the vision they can get from this Monkey King and this Zeus, just so scary to go down to the low ground and try to get some farm going. But Thunder Awaken, they just control the map. They can just chill out and wait for the next Roshan if they really want to. And mind you, they still have objectives to take across the map. Bottom tier 1 tower to be taken, and you may as well go for the bottom tier 2 while you're at it. Meanwhile, Sonics though, they get a Skadi up on your War. They smoke up, they want to try and make something happen with this.
Yeah. could be the opening they're looking for if they can find Tundra Awaken not quite ready to take a fight, but they're still clumped up here. They need to work that angle well. Lots of pressure in Quinn to get a
Radiant
good
are
roll here.
scanning.
Adding under vision of the Radiant, though, aren't they, John? Never mind. It was the dire vision. I have to tell sometimes, Jonathan.
It's
Onyx.
alright, Mike. You gotta
Dire's
lose your
middle
vision as you
tower
grow
is
older.
under attack.
Yeah.
We need to feel shame there, Mike.
Literally after you turn 30, everything goes downhill. I'm telling you right now, John. Literally everything. Plus, oh, jumps right in. He's found Leslau. Down the strike is there. The race is gone. Onyx, gonna get the hell out of there, but Matthew's gonna jump right back here to Sparta. Fight just goes down. In fact, never mind. Matthew, want to drop first.
Okay, that's another awkward interaction. There was a toss back on Pakaz instead of the target Matthew wanted, as we saw last time for beastcoast as well, with Whisper getting tossed back while he's zipping. Sometimes going in between a tiny and his target is not what you want to do.
We're gonna keep going for that mid-tier free tower, but Quinn is there with the rolling thunder. In fact, never mind that, because he'll go right after the timber storm, but the boundless strike is going to be out into the Wukong's command. It's a big one, but Sonics, they do back off. In fact, the cars, he's the one dropping low, but still holds on to the Aegis. Like alone, he'll take down Sparta. Us, still going back Quinn. Oh boy, Quinn.
Dire's middle
Just getting
barracks are
completely
under
destroyed here by alone. And that mid-Rax, it is not long to this world, John. It's gone.
Alright, it's going. And Sonics, they don't have presence. They don't have their Eclipse, main source of damage in these fights. They still have a refresh ready in Leslau, but what angle does this Razor have to actually get a double static link off? Get a back-to-back BKB who's perfectly staggered, and I don't know if you have that opportunity. Pakaz will lose the BKB in a few seconds, so that is good news. No secondary life to deal with on the Monkey King. We'll just reset and probably go for more, as he's very close to finishing off his Daedalus as well. So damage output will just kind of skyrocket.
You just said he was going to lose his BKB in a second. I was like, well, hold on a minute. Because is he breaking items now? Is that where we're at?
My bad.
No
My
apparent
bad.
reason. Tundra Awaken, they're just like, nah, screw it. Because break your items. Get out of here.
Handicap. Yeah. Sometimes we do a little trolling, Mike.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, Jonathan. Nothing wrong with that. Not in SCA though, John. In SCA, we don't even buy the BKB in the first place. Not enough damage.
Oh, true. I mean, it has some damage, right? 24.
Not enough
It's
damage.
It's as much damage as a Maelstrom without the active, without the passive. Yeah, right?
True.
It's good.
Maelstrom's cheaper though, John.
So you just use it to show off. You buy a BKB, never use it. That's a real Giga Chad play. Buy the BKB, never use it.
So will the what all the 1Ks told themselves when they don't pop
Yeah.
BKB in time, just what a Giga Chat I am. To me.
They're like, I don't need it. I just bought it to show how much more farmed I am. That's all it is.
What lane? Finn, rolling thunders out early. Matthew, meanwhile, already finding Sparta off the main. Win will at least pull a couple heroes up. There's your BKB out now from the cast. Into the Wukong's command. They've got to be careful here, Leslau. His BKB's about to wear off. We'll try to go for the link out onto the Monkey King, but it's going to wear off very, very quickly as Leslau trying to bounce around the map with the boundless strike. It's there again. Win in a pretty tough position. Does go down as Yawar. He's going to pop his own BKB. Go for the Eclipse and actually takes down the cast. Not a bad kill here, but Yawar, how do you get out of this? Alone, he's still a massive issue. And you take him out, no problem, as Quinn. He fought back, but he might be getting taken down once again as Matthew. Is there in time? Quinn? Stuck on blink away. It's 4 heroes down for Sonics. Tundra Awaken. Sure, they don't have their Monkey King, but they are still going to try for high ground.
This is a pretty slow push, at least with the flamethrower. There's a little bit more progress that you can get done to be able to find that bot, no problems here. And Alone was just ridiculously on edge here, especially when dueling up against Yawar. He managed to get that jump away right in the nick of time as Quinn was coming in, just on edge. This Prodigy, man, it's just, he's on point. Fitting really well with how Tundra Awaken wants to play it. Rax is set to go. Quinn's not going to be able to do much to stop that. And the game is just getting bad to worse for Sonics.
fallen.
Take a look at the win probability
Dire's
for
bottom
Thunder,
barracks are under
98%. It's tough. It's tough for Sonic to kind of pull it back, and I don't think their high ground defense is the best. That's where they're trying to force these fights outside, going into the triangle, but the angles are just not presenting themselves. You find one, again, you have to expend so much to kill off at least one core that whoever is left alone is just going to have a free run to just spam their own spells out here.
Even the Ags up now on our Timber Saw with Tarkram available. Another ugly way to put the spell system at Jonathan. But hold that thought for a moment, because Sacred's going to make the jump in, and MSS is probably going to get deleted here, though never mind. Rebound is out for Quinn. The one stop even lower. Still finding a way out, though, as only Farna to go down. Yuwa and Leslie both going to show up now and try to force the fight.
Radiant's top tower
They're
is
going to find an
under
exit
attack.
plan. Yuwa in a bit of trouble now. He's matched up through the BKB as Matthew make the jump in. Eclipse is being committed, but it's doing absolutely no damage to the BKBs. And now, with the Luna caught out, Yuwa's gone. Leslie, he's not making it out either. GG's called. Sonics, they've seen enough for this game one. And Thunder Awaken. If you're gonna win, John, this is how you win. Just full aggression.
Yeah, just keep running aggressive, keep looking for those opportunities to fight. Great corrections from what we saw from Beast Coast yesterday. We saw them go for the Whisper Timb, and that was a lot more passive, right? Like we saw Whisper kind of just build up, try to get really durable. Here, we saw no hesitation coming out from Sig. He just wanted to keep going in. He knew that he's got this level lead. He doesn't need too many items. He just goes in. He's got the back of his team, and they work as a unit to suppress Sonics. There was no room to farm as a Luna. There was no room to farm up as a Razor. They still managed to get their BKBs, saw the refresh on Aslan too late at that point with all the BKBs and all the durability coming out in Tundra Awaken. And I'm keen to see if Sonics adapts. They've got to be able to match that pace or find a way to fully avoid those engagements while still managing to find some space to farm, as we see some other teams kind of do. Like sacrifice your supports much more often on a different part of the map to ensure that you can build up and punish them for trying to play this really fast game while you're farming more efficiently.
We'll find out very soon, John, because we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2's draft between Sonics and, of course, Thunder Awaken.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be getting into game 2 here between Sonics and, of course, Thunder Awaken. Jonathan, we are back here, and of course, as you saw in game 1, Thunder Awaken pulling off game 1 in quite a decisive fashion. I mean, quite frankly, I want to say it wasn't even close. There was just so much aggression coming out, the way we love to watch Dota, and I got to ask you straight off the bat, where did it all go wrong for the side of Sonics? Well, what happened? Was it a drafting issue? Was it an execution issue? What went wrong, John?
I would say it was a little bit in the draft. Like having a Marcy and having a Bane as your support duo to follow through for your Pango just didn't feel like it was enough, along with having Razor and your Luna. So there was no real team fight to kind of orient yourself with outside of the Rolling Thunder from Quinn. And Quinn was trying to get work done, but it wasn't the easiest game to kind of go for the grips here for Fata. MSS was getting some decent disposes off. His lane with Leslau was pretty good, but not enough to kind of overwhelm. And Thunder Awaken, once they hit that certain margin there, that certain point where they were ready to run around as 5, they just ran around as 5, and you didn't have presence coming out from Sonics. Like their draft was just not kitted out to take that same pace of 5-on-5 as Thunder Awaken did. So they had two options. Either they just bail out, sacrifice supports, try to farm up in the forest, but Thunder Awaken had such little downtime on their spell set, even if you tried to play that way, they would just immediately smoke up and hunt again. So there's no real way for Sonics to kind of adapt with the draft they had on hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty rough affair at the least. And I suppose it might be necessary to really have a draft that can be aggressive against a team like Thunder Awaken, right? Because if they're going to be running at you non-stop like that, you may as well be prepared for it. And I suppose with the draft that they did have, I mean, I suppose in some sense they were prepared, but it just didn't seem like it, not with the fights and the way they were going. Shout out to Alone as well, Jonathan. I mean, on the mid Zeus, obviously a stand-in for Thunder Awaken right now. Couldn't help but notice. I was looking at Twitter. I believe it was Moxie who actually made a tweet about Thunder Awaken and how well they performed in Game 1. Thunder Awaken tweeted back saying, "This man's a free agent." Now, I know we've only seen one game so far, you and I, of Thunder Awaken here during the Major, John, but a 17-year-old prodigy from SA that's still a free agent. I mean, how does that happen?
Who knows? Who knows why this happens sometimes? But there you go. Anyone listening in, post-major, Alone is still looking for a team, unless Thunder Awaken takes him. But I don't know if they'd actually replace Dark Mago for that. So probably not. There's team dynamics to think about, but it's looking good for Tundra Awaken and definitely a good mark for this young player here. So we'll see. Good things lying ahead. But of course, before talking big like this, Tundra Awaken's got to find this win here. They've got to climb up in the major. It's looking good so far, but they've still got a lot to claw through here in the group stage. So still have to get through Sonic, still have to get through everyone else as well. And they've got to keep their heads in the game here, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, now that we've kind of praised alone for the performance in game one, chances are it's not going to be a great performance in game two, knowing our caster curses, Jonathan. But let's see, if the man can fight our curse, then he's probably going to be doing pretty well for himself in this Dota career of his. As we should be going into the draft relatively soon. Game is certainly going to get underway very, very soon, Jonathan. Anything in particular you thought Tundra Awaken did exceptionally well during that game one? Like anything that the side of Sonic should be really concerned about going into this game two draft?
I think the Sacred Timbersaw was actually way too much to handle. Like we were talking about not seeing Timbersaw do so well when we saw Beast Coast play Sacred, just managed to make it look really good in that game. He hit some early timings. They had a decent enough lane where they left him solo, and you kind of saw the same issues Beast Coast had to handle when they left Whisper solo, right? Like they try to rotate on the Tiny. They don't find the best time usage there, but Sacred knew when to join in on that. Came in onto that mid, just played aggressive. They had this really big frontliner that they couldn't handle. So I'm keen to see if that's something Sonics will ban, as we will jump into the draft now. With
5 seconds remaining.
last time around, I remember the cadence of Tundra Awakening's pick and bans. They blitzed through the first few bans, blitzed through the picks, slowed down in the secondary bans, blitzed through their next picks, and they kind of slowed down in the last few bans. It was just snap, snap, snap from Tundra Awaken. So I'm keen to see if that happens again.
I mean, it may just. It was a Snap Viper ban, but I suppose it's not too hard to ban out a hero like Viper in the current meta. Sonics, again, going to go for the Weaver ban as well. So nothing changing too much, but Tundra Awaken back into the Puck ban for Quinn. Just not wanting to hand that hero over to the man. Sonics, can't remember exactly what their second ban was last game around. I want to say Dawnbreaker, but I could be misremembering.
10 seconds
Regardless,
remaining.
I'll have a bit of a think about this one.
5 seconds remaining.
It's kind of difficult though, because are you going to give something like the Timber back over to Tundra Awaken after a game that they just had?
Predators turn to
No.
pick.
There you go. Ban it out. Get rid of it. Sacred had way too good of a
Quincy
game.
Crew's
It's a
turn to
menacing front line, but they just go back for the Zeus. So sure, you take away the Timbersaw, but alone Zeus was pretty damn scary, and he had a really good time up against Quinn on the Pango. I don't know if this is better or worse. I feel like if I had to pick my poison here, Mike, I probably would have banned the Zeus over the Tim.
Remaining.
That's fair. See what they do go for right after
5
the Zeus though.
seconds
Sonic
remaining.
still first pick for them now. It's not guaranteed to be a mid Zeus either. That's the annoying part about Zeus in this meta, right? Is ever since that Heavenly Jump came along and got buffed up, this hero can just kind of do anything it wants now.
Quincy Crew's
Maybe not so much
turn
pos
to
1,
pick.
but or
Templar
pos 3, but
Assassin.
regardless, you can still run it as a support as well as a mid laner. Sonic's very early TA pickup. Another kind of flex pick, because you can run it into the mid lane and you can run it as a safe lane, but well, chances are it's going to be very obvious it's a core hero here for Sonics. And a very
10
early
seconds
pickup at that.
remaining.
Not very often you see a first pick TA.
Yeah,
5
it's
seconds
an
remaining.
interesting play out from Sonics. Maybe
Thunder
again,
Predators
just
turn to
confident
pick.
for Zeus versus TA. It's a matchup that could be one way. Trying to think about that one. I guess you could try to bully. Zeus does have pretty good right click from range. It will take a few levels for the side blades. Refraction, not the easiest
10
for Zeus to
seconds
melt, so you can
remaining.
play durability there. I'm not sure, because Thunder
5
Awaken now have a
seconds
lot of room.
remaining.
They love Venomancer as well. Like they have played a lot of Veno on Thunder Awaken's end. So I know we're not the biggest fans of that hero, Mike, but it's tough against TA.
Don't
You
do
know,
it.
you could just go Venomancer here, Thunder Awaken.
It's a trap. Don't do it. Don't ever
You
do
could
it,
go
John.
Razor too. Right?
I
Like
mean, look,
Razor's still on the pool too.
Let's be fair though. The Venom from Beast Coast yesterday, once you get the eggs up, it was pretty ridiculous. Like how much damage you got to deal with that. So, maybe I wouldn't mind the Venom here. All right, I'll give you that, John. Against the TA, it might do some good work. Thunder Awaken, surprisingly enough, actually going to think about their second pickup this time around. What do they want? I suppose the snap picks that they would have loved to pick up, not really there for them at the moment, being the Tiny and perhaps the Timber. They will have a think about where they want this draft to go. It's going to be the Bat Rider, which is
okay.
another great way of dealing with the TA.
Yeah, and you've got the flexibility here. We've seen Sacred play that
Quincy
before.
Crew's
Alone
turn
could
to
still run it
ban.
mid. So they can kind of adapt to what Sonics might want to do with that TA in lane and just track it down. Sonics, for their part, you still have some options on kind of getting a Dispel on hand. Abaddon could be one way to get that done to save. Venge is an option with swap.
10 seconds
Oracle a
remaining.
lot less meta, but you could maybe fit it in. Like
5
anything with a
seconds
Dispel could be
remaining.
really good to save you from Bat Rider. Heck, even an argument could be made for, say, a Tusk with Snowball save. So you could lean towards Venge or Tusk. I don't know if you really want to prioritize that, but considering what you have on hand right now, it does feel like a pretty good Bat Rider game. Like, there is always a toss back to defend from the Tiny, so that can make it slightly awkward, but it's not the biggest deal in the world for a Bat Rider to kind of deal with.
Certainly not. Not the biggest deal in the world. That being said, though, you do still have some decent Bat Rider counters if you wanted to go down that route for Sonics. Like, obviously, we are in the ban phase right now, so chances are one or two of those counters are going to be removed. But you do have heroes like Oracle and Abbott that can come in and make the Bat Rider's life a lot harder than it has to be. That being said, those kind of heroes not
Thunder
exactly very
Predators
meta
turn
at
to
the
ban.
moment. So, I mean, maybe you wouldn't mind seeing something like an
Quincy
Abba though.
Crew's turn
Abaddon
to
just
ban.
kind of always seems in meta if it's against the right picks, and Bat Rider is certainly one of those picks.
Yeah, it really is. It can just put a big dent in what Sonics might want to do, and they are kind of taking their
10
time
seconds
on
remaining.
banouts now, considering that Thunder can really flex the bat around
5
as
seconds
well.
remaining.
I mean, we talked about Alone on the Zeus. You can still run it as a support. It is a little bit more, almost like a desperation play. I mean, it's not like it's not effective, but it also falls flat in its face if it doesn't get off to a running start. So they're just accounting for that adaptability on Sonic's end or on Thunder Awaken's end, and we'll have to see if they
Thunder
think the
Predators
Bat Rider's
turn
that
to
big of a threat.
ban.
They ban out the Luna themselves on Sonic's end, which is interesting because if I recall right, yeah, they do play the Luna on Thunder Awaken. We used to see that a lot,
Quincy
especially when we
Crew's
were
turn to ban.
casting some BTS Pro Series in NA, I think, a couple of times. We did see them go into that a couple of times as well, but I don't think that's a high-end ban. All right, like I mean, we just saw the issues with it when you war played it.
Yeah.
And surely Sonic would also understand the shortcomings of
10
that hero.
seconds remaining.
It's an interesting one, John. Because maybe you don't
5
want an Eye of
seconds
Skadi carrier
remaining.
against the TA, but it's kind of like you can go for many other carriers that can pick up that Eye of Skadi, no problem. Yeah, interesting ban to be made here by Sonics. One more to go before we can continue these drafts. I'll have a bit of a think about it. Still just focusing on the core heroes here for Thunder Awaken. Anything that can kind of make the TA's life a little bit more challenging than it has to be. It's probably going to be a very good ban here for Sonics. Being said though, John, again, Bat Rider's already in the game, which is going to be a huge challenge nonetheless for this TA. So, it's all about kind of just damage control at this point. See what they do get rid of, and it was a very confident first pick TA. That's kind of what gets me from Sonics, right? It's like this is going to happen where you're going to get
Crew's
drafted
turn to
into a
pick.
corner now, and they'll get rid of the Dazzle. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban as well. I mean, they take out one of the sustain heroes. There's still a Winter Wyvern that's really good against a TA with the Winter's Curse. If you really want
10
that
seconds
saving
remaining.
element, that
Thunder
sustain for your
Predators
team
turn
here,
to pick.
that could be something Thunder Awaken goes for. They go for the Enchantress here as well. So you do have the enchant on hand to kind of slow down the Bat Rider. That can be semi-useful. And you can be really aggressive in lane. They're not revealing where they want to put the TA just yet with this. They're playing it safe. Thunder Awaken just back to the Ogre Magi once more. And that should just, again, allow Pakaz to take a nice big right-click hero. TA matchups. Terrorblade's decent. Medusa's pretty good. You could go for something
10
strange like, say,
seconds
a Lina
remaining.
safe lane that we've seen like once or twice in Southeast
5
Asia. So
seconds
that could
remaining.
fit in. I actually like the sound of Alina. You've got Laguna to deal with the Ench because it's always annoying to machine gun her down. And you don't care for refraction because you hit so fast. So could be one way to get that done. There's no major threat on Alina core here for Tundra Awaken. And its tempo isn't that slow. You still kind of go for the travels, but it's like travels BKB and you're kind of set on that hero.
Fourth pickup now, Thunder Awaken. 2 more cores to come, I believe. Again, you could have the mid Zeus anyway, but
Quincy Crew's
what they want to
turn
do
to
here,
pick.
Thunder Awaken. They'll go for the Unlord. I mean, this is
Ah.
becoming an impossible game for this TA with refraction,
Ah.
Jonathan, isn't it? Like, it's just,
Yeah, it is.
yeah, it's like you've got
It's-
a billion ways to get rid of these refraction charges.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna be fun. You know, there's some cheeky combinations
10
you can do with
seconds
Underlord
remaining.
Zeus. You can just so imagine this: you smoke
5
up, you're clumped up,
seconds remaining.
Thunder God's Rat, and then you
Thunder
suddenly see where they
Predators
are.
turn
Dark
to
portal in
battle.
there.
Void incarnate.
You literally don't even need to guess where to move for your smoke. Just use the vision game. That's one way to get that done.
Absolutely. Still Sonic, they'll go back into a Void Spirit now, which against the Batrider, against the Zeus, either way, the Void Spirit does do a decent job. Very nice
10
escape with the Void
seconds
Spirit as well against the Batrider. Of course, you and I, we've seen plenty of times where Batrider
5
has completely
seconds
dominated the
remaining.
matchup anyway. Don't want to bring up that
Oh, no.
particular name, Jonathan, because the poor guy has been named over and over again by us, but you know the one I'm talking about.
I know.
Can still go either way between this mid matchup if it is going to be a mid Batrider. Could still not be, though. Could still be a mid Zeus. It's still very open here, but it does seem like it's probably going to be a support Zeus coming out.
Yeah, it looks that way. I'm trying to think if you can run Zeus, Batrider, and Underlord all as cores and last pick as support. You could try Underlord 1. That sounds fun.
Quincy
doesn't sound
Crew's
ideal.
turn
Don't do
to
that.
ban.
I mean,
Underlord 1. Where do you get these ideas from, John?
it's a strength hero. It has good base stats. Strength heroes are in meta right now on the pause 1.
Okay.
Good farming speed almost with Firestorm. Big
10
damage
seconds
steroid
remaining.
on his aura. It can be a 1. It's a pretty
5
bad
seconds
one, but
remaining.
it's Dota 2. Anything can
Thunder
work.
Predators
I
turn
guess.
to ban.
You're just likely running that offlane. There is no way I'm going to be seeing an Underlord 1 in this game of all games. And Batrider mids, you support, and something else for Pakaz on the safe lane.
You'd
That'd be
love
exciting
to.
there, Mike.
You're an Underlord enjoyer. I know that's what you really want. You're
Yes.
trying to come up with all
10
these
seconds
excuses as to why
remaining.
Pos 1 Underlord's good, John, but I know inside you just want to see it played Pos 1
5
one time.
seconds remaining.
Just one time.
I think I did try it pause 1 once, and I think I went Battle Fury.
Jesus Christ.
I think I
Quincy
won.
Crew's
You
turn
I
won?
to
won.
ban.
That was years ago, but yeah, I think I do believe I won that one Battle Fury game I went, which is super dumb. I don't even remember why I did it. Anyways, that's not relevant. That is very low tier. What I do want to see from Thunder Awaken with the Underlord Zeus is still smoke, group up, Thunder God's Rat,
10
Scream Ga,
seconds
and then
remaining.
just Dark Portal in. Literally, that's it. Just
5
scout out with
seconds
Thunder God's
remaining.
Rat and jump in there with a portal. All right,
Thunder
I mean,
Predators
it's like a
turn to
horror
pick.
film. You're just not safe with that global presence. What can you do about that? Not much.
Not much,
It's just-
Jonathan.
It's map hacks. Literally map hacks with map movement on Underlord. It's like that's one hell of a combo.
It certainly is, John. It certainly is.
10
Still,
seconds
final
remaining.
pickups now. The banouts Veno was actually removed by Thunder Awaken of
5
all teams.
seconds remaining.
Sonics, they'll get rid of the Bloodseeker themselves. Pos
Quincy
1 is
Crew's
still to be picked
turn
up for
to
Thunder
pick.
Awaken.
Monkey King.
Surprise, surprise,
Ah.
they aren't going for Pos 1 Underlord, sadly, John, but they do have the Pakaz Monkey King coming right back out. And why the hell not? Considering the performance he had on game 1, just run it back. Just do it again.
Yeah, and it still looks like a fairly decent
10
Monkey King
seconds
game once
remaining.
more. TA versus Monkey King matchup. Well, under
5
Wukong's
seconds
Monkey King doesn't
remaining.
care too much, so kind of works in the Monkey King's favor. BKB timing comes out, and suddenly you don't care for anything else on this lineup as well. If Sonics does manage to get a quick, say, Ags up on Quinn here in the Void Spirit, that could be their saving grace. Just get that
Choose
early
your
sounds off, and they
hero.
will go for the Brewmaster for Leslao. So a little bit more team fight. That's what they needed from the last game. Just more team fight. they have more options now with the Brewmaster. The lane matchup is decent enough up against the Monkey King. You can play without the Brewmaster with the Ignite and the Cinderclap. So you have some play there. Should be able to slow down Pakaz a little bit more here.
It's going to be an interesting game number 2. I mean, I certainly like the draft here from Sonics a lot better than I liked it in game 1. The only problem is, John, it just feels like this TA is going to have such a rough game. That's my big issue, right? Like, until you have BKB, you're just going to be such a sitting duck here against Thunder Awaken. And it feels like there's going to be so much pressure here on Quinn and Leslau to really have some big impact this game number 2. And we didn't quite see that in game 1 from these two, but if they can kind of turn this one around and tie out this series 1-1 here against Thunder Awaken. Again, Thunder Awaken just looking very powerful after that game 1. John, before we do get this game 2 started, though, can you provide me with your insight on who you believe has the better draft?
I'd lean towards Thunder Awaken. You pointed out all the reasons why War is going to have a tough game. There's nothing to simplify that process. And it's always just going to be tough for War to stand up front. Like, the BKB is going to help if you can hit that timing, but then as a TA, you don't tend to enjoy second item BKB, but you might have to in this game. Maybe third item, Blink Dragonlance, or Dragonlance Blink, and then disassembly into BKB to kind of speed up the process. That can give you more play, but I expect by that point, Thunder Awaken is just going to be running all over. And again, if you consider the style of Thunder Awaken to play with here, I'm still looking forward to them using Thunder God's Wrath to scout and just running around with the dark portal on hand, the Fiend's Gate, and just get ganks and slow down your war. They did it so many times in game 1. Nothing here stops that, Mike. It's still the same issue. That TA farming up, you're going to have to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, she's just going to die.
Let's see how this one goes, Jonathan. Game number 2 here. Sonics again, backs against the wall. Needs as many points as they can right now, and looking to tie out this series here against Thunder Awaken. And Thunder Awaken seeing if they can repeat that game 1 performance here against Sonics.
Prepare for battle.
It's going to be very important to keep an eye on that mid lane as well, right? Like, you're not going to have the TA versus Batrider, so happy days for Sonics, but it still could be a bit of a rough affair for Quinn. Again, this mid lane, the Void Spirit versus Bat, it really can just go either way.
Yeah, and for some reason, Leslau is telling Alone that he's lucky. I don't think that's him wishing luck. He's saying luck. So, suerte Alone. Okay. Lucky Alone. Very lucky kid.
Very, very good.
Always asking about your age. Now he's saying he's lucky. Leslau, is he okay?
Not sure, Jonathan. Maybe Sonic's looking for a new mid laner, apparently, just based off the way they're talking.
No.
Oh, definitely not, John. And they've got Quinn, right? There's no... This is Quinn's team, right? It's not happening, but, you know, Leslau, maybe just trying to, you know, get some business done on the side.
One hell of a businessman, Mike, to have that in mind.
Yeah.
Look at you. Still.
Shakespearean play, Jonathan.
It's because you're living in one?
Was it? Well, kind of. Onyx. I run into Matthew here. MSS. He's actually got the tree grab, so can't really do much. Sacred is going to move in, but he's still doing a fair bit of damage onto this Zeus. It won't matter, though. 2 for 2 bounty rune trade. Sonics will just go ahead and take the bottom bounty runes for themselves, no problem. No contest on that side of things. And again, this game's going to be very important, right? Because you are relying on Quinn to have a very good game here. Against the Batrider, though, John, do you predict he has a good lane or a bad one?
After all the times you've seen this, Mike, I would be very biased against the Void Spirit. I don't think it's down to the player we previously saw it. It's just the nature of the matchup. It is not a very pretty matchup. There's only so much your Resonant Pulse will block from the Batrider once he has stacks up. 5 stacks on Quinn, and it's not pretty. It's really not pretty, and I don't think that gets any easier. If Quinn can dance around and land some Aether Remnants, get some harassment off, it is a playable lane, but get that opportunity against a Batrider, very slim. 10 stacks up. If Alone just gets a right click, that's going to be very juicy.
Oh, it certainly will be. Alone, we're just waiting for that level 2 mark to try and get aggressive, but hope he can keep those stacks going onto Quinn and make sure he just never feels comfortable in this mid lane. Should have a look at the other lanes as well when we have a chance. Of course, top lane, MSS and Matthew are going to be kind of chasing each other down. You are going to have Sacred there on the off lane, Underlord and Yawar on the POS 1 TA. course, again, he's probably going to have a bit of a rough game, so very important for him to get off to a good start during this laning phase. And, well, for now, considering the way the lane's going, seems like he's not having too many issues here against the Underlord Zeus combo. And chances are he won't run into too many issues. Like, you don't really have the greatest lockdown for UR in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you can get the value point in the pit, but that will kind of prevent you from clearing out the creep wave and just playing this farm aggressive lane. You do at least have the lightning bolt down the line to try to latch them onto the pit one more time, but it's kind of nebulous whether or not you really want that on the Zeus, even as support. And as long as your war farms up, you don't really care what happens. Like, MSS is giving some good space out, just running his body forward, and the wave is shoved in a bit. You are fairly happy here on Sacred, but that farm is still there for the TA.
And it is. I don't know whether they're good or bad voice lines, honestly, John. I just can't tell. I can't tell.
They're terrible.
What you came for.
Well, they're working, John. I think is the point.
Exactly.
Mid lane, Firefly is popped, but alone. Seems to just want to drag the creep wave with this Firefly. In fact, he is going to turn around back onto Quinn. You do have that Dissimulate available, and it will be committed eventually as Quinn. Be okay to get himself out. Alone. Doesn't have anything like the Flame Break to throw out, but he is one creep away from that level 4 mark.
I saw
He's going to be slightly
Dire's
careful
courier
here, but
has been killed.
Alone, he's going to hold on to that skill point for now and see if he's got an opening later on.
Look out for falling
Just gonna have to play it patient.
Radiant
You're already seeing
structures are
Alone work that
fortified.
lane really well. Quinn starting to be a little bit behind on the CS to even have Matthew kind of sniping out the Bounty Rune is just a little bit of a back and forth, but this is what we kind of expected here, isn't it, Mike? Void Spirit just does not have a good time.
Bottom lane, Mana, not having a good time either, but is able to back off just in the nick of time as Bakaz unable to secure the kill. Well, top lane, Sacred. Being chased down here by MSS, but he's going to drag the creep wave along with him and should be just fine to do so. No problems here for him. Still no first blood being drawn in this game, number 2, so either side able to find the openings they're looking for, but looks like bot lane is probably where most of the action's been so far. Arda probably the closest to falling so far, but not quite close enough. Quinn, alone, going at it once again. Simulate is there, alone, sticking around, but the Aether Remnant's gonna land and Quinn will hand the tip over immediately. I've got to admit, John, I'm not sure what the idea from Alone was there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to swing around for the Bounty Rune and get topped up. He was very low on HP. Instead, opts to stick around, tries to go for the Water Rune and gets punished. So that rough start for Quinn kind of balancing out. And you have seen the counterpoint to what we usually see with a Batrider. Quinn's now doing quite fine.
As he certainly is.
Dire's structures are
Let's see if
fortified.
Quinn just got to keep up now on the Void Spirit and just overtake the Batrider. Bot lane, Leslau being chased down here on the Brewmaster, maybe in a spot of bother. They will land the Ignite eventually, and Leslau will try to run, but Matthew gonna cut him off with the heavily jump. Gonna be more than enough as well, now Leslau's copping the tips here from Panda.
better already.
Does seem like a bit of a friendly tip though from Panda.
I mean, both these teams know each other very well. 2-for-1 start, slightly favoring side of Tundra Awaken. The difference isn't that big. It's a slight net worth lead for Quincy, for Sonic, sorry, as they are still getting a lot more on their TAs. It feels like UR is off to a much better start, and finds Sacred as well. So the TA, again, in stark contrast to his Luna in first game, this should go off to a much better time now, although down mid.
Yeah, Alone, again caught out of the Batrider. This time he does have the help of Quinn. Has he gone too far? Tips are out Alone to return the favor. And it's a team effort, Quinn. He's confident with the tips. Sparta, he was trying to move in and help out as well. He might find Matthew, but he is going to drop. Alone suddenly with a double kill on the Batrider, and that's certainly going to help him recover after handing that first blood over to Quinn. Quinn on the Void Spirit, again, you're still against Batrider. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, you can't afford to go all too far out. Regen up top, but MSS is there to cut off. We're not going to have that juicy little bottle for Alone.
Oh, could be a counter tip coming, John. Quinn, into the Remnant is going to land, but now the lasso's out. The Batrider, he'll drag Quinn right back, but Alone dropping way too low, trying to duke him out, but can't quite do so. Quin's fine. They even saved the regen rune for him. And suddenly Alone goes down immediately after Tundra Esports.
Yeah, just playing tag a bit too hard. MSS in the right spot at the right time to intercept no vision out from Tundra Awaken to kind of anticipate that. And one good news for Tundra though is that it's opening up the side lanes, and that does allow Pakaz to kind of build up on that Monkey King in relation to Yawar. Already off at number 1 in net
Dire's
worth.
top tower
Everyone
is
else
under
from Tundra
attack.
Awaken is getting the lower end here in exchange though. Sacred off to a little bit slower for start, going for the Atos, and build up for the Travels for Alone. It's just been bouncing back and forth because of these exchanges. So overall, I think it's a much better start for Sonics in comparison to game 1. They've just got to start working to the point where they can dictate the fights more and get that build up they want.
Jump in on Leslau bot lane, but now rotations are incoming. SS, they with the TP on the Tiny. I think they had seen that though, so MSS probably not going to get the surprise jump he's looking for. 4-4 now, very slight net worth lead the way of Sonics. Quinn, getting down towards the bottom side. Haroon's up in 20, but he may know Matthews around. Find here, actually running into Panda, but they'll see Quinn as well. He's just not feeling comfortable on this side of the map, so we'll back off. So maybe he's just scouting out to see if there's any stacks made on the right side of the jungle.
They tried to catch out Pakaz as well down bot. He does manage to swing the trio though.
Yeah, double damage picked up here by Quinn, so he's going to try and go for the kill, but here comes Alone along with Matthew to try and turn this one around. Quinn, he will step away. MSS going to be there to try and help with the lasso. Alone, he's going to land it. Quinn might just go down and does. Dips out once again for the Void Spirit. They are really giving it the way of Quinn. Pakaz will join the team fight. The MSS, it'll be your Tiny gone, and Fana probably not going to make it out either. No way out of this one. The cars are the double, and well, Quinn, it was a nice attempt with the double damage, but there's just too many heroes around, and Panda, he does a great job on the Ogre of baiting Quinn in.
And they've just been dancing around that area for such a long time. Pays off in a massive way for Tundra Awaken. They've even got some good stacks for Alone to clear out as well. And the Travel's timing is going to be pretty good for our Batrider. Still a bit behind in comparison to Quinn's net worth. Again, you don't need too much. We are looking for that aggression from Tundra Awaken, and it is starting to shape up here, which is something Sonics has to be ready to adapt into. Like, they've got the split ready on Leslau, so more presence out from their Brewmaster this time around. Quinn's just been jumping around on that Void Spirit. Should be pretty hard to catch out that same way once more. Although you have to factor in when Sacred does show up with his Pit of Malice, that could change things. So there's still more in the tank here for Tundra Awaken that they haven't revealed just yet.
A small adjustment.
Not Sacred, he's been very quiet this game on the Underlord, but I suppose that is kind of what the hero does right now, isn't it? Just keep farming. Eventually you'll be able to kind of abuse that Fiend's Gate. Towards the south, Quinn is going to go for a run down the river, but nobody around for him to hunt down. It's kind of that quiet aspect of the game now where both sides just willing to kind of sit back and farm for a little bit, though as I say that, Panda is going to get caught out on the Ogre. So he's a very tanky boy here, and we'll try for a TP away, but the Primal Split ensure that they do have a stun, and Panda, he will drop eventually. Mind you, you did commit Primal Split for that, and because in the meantime, he finds Fana anyway. The Sacred now. Was that his neutral item?
Yes, it was,
Okay.
thankfully. Didn't steal one away from the side of Sonics. Overall, kind of a back and forth. It does feel slightly better for Sonics, even though it does take the split to kill off an Ogre Magi. They are still running here.
Sacred will be just fine. He'll have a laugh as he TPs out, and see, they have no way of cancelling that TP.
Dire's bottom tower
Trying
is
to
under
make his
attack.
way out to 8-5 now with a very slight net worth lead the way of Sonics. Nothing really right home about here with that net worth lead. You still have to be very concerned about the fact that Kaz is just farming really darn well on this Monkey King. Completely free, and he's going to have that items up very, very soon here for Kaz. Sonics, they just don't really have a way of slowing him down. Instead, they'll try to make sure Yawar has a good time farming
Dire's
himself,
middle
as
tower is under
you can
attack.
see, just taking all these ancients away. In the meantime, on the east side from Matt Fana, The tanky gank here from Tundra Awaken and does go down. Won't mind too much. He is just a +5 inch, but will drop nonetheless.
I like the wards coming out from Tundra Awaken. They've got really good aggressive wards once more. Watching the camps, watching that top jungle, even watching the Roche. Because they are playing against a TA, have to be keenly aware of that Desolator timing. They're not going to be allowing Sonics to just find it. Still smoke out from Sonics though. They've got the Witchblade up on Quinn. Still no blink on MSS. A little bit slower in trying to jump in on that Tiny. But as long as Quinn maybe finds an isolated hero here, they can start to find their own little pickoffs here.
He's alone there for a moment on the Bat Rider, but he's just fine to run his way out. Lane, they are having a look at Leslau.
To restore the
He's also going to back his way out. There's a rotation from Sonics down towards the south, but might try for Bakaz here on the Monkey King. Kind of rotations happening all across the map, as even top lane, as you can see. Lone look around himself and not going to find a target either. They are just going to try and settle for these T1 towers in the side lanes, and well, to be fair, we are 12.5 without these T1s going down yet, so it has been a bit of a slower paced game in terms of objectives. Here come the rotation, Sonics. They will run right into Panda, but Fada, he does get stunned up. Leslau right behind to try and help out as alone. He is waiting for the right moment. In comes MSS now on the Tiny, and it seems like they might just have to settle for the Ogre kill. In fact, never mind that, because they've got Sacred there as well. On the Underlord, just completely trapped up. And we'll drop. The rotation from Sonics this time around will pan out. Thunder Awakens, they find nothing out of it.
On the chase though.
They are. As well, never mind. We'll hand a kill over to the way of Thunder Awaken. Ultimately, yeah, it's still a win for the side of Sonics, but bit of a free kill going back the way of TA.
And you got a lot of room out for Prakash to just shove in mid. He is a little bit behind in comparison to UR. UR has been getting a lot of economy going from that triangle that Thunder Awaken has not been as aggressive on in comparison to game 1. So there's a lot more breathing room here for Sonics to kind of build up. You're seeing UR at #1 net worth. TA Desolator not too far off now. And that's where things can get a little bit dicey for the side of Thunder Awaken. That physical output is still scary. Your Monkey King, Kongs is always there to play with, but you have to be sure that you can follow through, and it does feel like they really need this Athos on Sacred. Without that Athos, he's just not joining in. You are basically playing almost a 4v5 for the most part here.
You are now top of the net worth board on that TA, by the way, John. Really starting to catch up. The car's right behind him, but very close affair between these two teams. Do you kind of favor either POS1 here in this matchup? Like between the Monkey King and the TA, do you feel like one has an inherent advantage as you get later on in the game?
Tough to say. TA might just have it a little bit better in terms of equal itemization because you can just consistently hit from further away, but the Monkey King vision, mobility is also a massive threat that you can't really quantify in a very clear manner. It is very strong. I'd lean towards the Monkey King just slightly, but I think it's a rather even late game matchup if it does go that way.
Radiant are scanning.
You go bot lane, smoke out, Thunder Awaken. They'll find Leslau and MSS down, hanging around, trying to farm up that lounge camp, but they do get caught out. MSS trying to help, and here comes the Beans Gate as well with the backup from Sacred into the pit of Malice, and even the Boundless Strike, catching out Varda, but they'll leave him be. They've got Leslau and MSS, and now they'd love to rush into the triangle and back Varda. I thought he was out. Not quite, John. He runs back into the triangle and does get caught by Pakaz. Another double kill for the Monkey King. Now, even mid lane, the chase is on now for Quinn. The Lone's trying to get in range for the lasso, but can he make it? Nice step away from Quinn the other way. Stuns are there though, Quinn. They're trying to find a way out. The balance not going to land, but the Fire Blast is there. Still the lasso, never going to come out from alone. He just wasn't within range. Now the heroes have respawned up Sonics. They want to try and make a play here, at least on the Matthew. They'll find a Zeus for their troubles. Still overall a pretty big win for Thunder Awaken. Sonics, at the very least, don't lose too much.
Yeah, they mitigate their losses. They allow Quinn to kind of back off. They're forced to drag in pretty much all their heroes down mid to kind of stave off that aggression. Thunder Awaken is just going to go gun down the top tier 1. No problem. It was on 1 HP. And still no opportunity for a push from Sonic. I think that's the one thing holding them back. Is Thunder Awaken are just able to run around a map. Now with the tier 1 taken, they have pretty good control in the top forward jungle. You've got the Desolator up and running on your war. This could be the moment where they start to gun for Roshan.
They toss out. Bit of Malice is there. They've got the Brewmaster locked down, but Lesval, he's got the Primal Split, so he'll pop it. It just won't amount to anything. And a completely whiffed here by Leslau, just preemptively making sure they're ready for the team fight, but with that, Sonics, they will have to back off, and if you're Thunder Awaken now, you know the split's down. You may as well smoke up and go again.
They will. Instant smoke out. They're going to have Thunder God's Wrath in about 5 seconds, so they can just scout out, and again, Fiend's Gate in about 10. So we could maybe see that cheeky combo come out, but might not even be necessary.
Wrap around here from Thunder Awaken. Dire jungle. Sonics, they may not be expecting this, but they do hug that mid-tier 2 tower, just preemptively. Sure they're ready for the gank attempt that is incoming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Thunder Awaken. So far, unable to find anyone. More lines being drawn out towards that Dire triangle, but kind of hard to get there. The smoke does end up wearing off, and now Sonics, they do know exactly where Thunder Awaken are. Problem is, mid-tier 1 tower, gonna drop now, and Thunder Awaken really just not being contested whatsoever with the defense of that mid-tier 1. Sonics, they'll see Panda. They see Matthew as well. Decent avalanche onto the Yoga, into the toss back onto Yawara. Panda will drop. They find something.
Yeah, not the biggest kill in the world, but they need every single kill they can get here on Sonics to slow down that aggression from Thunder Awaken. And that should cut them off from getting aggressive. Pakan still on the chase here.
Yeah, that he is. Orchid's out now. A lot of Atos follow up there from Sacred, and that'll be Leslau to drop. This is one of those things, right? Like these little kind of trades that are happening across the map, they're just not favoring Sonics. Like you get the POS 5 Ogre, but then you give away your POS 3 Brewmaster. It's just not great news at all.
Definitely isn't. And we've seen again Leslau forced to use the split just to get away from dicey situations. They're not able to play around that teamfight spell. Look at his position out from Pakaz, scouting out with a scan, giving the information as to where Sonic's at, and an immediate smoke out from Thunder Awaken. They've got a good flank here.
Yes, he's in position to break the smoke as Alone is going to rush forward. We'll see the Tiny. Not quite the kill they would have liked. They'll take what they can get. They'll secure it. Onyx, though, they're not looking for a team fight. Cars, it was called for a moment, but there's your lasso now. Onto the Brewmaster. Leslau, unable to get the split off in time, and Sonics, they give away even more deaths here to the side of Thunder Awaken. Again, not great news. It just felt like they weren't on the same page with that team fight attempt, and well, if you can't get the split off, that's all your team fight just down the drain.
Just disappears. I mean, we're not at the point where Quinn can kind of dance around him just yet. He's going for the BKB first over the edge. You don't have that AoE silence to maybe give yourself some more control. And that does make it a lot tougher to play without the Brewmaster. The good news here for Sonics is that the Aura's farm is lining up. He's going to have the BKB on the TA. But I'm just surprised Sonics aren't able to even try to threaten for Roche. Like, look for a pickoff, go into the Roche pit. Hasn't happened despite having that Deso on the TA. And Thunder Awaken is allowed to have control over that pit area. They've got their bodies there. They've got, again, still that good forward vision from their ward right by the ramp on the top part of that jungle. They just know when Sonics would probably want to go to the pit. And maybe now is the time when Sonic goes. They do disassemble the Dragonlance into BKB. They could feel safe enough to pop a smoke out, but the MSS is 200 gold away from the blink. They could just wait for that.
Absolutely. Rotations coming in here. Thunder Awaken heading down towards the bot side as you see how confident Bakaz is on the Monkey King, just looking around, trying to find himself a target. Won't quite find what he wanted. Top lane, Quinn. The Malice is going to land, but the follow-up is not there for Quinn. So he'll be just fine to Astral Step TP out, unless... Woo! Bakaz. He had the right idea, but just
under attack.
The execution wasn't quick enough there from the Monkey King, so Quinn going to be fine to get out. Still 16-9, 2K advantage here to the side of Thunder Awaken. You do have the
Dire's
highest net
top
worth in the
tower
game
is
being
under
you are on the
attack.
TA, but he's just not at a stage where you feel like you're really scared of this guy. He still seems very susceptible.
Dang, the BKB helped a ton, but I'm honestly not sure why they don't try to go in with that BKB Deso. Maybe they just want to break up on top to be able to gap close. They're going to lose their opportunity for Roche. And Thunder Awaken do go into the pit first. They got the damage to kind of deal with it. They got the durability on Sacred. Smoke out from the Sonics though. You should know something's up.
Here you go, Sonics. They've got to try and find a way to fight this Roshan, but Roshan dropping rather low now. How do they make their way in? And we're there to break the smoke with the Ogre. Under, still going after Roshan. Where do they go in? Sonics still thinking about it. Primal Split is there. They do find Matthew to get started. Wukong's command is down. Roshan still over MSS. Will make the jump in. Aegis to cast. He's the one to pick it up on the Monkey King, but he's cycloned up with the Tornado. Sacred has gone down. Alone, trapped up, is going to drop as well. They got Roshan, but it cost them 4 heroes on the side of Thunder Awaken. And Sonics now, not such a big loss for them after all, Jonathan. They give the Aegis
Radiant's
away,
middle
but it's a
tower
hell of a
is
lot of
under
gold going
attack.
back their way.
You can see that moment again on the replay coming up here.
Are fortified.
They get a good angle in. They mentioned split outside. They try for the
Radiant's
steal
middle
and they do
tower
miss
is
out.
under attack.
Because it's a little bit quicker on the fingers,
Radiant's
but
middle
it doesn't
tower
matter.
has fallen.
In up side of Thunder Awaken,
Dire's
very
top
tight
tower
area for
is
them to
under
fight
attack.
in. And they just had no answer, no way of dealing with
Radiant's
Yuar.
middle
Because
tower is under
Blasto
attack.
ended early, they didn't have any way of just holding down that TA, and the damage is there. That's why I was wondering why Sonics wasn't going yet. His Deso BKB for TA is massive at this point in the game, and it does kind of remind Thunder Awaken that they
Radiant's
do have a
bottom
couple of
tower
squishy
is
heroes to
under
just
attack.
melt. Secondary life, they can still do a lot with it on Akaz, but they've got to play together as a team now. Sonics are starting to shape up. That space given to Yuar, the investment's paying off much bigger than his Luna did.
Once again, Alice out. It is there to help out. They will make the jump in
Radiant's
immediately
bottom
onto
tower is
Bakaz.
under attack.
Keep in mind, you do have the Aegis still up here for the Monkey King, so no real threat of dying as they will just hold down the Warpine Raider.
Bros are owning.
Thunder Awaken. Very slight net worth lead their way. 24 minutes in, it's still just a very even game here. And look at that good boss craft for a
Dire's
moment,
bottom
John. My
tower is
God.
under attack.
Really dipped after that Roshan fight, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's one hell of a roller coaster once more here for Thunder Awaken. Still slightly favored, 51%. You know, they've got a very slight net worth lead.
50-50 now, John. Jinx.
Back to the start. It's alright. Who doesn't love a 50-50? Always fun.
Ironically enough, John, it didn't start 50-50 either. Ogre, it does get caught out. Onto Quinn, though, they've got the lasso. They have the damage. Void Spirit's still alive, will actually step down and reinitiate back in onto the Monkey King Bakaz. He's in the middle of everything. He's got the double life, though. That's one life gone. They should be able to find a second. They'll lock it down, but no, in comes the cavalry. Onto Yuar they go. He's popped his BKB for Cars. He's under siege, trying to fight back. They do find Quinn, but they lose the Monkey King. Sacred gonna try and back his way out now, the Underlord. Yuar wants to clean up on the TA. Should be able to do so, but no, in comes alone on the Bat Rider. Sacred finally goes down, but he gets the rod of Atos off in time. Alone, how does he keep this fight going? He won't. He'll try to back off. Matthew will do the same, but Leslau right behind will secure the killers alone. The only real survivor here for the side of Thunder Awaken. The Sonics, they take another successful team fight.
They managed to get it going their way once more. Thunder Awaken just very awkward with the angles. They're not very well protected in the Monkey King until the BKB's up. Akaz needs to be able to save up for that. They've lost a lot of momentum now. And with the way Sonic is playing, they're able to punish. They're ready for Thunder Awaken when they do go for these angles, these very wild angles. Like, the impact is there from Quinn. The early BKB on the Void Spirit's just been causing massive, massive issues. If they don't manage to jump on top with Alone and get the lasso off, the Void Spirit just gets to dance around. And even if they catch the Void Spirit with the BKB
Radiant's
running with a
bottom
lasso,
tower is under attack.
their output onto the Void Spirit isn't high enough. They have no follow-through hold through the spell immunity. It's still long duration BKBs. There's enough time for Quinn to still cause havoc in the middle of those engage.
Radiant's bottom
There
tower
is
has fallen.
MSS. Care of that bot T1. You know, this game still just so close, but Sonic's gaining that net worth lead. Feeling a bit better about themselves now, and you are certainly looking a lot scarier here on this T8. Working on towards the Lincoln Sphere to really just be able to stop with this this Batrider lasso
Radiant's
coming in
bottom
every
tower
moment from
is
alone.
under attack.
Deeper cars, I mean, he's just trying to work on towards that BKB and just needs it so badly. It's quite interesting as well that he went for the Bloodthorn before the BKB came out,
Are
but
scanning.
maybe just a little bit overly confident here on the Monkey King.
Radiant's
Kind of
bottom
punished
tower
for it
is
though
under
as
attack.
Sonics. That'd be the boss
Radiant's
T2 tower to
bottom
drop
tower
here
has
for them.
fallen.
No contest from Tundra Awaken, and it's right into the outpost here for Sonics.
They've managed to claw this game into their advantage now. 3K lead their way.
Top tower
TA
is under
is
attack.
reaching its zenith. This is the highest point for her power. It's going to take a lot longer now for the Monkey King to kind of catch up in its own spike. There is room to grow on everyone else, though. Maybe not the Underlord. That's kind of the more restricted hero in this game here for Tundra Awaken. Scaling, it does feel like it platoons a little bit harder nowadays, but Batrider can still go for, say, Octarine down the line. Ag's upgrade's good. Refresh is good if they manage to drag it out. I don't know if Sonics is going to give them that opportunity. Tundra Awaken's been playing a little bit more passive now, just because they've lost the past few fights, but with the BKB flying up to Pakaz now, this could be the opening. Just having that spell immunity could change the course of the game, and that might allow them to take this one back, but they have to play it smart. Side of Sonics has been working together as a unit well, and off the back of Quinn just hopping around on that Void Spirit, it's been too much to handle, along with the splits coming out from Leslau.
Certainly has been Leslau doing a fantastic job throughout these team fights. Annoying against the double split of the Brewmaster. One of those Ags, like, just seems so powerful, right? It's been around for quite a while now, but just the fact that you get those double charges and then Refresher Orb just allows you to have 4 charges, it's just kind of silly. Then naturally you can get a Refresher Shard later on from Roshan to have 6 charges. Just, you know, nothing wrong with that. Seems perfectly balanced to me. Sonics would love to get into a position where they do have those 6 charges. I'm gonna have to wait out this pause first before we do get to see something of the sort. Suppose they could force a fight mid lane right now. They do see Panda. Just be a nice quick pick off for them if they do wish.
I feel better
I think
already.
Thunder Awaken
This
will be
was over
quite in
before it
position to try and force a fight here if they do make the jump on the Ogre, and they might just take the free kill here. No, never mind, they won't. Not feeling confident enough.
They play it safe. You know, they've got the lead. They don't want to fall into any bait plays that Tundra Awaken might want. But Tundra Awaken will smoke. See if they have the angle to come in from behind here.
We've got the BKB up on Bakaz now, John, so they want to go for the surprise reveal. Lone. The Firefly into the lasso, right onto Leslau. They want the Brewmaster gone before the splits comes out, and they've got him. Great start here for Thunder Awaken. MSS also being caught out of the Tiny. Should just drop, but a nice force snap is there from Varnas to Bakaz. Getting tossed in right into the side of Sonics. Does get the Wukongs, but it is cancelled immediately. Yuwa looking to clean up, does move in. Leslau, the split is out to try and catch some other heroes around. A Sacred somehow gets out of there through the Fiend's Gate. He only has to really catch up the Ogre. We'll take him down eventually. Sonics, couple of buybacks being committed there, but they do make the team fight end up working out in their favor.
And that's very sneaky coming out from MSS to get the toss back onto Fata, force out the Wukongs, and then immediately force staff him out of the Wukongs. Without that additional armor, Monkey King is a sitting duck to the output of Ywar. It's way too much minus armor with Meld and the Desolator. He needs to be able to plant himself in the center of that Wukongs, and it's not the easiest game to get that done with a Tiny and entry the force staff. Sonics take the opportunity to clear out mid. 2 tier 2s down now for the side of Thunder Awaken. Could be a massive push for Sonics if you want to commit, but they played it safe. They back off, they don't tempt fate. Respawns are short for Thunder Awaken. They'll just keep building up this lead and keep shutting down the map for Thunder.
Absolutely. Such a big lead now for this TA, and Yeah, well, that last team fight, it did cost them quite a few buybacks, but it doesn't really matter too much.
Dire's
It's
top
all about
tower
these
is
wins,
under
and
attack.
that was the BKB reveal as well. Don't forget on Picard's that just never really amounted to much. Last team fight. What Thunder Awaken want to try and do now, Sonics, they're the ones to back off and retreat and just buy themselves a bit more time to keep that farm going. No need to rush.
Holy heck, you bros are owning.
Mid lane, cars will hang around and there is going to be a smoke right behind him. He used the Monkey King as bait here, but Sonics not taking the bait whatsoever. Just wait this one out. The Thunder Awaken, highly likely they are smoked right behind, but they'll go for a smoke of their own now, Sonics. Around the Roshan pit they go. MSS with the toss up onto the Ogre. They do get a Malice up quite nicely here, but Quinn already finding Panda. The cars now trying to make a run away, but he's dropping so darn low on the Monkey King. Leslau just chasing him down and takes him out. Oh boy. Matthew, go for a run, but Fighters on the chase. Chan is up, they'll be able to throw up another one as Panda. He just bought back for this job, but he's going to be going right back to the graveyard as they even found Matthew. That'll be the Zeus gone. That'll be the die back onto the Ogre. Good news for Sonics, John. Roshan is up in 30.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice, quick, easy Rosh for them to take. And Thunder, they were just in a very bad spot for that fight. They were in the low ground. Sonics had a really good high ground. Smoke immediately breaks, and MSS just jumps down, gets the angle, gets disruptiveness in the fight. Thunder Awaken, they have to play perfectly around the Monkey. That's their all in play. You do have really good drag back with the lasso, but it is your Monkey that's mainly doing the damage right now. He needs to be able, Kaz needs to be able to just stand there, get the Wukongs, have everyone else distract, get the hold off, to keep them in Wukongs, and do the damage from there. But again, Sonic's just been playing so clean. They've been managing to hold back the aggression here in game 2. Roshan just absolutely melts the Yuwar's output. 3 shards on hand. Shards come true for Yuwar could be really nice here. And it does look like, yeah, he does pick it up. So you've got the silence on the traps. Even more to be scared of for Thunder Awaken. They might be forced to BKB in very awkward times, and the game just gets tougher and tougher. Again, if you were at equal net worth on the Monkey King, it does feel a lot more playable, but you're 4K behind. And, you know, you're more than 4K behind. You're about 5 to 6K behind, and that's an item and a half that Yuwar has over Pakaz. It's not something Pakaz can really deal with. That burst damage is just really right there physically.
Sonic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There you go. Up tier 2 tower. What? Very quick work of it now on the TA.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
May not be willing to go
Radiant's
high ground
top
quite
tower
yet, but
has
they'll just keep
fallen.
extending the lead that they've been making up here as Sonics. Another smoke out. Cars, he's spotted here by Yuwar. In they move already.
boy.
It's just the TA, but look at the damage output. Oh, but Cars is just gone.
For heresy.
Yuwar, he just jumped right in. He doesn't need his team jump. Meanwhile, Sal,
Where are you going?
onto alone they go, forcing out the BKB. Instead they'll go after Panda on the Ogre. Take him out. He's gone. I'll tell you, John, that's a concerning sign. Like, Yuwar just jumps in and solos the Monkey King, basically. That is not a good sign whatsoever.
It really isn't, Mike, and you talked about how this could have been a very tough TA game for Yuwar. He's 9-0-8. Like they never managed to catch out Yuwar, never managed to stop that farm. Thunder's big mistake was leaving that triangle alone, because that's where Yuwar was really just playing for at least 10-15 minutes past laning phase. Just managed to get all the farm in the world, and no one managed to stop it from Thunder.
Go tier 3 tower. SS trying to catch somebody out with a toss back, but might get there. Put the damn Harpy Scout again, John. There it goes. Matthew, he'll take care of it. Sonics, that'll be enough. Once again, they're just not willing to make a jump in and rush this game. More than happy to play it slowly, and that's fair enough. One team fight could turn this right back the way of Thunder Awaken, so Sonics gonna pay respect to their enemies here and just give themselves a bit more time to, again, just keep that farm going. Maybe just wait for the Swift Link to be up on Yuwar before you get going once again. But for Tundra Awaken, it does give them a chance to try and figure out how to pull this game back their way, but considering the circumstances, it's a pretty rough affair for them. And just seeing Picard's getting soloed like that on the Monkey King is a very concerning sign.
Yeah, it's something. He's gonna need. It's so awkward to try to build armor in the Monkey King, but it does feel like he's gonna need at least more stats here. He is going for the Basher for some more control to maybe deal with that BKB on Quinn and on Yawar mainly. So let's see if he manages to find that in time. Age is still up for a minute 40. Lots of time for Sonics to kind of do what they want. Control the map. 11k lead. For Tundra Awaken, I mean, they still have to deal with
the cars. He jumped in. The bait was laying though from Sonics, and the car's forced to BKB TP up. The okay. In comes Sonics though. They know with the BKB down, they can go for a fight immediately. And he's going to be okay, but I cannot say the same for Sacred, nor can I say it for Matthew. He's going to go for a heavenly jump out. And oh, the Unlord's gone. Gate will be enough to back Matthew. A man on the run does finally get caught out. Just barely not making it down to the low ground. But somehow, they get their Underlord out of there, and so does the Ogre.
Yeah, they cut their losses. Not the biggest kill in the world for Sonics to find, but they are still, taking the initiative. They're the ones forcing these engagements, and Tundra Awaken's the one that's forced to run away with their tail tucked between their legs. They already have a refresh up here on Leslau now as well. So more charges in the split. Lots of impact for the Brewmaster to have in the middle of these fights. And Tundra Awaken, the angles to take these fights are just so limited now. Yeah, you've got this Basher up on Fakaz. He's trying to queue up the Butterfly next for a little evasion. A little bit of armor from the agility can be useful, but it doesn't feel like he has the space to get that.
Nice jump in. Fakaz will just fine, but BKB is down for another 8 seconds. He hasn't got the time. Fakaz, he's going to balance strike and try to run. Stick charge up. Maybe he has got time, but no. Oh, he gets taken out. Great initiation by Quinn. Or even find Panda move. Eventually Leslau will have his way with him. Really nice initiation, and Bakaz, he was 8 seconds off his BKB timer. Oh, they found another. They're on to the Unlord now with a great toss back by MSS. Sacred God.
Yeah, it's really awkward for Tundra Awaken. I think all their play is really just stuck on Batrider initiation right now. They don't have the angle to take the Underlord.
With this Matthew being annihilated there by Quinn. MSS having to look for a bit more in the tree line, but finds nothing. So without the Monkey King buyback, Sonics, they can just keep going high ground here. Another 30 seconds without the MK and 45 without the Underlord. Plenty of time to get some damage done. There's the primal split. Leslau, the backside is Panda. Already get caught out. Matthew, he will get cycloned up here by Leslau. Waited out a little bit as the four-star heavily jump is there. Can't get the damage off the back now. Yawar, nice lasso into the fountain. He's gone way too deep. You do find the TA. That all means the push does come to an end as they just don't have the damage without it. Oh, they found Quinn. Cars. Boundless Strike was there in time. Quinn, he's very low on mana right now. He has to do the old-fashioned way and just walk, but alone. He's gonna be there. Maybe no lasso off, but it won't matter. Sacred, even Beans getting in. Quinn still trying to run, but is eventually gonna get caught out. Under Awaken, they lose their bot lane of Barracks, but they do punish quite heavily for the side of Sonics.
Yeah, you don't feel too bad about that for Tundra Awaken. Could have gone a lot worse. Getting that kill on Yawar actually gives him a little bit of breathing room. It's not quite enough to turn the tide of the game, but it's a 3.4k net for swing their way. And that could be some key items coming out. Not quite enough for Pakaz to get the full Butterfly up and running, but Alone does have his own refresh there at the ready. 4 staff coming up next, and they've got the room to push in. Tier 2 to clear out on the mid. You could try to go onto the high ground, maybe force at least one buyback here, but I don't think you mind too much losing a Rax on the side of Sonics, because you still have Tier 2's guarding the side lanes. You're not going to get Mega anytime soon.
Right, Thunder Awaken. It just feels like this is something they shouldn't be able to get away with considering the stance of the game, but
Dire's middle tower
they are going to get
has fallen.
themselves a mid-ranks for free here.
Dire's middle
Great
tower
news
is under
if you are a Thunder
Dire's
Awaken
middle
fan.
barracks has fallen.
Onyx, they'll just watch all this happen. Yuan now, though, is back up, so maybe they can force a jump in onto Sacred. Just going to be very cautious not to give any kills away. It'll be enough, but you see Thunder Awaken, they're waiting, hoping somebody gets too close to the edge. It's going to find nobody, though. Onyx, they're going to smoke up. Try and force the fight.
Are scanning.
Wins up in 3. Doing his team very, very fast. The Sonics
This'll come in handy.
will smoke into their triangle.
Nothing will stand in
Wrap
my
around the
way.
long way, around the Roshan pit. Awaken, they're already hanging around that Roshan. They do get first dibs on the Roche. Lone. Blink out. As Val very confidently trying to rush in. Bit of Malice already being dropped here by the Underlord and Sonics. Or at least not going to allow Thunder Awaken to take a free Roshan. They are going to hang around the area and they are still the stronger team. It's going to be all about who gets this Roshan first. And I mean, if you get the next Aegis, you are certainly looking to go high ground.
That opens it up for either side to possibly look at the end game. There's a free Ags blessing in there as well. So a lot to play for in the next
Radiant's
Roshan.
middle tower
Where
is under
Sonics
attack.
always has that bot lane shoving in, a huge creep army working onto the tier 4. No one from Thunder Awaken kinda interested in playing the defense game here. So
Asso,
chip away.
Yuan's being caught here. He's got a double master opportunity and he will throw it out immediately onto the TA.
Oh my god.
He's got buyback on this TA, but he might need to commit. He will immediately. He needs to get back into this team fight. Ana, turn on the Sacred. He'll try and put the Unlord as Quinn. We'll have the damage up to take him out. The cars. Well, he's thinking about the Wukong's command. He won't throw it out yet. Just waiting for that right moment of Sacred. He's brought back as well, but he's right back into the arms of Yuan. Oh, he's going to be a buyback immediately if he's not careful. Nice force stuff away though as they find Father instead. Yuan, he can't afford to die. He'll force stuff out of there. The car's now in danger. He'll pop his beak him in Yuan. He's been caught out. He's gone. Oh boy, that's a buyback with Yuan. More buybacks flying out here from Sonics. They've caught out Father once again on the Enchantress. Win, gonna jump back in onto Bakaz. A nice stun up onto the Unlord Sacred. He's gonna die back as well. Panda with the buybacks from Bakaz. He's still trying to force the fight, but he's gone now. Oh, what a team fight coming out. Sonics somehow making that one work.
Yeah, and that's a big win for Sonics. And there was a lot of back and forth, lots of buyback being forced out. You don't have a buyback on your Monkey King either. And you can take a look at that topsy-turvy fight as Roche goes away with Sonics here. The patience coming out from Haas to get that Wukong sound, finding that dieback dwarf is huge. And then Quinn just manages to bounce back in the middle of it. And Leslau just completely ignored and Brewmaster manages to get the chain control necessary to kind of clean up there.
Is under attack.
It was a crazy team fight, and of course that is going to let Roshan go the way of Sonics. Alone on the Bat Rider was trying to intercept and intervene. And this is the turning point for that fight. Quinn just jumps back in with a 3-man stun. That level 25 Talon simulate the massive stun set up there from Quinn and really just cleaning up the fight here for Sonic. Suddenly, I mean, this game, it's just anyone's game. Sure, there's an 18k net worth lead for the side of Sonics, but it feels like it just goes either way.
Yeah, you've got a lot of counterplay here on Thunder Awaken. It's just that cheeky lasso back into Fountain, but honestly, if they could do that to your war, you could probably stall this out again. You're only 1 racks down, even though it's an 18k up. Your respawn on your buyback was Monkey King's lining up the dieback on your war. So it's an even state despite that 20k. Obviously a little bit easier for Sonics to play, but Thunder Awaken aren't completely gone. And if you do drag this game on for say 20 minutes more, 30 minutes more somehow, you have the potential for growth on the supports, and that's where I think it gets interesting, because Matthew could just go full-on Zeus Orish build, Octarine, refresh Ags down the line, spam out all the spells at the same time. Fata can also just be a semi-core Ench, which he kind of already is with a Hurricane Pike and the Lotus Orb. is just doing a lot of damage, tossing out the impetuses, and Sonics will go for the smoke play. DD up in your war. Could just melt someone if you're not careful.
I know. I mean, if they can win this fight, John, it's straight onto the high ground, and that could be game. Not many buybacks left on the map. There's only one available for Thunder Awaken right now, and that is going to be the Batrider, of course. Oh, and I think was the only one not to go down in that last team fight. Cool. Sonic's not going to find the team fight initiation they wanted. We'll have a look around on the west side of the map, but just finding nobody they can actually make a jump in on. They're Awakened, they'll just hold on the high ground of their own base. We just hope Sonics makes a mistake here. Sonics, again, they're not in any kind of rush to force high ground, even with the Aegis up on Quinn. Just being very patient, hoping Thunder Awaken comes down off the high ground, but they certainly aren't moving. Not quite yet. Alone, he'll go for a split push down a bot lane. Quinn makes a jump in. To the Zeus they go, but Matthew going to be fine to heavily jump and force staff away. Look around for Alone, but he's also just TPing out of the Batrider. So again, Sonics kind of forced to go high ground if they want to force the fight. Awaken have finally left the base, but only where Sonics aren't. Staying completely away from the Dire team. I wonder, do you force the fight before this Aegis expires?
You'd want to. It's a minute 40 for the Aegis, but at the same time, waiting for it to expire isn't the worst thing in the world, because you'd want to maybe have buyback off cooldown for UR anyway, which lines up with the Aegis timing. So you can afford to go either way, because...
Jump in, Quinn. Off the mark for now, but still chasing the Monkey King. Able to find him, but Picard's just too quick with the tree dance, and eventually again gonna TP up. All about keeping those lanes pushed out for now and making Sonics really work to get to that high ground. Even more time here for the MK.
They've got enough buyback, enough gold for buyback now in Picard's, but he's trying to go on to the Scotty next. So let's see how he kind of prioritizes that gold build up here. Sonics, I mean, we're at the point where you're pretty much fully slotted in your war. The only thing you could maybe ask for is the Swift Blink. He is working towards the Lincolns for protection from the lasso. That's been a big part of how Thunder Awaken has been taking some of these fights. Just that single target control we're seeing from Alone. He finds his target, laser focused onto it, just pulled him back. And the Lincoln should be able to interrupt that. Again, you don't quite have enough for the buyback plus that. As both sides just play a void. That should mean our Aegis expires, as you pointed out, Mike. So, probably just going to be a little bit more of a waiting game on to the next Aegis unless someone decides to commit outside here.
For now, nothing really coming of it. A refresher orb up on Picard's now, so Wukong's command available. Well, BKB, more importantly, is also available here for Picard's. Yuar just going for a Lincoln Sphere on his own side of things here on the T8. Aegis does end up going, but like you mentioned, John, the buyback will be up very, very soon here for Yuar. Just 1 minute away. 24k advantage, but you're starting to get to that point of the game where these net worth advantages just may not matter. Everyone's just so farmed up.
Yeah. I think the one issue for Sonics is as the game goes late, like late, it does become challenging to push high ground, Mike. That is a Zeus. Eventually, the gold for Ags will arrive, and then you've got the Nimbus kind of countering your push. So, this makes that process a lot more painful than it should be. And of course, as it goes on and on, Matt, you might find a refresh, you might find an Octarine to simplify matters, and again, it just makes it a lot tougher for the side of Sonics. We're at the point in the game where BKBs are just down to 6 seconds. So if you manage to live through that, if you manage to position yourself here on Matt, he still has a lot of output on that Zeus, especially with shard up with a static field. 9% of current HP is nothing to scoff at with his spammy spells.
Absolutely not. Still very quiet here between these two teams. Just very, very tense kind of game. Nobody being caught out quite yet. Sonic still looking around trying to find themselves a target, but they are doing a great job on Thunder Awakening of just completely staying away from Sonics and just avoiding them altogether. See alone top lane, just constantly pushing out that creep wave. Really abusing the ninja gear he does have to go unnoticed all the time. Say unnoticed, he does make the jump in. They've got Quinn with the lasso, but Yuan's there to help out. Now the double lasso is there. Onto the Void Spirit. They get something for their trouble. A very risky play from Alone, but it certainly pays off. You might find the Ogre now, but it's not going to be a great trade whatsoever here for Sonics. And here comes the cavalry. Beastcoast was placed down. They're going to try for this team fight. Say group the minute battles, but have they gone to their death tier? Oh, maybe they did not realize the Sonics had their whole team around. Do kind of feed kills back the way of Team Sonics as MSS trying for one more. Would chase down Matthew. Not really keep up with him, but Leslau will try to catch up. They won't make it though, the Spinelings on Matthew. Allow him to get away. So they had a great start catching out Quinn. They do force a buyback on the Void Spirit, but they give 2 kills back the way of Sonics now.
Yeah, it's probably not the biggest kills to bleed out from Tundra Awaken. I don't think you're too upset about losing your Underlord and your Ogre Magi, so still a lot to play with. You have buybacks in those heroes as well, not the biggest loss, and that does give them more options.
I think they saw him. You know he's around somewhere, but again, he's just so hard to catch. He'll BKB, just TP out. You are. Really, can't really hold him down, sadly. He does have that level 25 talent, but the meld was on cooldown.
Yeah. Not able to punish Pakaz for being a little bit too far forward. And this is the point now, Mike, which we were talking about for TA versus Monkey. This is really awkward because the itemization of Pakaz with a butterfly just makes it so that you probably isn't able to burst the Monkey King as fast as you'd like. Level 25 talent with a Wukong's command ring makes it hard to force staff, even just toss him away.
You go top lane, Yawar. He's going to be very careful. They think they've got Pakaz, but in fact they've got Yawar. EKB's been popped in time at the very least, but Pakaz with the Wukong's command going to hold him down. Yawar can't afford to die like this, but he is going to drop. He's got buyback though. He can rejoin the team fight if necessary. Quinn make his way in as well. Sonics probably not the fight they want. Back out of there. We don't want to have to force the buyback out of this TA, but an immediate smoke now from Thunder Awaken. You know, they've got the advantage and they want that buyback committed. Quinn, he doesn't have a buyback if they can catch him. It's Awaken moving right in, has found MSS. They do have the time to make the jump in on, and they will do so. Noir still holding on to that buyback, not committing quite yet, but MSS is going to drop. Leslau now trying to fight back. In goes Quinn. MSS is finally gone. Now the buyback's being committed. Noir and MSS committing both of them as they try to make their way back into the team fight. But is anyone going to be left to go after? Sacred, still dropping. It's going to go down. That's one. He even found the Ogre. 2 buybacks committed. You got the Ogre, you got the Underlord. Not the greatest of fights here for Sonics, but it's still something. Thunder Awaken, though, might be pretty happy with those buybacks committed.
Yeah, that should give them an advantage if they do manage to find Yawar, and now Sonics are going to be forced to try to go for the Roche. Thunder Awaken are bailing out from the area. This could still be a fairly quick Roche for the side of Sonics, with the Trap Vision giving them the information. Full deck of Tool on Roche, Refresh Shard, Ags blessing up, and it doesn't take too long. Thunder Awaken forced to surrender that. So maybe now Sonics can gun for the high ground. A lot easier to get that done. I'm wondering who they pass this free Ags to. Probably War could be really nice. Passes the Refresh along. And does shoot the Axe. So you've got that split push that can come out from your War. And just keep lanes fully shoved in, or fully shoved out with the silent projection up. And that makes him a lot slipperier. You still have the double lasso. I think that's been your best bet here from Alone. But anything outside that, your War should be able to just BKB and silent projection out. Very balanced.
Certainly so, John. Certainly so. He bees into the mid lane. Sonics smoke up again. I believe that was under creep vision, so it'll be very obvious smoke, but we'll head down towards the south. Tundra Awaken just going to back their way out immediately and just try to get back towards the base, and they'll be fine to do so. Cars, he's still there down at the bot lane, but highly doubt he gets caught out here. He'll be fine to also TP out, and again, Tundra Awaken is doing a very good job of avoiding Sonics altogether, not wanting to fight into that Aegis of Yuar. Again, I believe the smoke was kind of obvious, though. I believe it was spotted by the creep, so, you know, maybe a bit of a slight error there.
Yeah. Just giving just a hint of vision out does allow Tundra Awaken to adapt. You have the Octarine up and running on Quinn. That lower cooldown on the jumps with the Astral Step, the Resonant Pulse, it's all getting really annoying in these prolonged fights. Extra spell use is coming out for him on that Void Spirit. 27k lead still stands for Sonics. So, one should expect the move to be made, but they are respecting Tundra Awaken as they have for almost past 20 minutes. It feels like they've been at this thing.
Go, Leslau. Pop the first primal split. Keep in mind, he does have a refresher orb bump, so plenty of chances to go. Slowly taking the tier 3 tower as it's a very nice bounce back on the Sacred. In goes the jump in, but Khan, what a massive balance strike out from the Monkey King into the Wukong's command. Oh, they've already found the PA. At least for the first time. Can they get the second? Abyssal Blade out. Last to hold it down. They should have the damage. And the Beast got the control with Yuar. He'll fight back. Onto the Monkey King they go. The cast in trouble now in the MK. He might just drop. He can't find a Boundless. He is gone. And trying to run. Surely goes down here as the buyback is there from Bakan. The crossback MSS. Force the BKB out from the Monkey King. Wukong's command out once again. Onto Yuar he goes, but Yuar will make a run out. They might just reinitiate right back in Sparta. He will drop at Leslau. He'll just keep the fight going. We're waiting for that Wukong's command to end. Eventually it will. They catch out the alone Batrider now. MSS makes a jump in, but a bound that strikes once again on the two heroes. That'll be MSS gone this time around. Alone, surely goes and does. Win, he'll get the job done. More buybacks flying at his Makan. He can't afford to die right now, but he's a sitting duck. Surely taken out, and he will be. No cost one to the side of Tundra Awaken as they'll lose Pandamu as well. Onto the tier 3 tower they go here, Sonics. It's been a long, rough game. But perhaps they forced the tiebreaker they wanted. Sonic take down the tier 4s and it's on to the Ancient. That should be it, Jonathan. Surely a DD call's coming. Win. Make a jump in. Lasso is there. Maybe they drag him back into the mountain. Not quite. Win. We'll just keep going. Keep fighting them. Force the Diamax. That'll be it. A nice game number 2 here between these two teams, but it will end up in a draw. Sonics, they make it work. What a game it was, John.
That was a lot of back and forth coming out from both sides. Sonic's playing a really great game this time around. You know, Yuar was doing great for a long time. I believe he was like 908 before he received his first death. And the big difference this time for Sonics was that they managed to secure an area on the map for Yuar to just freely farm. They had a lot more play coming out as well from Leslau, lots of contributions coming out from the Brewmaster, and there was follow through for Quinn. You know, it wasn't just all in on Pango rolling and hoping that you can maybe get some single target control. They had a lot more AoE control coming out with the Tiny and with the Brewmaster as well. So they just managed to play with all of those tools. For Tundra Awaken, Mike, they had some interesting ideas. They flexed that Zeus onto Matthew, right? They run the support Zeus this game. They go back for Underlord. I don't think that here is that good. I mean, you know, it didn't look that bad here. They did have a couple of plays with a Fiend's Gate, but not the most amazing. We didn't even see them kind of combine with Thunder God's Wrath and kind of scouting forward and getting that Fiend's Gate in to get the ganks. It doesn't feel like they managed to play around the aggression that the Underlord might be able to give you that well. And I think that kind of took away the aggression that we saw them have in game 1. Game 2 was a lot slower for Tundra Awaken. It played into Sonic's favor, and Yawar just managed to do what he wanted here.
Yeah, still a very hype matchup here between these two teams, and a very tense game number 2, right? Between the two, like it just felt like at any moment it could have gone either way. And you kind of saw it in the graph earlier, like just the back and forth constantly happening. It was a very, at times, very messy, but also very entertaining to watch. Shout out as well. Again, I just gotta say, like even though they ended up losing, I really just love the way this Batrider is playing. Like Alone's really showing that he probably does deserve to be on a team somewhere in SA or somewhere around the world, rather. While Sonics, they do win out the game, but you know, it was a close one and certainly an interesting performance here from both sides. So we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with some more great Dota coming up for the Arlington Major. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you all again very soon.
Double kill.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PGL Arlington Major. We've got our third series of the night. It's going to be Tundra Awaken taking on RNG. Denog, how are we doing on this beautiful morning?
I'm doing well. This is really exciting because we get to see a few teams that I want to say had a few shaky moments in their previous series today. Sonic's taking one game off of Tundra Awaken. And then, of course, Fnatic being able to take that one game off of RNG. RNG looking very strong so far. So any games that are able to be taken off of them is a pretty big achievement.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially with Anna coming in, standing in for the lads on RNG. We will take a look, though, at Tundra Awaken and the team that...
So far has been exceptional. Honestly, outside of maybe Collapse, I would put him at like my number one. So this is a really impressive showing by him, and hopefully for Tundra Awaken's sake, they're already locked in at TI. They're first on the DPC rankings, but they want more chances to be able to play against international competition.
That's some high praises as well, putting Sacred with the name of, Collapse. Of course, everyone has really had him at the top of the list for quite some time. I've also been very impressed with Faith Beyond so far in the offlane role. But another offlaner that is incredibly talented is Chalice and the lads on RNG as well.
How's Anna's drip?
He's a bit drippy. He's a bit drippy. I gotta see the shoes. I didn't get to see the shoes. I don't know how drippy he's going on a scale of 10. Maybe the top's looking pretty clean. You get down to the shoes. I don't know. That's a different question. But RNG looking pretty swell, like you said. Both Tundra Awaken and RNG, they haven't been able to find a full 2-0 victory just yet. RNG, they are 3-3, and for Tundra Awaken, they are 2-2 as well. And there's going to be some very, very important series if they're able to, and I should just say games in general if they're able to take that. They are in the group where 3 teams will be eliminated as well compared to the other group. So it's going to be every single victory you can get is very important for these lads.
Yeah, honestly, this seems like one of the most even majors we've had in a very long time. Previously, people were memeing on them that EG might be one of those ones to go home first again, but they just 2-0'd Spirit, and Spirit have been looking pretty damn solid so far. So, this is a very impressive showing coming out from all the teams, all the regions. It really just is who's better on the day, and it can come down to that draft.
Yeah, without a doubt. And with a lot of our games yesterday, we did feel like it was a little bit dependent on the draft. Of course, you got to be able to execute the draft. That's a completely different story. But we felt like there were teams when they had that slight advantage in regards to the draft that really set them up for success. And we've seen so far after day one, kind of the I don't want to say the meta. We truly haven't got to that stage yet. But the popular picks are really starting to come out. Is there anything that's maybe surprised you with a hero that's been picked more than you're expecting, or a hero that's been picked a little bit less?
More than I'm expecting. Honestly, a little bit of the Mars. It really fell out in favor. Just it feels like it was countered by a lot of these heroes in lane. It didn't quite feel as strong, but we've had a lot of big influences coming out from it. I mean, we saw Fnatic play it with Jabs. Obviously, they lost that game still, but he looked very impressive at the very beginning. Of course, Collapse, Mars, it's a duo that just goes together hand in hand. So, yeah, probably that. And the one that I've seen less of than I was expecting is probably the Dawnbreaker. And the times that we've seen it has been like pretty much exclusively support, I think, at least from what I've seen. I was really expecting people to, again, take advantage of the fact that it's such a strong laner. It can put a ton of pressure on. And we're seeing a good amount of Enigma coming out here as well from the Chinese teams in particular. So I feel like that is one of the good ways to be able to counter it.
Yeah, we kind of saw at Riyadh and the ESL qualifiers as well, a lot of the answers to the Dawnbreaker was just a big team fight ultimate, because it's going to be on top of another target. So we saw the Disruptors, the Wyverns, the Enigmas, like you mentioned,
Thunder
were a really good way to be able
Predators,
to
turn
combat
to
that.
ban.
But we do have our Game 1 draft underway. It's going to be Thunder Awaken on the Radiant side and RNG on the Die side. Did you by any chance get to see where the selection went as well? Who got the coin toss?
I'm pretty sure Thunder
Team
Awaken went and
ban.
chose first pick for themselves, because
Thunder
RNG, they're a team that
Predators,
really
turn
love
to
having that
ban.
first pick. They tend to favor like a
Entire
tiny
team
opener
ban.
into something along the lines of an Enigma, and that might be what actually Thunder Awaken are leaning more towards. Enigma, not really a sacred style of hero,
Thunder
but with banning out that
Predators, turn to
Dawnbreaker,
pick.
it really does give you the indication that that might be the case. Already getting a lot of respect is sacred. Two of his heroes banned out in that first phase in the Weaver and the Timbersaw. Offlane Weaver, not something that too many teams do, but Thunder Awaken is absolutely one of them.
Dire team pick.
He's 17-0 on the Weaver in this patch, I believe, is Mr. Sacred. So, like you said, no one is really pulling out the offlane Weaver, but South America in particular, they show that they have some really crafty picks up their sleeve, but there is that Tiny as the
10
first pick for
seconds
Thunder Awaken.
remaining.
Now, what do we... Do you want to try and directly
5 seconds
pick
remaining.
heroes to deal with the Tiny, or do you just stick to your own strategy here for RNG?
Oh, it's hard to say, right? This almost feels, I don't want to say uncounterable, but that never feels like a stage of the game where the Tiny is bad. You know, it's always going to be strong, like level 2 onwards in lane. You've got good roaming potential. You hit a big timing with your Blink Dagger, and then late game, there is that scaling. So I think you could look to ignore it. I think you need to pick a little bit of percentage-based damage and perhaps some save as well.
Dire
Just because
team
the
pick.
repositioning mechanic on this Tiny hero is just so busted. So RNG, go down the avenue of the save. Of course, you can do all the bursting that you want, but as long as you've got the cast range for it and you use the Shallow Grave on the portrait as opposed to the actual hero, you're always going to be able to get that save off.
That was a hero that RNG
10 seconds
hadn't
remaining.
played in 2 or 3 so far, but we have seen X-Nova in a couple games
5
pull it out
seconds
here
remaining.
in the
Thunder
Arlington
Predators,
Major,
turn
and
to pick.
everyone in general as well, really liking the Dazzle so far. It's the 3rd most picked hero, 17 games with a 52%. But look at this. Wow, a first phase Earth spreader. I know China, a region that still has a little bit of priority on it, considering you
10
look at the
seconds
likes
remaining.
of Kaka and Baboka and Shinkyu as well,
5
like just the
seconds
roaming
remaining.
plays that really thrive on heroes like the Earth Spirit.
I mean, it's just such a great hero these days. Like, in terms of from a spectator's point of view, you want to make sure that you're there to be able to see a lot of those big rolls. It felt like with Shinkyu playing it, he was just landing boulder after boulder after boulder. And I think it's really important to go a support like this when you've got someone like a Dazzle who wants to be that backline, just sitting there on the back lines. I think a lot of teams
Predators,
get
turn
caught
to
up in their draft by playing a little bit too passively. And that means that you're
Dire
accustomed to
team
getting
ban.
run over. We saw it with, I I believe it was Fnatic yesterday, where they had a Shadow Shaman plus a Warlock. And once you get on top of those two and you silence them, there's nothing they can do. They're just going to melt. So with someone like an Earth Spirit that's trying to be a bit more proactive and make the plays happen, that means the Dazzle is suddenly freed up to have a much higher level of impact.
Remaining.
But Thunder Wave can just do the pretty obvious thing. Tiny puck. It's a tale as
5
old as time.
seconds.
But I actually see teams kind of counterpick the puck, I should say. We've seen, I know EG like this Dazzle in regards to the minus
10
armor and just
seconds
being able to
remaining.
sustain the drawn out fight. Burst, he likes to,
5
you know,
seconds
to get a couple
remaining.
rounds of the abilities off, and the Earth Spirit as well with some nice control to be able to catch him through maybe the tree line before Puck's able to react, and then you get a follow-up stun as well. So there are definitely heroes all ready for RNG to be able to deal with the Puck, but in regards to their opener as well, RNG, they really like going for a lot of flex heroes in the first phase, and their Chalice hero often is picked up early on. So I'm trying to look back, and it doesn't, from what I can see, I know Somnus has the potential to play the
Dire
Earth Spirit
team
mid. That
back.
is getting pretty crazy, but from what I can see through the DPC, in particular 2 or 3, they did not flex the Earth Spirit at all. So it is kind of interesting that they've gone for both their supports here to start in the first phase.
I think it's fine. I mean, you might have said, oh, but what you might want to pick up
10
something like the
seconds
Ember Spirit.
remaining.
Honestly, Ember feels like a hero that it's only good against the puck, and that's why Thunder Awaken are banning it
5
out now.
seconds remaining.
But you talk about Chalice's heroes as well. They're just targeting him with a lot of bans. You know, the Razor, Dawn, Nature's Prophet, those are like top 3 Chalice heroes as for right now. The only other ones in the pool are really like the Viper, the
Thunder
Dawnbreaker,
Predators
maybe the
turn
Coddle.
to
And they've
ban.
gone ahead and gotten rid of the Viper for themselves. So maybe it's going to be something down the lines of, well, it's not a Timbersaw. You've already banned that out yourselves as well, but a Necrophos perhaps. I really wouldn't hate to see the DP, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
Does give you an incredible amount of team fight, and I think in combination with the
seconds
Dazzle as well,
remaining.
having a hero that is just going to look to run in and wants kind of someone being able to provide, sustain, and almost give you that opportunity, because if the DP gets chain controlled and you can't get the Spirit Siphon off, then that is really the big weakness, but the Dazzle can really
Dire
help kind of
team
fix your
back.
flaws. So yeah, I'd really like for RNG to go down that route. That's a really good call.
And even just like I want to say this about RNG, but it's not entirely true. It's not exclusively them. It's them and China that tend to be leaning a little bit more towards this true 4 Protect 1 style.
10 seconds
For RNG, it makes a
remaining.
lot more sense because that's just the style of
team
carry that
pick.
Ana really thrives upon. And I think that's really what's going to give them the most success, as it has so far.
Predators turn
You
to
obviously have
pick.
seen him pick Pudge and heroes of that nature. I like this Void Spirit pick in response to the puck. But to me, it feels like maybe Somnus is playing a lot more of the aggressive style of position 2s, you know, where he's most known for like his Lina, his Kunkka, ones
10
that are a little bit
seconds
more
remaining.
static, not as mobile around the map. But, certainly now, once
5
he's picked up a
seconds
Void Spirit,
remaining.
he's giving a lot of more of that farming onus over to someone like Ana to be able to just sit back and carry the game.
And do you feel like with the second phase of bans from RNG, they've kind of were looking to protect the Void Spirit? Like, does the Monkey and Bloodseeker, are they heroes that you're worried about playing
Thunder
if you go for
Predators
this
turn
Void?
to pick.
Bloodseeker, yes. Not so much with the Monkey King. I think, you might be considering the Monkey King if it's like, for that quick pick off, but you've got the Dazzle, right, to be able to save. So I feel like, if anything, the Monkey would be going for that instead. And then if you could even just say, but maybe it flexes to the mid lane, well, you got the puck, so that's probably not going to be happening
10
either. But
seconds remaining.
I'm liking this with the Pango. I mean, it's
Dire
just, again,
team
another
pick.
thing that's going to be able to have a huge amount of team fight effectiveness. And this is a really slept on hero, no pun intended. It's I guess it's just the big thing of like, you still want that BKB piercing disable, but it really feels like a lot of teams are valuing the self-sustain not the self-sustain,
10
the team
seconds
fight
remaining.
sustain in terms of, your Witch Doctors, your Dazzles, your Phoenix,
5
your Warlocks.
seconds
Bane really
remaining.
only does that for himself. So I'm feeling like for Thunder Awaken, they're going to go for something that has that capability for themselves, but is also able to, take advantage of a really strong lane.
Just trying to
This
see
could
what...
be it could be the style where they just run at them. Like, Alchemist is still in the pool. If you're able to get him up to level 6, with which a strong lane allows you to do, then you're in a pretty good spot. And then again, we've seen Alchemists, of course, they're going to farm quickly, but Blink Daggers are coming out sooner and sooner. So you can just, again, follow up your Pango, follow up your Puck, go in onto the back lines and really disrupt a lot of the defense that they're going for. And he's a pretty decent tower taker as well. So I wouldn't hate an Alchemist here. Maybe, I was about to say maybe a Morphling, but it's kind of neither here nor there.
I'm just trying to consider if RNG show their Chalice or Ana hero here in the 18th. I think if you're looking at your Ana hero, Chaos Knight looks pretty good. It's a question of, is that really his style of hero? But I really like it with the Dazzle lane, a lot of minus armor for the Puck as well. It can be a bit awkward, I
Thunder
suppose, in the Pango,
Predators
so maybe
turn
that's
to
a bit of a
battle.
deterrent. And well, there you go. You gotta... Oof, that is a hero that is incredibly strong at the moment. I'm honestly quite surprised we haven't seen as much Bristle so far.
It's been banned a lot. I think that's why. It's, again, like, it's more commonly
Dire
picked up
team
by,
back.
your teams like Liquid, those green heroes, man. They really like them. If it's not green, that's because I'm colorblind.
Thunder
But
Predators
against the
turn
Enigma,
to
it is a very
battle.
common one. Is he green? Actually, tell me. Is he green or is he brown?
He's not green at all. He's like a yellow, a little bit of orange in there, a little bit of brown. It's just nowhere near green.
He's green to me. Okay, Earth Spirit's green. I know that much.
10
But
seconds remaining.
yeah, I like this. Again, it's just going to fit that up
5
pace tempo.
seconds
I think
remaining.
we're just going to see a lot of these two teams running into each other. It's a question of, like, who's going to be coming out on top. Obviously, the Bristleback, you can still, in a lot of these team fights, do a lot of damage because you've got the Quill Spray, physical damage, so Pangolier still going to be able to take a lot from that. Even just in the laning phase, right? If you could see an early point into the Viscous Nasal Goo, then suddenly Dazzle is amplified a whole lot more, not just because of the slow, but the armor reduction makes the Poison Touch hit harder, it makes the Shadow Wave hit harder, so this is a pretty damn strong lane, and I'm not sure if a Tiny and Pangolier is going to be able to withstand it.
And do you feel like now Thunder Awaken have to consider someone an Agi carry just because of the amount of minus armor that RNG are going to be having in this game?
I think an Agi carry is important. I mean, obviously the ideal is to go for something that's going to give you a break. Right now, none of these heroes are fulfilling that criteria. Something along the lines of a Juggernaut wouldn't be horrible, just because you're going to be able to, oftentimes avoid out a lot of this, magnetize, the silence.
10
You're a natural
seconds
Manta builder.
remaining.
You can look to go into the Silver Edge on the Juggernaut as well if
5
you really
seconds
wanted
remaining.
to. So I wouldn't hate seeing something like the Jug again. It's just that up-tempo style.
Thunder Predators
Actually
turn
be an
to
option.
pick.
We're not really seeing Phantom Assassin,
Yep.
but
They're
a lot of
banning it.
carries. Yeah, that's a nice call on the Jog ban. A lot of, from what I've seen, Bristlebacks. Some of the bans, the Bloodseeker's definitely kind of that first ban you're looking for to protect it, but I'm also seeing some people
10
even consider a
seconds
Phantom
remaining.
Assassin just because the Ag Shard can be very difficult. You get that built-in break,
5
which is really
seconds
nice. A little bit
remaining.
of percent damage. They don't have, like, you're going to be a BKB builder, which can be really nice.
That's putting a lot of faith into the rest of your team to just take attention away from you, allow you to get that farm, because you're going to have an Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, and Bristleback running at you. Yeah, this is what I was wanting. The Alchemist just into the lane. Again, very survivable on his own, able to pick up a lot of that farm. And, you can go into the Silver Edge if you want to, but maybe it's just a case of, well, actually, we feel like we can kill this Bristleback as long as you don't have the Dazzle keeping him
10
alive. So,
seconds
gone
remaining.
for that backline dive. So what's
5
left now?
seconds
Maybe... Could they Necro here? I wouldn't hate a Necro coming out from Chalice. Or could they... They couldn't Keeper the Light offlane, could they? It's something that RNG do.
Yeah.
Pair it together with a Bristleback, it's pretty
You
devastating.
may
No,
now
they
select
Necro.
your heroes.
Alright. What was that, like 5 picks called? I like it.
Very good. I do think they have the capability to blow up the Necro this game. They don't have a Spirit Vessel builder, which is definitely something you always need to consider. Oh, Pango actually can go down that route. Yeah, Pango his item build can be quite versatile. I don't think he's going to have a good lane, though, which is a bit of a concern. If he doesn't have a good lane, then you might have some troubles with your initiation. Yeah, and also if Tiny gets a pretty late blink, then it's going to be all onto Alone here on the Puck. So we'll see how they're able to deal with the Necrophos. I think if they are ahead, then they do have the possibility to deal with Chalice before he's able to get a couple of items, but you called the Necrophos to be able to answer the Alchemist. So do you feel like this is enough for RNG to be able to stop Bakaz? Because we saw him have some incredible games yesterday when we were casting Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, I think it is certainly possible for him to limit the impact. I think another thing is it's just one more thing that if Puck is out of place for a little bit, you can actually look to lock her down. Obviously, you've got the Void Spirit and the Earth Spirit that do a great job at that. The only thing that was kind of making me maybe not think that the Necrophos was going to be a good thing is this Bane. I think a big part of Thunder Awaken's success this game is going to be on the back of Pandamu. You've obviously got the Enfeeble, which is great for, you know, the cast range reduction, also the healing reduction coming through for all of your spells, honestly. And even just that Nightmare to be able to save from the Reaper's Scythe could be a really big deal. But as we saw there, he is a Grand Master on the Bane. So I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's him.
So it's going to be interesting to see then if it forces Chalice to maybe go into an early Dispel item. You could be considering a Yule Scepter. Lotus Orb as well could be on the cards as well for a little bit of extra armor against the acid spray. But if you are really worried about the Enfeeble, which you probably should be considering the value level that you get out of it, then I wonder when Chalice is going to be considering about going for an item to be able to counter that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a... The Lotus Orb is a pretty standard item for the Necro, right? Like, you always want to be going at, like, something like an urn into a hood into the Lotus Orb is pretty standard for most Necros to be going, so I could certainly see that being the case for Chalice. Obviously, they've also got a lot of... I don't want to say slow stuns, but, you know, up against a Bane, even just to prevent that Fiend's Grip from going off onto a priority target is a pretty big deal. Tossing the Lotus Orb onto someone that Alk has Unstable Concoction, again, pretty important as well. Just removing the silence from the Puck as well onto, let's say, the Dazzle if he needed to. Pretty significant as well. So we'll see what avenue he tends to go down. That's one of the things. Your item choices are very open on this Necro, I feel, this game.
I did see Matthew was able to scout out, at least get an idea of RNG placing a ward around the mid lane. Look how both sides are set up to be able to contest this bounty rune. On to show first with X-Nova nearby as well. A little bit of poke damage into Sacred, nothing crazy.
I think it's going to be pretty chill. I mean, you've got an Alchemist that doesn't typically want to be part of those early fights anyway. Very rare that he's going to get the Grievel's Greed, but... just considering what he's actually going to level up in the lane as well. I think it'd be a big mistake if he didn't get at least a single point into that Unstable Concoction. 2 points is really where the value is, but we'll see. 2-2-1, pretty standard.
Matthew just runs up and yoinks it. Easy like that. Let's have a 2-for-2 regardless. Back on the Bakaz skill boot, I'm pretty much only seeing Alchemists, like side lanes, go like 2-2-1.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends as well if there's like a kill threat. So it might be like 3-1-1 instead, just to be able to buff up the speed that you're able to farm once Bane has secured you that laning stage. The thing is, though, you've got this Void Spirit and Earth Spirit, who are two heroes that are very capable of being able to invade the jungle if you're just sitting back and farming up some stacks. The move, bot side. Being focused up a little bit. There was some... Was it heavy blocking that was happening? No, I don't think it was blocking at all. Somehow the creep wave got underneath the tower. So that's going to get you a few of that. It's going to push the wave back in towards RNG's side. So really it's just a battle of using this Acid Spray and the Death Pulse. Like, I don't know how this is going to end out, honestly, because it's just like shoving back and forth. So it's just going to be all on aggression, though.
It's going to come down to the sustaining. Well, Karkar's got two sets of Tangos to be playing with, and we know the Necrophos is someone who's not really going to be, especially in this lane, I don't think Chalice is going to be concerned at all. I have a difficult time to be able to combat the Necro early. So we'll take a look at some of the other lanes. Mid lane alone on the Puck against Somnus on the Void Spirit. Of course, this is going to be... It is a matchup that can go back and forth. A lot of people like picking the Void Spirit just because at least you get that guaranteed control versus the Puck.
It's really important that, I'm just looking at top lane, that Matthew went and made this pull happen. He's trying to make it so it's that half pull, very nicely done. Just completely denying away two creeps and not giving away that lane pushing potential. Because as an early level on this Pango, you just see the cooldown on the swashbuckler. It's 20 seconds, so Xnova actually spent such a long time being able to bully the Pangolier away. Just a single use of the poison touch, and you're able to chase him down, continuously apply it.
It's going to be interesting to see what Thunder Awaken can really do to help out at this top lane, because like you mentioned, Dazzle Bristleback is a formidable lane combo, and the Pango is not the greatest laning hero, nor is the Tiny as well. So I wonder if Matthew, I don't even know if he can rotate bottom, like maybe around the 6-minute mark, a little bit afterwards, because you want to try and secure the runes as well for the puck. So I'm just intrigued to see on how Matthew's going to look to play this game, kind of help out some of the other lanes, because I don't think he'll be able to do too much top.
Yeah, to me it feels like he is just food if he plays in this top lane. Right now he's prioritized having the toss instead of the avalanche, really just wanting to keep that dazzle away from him while after he applies the poison touch. So that's very nicely done. You can just see Xnova using the fact that the Tiny can't stay in the lane to get a lot of these pulls off, keep resetting the equilibrium in favor of RNG. Able to get it? Maybe. I mean, Matthew's actually standing on top of a few creeps, so the Hellbear might even just clap him in the face.
We do see as well. Alone was forced to go pick up one of the bounty runes up top. It was the Dyer's bounty. Somnus has done a really good job to be able to continue to harass the puck. Has a little bit of a last advantage, and this sort of bottom lane might have our first blood. Karka's in a bit of trouble. Fairfire on a roll to play with, but Alchemist going to be able to put himself in a position where he can block the escape on Karka, and because picks up our first blood.
Great way to be able to start as this Alchemist. Wasn't having the most amazing time in lane. Of course, Chalice with this last pick Necro is just sitting back and free farming, and Pakaz is going to be able to take advantage of, in my opinion, if it's not for an Alchemist, the worst camp in the game. Just barely kills a single range creep, but one of the big parts of Karka is he wants to be playing that aggressively, not to reveal the fact that that camp is blocked up. Every single minute, he's just using his body to be right there. He ends up giving up his first life, so not worth it in the end, but you understand why.
Oh my lord, almost going down to the burst on Matthew. Just able to keep his life long enough, and they will force the TP back out. And while mid lane Somnus, if he lands a Remnant on lone, he's going to be in trouble, and he does. Doesn't juke to the north or the south. Somnus was on point with the Remnant usage, and I love that play as well. We saw the TP in from Karka to refill the bottle that was also at the 4-minute mark as well, so he was able to stop Alone from getting one of the water runes and left Puck in a really tricky situation where he only had half resources to play with, and he didn't know if he should stay in the lane or go back to base, and well, we saw what happened when he continued to stay in the lane.
Absolutely, and we all know that, we've seen it a few times, Chalice is just under zero threat of dying, so he's very happy to just sit down here on this bottom side, timing that kill of the small creep very well too, making sure that the small camp wasn't going to respawn considering it had been dewarded at the
Dyer's
time.
bottom tower is under attack.
And this is really the beautiful thing about the Necro pick, because it really enables Karka on the Earth Spirit. You have a self-sufficient laner who's not going to be in trouble at all, which can mean that Earth Spirit can make a lot of rotations, and we're going to see that come out, and I honestly think he's going to start rotating now to be able to secure the rune, but well, they got some kills to pick up first. Pandamu able to get some distance away thanks to the Nightmare and the Unstable Concoction, but as soon as the brawl is done with, Karka will start to make his way to the mid lane.
Everything's going well for RNG though right now. Obviously he's able to get away there, but again, it's just more space. Like, an Alchemist will not kill a Necrophos on its own. So right now Chalice is just bodying this, this Necro is bodying the Alchemist in the bottom side of the map, but Somnus, so many people just call him like a robot, able to do crazy things in that mid lane, although
for the moment, Matthew's going to be in with the combo as well. They're going to look for the perfect chain control.
Has been killed.
Do a decent amount of damage.
he astral stepped through the kill.
Chalice has got the side, look at the rotation as well from Karka back to bottom as Chalice finds that early level 6 thanks to some of the solo experience that he's been getting with Karka out of the lane, and it will cut away the life of the Elk.
Does end up going that 3-1-1 build on the Alchemist, so Chalice, he learns a little bit of a lesson. Can't just stand and fight underneath the acid spray out of the tower. He does have very low armor at this stage, just the 6 with the assistance of that Earth of Shadows, but yeah, very nice to be able to get that pick off. All 3 lanes going well for RNG right now.
Matthew might be in a
Radiant's
bit
top
of
tower
trouble
is
here.
under attack.
Somnus is converging on his location.
He knows.
See if he's gonna-
The Spidey senses.
He does indeed. He's got multiple ultimate charges to play with. There's the first into the
Dire's middle
second.
tower is under
He's up with the
attack.
8th remnant. So Matthew's really going to make him work for this. A lot of space created. This could open up bottom for Thunder Awaken to make a play. They are considering about bringing Puck down. And he's going to think otherwise. So an easy kill for Somnus. Matthew.
Is it? Is it an easy kill?
Well, you're right. It's not... Matthew's going to go down, but he wastes an incredible amount of time. So maybe it's not too easy.
Space created. Easy clap.
See the emphasis though. We've got the second power rune
Dire's
spawning up
bottom
shortly.
tower
Again,
is under
both these
attack.
mid laners are really going to look to secure these runes, and Matthew's going to be able to help out on lone. Even refills the bottle as well.
Man, this is actually just going to be such a quick timing for RNG.
Coil
This is-
actually. An early break. Matthew again's going to be in with the combo alone. He is holding the waning rift. Only level 1, so the damage is not going to be enough. Somnus!
Goes back in.
He goes back in! Somnus! Oh, he does get brought down. Not playing with the greatest amount of health. Felt like he could turn it around with the burst, but unfortunately that is not enough. So in the end, Thunder Awaken get a gigantic kill.
Alone, unfortunately, not able to claim that regen. Rudy dodging out the poison touch. I don't know if X-Nova wants to stay here. He's not the tankiest boy in the world. Alone actually wants to stay. It's Pandaboo that makes that rotation in.
He's going to be able to jump over
Radiant's
the wall of
bottom
the pit.
tower is under attack.
See if we can get that last orb off. Lacking a little bit of mana, unfortunately, for Alone, so not be able to secure the kill. It does also force Pandamoo to
Radiant's
rotate
top tower
out of this
is under
bottom lane,
attack.
but it looks like because he's doing okay for the moment.
So what I was saying before is typically we see with these Bristlebacks, the build they go for is like a Vanguard into the Aghanim Scepter, maybe even the Hood of Defiance in addition to the Vanguard, but Ana doesn't need to do that this game. All he's worried about right now is like the Puck being able to take him down, and maybe the tiny Avatos combo if he's facing the wrong way. So straight from that into the Aghanim Scepter is going to be an incredibly fast timing for him to
Radiant's
play
bottom
around.
tower is under
There we go,
attack.
Matthew.
Pandemonium.
Might be going down, and especially with Karkar being able to connect as well, but we do see the stacks up top being contested between Sacred and Pandamoo. A bit of a nuisance on Dana. Even Alone's going to look to rotate as well. They've got the coil. They need a silence up next over the threat of the grave. Might be able to keep Ana alive long enough for the rotation to come, and just look at that read as well from Thunder. They turn away from the Bristleback, recognizing that Ana's not going to be the easiest kill, and they'll get rid of X-Nova instead.
It's nice to be able to secure the kill, but again, at the end of the day, it's a POS 5. The POS 1 gets away. He's a Bristleback. With health regen, he can continue to farm. Oh, unless he gets ganked here after using the Soul Ring. Just being a little bit annoying as Alone. But yeah, 2 ults used for a POS 5. I think RNG are fine with that.
It's a question if they have the control to lock the puck into place long enough. Drawn down to the south, Karkar's on pursuit, the rolls up the mark, but Somnus, he is on. They're going to be able to bring him down with the help of the Resonant Pulse damage, and now Pandamoo's in trouble as well. Another round of the 8th remnant. Even Chalice is going to look to step in as well,
Radiant's middle
considering
tower is
about
under
dropping a
attack.
scythe. But decides
Love this
otherwise.
rotation though. Siege creeps up.
Radiant
Bring your
structures
guy
are
that's able to heal the
fortified.
entire creep wave. Chalice at the very top of the net worth right now, and I mean, who wants to
Dire's
rotate to
top
this?
tower
Puck,
is
even
under
once she
attack.
gets the Blink Dagger, is going to be massively useful because you've got that
Radiant's
Spirit
middle
Vessel to be
tower
able
is
to
under
cancel it.
attack.
Alchemist as well. All of that health regen isn't going to be as big of a factor. It's just about rushing for this Radiance. Right now, Thunder Awaken need to prioritize a whole lot more onto opening up this map for the Alchemist as much as they can.
Incredible positioning from Karkar as well. Scouting out the TP from Sacred, so they know that Pango is not going to be able to get involved in this team fight. They'll look for the stack for the coil. Karkar throwing onto the tier 2 tower, but it's not enough damage as they'll turn it back around though on RNG. An easy kill into Matthew, tier 1 tower secured.
I mean, are we able to get a replay of that at all? Because
Dire's
over the
top tower
days, we've
is under
really been
attack.
praising Thunder Awaken and their spell casting, but this fight was a little bit different. This time, they unfortunately used the Nightmare. If we have a quick look there, they used the Nightmare just
Dire's
before the
top
Dream
tower
Coil came
is
out,
falling.
so I don't believe it actually connects in onto the Earth Spirit.
Oh.
That's why he's able to run away. He gets tossed back. They're expecting that it's going to be broken, so at least it's a 1-for-1 trade, but instead, Karkar ends up living, and they get the kill onto Matthew.
You see RNG. This T1 towers, someone's actually going to look to jump in. As he got the burst from Loon with Karkar nearby, the control's enough, and they're going to look to try and move into the triangle. They've got the ward on the high ground, so a lot of information for RNG to play with. Thomas doesn't really have the ultimate charges though. Karkar gets the magnetize out there, so to be cautious on Thunder how long they stick around. The Chalice drops aside Thunder, however, looking to turn to deal with the Dazzle Sacred. He's not going to have the damage by himself. He's able to bounce back a swashbuckle, but it still keeps himself inside the river. Instead, Somnus though, he's going to jump for the Bane instead, recognizing he won't be able to catch up to the Pain Clear, so looking for the easier target with Ana rotating. But even Alone's going to look to get involved as well. A call to hold Somnus back, but Alone might have just put his body on the line. Jaunt Down just makes it to the low ground as well, so Alone is out. Sacred's going to make it out as well.
Got a little bit of efficiency coming through there with the Illusory Orb going over the high ground. They scout out the fact that RNG have this cliff warded, so they know that they're seeing Pakar's farming right now. That's why Ana's making the beeline towards there, but they're going to be able to back off in time. I might let the stack happen, and it's just like, all right, minus armor for my Quill Spray, why not?
I don't know how they're ever going to make any space for this Alchemist. This tier 1 tower going down at such an early stage, and this ward being up in the triangle, like, where is Elk going to be able to farm?
It's rough.
Look how aggressive they're playing. Look at RNG right now.
Yep. This is what that second pick Earth Spirit means for the team. It just means we are running at you. We are going to do it constantly. And we've got faith that our Bristleback and Necro with a free lane is going to be able to carry the game for us.
They may have seen Pakar's not having a TP. They're just beelining it to his location. Instead, Karkar's going to go for Pandamu, however. Scythe is still on cooldown. Chell's not going to be able to get an extra charge out of that. Trying to get in range for the Ghost Shroud, so they will be able to catch up in the end. They're going to be cautious though, because mid lane, this is a bigger target. They're going to be able to get the toss back, breaking the coil. Void Spirit goes down. And finally, they'll get rid of Pandamu as well, but that is a worthwhile trade. Even X-Nova is going to be put in the grave, so Thunder Awaken, all the space that the support made once again is able to help out to get some pretty big kills.
That's the way back into the game. Just the supports playing like out of their mind, being able to kite around multiple members of RNG. He's just finished up the Radiance, so this isn't quite so easy for Ana to just run down the Alchemist, but still he feels invulnerable up here on what's become his triangle to be able to farm. Looks like that is the next little objective though for Thunder Awaken. Get back control of their most important area of the map. The one tower they've taken is that tier 1 top, so they want to enable the cars to be able to farm on the top side.
Go, RNG, they're in. Karkar's going to miss the roll. Chell's going to be able to go over 6-4. They want to side down the Bane, and they're going to turn to Matthew as well. So 2 quick and easy kills for the side of RNG.
Very nice once again. They might even look this to use this to go into Roshan. You know, being able to pick off a couple. You've got the 1 point in the Viscous Nasal Goo. Not too much other minus armor. X-Nova is going to have a little bit. That's why he's spamming out the Shadow Wave just to be able to get that onto Roshan. But it's pretty significant. You know, immediately looking to apply it onto the bad juju. They're just not in a position right now to contest this on Thunder Awaken. They might just be thinking, oh god, they're not actually pushing us. They're just doing Roshan. It's fine, guys.
Does the bad juju minus armor work on Roche? I'm not seeing the...
The game's in beta areas, alright? These things just... there'll be a patch. We got a patch coming soon, alright?
That's going to be a beautiful patch. So this is kind of one of the big issues that we were mentioning about with the Penguin probably not having a lot of farm to work with in a game like this. Going into the Dazzle Bristleback, you see his net worth has really taken a hit. Hasn't been able to go for some luxury items. It's going to be that Blink Dagger first that he's considering.
I think he might go the Diffusal first if they feel like they're ready to, like, if RNG with this Aegis are just going to continue to run at them, right? Like, maybe RNG just wait for Ana to finish up his Aghanim Scepter, but I feel like they really want this in response to that. Yeah, because look at what you're up against. You're up against a Bristleback that needs to cast spells to do your damage and to be able to scale. Void Spirit, Necro, they're all very reliant on that mana. So if you could take that away from them, kind of like the old Topson Diffusal Gyro, then it goes a long way towards winning these team fights.
It is without a doubt an incredible item if he can get it, but it's just a question of, well, he has it completed, so we'll see. You are going to be a bit away from Matthew's Blink. It's again, really on the puck, and if they're in a position where Sacred can get that Rolling Thunder and bounce back onto multiple wards, multiple
Radiant's
cliffs.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think this is
Radiant
also one of those
structures
games where
are
you absolutely
fortified.
want to be going the 2.5 second shield crash ball cooldown, just because it's really important for once you get into that Aghanim Scepter. I think that's absolutely the build.
Gonna roll in onto Sacred. Matthew's in an incredible position to be able to cancel this initiation. And the reactions from Thunder. Pandamu's able to step in, Sacred as well with the Rolling Thunder. They might still stick around though from RNG. They know that's a lot of their control now wasted with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
They're actually TPing away here on Chalice. They might have spotted out Pakaz just farming up on this top side. Well, they see the
Radiant's
Aster spray, of
bottom
course.
tower is under attack.
But very
Dire's
nicely
middle
done by
tower is
Pandamu
under
to be able to
attack.
scout out this movement. I was kind of expecting RNG to use, again, this Aegis to continue pushing the
Dire's
bottom
top
side of the
tower
map.
is under
They don't have the
attack.
glyph on Thunder Awaken right now, and the wave was pushed all the way in underneath the tower, and I feel like without the Fiend's Grip, without the Rolling Thunder, that would have been a very easy
Silence.
kill.
He's got a double damage room. Silence as well, holding them back. Karkar's able to get the roll in to offer the control. Chemical Rage is still on cooldown for Pakaz, but the coil
the edges.
is going to give him some valuable time to work with. Someone's in trouble, the jump on forward. Finally, Pakaz has got the ultimate off. With the HP reach, and Pakaz should be able to reposition to safety, but do Thunder Awaken stick around for this team fight? Looks like they're going to make the executive call to back out. They're happy with getting rid of the Aegis onto Somnus. The Sacred even gets a +1 as well, bringing down X-Nova before Chalice is able to step in with the Scythe.
And they were actually so close there to be able to get the kill onto the Alchemist. You had
Radiant's
the
middle
Void Spirit
tower is
Astral
under
Step
attack.
ready to continuously go forward. I think the Witchblade was off cooldown as well, but it was a clutch silence coming out there from Alone that prevented the follow-up damage from coming in.
See? Pakaz just completed this BKB.
I really don't think they can fight until they get the Blink Dagger, though. That's the thing. They need a way to be able to jump the back lines and remove this
Radiant's
Dazzle from the
middle tower
equation.
is
You
under
saw
attack.
how important it was there. They just had to commit so much heavier to be able to take down the first life, not even, you know, the Aegis, and the second life just doesn't happen.
Pandamu's nearby, along with Alone. Once again, the toss under the T2 tower, but RNG, they're showing up with numbers here to be able to take the fight. Somnus is going to be cautious though. The coil's out into the break as well. Do they have the damage to bring down the Void Spirit? Nash Recept's able to reposition. Now Sacred's going to move in to try and deal with Chalice. This is not an easy kill at all. The Necroforce is incredibly survivable, especially with X-Nova nearby as well. It's going to go for a TPR, but they have the damage just after the Grave expires. And now Sacred's looking for more, but Ana, the Bristleback showed up to the party, so Alone, he needs to get the orb out. The George for the last second is not fast enough as Ana pumps the damage in to get from the pump, and now he can turn his attention to bring down Sacred. As RNG, finally Ana shows up, this Bristleback, too difficult for them to deal with.
And he's got the Aghanim Scepter. Daddy's home. He's here to just continuously push in these fights. Again, it's got to be big props to Sacred, though. He always seems to find a way to be able to get that one extra kill that you really don't expect Thunder Awaken to be able to claim in these team fights. Couple of supports, and it was his swashbuckle right on time with the end of that Shallow Grave that was able to take down the Necrophos as Chalice is trying to TP away.
Do smoke
go.
on the
Radiant's
ward as
middle
well.
tower is
So
under attack.
RNG, they have full confirmation of this play. Ana's just gonna charge in.
Why
They
not?
wanna take this skirmish. Pandamu's the target. Somna's gonna actually go for Matthew instead.
Still got the haste on
Why
Somnus.
did you make an enemy of me? I had no reason to notice it.
Feels like a tiny bit of a missed opportunity here for RNG. Like, 2 lanes are shoved in. They still don't have the finish for another 50 seconds. You've got this Bristleback that, in terms of relative strength this game, he's not going to get any stronger. Like, of course, you're going to scale. But I feel like Tango is going to be able to come back into this game stronger. So is the Park. Tiny's going to have a bigger influence. Like, he still doesn't have a Blink Dagger on Tiny. He's trying to go into the 4-staff maybe instead, but yeah, Matthew, of course, is going to have a much larger impact on this support Tiny once he does reach that timing. So just get some towers, get some more map control, prevent the Alchemist and other heroes from being able to farm.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I feel like for RNG, we're going to be looking at that second Rosh, and if they're unable to take probably looking to even get a set of barracks off that second row.
Radiant's top tower
Running
is
under the
under
observer,
attack.
Karthar and Somnus instantly jump on this opportunity. They're even looking for a +1 as well. Panda move, trying to deward the cliff, and well, that's going to result in
Radiant's
another
top
casualties. They
tower is
should
under
be able to
attack.
close the distance.
Look how fast Under is. Just chases down this poor Bane.
Easy kills. I do feel like they're, again, RNG, they're looking for this next Roshan. That's going to be at least 2 T2 towers, and they're going to look to crack the high ground. Because I do feel like Thunder Awaken as the game goes on. Like, the Alchemist can kind of fall off, but a Silver's Edge can really help deal with the Brissa back. There's a couple of really good scepters this game as well if it gets ultra late. So I feel like RNG, the second rush is incredibly important
Dire's
for
top
them.
tower is under attack.
Save coming through from Chalice there. Trying to turn this around. It's a toss onto the low.
Toss into the middle. Alright. Thought to give them some room to reset the fight. Honor is not the person you want to bring down from the cars. He jumps in the river instead. Sacred's got the follow-up as well. They're going to look to buy back. They know they need to protect the Necro. But the Dazzle, too late to join back with the teleport. So Thunder Awaken find a beautiful opening thanks to the Alchemist Blink Dagger.
Honor? Still very speedy, but not alone. There to cut you out with Blade Slow coming through.
Man, that silence is way too close for comfort on alone.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
closing in on
is
that
under
AC
attack.
though. Finally, RNG look to convert the
Radiant's
early
middle
aggression into a
tower is
push.
falling.
Doing a good job on Thunder Awaken so far to keep these lanes pushed out as much as possible, but finally they're able to take away the outpost. They could potentially go for another lane being pushed in. Obviously, top side has more importance because that's close to the Roshan that's going to be spawning in 1.5 minutes, but just the fact that they were able to claim a couple of those kills, you know, these are, I don't want to say they're freebies, but they're certainly unexpected for how the game state's been.
What's your thoughts on the scaling potential of either side?
I would say, like, super late, it's going to be Thunder Awaken. I feel like right now, RNG is incredibly strong, and we still, again, don't have the Blink Dagger on Tiny. He's 15 gold away from being able to pick it up. Same sort of thing with the Pango, right? He just picked up the Blink Dagger for himself. He can look to get into stuff that's just going to chain lockdown people like the Necro, like the Dazzle, because Necro really doesn't like buying a BKB for himself. So you get that Rolling Thunder on top of him, he just does nothing in a lot of these engagements. So I'm feeling confident if it gets to the super late for Thunder Awaken, but for right now, the game's all RNGs.
They're looking to continue on with that trend. Smoke up from RNG. Gonna put Honor in the front line. See who
With
they
the
can get
AC as
jump.
well. People are gonna melt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are
Won't
scanning.
have a top lane to play with. Alone's done a pretty good job to cut the waves.
They're playing around Roshan though. X-Nova should be able to scout it out 3 seconds away.
Can Thunder contest this? Do you feel like they have the items to be able to do so?
I don't think so. I think they're very close, but just not quite there. Just like simple things like the BKB on the puck could be the difference maker. Pangalia having the ball up. As for right now, this should be the second one claimed. I wonder who's going to secure the Aghanim Shard. Maybe, honestly, maybe even the Dazzle, to be honest, right? Like, they've been pretty on point on Somnus as well as Kaka of finding the initial pickoff, but maybe just lacking a little bit of that follow-up damage onto it. 2 seconds could be the difference.
Confirmation, but they want nothing to do with the pit. So the second Rosh is going to go the way of RNG. Ana gets the Aegis. Shard given over to Somnus as well. Soon to be the level 18, so max out Astral Step, offering plenty of damage. Now Thunder is setting themselves up in a position to take a fight by the outpost, but I don't think you can... If Panda Move goes down first, and that's going to buy him some time. Kaka's going to get the roll in, but a beautiful avalanche along with Sacred's Rolling Thunder. It gives them the opportunity to get rid of the US Grid to start. Sacred being able to run into the Void Spirit as well. They're going to look to jump as well. Alone's with the combination, Matthew with the break of the coil. But where's Bakars for the damage? He'll enter from the right side. Without the Void Spirit now, the control might be something that's going to be lacking on RNG. We'll see if they can kite Ana down to the north. And Matthew with the sacrificial lamb. So Thunder, a beautiful team fight. They get a 2-for-1. They force out a buyback out of Kaka.
And that was all because of they just waited for that little bit of extra timing, right? Pango had the Aghanim Shard that time, so they got the chain lockdown needed to just delay the fight long enough until Alone was able to join with the Dream Coil, and then, of course, Puck, Dream Coil, Tiny Toss was what you needed to be able to bring him closer to the Alchemist and get the finish off onto Somnus. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Thunder Awaken have the tools at their disposal. It's just about waiting for the right time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cautious though, setting up this defense. There is a ward on the high ground. You see Panda Move starting to enter towards the T2 tower. It looks like without anyone else nearby, it's going to be a very tricky defense, especially into the Aegis as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is the map control that I feel RNG should have had a while ago. So the fact they're able to claim it now, it's a little delayed, but you are still able to, again, prevent the areas of the map that you're able to farm. You've also got those nice tier 3 neutral items ready to come out here. So it could certainly be a factor.
It's probably RNG going to need to smoke if they want to enter this bottom jungle. Because we saw that previous fight break out, you more than likely the only way Thunder want to take that fight is if they have wards set up down bottom, so entering that high ground blind under the threat of maybe Thunder being grouped up as 5 is going to be a too tricky of a task. So yeah, we are going to see them smoke up and look to try and control bottom. Because this is a gigantic kill. He did just buy out.
Oh no.
Oh my lord. That was way too close.
And the worst part is they'll never know until they watch the replay.
They do know now.
Oh.
Chalice saw the creeps. Oh, because don't continue to go top. He's chill. Top lane though, they're setting up on Sacred. This is here. Chalice is going to be nearby as well. An easy kill. Beautiful move from RNG. Beautiful move from bot to
They're
top.
tired
They
of
go.
being split pushed. They're tired of it. You know, this Pango, this Puck, they've been doing a really good job of
Pass
this
is
so
still
far.
bottom as well. Instant
Man
TP's
by
coming out. He
Gaga.
might get the kill. Pandamu's nearby to be able to help out as well. And the rest of Thunder are also connecting just in case a fight breaks out.
Yeah, just look to, like, BKB TP at the very worst against Ana, but
It fills me with nothingness.
it feels a little weird, honestly, for RNG. They got a minute 20 left on this Aegis, so probably about 30 seconds once Earth Spirit respawns. You're not going to have the Reaper's Scythe, so there's that big kill threat gone. Have they even got all of their neutral items so far? They do, and actually there's a Psychic Headband not being used by Xnova's Dazzle. I think he'd much prefer that to a Chip Vest, but who am I?
I think we are just seeing the difficulties though with RNG, and their lineup is a little bit immobile. Necro's very slow, Dazzle's very slow, Bristleback kind of speedy to get to some of the other lanes can be difficult. It doesn't really offer pick-off potential as well. So Thunder have a really good read on just what they need to do. Just continue to kite the Aegis. They've only gotten, they might not even get this tier 2 tower. 30 seconds left, and Thunder are coming out like they want to set up a defense.
Really not wanting to. I thought they would have been in a place to get it. Huh.
This net worth lead is not really growing.
So, this is like one of probably 2 maybe instances where this talent on the Necrophos at level 20 is actually good. He went the Heartstopper regen reduction because you're against an Alchemist. Alchemist and Huskar are basically the only 2 heroes that you wanted against because it's regen. It's not healing, it's not anything like that, it is regen. And that's what Alchemist's Chemical Rage gives you. It gives you that bonus health regen.
I would love if it showed in the tooltip. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the case.
We've been over this. The game is in beta.
I'm sorry. Got the subject. Thunder, they're going to smoke. They see Chalice. Let's see if they can blow him up. With the chain control, they might be able to, but it's going to be off the back of Xnova's positioning as well. I don't know how Chalice caught a whiff for this, but he's backing up to his team.
Xnova's playing in really good spots as well. Always playing around that tree line. Very rarely getting out of the box. Although...
He's into the coil
Ultra.
Back around, but because
Chalice came back in.
He's got the Ultra kill. He's looking for the Rampage as well. He's going to be cautious though. The Chemical Rage has expired. They're doing an incredible job to kite Arna for the moment. A toss to the side. They'll get the side kill one. Both support to down.
Disarm.
Bring Chalice down. The jump to the high ground. Shots still on cooldown. He's got the force up as well. But look at Arna. He's doing it all for them. Double kill on the Brisset back. They just aren't able to combat. This position one on RNG was such a beautiful start, but they do not have the answers.
Under attack.
I want to look at that fight recap. 6,500 damage being done by Arna and just as much by the Alchemist as well. Yeah, this is just a perfect Dream Coil coming through from Alone to set everything up. Once this buyback happens as well on Chalice, he TPs back to the left-hand side. So really perhaps catching them a little bit by surprise, but just great spellcasting once again coming through from Tundra Awaken. But this is what happens with a Bristleback. He's got that Warpath damage stack now to level 25. Right-clicking like a beast. Oh, my favorite ability in people underappreciated. Still alive. Sword helping a little bit.
I'm just seeing the live feed. I'm seeing he's got no mana, so he can't get the stacks going. The Enfeeble, like you're mentioning, so a bit difficult at the moment. He's doing a really good job to slow down the siege.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's
Constant
bottom
bonus is being used.
Okay, what do Thunder have to do differently in these fights to deal with the Bristleback? Everything else in that fight was perfect. Getting the supports, avoiding the Bristle at the start, but just obviously that wasn't enough. Like, Arna is incredibly farmed. They've got a Bristleback issue. Is there something they need to itemize, or is it just team fight-wise that needs to be a little bit different?
Well, just have a look over at Picard's in his quick buy. I think that'll give you the answer very quickly. They're like, we need the break. We need it right now. And honestly, they're taking the strategy that I don't hate, personally, in that you just ignore the Bristle and try and kill everyone else, because if you're just killing the Bristle, it's suicide. You're activating his Bristleback as well. But eventually it gets to the stage where, you know, he's level 25 now, so you kind of can't do that. You have to focus on him. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to do way too much with those Warpath stacks. Like, look at that damage that he's got.
Yeah,
he's got like
I know,
800, 950 damage. My math is terrible. 800, 900, around that.
It's dumb. You can just control people in place.
Mirrors
It's fun here. I mean, when you're snowballing and you're this raid boss, you're so far ahead. Bristleback's incredibly fun to play for the person who's playing. The enemy team.
Yes.
So, pretty good work.
You called my name?
I know. But people don't know that, so we just let
That
it
is true.
fly.
My name is Daniel Og. That is my my official name
Yeah, no.
on my birth certificate.
You mean Gonad? That's what it is?
Yeah. No, that's my middle name.
Ah.
I actually don't have a middle name. Did you know that?
Why? What'd your
Because my parents aren't
say?
creative. They were just like, too much work.
Too much work? What do you mean? It's not even that much work. The middle name is often one of either the grandma or the granddad, one of their names.
I think you're overestimating just how much my parents care about me.
Must be a rough life. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Daddy and mummy issues. Hate to see it. Alright, RNG. What do we have in store? Waiting for that third Roche. X-Nova's on Roche shitting duties. Love to see it. 40 more seconds, X-Nova.
Radiant's
Leads up,
top
Pete, my
tower
good
is
sir.
under attack.
This feels like, you know, one of those moments where there's like, you're waiting for a press conference to happen, and X-Nova's the sideline reporter, and he's like, X-Nova, anything left in the Roche pit? Then he just pans over to him. Nothing here yet. I'll make sure to update you.
Well, he did another really good job at getting some information. The 36-minute marks, and then the power room was spawning.
He's the sideline reporter.
Nah, they can't think about this, right?
He's got the Aeon disc ready. They can't. They'll see that. It's in his
Do they
back.
want to pop it?
I mean,
They're looking at... maybe forcing reactions? Alright, well, you get one out of Somnus. But Panda is not making it out of this one alive. Mid lane, though. Parkar's even got to force the BKB as well. Arna's charging in. Picard has to get out, but he blinked into the middle. Ultimate's going to be activated. They need a way
lot
to
of
go
damage.
Arna, but the Bristleback pops the BKB, charging forward to deal with the cars. Where's the protection? Thunder just gets the blink out, the nick of time. Meanwhile, though, Somnus is looking for the extra kill. Alone forced to use the core to reposition, but there's a big window here for RNG.
Now they can just continue pushing on forward. They know that the unstable concoction's about to wear out as well, so they're not worried about this Alchemist one bit.
Middle tower has fallen.
Really good itemization coming out here from Somnus as he uses it. That boots of travel, making sure that he's able to quickly connect onto Sacred, on his Pango. Yeah. Both on Somnus as well as Chalice, they made sure to go into that boots of travel to make sure that they could stop this pesky rat split push play that they're trying to go to delay the game out on the be a big pickoff.
Look at the jump. There's the Aeon disc activated. They're happy with that. You gotta get the top, my good sirs, though. Honor is just obliterating your objectives.
Radiant's top barracks are under
You can't let them get megas.
They got the range bottom. It's fine.
Oh, I didn't see the barricade.
Radiant's top barracks.
Nice deep inside, but he's able to reposition close to the formation of RNG. Can they continue to kite the Bristleback? It's not going to be easy at all. Sacred's going to try and pop another Aeon disc. He's able to do so successfully. The car's... Oh, no, he doesn't get the toss. BKB still good out as well for a couple seconds. Chalice... Oh,
Anna's got his.
Back inside the base. Keeping the cards alive, and now it's going to move on forward. Deals with the Aster. Turns his attention to Anna, but still this Bristleback. Here's the raid boss. They've got no answers to Anna this game. A triple killer moving on forward. It might be time to dive the fountain as well. Get that rampage up for Anna. Instead, objective-based gaming for the Bristle.
Oh, he doesn't want an objective. He wants the rampage, bro.
He might get it, and he does indeed. Anna. He'll finish it off with the rampage. What a beautiful performance coming out from the stand-in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Get it? That might not be that funny.
Come on, Anna, go for the fountain dive. It's your home. It's your home from the Oz pubs. This is where you always seem to find yourself, and eventually the GG ends. Once for punishment. This might be his first death of the entire game. Never mind. He is a Bristle.
Does RNG, what an incredible game. To be able to take this one 13-9. Anna goes deathless in this game. The stand-in and looking like he hasn't stopped playing.
He was the bringer of death. He was the bringer of death. You had the Necro there with the Shard. He was the Death Seeker as well. This was really just RNG playing at their absolute peak. And X-Nova got rid of the chip vest at the end of the game. He had a telescope, so that also helped things a little bit. But really great team play. I thought Somnus bodied his lane. Chalice, what a great last pick for that Necrophos. They didn't deal with the Bristleback at all in the draft, and with their itemization, the Silver Edge came a little bit too late. I can understand where Tundra Awaken were trying to go for. You know, it was great support play as well, being able to kite out, delay the game with the supports, creating a ton of space, but it's just not enough when you're behind in the draft as much as they were.
We did see there were signs of life though for Tundra Awaken, which hopefully is something that they're able to look at in between the break and see some of their mistakes and where they can look to improve from, but to not get themselves down with this game one performance, because there was some stages where we saw some brilliance out of them, but in the end, it's going to be RNG that take our game one here in the third series of the night. We're going to send this over to break, and when we come back, we've got more Tundra Awaken against RNG.
Radiant are scanning.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Well, a bristleback that goes unanswered in game one is enough for RNG to be able to secure an incredible performance from them. We're going to be moving over into game two. Denog, what do we need to look different for Tundra Awaken to set themselves up to potentially tie this series?
Well, I was about to say maybe prioritizing that first pick for themselves, but they've gone ahead and chosen second. So obviously, the first pick didn't work out too well for them first time around, but that's just giving RNG their opening to pick up the Tiny for themselves. I think Tundra Awaken probably need to ban that one out. We've seen a lot of great Enigma performances so far throughout the Arlington Major, and I think that might be what's coming for RNG if that gets let through.
What are in your opinion, are the biggest counters to the Enigma that they have to be worried about? Of course, if we go down this route, is there anything that really stands out that we could see RNG put some emphasis on?
I think the best one is probably the Dawnbreaker, just because, like, to beat Enigma, you could do two things, right? You can either beat it in the laning stage, crush it, or you can heavily counter it late game. So late game, you want those BKB piercing disables, you want something like a Rubik, stuns, yada, 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 to be able to beat it. But in the laning stage, you need physical damage. And Dawnbreaker kind of provides both of those things. Like, not necessarily the BKB piercing stuns and all that, but at least you could use the Solar Guardian onto him once the black holes are happening and, like, negate a lot of the damage that is being done in the mid to late game. And then in laning phase, Starbreaker, physical damage, great to be able to deal with the Eidolons. So you could go down that route. They might just bristleback again. You know, like, this is a really good hero still. Nothing stopped it. So yeah, I think that is absolutely an option for them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the bristleback goes at least into the second phase, maybe untouched, and we could see RNG pick it up again. And if Tundra Awaken haven't adjusted maybe some of their heroes that they want to look to play against it could be a big issue once again, because we saw just, you have a bristleback. It wasn't even, really didn't feel like bristleback even needed the dazzle to really help out too much as well with the healing. It was just so far ahead and had so many items where they weren't able to really bring him down to a threshold where they were able to potentially get that kill.
Just having a quick look back through Picard's item progression that game. I think the one that really stands out to me the most is the Bloodthorn pickup. I really don't think it was necessary. You know, something like I think it was Radiance, BKB, Blink Dagger. I think that's totally fine. You know, you want to be able to have these things so that you're not worried about the Necro at all. You're not worried about being silenced by the Earth Spirit. You're not worried about the Void Spirit even. So it's just about ripping through the team at that stage. Even the AC after that is totally fine, but Orchid into a Bloodthorn, I think that's where the Silver Edge really should have been a factor, because you needed to stop this Bristleback before he continued to scale.
Yeah, and we saw what they're able to do as well throughout that game, where they had a hero that could enable Chalice to play solo for a little bit. So Kaka was making some of those rotations to enable Somnus. They got that early T1 tower, which really just broke open the map incredibly early on, where they could invade into the triangle and make it very difficult for the Alchemist to free farm. Because there's a hero that needs a little bit of time. Yes, you get a Radiance, 12 minutes is a good Radiance timing, but you still need another item afterwards. And every minute it gets pushed back is something that you're not hoping for, because this is a hero that just looks to play with, honestly, a 2-item advantage. So the fact that they're able to find such an early tower really made it difficult for the Elk to free farm.
Yeah, and honestly, like, in terms of mechanical skills, I mean, you could say this about basically every game at the major. Everyone played pretty well, It's just about the overall macro strategy, I suppose, and, what they needed to do at certain times. Like, Pango was doing a great job shoving lanes, Puck was doing a great job shoving lanes, but then you have to contest against a Void Spirit and an Earth Spirit that have great ways to dive onto you. You have to deal with a Void Spirit and an Necro that change up their builds and go boots of travel so that they're able to respond to this split push style. So I think, yeah, just really good across the board. It's just RNG had more answers than Thunder Awaken did.
Yeah, now we're going to be looking at the first phase to see kind of how they're able to contest the heroes. We saw Tiny was picked up for Thunder Awaken. They really like that hero, but so do RNG. And you said, well, I can even check myself. You said RNG have second pick, right? So yeah, Thunder do. Sorry. So RNG, they have the potential to go into the Tiny, and they love this hero. Kaka plays an incredible Tiny. They can flex it to Somnus as well. It's something that they always have put a lot of emphasis on. This kind of flex melee hero, the Marcy, the Nyx Assassin as well is something they'll consider. So, and then for Thunder, as we do have the draft under
5 seconds remaining
out in the first phase, but for Thunder as well, they really like the snap fire. That's something that
Dire
they
team
will often
back.
go down, so they could go like snap +1 in the 6th and 7th.
Thunder Predators
Dire
turn
team
to
ban.
ban.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like you and I are playing for RNG, Aries. This is looking good. I've always wanted to be on an international team, but I think again RNG are just going to look to focus on taking out those sacred heroes. Right, the Timbersaw and the Weaver were banned out first game. Wouldn't be
10
surprised if they just went
remaining.
down the same road again.
5 seconds
RNG
remaining.
Thinking a little bit here. Do we take out? I'm quite surprised they used a little bit of reserve time, honestly. I feel like this is a team. Definitely feels like the first phase bans are pretty set in stone. Like you're going to have your primary two, and maybe they ban out one of them. You're like, all right, we've got a couple substitutes that we're able to fill in.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
And then they just get rid of the
They do it anyway.
Yeah, come on. Was this the same as last game? I know the Dawn was gone, but I'm not sure about the Razor. Wouldn't you know it? They go for the Tiny. I feel like if you don't... Like, Thunder Awaken are kind of playing into RNG's hands a little bit here. I think that Dawnbreaker is doing them a huge favor, so now they don't need to be concerned about this counter that I was talking about. You could maybe go into, like, a Bristle now, but
10
Viper isn't banned out, so I
remaining.
wouldn't really feel too comfortable about doing that. Alchemist, you could look to
5
counter him
seconds
as well. Just,
remaining.
stomp him in the lane, pick the, minus armor strats that are able to make him explode. So I'm not exactly sure what Thunder Awaken are going to be able to do against this. Maybe something plus Rubik to kind of like preempt the Enigma pick that I feel like Chalice is going to go for if it's a good game for it.
Just back on your point about the first phase bans as well, it was Razor and Dawnbreaker in game 1 for Thunder. So they're going to look to repeat that. But for RNG, they've, in every game in 2 or 3, they gave the Tiny over to Kaka. So I have no doubt that Somnus is going to be able to play the Tiny mid if they want to, but it feels like at the moment they are very content with this Tiny played as a 4. So we could see the Puck to come out at the 8th if they want that. You mentioned the Enigma as well is something that is always going to be a consideration.
This is pretty decent against an Enigma, but we'll see what they choose to go. They go the Puck instead. I mean, Puck's solid too, right? You get onto the Pangolier before he's able to Rolling Thunder, silence him, Dream Coil, nothing you can do, and then you're actually able to get that follow-up damage through. Same sort of thing with the Dazzle, right? Like, it is annoying, sure, but they've got enough jump on RNG, especially once you get into that Blink Dagger on the Tiny, to be able to just make his life miserable. Like, Pandamu, his positioning is going to really need to be on point if they're going to stand any chance here. I think what
Thunder
I would be looking to
Predators,
do if I'm
turn
Thunder
to
Awaken is I
ban.
would ban out a Warlock. I think that's something that X-Nova is going to look to prioritize here. Really amps up the damage of both the Puck and the Tiny heavily. Pango's a little annoying for sure, but they could even Wyvern. It's not a terrible Wyvern game, just to be able to use that BKB piercing
10
disable
seconds
onto
remaining.
the Pangolier. Maybe a Beastmaster as well to give themselves a little bit of extra
5
push.
seconds
Wouldn't
remaining.
hate that.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, you could even consider a Bane if that's a route you want to go down. We saw it in the previous game for Pandamu, but if you're really just looking for BKB piercing controls, you're going to have multiple options here for X-Nova's hero.
Mm-hmm. Even like we haven't. Have you seen it a single time the
10
Grimstroke come
seconds
out? I
remaining.
mean, it's something that X-Nova really loves to play, so wouldn't hate to
5
see it, but
seconds remaining.
it really feels like it's not one of those lane sustain heroes, you know. So it's fallen well down the pecking order ever since the South nerf.
Yeah, it really has. It's just fallen. You're behind the road with everyone else, all these other heroes, the Warlock, the Dazzle, the Wyvern, the Chens. Really high priority at the moment at this major, but we are seeing no Bristleback, so they will not have this potential for Arna to play, but I suppose because he's not even going to be the one to play it as well. So what's your opinion though? Yep, sorry.
Oh, I was just I just want to preemptively say I think they're going to Warlock Death Prophet on RNG. But go ahead, what were you going to ask me?
Why do you feel like Thunder are coming into this series with the read that they're putting a lot of importance on the Pango? Like, what do you make of this?
I mean, it is something that they're able to flex. I think this game, it's going to be an alone Pango. I think this is a specific response to the Puck to be able to get out of the laning stage a little bit better. It also means
Thunder
that your
Predators,
net worth is going to be
turn to
higher.
ban.
You're going to hit that faster timing with the Rolling Thunder because you're not sharing XP with anyone else. So yeah, I think that's the route that they're looking to go down. I believe it's Alone's most played hero as well throughout the DPC, as well as some
Thunder
third-party tournaments.
Predators,
So
turn to pick.
it's I mean, look at how heavily they're protecting it as well, right? Wyvern gone, that BKB piercing disable that I was talking about, plus the Bloodseeker. So yeah, I think that's the avenue that they're looking to go for. I would be picking the position 4 here just to not reveal my entire hand. To me, it needs to be something else that's able to get in on top
10
of the puck
seconds remaining.
and have a significant impact there. Maybe a Clockwork,
5
maybe
seconds
an
remaining.
Earth Spirit like we just saw come out from Kaka. I mean, we've seen SA is one of those regions that does run the position 4 Ember Spirit, so it could
please,
happen. It could happen. I mean, I feel like
yeah,
Ember's a good enough flex here, right? They could still think on
Dire
RNG's side that
team
it's going to be a mid-Ember. All right. Not a terrible Rubik game. Plenty of good spells to steal so far.
Yeah, without a doubt.
But it is very passive, though, right? You
Yes.
are sitting on the back lines with both of these, and that's the thing that I'm concerned about, right? Now I'm
10
leaning even
seconds
more in
remaining.
towards like my Death Prophet prediction.
5
You gotta be
seconds
cautious
remaining.
how
Dire
hefty you
team
go into the
pick.
heroes in the back line because we know what
Enchantress.
Ana can do on the Spectre, and that is a hero that is continuing to rise in popularity, and China really, really value that hero as well. So I can't imagine they're going to 17th pick it, but it is something they have to be concerned about. But the Enchantress does kind of enable it. Like, Spectre is a decent laner.
seconds
You're not really
remaining.
going to be killed off with how survivable you are, but now you get a position 5
5
that's just
seconds
incredibly
remaining.
beefy. So nonetheless, so RNG are at least able to secure their lane for Honor. I think that's really going to be the important trend down this major.
And Rubik is a weak as hell laner as well, so you can get away with going for one of these like greedier, slower, not going to win the lane, but as long as you get out of it like even with the offlaner, you're very happy, and that's what an Enchantress enables you to do. So yeah, I like that read that you're talking about there, going for something like the
Thunder
Spectre,
Predators,
maybe even a
turn to
Luna or
pick.
something along those lines. They got a Viper for themselves. Okay, what are they preempting here? Is what I want to know.
Are they just looking to really... Because at the moment, I'm quite concerned that RNG, if they just demolish the
team
lanes and
back.
how
Can they
Thunder
just
Awaken...
slaughter?
I speak for the
Just
trees.
profit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because at the moment, I look at Thunder Awaken and I'm quite concerned. Like, if they get run over, the Dazzle and Rubik really immobile, and if you have heroes running at you and you don't have a core... 3 cores are able to sit in front and just protect you, then
10
this game
seconds
could be over
remaining.
incredibly fast. And you've got a Viper that doesn't lose a lot of his matchups.
5
You've got an
seconds
Enchantress as
remaining.
one of the best laning supports. They can get active very early on, Enchantress and Tiny. So this, like, maybe that's just the route they're going down with the Viper.
Maybe, but I mean, with the Viper, you're also not very mobile. Like, you're not going for dives onto the backline. You just want to plant your flag and say, I'm fighting here, deal with it. And, you know, Rubik, Dazzle, they don't have the greatest tools to be able to, you know, get away from that. Nature's Prophet kind of
Thunder
does, but you got some
Predators
stuns,
turn to
so it's
battle.
not too
Team
terrible.
back.
Pango, obviously, I was wanting them to go to the Slaughter, just because I feel like it's that extra initiation that I was talking about to be able to go into the puck. It's also something that can just, like, two-shot an Enchantress. If you get that Mask of Madness, you don't care about the Untouchable anymore, and physical damage is a great way to be able to deal with the
10
Viper.
seconds
So
remaining.
Thunder
would
Predators
have liked it, but
turn
clearly
to
Thunder
battle.
Awaken are feeling a little bit different here. This is most likely going to be a Pakar's Nature's Prophet.
And there
Good
is that
Spectre
Spectre.
ban, though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really like that. So is there maybe any other carries that you feel like could fulfill a
10
similar role
seconds
to the
remaining.
Spectre?
Faceless Void, kind of, but it puts a lot of pressure on
seconds
you to find the
remaining.
Dazzle, obviously, because, you know, you drop the Chronosphere and then the Grave's right there just to be able to save. But, I mean, they've got plenty of damage that can go inside the Chrono. That's why I'm favoring it a little bit here. Also, Pangolier, one of those heroes that, you know, outside of the Rolling Thunder, once you use your Shield Clash and Swashbuckle, you are very vulnerable. You're just standing around waiting to die, basically. So if you're able to get that time dilation off onto him, it can be pretty devastating.
What about the bans from RNG? Is that kind of signaling anything?
I still think that they think this Pango is playing off lane, because Sacred did put together a pretty good performance onto it so far. Like, the Bat Rider isn't really something that you want to be contending into. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, they're
I
both
think it's
still
like
pretty good off
95%
laners.
mid. I reckon Pango's
Yeah.
mid, like 95%.
No, I meant with the bans, sorry. Like, this seems like RNG are maybe thinking that it is mid now that they've banned out the Necro and the Bat Rider. We don't see Bat Rider in the off lane all that much. Even in SA, you know, the one
Dire
that
team pick.
goes with a lot of these unorthodox picks.
Here's going to be the last ban here for Thunder Awaken, another hero that Ana has played so far through the group stages.
A Blink Dagger Builder, too. I mean, they could probably Alchemist, couldn't they?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I would like the Alchemist. Are they going to have the damage to kill an Alchemist in a game like this?
At the moment, no. That's why I'm like, well, this feels pretty good.
See, they don't.
Also, they got
Thunder
pretty
Predators turn to
terrible
pick.
of...
Juggernaut.
Okay, I don't hate it. I mean, it's a good way to be able to deal with those treants from the Nature's Prophet if it is going to be rotating through. You don't care at all about the Rubik. You don't really care about the Pangolier. You could still Omni Slash onto the Rolling Thunder. Decent
10
enough kill
seconds
lanes. So
remaining.
maybe they were thinking that Thunder Awaken were going to pick something that
5 seconds remaining.
nah, they couldn't have gone for something that was trying to bully out the POS 1, right? Because you've got an Enchantress and you've got a Rubik for yourselves. So it's not really a possibility. So maybe just wanting to go a little bit more down the passive route for, I'm assuming still, Sacred's hero.
Dude, he's not going to have a good lane into an Enchantress Juggernaut. I'm struggling to think of what they can play to
Ember
give him a good,
Spirit.
Choose your
a good
hero.
time. They do go to the Ember. We were kind of joking before about the flex
It's a
into
mid-Ember,
support,
though.
but it is a mid-Ember, not the support. So Sacred is, yes, you have the Swashbuckle to get out of the Blade Fury, but I do not think he's going to get a lot of farm.
No, I do not either. You're going to need to be some really clever pulling shenanigans here. This might be a game where we see Matthew go the Boots of Speed just because he wants to stay as far away from the Enchantress as possible. Already with the base speed, you've got that movement speed disadvantage. And Enchantress, for all the great things that she has, she doesn't have a stun. So you're always going to be able to pull the wave and be able to just outpace her.
10
I
seconds
mean, they got a
remaining.
Nature's Prophet and an Ember. Like, these heroes can have a lot of tempo early on, but I'm just concerned that RNG have some really good lanes. Karka is going to be able to rotate as well to help Somnus, and then once Somnus is off to a flying start, all of a sudden he can converge onto the side lanes and make them even more difficult. Play with the Viper is probably going to be the strongest hero early on, and I'm just quite concerned that Thunder might not be able to deal with the pressure we're going to see come out early, which is a little bit weird to say because I do think naturally like a Nature's Prophet lineup is very fast, but I'm worried about the supports and how much impact they're going to have.
I think in lane, the Dazzle can have a lot of impact. I'm really feeling like this Thunder Awaken Prophet Dazzle lane is going to beat Viper Tiny pretty comfortably. Okay. So that's something that I'm going to be looking to. Probably seeing Pakaz go into something like a Blightstone, just to be able to, again, use all those treants. They don't have a great way to be able to clear them. The Dazzle as well with that Poison Touch for the physical damage. Tiny has 0 base armor, so I think that could be a really good route that they opt to go down. But outside of the Ember, they're not really dealing with this puck at all. Like this, it's not a completely free puck game, but it's not hard. You know, like you're up against a Pangolier who needs a Blink Dagger to really be able to try and chain lock you down. And outside of that, it requires alone the stand-in to just play absolutely exceptional. And we know that there aren't many better mid laners than Somnus, so good luck with that.
Yeah, like Ember's a good lane matchup, and sure the game can be relatively nice with the chains, but this is not that big counter.
Where's the follow-up is what you're asking.
Yes, sure, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, yes, alone, he can kind of, is a nice matchup, but against Somnus, this is not enough. Like, this is one of the best mid laners we haven't really seen. Of course, China and Somnus on the main stage and on a lane for quite some time, but yeah, this was a mid laner that everyone would fear going up against, and even into a matchup like this, I'm quite concerned on how they're going to be able to deal with him in this game.
One thing I'm also a little bit intrigued about is how active is Ana going to get? Because that time, sure, it seemed like he was super active, but he spent a long time just sitting back and farming. And I think that's, I was talking about it before the game #1 draft. That's something that RNG and Aster in particular have leaned a little bit more strongly into. You know, going these things like the Spectre, the TA, these styles of heroes that just need to sit back a little bit more, and the rest of the 4 just take all of the attention away from them. I feel like teams like your Liquids, for example, but Tumberman, once he gets that Hood of Defiance and the Vanguard on the Bristle, he would start running at you already, because they just want to up the tempo, but RNG really protecting the playstyle of their Sandin, which I like.
Yeah, I do think if you look at some of the players on China, and Monet in particular, you always look at kind of his hard carry. Terrorblade really stands out for him. I know I've been quite impressed with China in general and how they've been able to adapt to kind of the meta we're in at the moment, where this really hard carry sort of hero is not as popular, but maybe they're still falling back on some of their comfort. I mean, we see that like Juggernaut, Ana's got a Midas queued up as well, which is something that's continuing to be very popular so far from the Jug through the major.
Heal us.
Unfortunately, he's not going up against something like this Enchantress. Would have been some extra value coming through there from the Midas, but Pakaz once again in the lane going for his no regen build, just wanting to say, well, I'm going to try and right-click strong with me, and there's not too much you can do about it. Kaka feeling like he's not going to be able to outrun Pandamoon, I suppose, but really just wanting to create a double wave to be able to, again, push back into RNG's side, giving the Viper a bit of an easier time. I like that. It's something that they absolutely needed to do.
Yeah, what are your thoughts about kind of the build that we're seeing come out a little bit more often now from the carries, like this blades of attack or the robe into just a couple branches? Because it feels like the supports, from what I'm seeing, are bringing out like 2 sets of tangos, and you can just give a couple over to the the carry. You drop the branch down, all of a sudden you're getting double worth out of it. So do you feel like that's kind of the reasoning? Let's hold that first.
Pandamoon's gonna die.
Yeah, this will be our first blood picked up. Chalice and Kaka in combination together.
Great start for this Viper lane. Like, your weakness is like first 2 levels basically, and you've been able to get past that. Kaka's not in a position to be able to get aggressive onto you because of the way that Kaka was able to manipulate the lane.
He's in a little bit of trouble. Sacred though swashbuckled in, so he's going to be forced to TP out. He will go back to the tower, so not all the way to the base.
He has to be careful here. Doesn't have enough to cast spells and TP out if he needs to, but he's going to try and bully X-Nova for now.
So what are your thoughts on kind of the heavy stat build and the branch?
Well, when the Tango sharing first came out, I was like, oh, are people just gonna not buy any regen? And they still did. Like, they still did for quite some time, not going this super aggressive route, I suppose, because they felt salves were a little bit more impactful. But maybe now that that salve meta has been taken away, it's just something that they're catching on to. Like, hey, this is actually a genuine possibility. We can just accelerate our timing, even for as little as a minute differential. Can be the biggest difference in a game like this at a major between two great teams.
Yeah, I mean, a minute timing is incredibly important with all the levels that you get. We see often side lanes are really playing on the level 2 advantage, sometimes the level 3, which Viper in particular really needs 3. And Jealous, he just gets it, so this is a kill. And that's because he's able to TP out. He's going to be dead. They'll get the grave, and well, there's the TP out. So that's the thing, though, just mentioning the level timings. Jealous, he gets aggressive as soon as he gets to level 3, just recognizing these small spikes that you have, but the best teams will always eke out that advantage.
He nearly ticked out in base as well. He had the 5 Viper stacks on him.
That's how it's
A
done.
little bit lucky that he wasn't level 5 at the time, otherwise he might have still died. But mid lane as well, they're actually looking to get a little bit more aggressive onto Somnus. Might be trying to go ahead and steal away the bounty rune inside of the Radiant jungle. A few of the voice lines there.
Oh, no. Matthew's he's got boots. He's gonna keep running at Somnus. Matthew will win this. He's got Fade Bolt. Meanwhile, Dazzle's gonna go down off the side, but we'll keep going on to the duel. I don't know, Somnus? What's going
Let the
on?
world end now. It matters not to me.
No suffering
Alone
lies
gives him a
beyond
tip
my
as well.
grasp.
Matthew's loving life. Free money, solo experience. He doesn't even need the mid laner to help out.
And that's when you need to be voice lining him back, you know? Like, good glyph use as well to make sure that he's not losing too many of these creeps underneath the tower. Will still lose at least 1 melee in 1 range, not even worrying to deny it because no one's there to receive the experience. But yeah, great start to that mid lane now for Alone, who already has the advantageous matchup with the Ember against Spark. As well, just also taken away the... no, he's not going to die again.
He might. 2 points
Yeah, a couple of seconds.
Another slide. This might actually be enough damage.
Searing chains in 1.
And the chains at level 2, it's going to kick him out. No, I just wanted to bring that up. Alone, he's gone for no points Flame Guard, 2 points in the chains, and wow. I mean, the young gun, the stand-in on Alone, only 17 years of age, is taking it up to Somnus.
That's something that you want to put on your resume there. He might even get another kill with Xnova trying to at least achieve some of this experience in the lane, but he's not going to be able to do it.
Radiant's middle
8
tower
mid lane
is under
so
attack.
far gone away for the side of Thunder Awaken. How are some of these other lanes going though? Because it's going to be quite some time as Somnus takes that walk of shame back down from the base. Pakaz has been able to pick up the power tread, so he's at least got a little bit of that movement speed for himself. Very important just at positioning against a Viper whenever you're up against him. So evened out the experience trade there.
Kaka, can get in range of the
very
cars?
deep.
They're gonna TP Matthew in. They might turn to Chalice instead. They've lost the poison touch from Pandamu, but Chalice is in
micro.
trouble. Beautiful body blocks. Matthew's on a killing spree. This Rubik's everywhere to start the game.
And it's not really what we were expecting to happen, right? Like, sure, the Pangoliers at the bottom of the net worth for the cause, but he should be punished much more than this in the lane. Like, he's still free farming a wave now. He's still getting a good amount of experience. Mid lane, they're going for a little bit of a dive onto Alone. Yeah, I really feel like that Matthew shouldn't have the freedom to just rotate through like this. Like, his past 3 kill involvements have been so massive for Thunder Awaken.
They're gonna get another kill. Matthew gets the telekinesis drag back. Alane's able to connect. My oh my, Thunder Awaken, what a start. Make sure he doesn't get denied, and they will do just that. Beautifully done from Thunder Awaken. I was not expecting them to have good of a start as what they are, but top lane, Somnus, he's looking to hit back. Get the haste rune in the arsenal, the coil as well. And this should be a freebie picked up. A much needed kill for the side of RNG, and Somnus is going to snag that.
Yeah,
he, see, Matthew, dude, this guy's everywhere. He's trying to converge on the Viper's location to get that telekinesis back, but Kaka, beautiful TP and will offer the assistance required to keep Chalice alive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not so often you see the Vipers go this style of build. No Dragon Lance, just go straight into the 4-star.
The secret shop's going to be in some trouble. Alone with the level 7. Chalice has got his own ultimate as well to work with. Viper Strike targeting down the Rubik, but meanwhile Alone is able to rend it on forward, secures the kill. They'll turn to the Viper next as well. It comes at a cost of the Dazzle's life. And they're also going to know Chalice. Oh no.
He got too hungry.
Radiant's middle tower is
He
under
ticked down
attack.
to the corrosive skin. It was literally like two damage, I think, was the amount that it did over what he would have did. Like, I don't know. He's just feeling himself a little bit too much there, man. Yeah, like you said, giving over that big streak is a significant deal, considering this is a Viper that needs to get a few of these items to be much more survivable with his positioning.
They're ready to go again. Alone's got a double damage room as well to work with, but I guess they got to deal with the Seder creep first before he pops that for the kill.
Come on,
They might
Sprite.
continue
Dire's
to move
middle
on
tower
forward.
is under attack.
Saving a lot of gold for himself as well, going into that
Radiant
maelstrom,
are
just wanting
scanning.
to perhaps play that split pushing style once more. Sacred up top again. Somnus really putting a lot of emphasis onto taking him down.
Dire are scanning.
He'll be fine. But Somnus did TP here, so they're going to want to make something happen with this rotation. Sacred.
The damage it's enough. Sacred, beautiful read. The calculations. Sees that it's enough, but Somnus is going to try and turn this around. Is the damage going to be enough between him and the Enchantress? He's getting no extra assistance. They're going to make sure the chain control is perfect with the silence afterwards, so the shield crash will not be an option to get that damage mitigation out.
I mean, you're still very happy with that though, right? Solo kill onto the Juggernaut.
He's going to TP directly onto the tower, especially with Alone connecting. Yeah, they've got to be cautious though, RNG. They're starting to bring the numbers to hit back. Alone, there's no way he's going to be able to make it out of this one. A big kill onto the Ember. They're going to look for a +1. Kaka using the tree to gain some information. Gonna get in range for the toss back though.
Radiant's
He
top
doesn't
tower
have
is under attack.
a movement speed advantage, so
Radiant
Matthew will be
structures
fine.
are
Top lane though. Just get on the tower.
A lot of damage being done by X-Nova up here, though, with that Vulcan Rippler providing the additional
Radiant's
armor,
top tower
also
has
pushing him
fallen.
back, making sure that he's not going to get to
Dire's
die.
middle tower
Cheeky little
is under
play.
attack.
What do you feel like is gonna break out over the next coming minutes with Bakaz being a top of the net worth because the Furin can get very active. Ember's had a great lane, or really a majority of Thunder have as well. So do we feel like Thunder are going to be able to just they're going to look to keep the tempo off? The next Nova should play down. That's gonna be the case.
I think they're going to be focusing on Sacred, just making sure that he's able to get that Blink Dagger, because
Radiant's
like I was saying
bottom
before,
tower is under
this
attack.
is I don't want to say, again, an easy puck game, but you don't have a ton of counters, so it's so important for him to get that Blink Dagger so
Radiant
puck doesn't just feel
structures
free
are
to
fortified.
have complete reign over every single team fight.
You see that.
Dire's middle
The
tower
Pengo is
under
going to be
attack.
someone that will scale much better than what the Viper is. This is a hero that really thrives on winning your lane. I'm a bit concerned on
Radiant's
Chalice and
bottom
where we're going to
tower
see
is
the
under
impact
attack.
come out of the off laner for RNG compared to Sacred. They
Dire's
are
middle tower
setting
is
up
under
onto
attack.
Sacred. Eyes on mid lane though, is Chalice. He's gonna go down because
Radiant's
some very
bottom
deep
tower is
TP. He's
under
not gonna
attack.
tick out to the damage over time. Somna's gonna look to enter the fight. The orb will be on the mark. He's gonna jaunt on forward to secure the kill. Can he outrun the Rolling Thunder though? No one else is following up on Sacred, and Somnus will be okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, all while this is
Radiant's
happening as well,
bottom tower
Kaka's doing a
is
pretty
under
decent
attack.
time farming too. 11.5 minutes, only 1,000 gold away from that Blink Dagger. Fighting the backlines, although
Look at the damage from the shield crash. Somnus holds them back with the coil. The respawns are starting to come out. Thunder need to respect RNG from being able to TP
Radiant's
back in
bottom tower is under
alone.
attack.
Oh my lord.
he actually popped the Fairy Fire back in base as well, just so he didn't die.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Very
fallen.
nice. So just tiny little plays that a boomer like me would absolutely never make, but you know, these guys do. 17 years old, they've still got those twitchy fingers.
Oh, maybe you could just be a pro player as well.
Dire's top
And
tower
you're
is
not.
under attack.
Why you gotta bring age into this? Come on, you can do stuff at your age. You just really what it is.
Scrapbooking, bingo.
Well, I mean, we're not there yet. You're not a goddamn grandpa. We're not plus 70 years old.
Dire's top tower.
I will
is
say
under
though,
attack.
bingo sounds kind of fun when you gotta. I don't know, just think about it. You guys are
Roots and run.
you're old, you got a couple mates. Just chilling, maybe a couple bevies in there. Hold that thought. Oh, this is not looking good for RNG. Nova.
Dire's
Maybe
top
it's looking
tower
fine.
is under
Alright,
attack.
it's looking fine. It's chilling.
Dire's top tower has
Can
fallen.
you imagine what like old folks' homes are going to look like when you know this age of people? It's just going to be a bunch of gamers. Honestly,
Radiant's
LAN
middle
parties
tower is under
24/7.
attack.
Oh god, RNG. Oh my god, Pandamu. Not really the target we want. I think they're forced to take it though. We're in a position of going insane.
Look at that blink tag.
What a blink reveal! Moves in with the rolling thunder. They're gonna look to chain control Somnus next. He's not in the greatest position to get the bounce back. And Matthew, he's in trouble as well. There's RNG. I'll fight two, even off the great start from Sacred, but that was not enough damage to be able to follow up with the rolling thunder.
Dire's top tower.
The Omni
is
Slash
under
available
attack.
here on Arna. Just pop the magic stick if he wants to use it, but it's another one of these team fights where Micro is really good. Able to keep that healing ward alive for the entire time. Make sure that his entire team's able to survive past that initial burst.
I think we've got to be looking at now how the carry matchup fares between the Nature's Prophet and the Juggernaut. So we've got Picard's top of the net worth, having an incredible game on the Nature's Prophet, 3-1 and 4, but Arna as well with this minus, and Maelstrom soon completed. We'll be able to keep up in farm.
Obviously, the Maelstrom is like the build these days instead of the Battle Fury, but against the Nature's Prophet, is this one of those times where you actually were wanting to go for it? I guess you've already got the 4-staff on the Viper, and someone else is going to look to build into it. Is X-Nova going into a Vanguard? I guess a Crimson eventually?
Okay.
Or an Abyssal. Abyssal
Oh,
Enchantress,
let's
that's what
go.
we want.
Just
The Pango is
Abyssal
kind
rush.
of nice.
I mean, are we really trying to justify why Abyssal could be potential?
No, I'm talking about... I'm not talking that. I'm talking about the Crimson.
That should help.
Snowball? He's not going to mess around with the Rolling Thunder, just looking to get the kill into the Enchantress. Not going to be easy. 2 points in the Nature's attendance. Just an amount to be able to sustain through the ultimate. So it's like we'll get the kill nonetheless with 4 Curas on Thunder.
If he had that Abyssal.
Kaka's getting pretty close to a blink as well. I like how they're looking to prioritize the farm for the Tiny. Big waves go all to Mr. Kaka. He needs a little bit more gold to complete that. And do you feel like that's the item, and then maybe RNG could look to smoke up and make a play?
Oh yeah, completely. Like they don't really need anything else beyond this. Like it's just luxury items for now. You've got a Ogreax just given over to Chalice. Needs to make sure that he doesn't use too much of that mana though. He is an important part of the damage that's coming out in a lot of these RNG engagements.
Nature attend us.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Flavor's really racking up the damage, something that X-Nova wasn't ready for. That was also coil used as well, so they're not going to have this for the tower defense. I'd love to see Thunder look to make a play with the coil being on cooldown. They're going to do that. Sacred jumps in. No hesitation for the pain clear. They've got to be cautious, so because RNG taking a fight inside their territory. Even Arna's going to look to show up as well. Matthew, brother, this is incredibly deep. The toss away from Sacred. He wants to follow the party as well with the rolling thunder towards Arna's location. But a blade fury will give Arna an opportunity to reset the fight. But can anyone else on RNG make it away? Arna's still in trouble. He moves back in, and they're going to pounce on that opportunity as Thunder Awaken finds the big kill into the Juggernaut. Kaka, though, looking for the combination with Somnus nearby, but because he's working with a BKB. So all this magic community, that's going to be enough to get the TP out. They might get Pandamu instead, but really not the ideal target.
Yeah, they're just running a little bit too low on mana for anyone to help out Pandamu at this stage, although Chalice, he's having to run away from the treants at this stage. I mean, that was just, again,
Dire's
some
top
insane
tower
spell
is
casting
under
coming
attack.
through from Thunder Awaken. starting off by alone, just dodging out that Viper Strike with the use of the Remnant, and it really felt like he had free range.
Radiant
Obviously,
structures are fortified.
They saw the coil, Somnus, he needs to respect this. He's going to go in instead. Matthew! Oh, the spellcasting for the Rubik is beautiful! Matthew finds 2. They won't get X-Nova. But what a play coming out from the Rubik. He's done it all for them this game.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
Matthew,
tower is under
MVP by
attack.
far. Getting a little bit overly excited sometimes with, you know, the dives behind the tier 1 tower, but he's made a lot of stuff happen. I want to see that again if we can. Just always seems to be in the right position at the right time. You know, Dream Coil, steal it back, get it onto a couple, and then be
Dire's
able to
middle
turn
tower
around with that
is under
burst damage
attack.
coming through. It's just way too much.
Yeah, we were mentioning that, you know, the Ember and the Pango can be decent ways to be able to deal with the Puck, but the Rubik as well, there's some incredible abilities to steal. Pretty much all of Puck's abilities are nice. The Orb can help you push side lanes to maybe get your next item, whether it's Aethelins or Blink, but the Waning Rift is incredibly nice as well to be able to offer up some control. So, you know, if Matthew's able to continue with the trend he's on at the moment, he's got a decent amount of farm to play with, and really just Aethelins and Keen Optic could be enough.
Feels like they really want to go for a smoke now, though, on RNG. Like, the last fight obviously didn't turn out too well for them, but now you've got the Blink Dagger on Somnus, so he wants to be able to converge along with Tiny's
Radiant's
Blink
middle
Dagger
tower
to
is
really
under
start
attack.
to
Radiant
make a lot of this
tower
magic
scan.
happen, create space for that Juggernaut so that the Midas starts to pay off. Even trying to bait some people to move towards this mid lane. It so happens to be at a time where Thunder Awaken were going for a smoke, and they don't want to waste these TPs, so they're going to use the extra movement speed to, again, just come back towards mid, but it's going to be a little too late unless they get the deny. Okay. Still, though, important tower to take away.
Yes, very much. Well, we see Karka in the river shortly. Oh, he gets... Oh, the Blink's going to go closer to the Ember Spirit, so... Launch it for Karka, there's going to be no escape. So an easy kill, but what can they get out of that? They're gonna probably look to try and invade the jungle now, take away some of the farm that RNG are playing with.
Oh, keeping the shoving, hasn't he?
Wait, Matthew's still got coil. To Somnus, he's in trouble for the moment. They're going to do an incredible job with the chain control as Matthew stole the Waning Rift as well as Sacred. He's already looking for the +1. Spies out X-Nova onto the high ground. It's got the Aghanim Shard completed as well, so it can bounce back with ease.
Radiant's
A TP out.
middle
X-Nova will just make it.
Was able to escape. Ended up going for the Hood of Defiance instead of the old Vanguard or the Enchantress. That makes a little bit more sense to me. It really does feel like that's where the good portion of the damage is coming from at this stage, especially with all the spells that Matthew's been able to steal. Like you said, that Waning Rift. With the Arcade Supremacy, and you've got the Aether Lens, the Keen Optic, cast range of that is actually kind of nutty.
Now, do we feel like RNG are going to have some difficulties with dealing the supports this game? Because it does feel like so far with how they've been positioning and the items they have, it could make it a little bit easier to be able to play towards
Radiant
the backline and
structures
keep
are
their
fortified.
lives. Lane. They're in trouble for Kars TP's in. Remnants from alone. Teemo as well in the river. They're going to be able to run into Panda for the moment. The Grave will buy him sometimes. They're going to turn to deal with the Tiny instead, but Arna showed up to the party. He's going to be cautious with his blade through though. If the rest of Radiant feel like they want to take the fight, they know the ultimate is the potential to get out. The Omnislash bouncing around an inside Roshan. They've got the ultimate as well from Seiken and that chain control. It's perfect from Thunder Awaken. They'll get the kill onto Arna. They're going to move over to X-Nova as well. The Enchantress should not be long for this world. A chains into one more right click is because is rewarded with the kill.
That courier dying though from Somnus, that's a pretty big deal. That would have been getting closer towards the AC for him, just a lot more damage to be able to speed up the farm. Speaking of Hyperstones that ended up going down, actually never mind that. I thought Juggernaut was getting closer towards finishing up that Mjolnir, but instead he's going into the Basher, feeling like they need a little bit of extra control just to deal with Sacred's Pangolier. Somnus was able to get that kill onto the Pango in the team fight, taking away the dominating streak, getting himself a nice injection of gold and equaling, actually, I was about to say equaling the highest level in the game, but Kars is sitting very comfortably, almost at that level 20, and wow, you know what that means? That means that that leash is going to start to become a factor, particularly against the Puck.
Kaka is stalking alone top with the invis. I'm just going to be able to reposition back further into their territory, so Kaka actually runs up this high ground. Freshly placed sentry.
Radiant are scanning.
Such an even game as well, though. 25-17 in regards to the kill count. Only 1,000 net worth lead for Thunder Awaken. It's like both sides are in a position to look to take this fight. Chalice just completed the BKB. You're about to have an Assault Cuirass completed though for Pakaz, just waiting for the Courier to respawn. So we are looking at some item timings to be picked up really shortly between both these teams.
I mean, you've got a lot now in RNG. BKB on the Viper, so we can actually take these fights. You've got, like you were saying before, the Force Staff on the Enchantress. You've got the full Basher on Ana, also Omni Slash level 3. So, yeah, it's a lot to have to contend with, but Ana can't join this fight that's about to break out. So it feels to me like RNG just want to quickly steal some of this triangle farm and get the hell out of there. The advantage, of course, of playing with a Nature's Prophet. You've always got that potential. Sacred the River.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Stop
attack.
Chalice, he's not going to have that defensively now. He might be forced to pop a BKB. Xnova's been able to heal up a decent amount as well. Nemo, look at Solus wrapping around. They stole the coil on Matthew, so they have to be cautious of their positioning now from RNG. And there's that respect coming out to the top. Because he finds a freebie. Kaka just sticking around for a little bit too long. That was the level 20 in the Sprout as well, so there was going to be no escape for the Tiny.
And just bouncing around the map right now. The impact that this guy is having is so huge. Already got a 4,000 network advantage. He also has, I believe, the AC finished up. Just needs to wait for the Courier to respawn. Taking Roshan, of course, with all that minus armor that you have and the huge damage. It is a lot that RNG have to deal with.
What are we expecting?
Sorry, go ahead.
What are we expecting Thunder to be able to get out of this first stages?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, my thing is, like, do they really need much else? I mean, you finished up a lot of key items. Maybe just wanting something like the Basher for Sacred, just so that he's not able to get, spin TPs in the middle of fights. Just that extra little bit of control that we felt that they were lacking in the form of stuns for the puck. If Matthew isn't perfect with his lockdown.
Moving to Somus's location. Break the call of the force up on the high ground, and now X-Nova will be ripped apart as well. Because with the double kill, and you said it best, it seems like he is everywhere in this second game.
What can you say? He's an absolute beast so far. Pakaz and Matthew, for sure, just standing out this game for Thunder. It's a really important series as well. They don't have the greatest record so far in these group stages, so every single game is going to count.
Look at this instant smoke from Thunder, looking to connect to top. Nature's Prophet's going to be able to TP in as well. Ana's able to step to the left side. Because he's stalking him though. They've already used the Sprout, so Ana should be able to TP up, but maybe he doesn't know the Sprout's on cooldown. He's going to see it shortly, but it will come back up. Sacred on the wraparound as well. The Rolling Thunder already utilized the full stuff thanks to Kaka. I don't think Ana's going to be able to make it away though. They'll make sure that's not the case. As Thunder instantly jumping to his location. Ana really struggling in this game. 4 deaths on the Juggernaut compared to only the one on Pakaz.
Under attack.
And this is the thing with the Viper as well. This is...
Man, they're everywhere. They have this lead. They're making sure just RNG can get nothing out of the map. From top they go, over to mid. Kaka is going to have to blink up shortly, so we'll just make it away. But we see how aggressive Thunder are looking to play with this Aegis.
And the thing is, like, Viper just doesn't do what Pango does, right? Like, he is so immobile. I would say one of the most immobile heroes now that Gaben decided that Zeus needed a jump. But it is one of those things that it's like, what can you do against this? All Chalice could basically do is sit and farm, and it means that RNG are playing one man down for most of the game unless you're pushing. And with how effectively they've been able to play around this Nature's Prophet, lanes are always going to be pushing in, so you don't really have a safe place to be able to farm and push towers.
Now, with a bit of a sidestep there, it's going to force on the high ground. It's cute juke from Kaka. And more TP back. He's trying to get on those cutting shenanigans, but get the tier 2 tower nonetheless. Back on your point about the Viper Pango as well, we just see like Viper's even got more net worth, but even with that extra little bit of gold that he's playing with, Sacred is just having so much more impact, and that impact is going to continue as well. This hero in team fights is difficult to deal with. He's going Basher next, so you're going to have another way to maybe control the path, another way to deal with Jug through BKB, and now speaking about Sacred, this is the one issue with the main play. You don't offer that chain control potential for the moment, so Chalice able to get the BKB off. Kaka will hold back the cards as well, but they're going to run into him. Matthew stepping to the high ground. I think they got a glimpse of Ana. So it's going to be cautious. Go down to the south, and Thunder will not continue the chase.
Well worth that sacrifice though by Kaka. Like him using the stun at that exact point means they don't get off the sprout. Chalice isn't just fed to the wolves basically. He had to use a really early force there.
Because was very close to TPing directly on the Juggernaut. Oh, look at this, just burying into the tree line. It does seem like RNG, though, their read is just stall this out. Like, look to play the side lanes, don't take team fights just yet.
There's no one that makes amazing use out of it, but I'm going to call out one flaw from Pakaz. When he TP'd through to that fight, right to the left of the Dire outpost, there's a Paladin sword sitting at the top of the stairs next to the ward placed by Kaka. It's like just in a corner. It's really weird. So
there's like a tree kind of covering it. Is that Dire's or Radiant's?
It is Pakaz's.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower.
I should pick up that goddamn Paladin sword. It's a pretty nice neutral item to be playing with. See, Ana, though, going to be able to cut the wave. So, what do we feel like RNG are waiting for? Are they just looking to... I mean, Aegis is out in 30 seconds. Are they waiting for an item instead? Or they're happy maybe to look to smoke up as soon as that Aegis expires?
To me, it feels like maybe they even just want this this Aghanim Scepter on the Viper. He's very close to being able to pick it up just for the extra
top tower is under
cast
attack.
range in particular on the Viper Strike.
Oh my lord.
Speaking of Aghanim Scepters, you've now got one up on Thunder Awaken. Alone, again, just continuing to snowball his great game, and now with that extra Sleight of Fist hero damage and all the minor summon that you've got from, again, the Dazzle, the Pangolier, Ember Spirit with his Orb of Corrosion. It's a lot to have to deal with in these team fights.
They've got some really good wards to play with here for RNG up top. They're going to run into the moon shortly. Kaka's going to go for the Rubik instead. The toss closer to Ana's location. An easy kill, but Matthew's still the blade. And the Graves going to be used to protect the Rubik, and they turn and Judge scoring! They're going to have it for the team fight. We're up the damage from the position one. How can RNG turn this fight back around? Somnus is in trouble. A waning Rick around Kaka, buying him some time. You'll just make it out. Meanwhile, in the river, though, Chalice is in trouble as well. Because along with Sacred, in combination together, will run into the Viper. And Thunder, all they lose is the Rubik, and they take so much out of RNG.
Satanic. Oh, just heals him completely to full Tiny. Probably going to be falling as well, but Kaka once again with his little jukes. Blink up in one. Oh, just gets clipped. I don't think it would have changed the fight around it much, but you still did have Viper just walking in there as McCrory was coming through onto him with that completed Aghanim Scepter. He really didn't want to use it before finishing it up because it would have meant longer cooldown for each successive cast, and maybe that extra 1 or 2 seconds means that he doesn't get off that Viper strike on one of these key targets. Let's say, Nature's Prophet. It means that he finds it a much harder time to just stand there and man fight.
Now, I do think RNG being down is going to be difficult to do this at the moment. Bottom lane. Somnus is going to be in trouble. They stole the waning roost, so the extra control from the silence. They have the vision for the Wrath of Nature. Not going to get the tick. Run under the water as well, so they won't continue with this push. RNG will live to see another day.
They haven't had a team fight where Chalice is just free to stand there and attack. That's my biggest issue. And I'm not sure what's going to change it, to be honest. Like, it's going to involve Kaka finding a pickoff, perhaps, to be able to start off these team fights. Maybe it's a Blink Dagger coming through for Ana here, but it doesn't feel like he's getting massively kited around in these engagements. He doesn't have to deal with the silence. He's got the Blade Fury to deal with the Searing Chains. He's still holding onto that Quelling Blade because he's up against the Nature's Prophet.
the smoke
He's
out
switched
from
items
RNG.
like 4 different times. He's gone
Sacred
from...
He's in a position to pop the smoke. Karkar. You see Sacred for the moment. It's a really big pickup if they can get it. The toss closer towards Arna's location, but the damage it won't come through thanks to the Yule Scepter. And again, Pandamu gets the grave off and look at Alone just jumping into the middle, trying to deal with the backline. Sacred's got the follow as well. The cause, he keeps in as well. Down go both the cause, and RNG will not be long for this team fight. As now they're going to TP over to Chalice at the mouth of the pit. The Viper is just trying to edge up some kill, find anything they can get. But they won't even catch up the Dazzle. And it'll come at the cost. This is nothing they can do because he'll stand his ground into there, the Toxin. And meanwhile, at the outpost, he'll even catch out X-Nova. 0 casualties from the side of Thunder Awaken as they have full momentum in this second game.
Doesn't even need to carry the boots anymore either. Of course, the attack speed's kind of nice, and he's just going to go into the efficiency item first, getting that click in. AoE damage, but with that removed teleportation, he's just zipping around the map constantly. He made one of the shortest TPs I've ever seen, just to be able to get inside that Roche pit. Near flawless game.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
That Aegis onto the Nature's Prophet. Was that third verse or second? Second, I believe, right?
Second.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Dazzle might have taken the shot.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I do feel like Dire, their high ground play is going to be a coil into the toss. Thunder, you really, even with Bakaz having an Aegis, it's going to be very difficult for them to siege because of this potential. If you toss him under the tier 4 towers and get that coil snap, they will kill him there, and then he's going to be respawning in a position where it's very difficult.
Oh, no Somnus.
For the last second, but can he get the reactions off the blink back inside the base? Right, he's going to be the one that's in trouble for the moment, but RNG, they want to continue to take the team fight. Bakaz has got the second lap to work with, though. They're going to try and bring him down the ones. Can they set themselves up for round 2? Although he's going to look to jump in the middle. Karkar's going to go for the chain control, but they won't get the combo before the BKB. It's Ranta holding inside. Arna's going to be able to cut through the trees and dealing the damage. Finally! They'll kill off Bakaz. Arna will turn to Sacred as well. The first real big fight we've seen come out from RNG, and that was in to the second Roche advantage.
And it's right next to their base. That's the big difference, Baker, right? They were able to get in onto the back lines, and most importantly, Matthew gets initiated on. Matthew is the one that takes a lot of the damage, and Viper finally starts to have that impact. It's actually a pretty decent combination once you are able to right-click with this Viper. He hasn't gone for the level 20 talent on the left side on Viper, but Viper Strike DPS, of course, paired together with the Aghanim Scepter is really important. But just look at that magic resistance. It says deduction instead of reduction in the tooltip for poison attack. It does a lot, especially when you consider that you've got this this Ana Juggernaut going into the magic build. Puck, of course, very magic oriented. Same sort of thing with the Tiny. So as long as you're able to start layering in those poison attacks, you're actually in a pretty good spot to take some of these team fights. It's just such a rarity because of how well Thunder Awaken are playing in a lot of these
Radiant's middle
engagements.
tower is under attack.
Raph taking a bit of a dive though. That swing that we've got. T2 Tower could be under siege. Chalice is potentially going to get mid as well with the catapult, so a lot of map control going the way of RNG. This will give them the opportunity now to claim the outpost as well.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright.
Radiant's middle tower
Got almost
has fallen.
completed. So almost going the overwhelming blink. A bit of extra stats on most of the Manta style. Anything else that you see? Chalice is working on the Lotus Orb next.
So is X-Nova. It's just all about survivability. And again, you know, this is one thing that I've mentioned before about when you're playing up against an Enchantress. You often get very tempted to just ignore her because it's like, well, what's she going to do in a lot of these engagements? But X-Nova, Hurricane Pike, you can end up doing a fair amount. Doesn't unfortunately have the Fey Grenade to be able to make full usage out of the free attacks that you can get from massive range.
Nice read from RNG. They're able to back up, avoid the smoke. Now they're going to be the ones to look to take the fight.
Towards the outpost they go. They've got the control at the moment. Radiant, they do have an incredible ward placed down though. Another ward as well towards the cliff. This is a great spot for Tundra Awaken to take this fight.
They saw the bounty get taken. They're pinging it.
Sacred's going to be on the high ground. An eye shot at the nick of time. He doesn't get the ultimate off. The Eldest should be able to remain.
Answered as well, Thunder.
The bash is there. Can they get the control after the ult? Who's going to spawn towards the high ground? Meanwhile, Arna's in trouble. Kaz is in with the damage. And with an Aegis block for getting rid of their jungle. Now they'll tilt to the rest of the components of RNG. As Somnus, he'll jaunt to the right, but instead they're going to go for Chalice. The Spider Legs to try and survive towards the north, however. It looks like Karka's going to be the easy kill. Stuck inside the Sprout, turned to a pig, and put 6 feet under. Still though, RNG, they are able to kill
kind of out of defensive.
They're going to be cautious for the moment. Somnus is not nearby to be able to play with Chalice. No, guys, they connect finally. Somnus has got the abilities back up. Even Chalice is going to buy back as well because he needs some members to be able to reach over. No one is nearby to help them. Just profit. Him against the world, gonna get the TP out. That's not the possibility. As Somnus is in, blows him up before the teleport. And RNG, the second team fight in a row where they've been able to come out on top.
Oh man, it was so chaotic, and it was a big investment coming through from him as well. Buyback coming through from the Viper, buyback on the Enchantress. It was really Somnus that time around. Mid-team fight, he actually finds the Stormcraft, which just provides them with that little bit of extra damage, and also enabling him to get through some of the slows that get cast onto him. You know, even just dodging out things like the Poison Touch mid-air is such a useful tool to have.
And we see instantly the change as well with Arna's build. Lincoln's queued up. That Hex to start into the control afterwards was just too much of an issue, and Arna's recognizing he needs a way to protect himself.
Yeah, he wants to live. It's all well and good to be doing a ton of damage when you can fight, but if you just never fight, it's not going to happen.
And we see 1, 7, and 8 for Arna. Maybe, oh, he's going to go BKB next instead. Actually wanting a little bit more magic immunity.
Gives you some damage as well, I suppose. Might be something that he still feels like is lacking, and maybe feeling a little bit more confident having picked up that Titan Sliver instead, with some of the status resistance coming through too.
With that kill though, or successful team fight I should say, they're going to be able to control the map now. Towards the triangle. They're in a really good spot to take this fight. If they're able to get the DD back towards the triangle, powerful position to be able to take this skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to be playing around. Roshan's going to be set to spawn in the next minute, perhaps minute to 4 minutes. And yeah, they just don't want to, I was about to say, relinquish control over their high ground, maybe just not feeling too confident considering they did have to expend those buybacks. So even then, buybacks are going to be up in about 6 minutes, and Roshan will absolutely have spawned by then.
What items are we closing for RNG? Because I'm honestly quite surprised they're not playing with those wards. An incredible position, because we've seen multiple times it's been Thunder actually with the division advantage throughout these fights, but RNG back up, get their items and look to reset. It's going to be Thunder that smoke first.
Closes Arna to a few of these items. Yeah, not really, but you did just finish a Lincoln Sphere on X-Nova, I believe, so he's going to look to give that one over to Arna's Juggernaut. Also, a little bit of extra HP. Again, it's all about just being able to do literally anything in these team fights, which he hasn't had the...
They're going to see Arna as well. Sacred Team with the stun. Arna's going to be playing with these set of caps, so this time he's going to be able to get the blade 3 off. He's going to be cautious how long he sits around, because Bacchus just TPs into the middle. The tank control.
Nice force. Omni. Hit the creeps. Rubik's Omniing him.
A stolen Omni Sun from Matthew's going to do nothing. As Arna protected with the blade through, going back on towards the Rubik. They've successfully stored off this initial jump.
Arna's going to die.
They cancel the TP. Sacred's in with the bashes. Arna's out, but RNG don't stick around to still clean up this team fight. And to die back to the Pango, and Arna, a well-deserved tip given over to Somnus. The puck was that X factor in that team fight.
Somnus is playing just godly so far this game. He is the one carrying RNG through a lot of these engagements. Clutch attempt again. Matthew just perhaps overestimating the damage that he's able to do as a Rubik onto that Juggernaut. But wow, getting a little bit lucky too is Thunder Awaken. No Roshan for the next minute and a half, and it really does feel like what I was talking about before. Like, this is a very easy game for the puck. And with a Green Core, with a Spell Prism.
Hang on, a couple of these heroes don't have buyback. Dazzle, they're going to toss him away from Pandamu. Alone doesn't have
Radiant's
buyback.
middle tower is
And
under
they see
attack.
Pandamu as well.
Down 19,000 gold. They've got the lead here inside the base. And have a potential to close out this second game and take this series 2-0.
Oh, not again. It's already happened once today with EG against Team Spirit, but that was with a Lone Druid. This is with a team that does not push that well. Chalice doesn't even have the... oh, he just got the Aghanim shard actually delivered on the courier. So he's going to have that minus armor for the towers as well. Buyback for Pakaz. Forcing them back though.
Look at
It's just space creation right now from Somnus.
Parker's going to get the jump as well. They won't be playing with Matthew. He's going to buy back at least. The buildings are starting to fall. Chalice is getting the damage stacking up. And Somnus missions on space creation duty.
T4s are dead.
Kill the Rubik. T4s are down. Swords exposed. And got Pakaz to deal the damage.
They've done it.
Will not be able to keep them in this game. As RNG somehow, someway, come back in the second game. Down 19,000 gold. Only 9% probability. But they will take the series in fine fashion.
I agree, Dota 2. Somnus is godlike because that was such a great performance from him. Every single team fight past like the 15-20 minute mark was just on point for him. Always being able to find that backline. And this was the main concern that I had. Eventually, he was going to get to this stage where you just can't deal with him. You know, you've got these supports that don't have a huge amount of that instant lockdown. It's basically only the Rubik with a telekinesis, but if you're able to get that Blink Dagger on top of him, get the silence, get the Dream Coil, be able to play incredibly well mechanically, plus the follow-up coming through from Kaka, you get taken out of these engagements and you don't actually have too much of an impact. So what a play. Yeah, coming back from that 9% win probability, this is all on the back of Somnus. Give him a round of applause.
Without a doubt. And this was a really important series as well from either side. I mean, Thunder Awaken was sitting at 2-2 and RNG, they were sitting 3-3 as well in regards to map count. So for RNG, this is going to really bump them up in regards to the group stage stand-ins. And for Thunder, they've been looking pretty good in a lot of their games, but unfortunately just unable to close out this one. I mean, we just saw some difficulties with how they're able to execute some of those later game fights, and maybe that could just be some of the experience coming out from RNG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these Aeon discs, that was the difference, right? Chalice is able to not be so afraid. He can actually start fighting. He can enable Somnus with the extra damage that he's able to do. I don't know. That was a crazy game, dude. I'm happy we get a little bit of a break because your voice must be getting a little bit raspy, but we do have one more series to be able to end up the day. I believe it is between Team Spirit and Team Aster. Two teams that have pretty good records so far. I think maybe like 5-1 for Aster and 4-2 for Spirit or something along those lines.
Yeah, I could be... we'll check when we come back from a break, though. So it's going to be an incredible last series to set ourselves up with closing a day 2 of the Arlington Major. But when we come back, we've got Team Spirit taking on Aster.
That's for your impertinence.
Safe word. This is something
Healing power.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And we are back with our last series of the night for day 2 of the PGL Arlington Major. Did you just do a flex? There, what did I just see? Okay.
No, your eyes are deceiving you. You're delirious. It's 8:30 in the morning. No, absolutely not.
I can't see it. This is the thing. I can't tell if you're joking because my camera was in the way of your feed, so I didn't actually see. I saw your arm go up. The reason why I said that is just because before we got in, I was saying I'm going to give a quick flex to get myself hyped up because this is an exciting series. Team Spirit taking on Team Aster. Denog, do you want to tell us a little bit why about this series is so exciting?
No reason. No, they're the two teams at the top of Group B at the moment. 5-1 on Aster, 4-2 on Spirit. Spirit should be 5-1, legitimately. You know, surprising loss to EG 2-0 earlier today. But, I mean, come on. You got the TI champions against one of the best teams for a long time coming out of China internally. And it feels like this tournament, they're finally starting to put it together. And I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's just a little bit more confidence. Maybe it's really having that hunger, you know, because this is the first opportunity in a long time for them to be able to get to do it. So I'm really impressed with how Aster's been able to play. Obviously, RNG last series weren't really able to get all of the chocolates all the time, but like it was just a really impressive performance from them. And Aster have that similar sort of play style. They're just going to play amazingly. It's mostly around Ori as well. I think he's having a fantastic tournament so far.
Yeah, and that is, I think, the big person that we should be mentioning, because, of course, previously from Aster, they had White Album as their position 2, and really was a hero with a lot of inexperience in a competitive scene and really in a LAN scene as well. And we've had the opportunity to cast a couple of like third-party tournaments for China, and we kind of saw there were some difficulties with White Album. Like, he was a really good online player, but then when it can get down to that stage where you don't have as much LAN, and you even look at teams like Tundra, like them themselves will say, like, we are a team that don't have as much experience in regards to LAN. We are heralds on LAN often, they were saying. That's a really important thing. You bring someone like Ori in, he's been in the scene for such a long time, a stable position to, like an incredibly stable position to. You've got a new position 5 that's come in as well from Aster areas, and he's got a lot of talent to bring them.
Yeah, I mean, the position 5 across the board, that's what I'm looking forward. And Picho, he is a very, very talented player. A lot of people would have known him in the past as Siamese Cat, sometimes Fantasy, but Picho is the way that he prefers to be called now. We checked that with the manager, so don't go correcting me saying, who the hell is this guy? But we're just about ready to get on into the draft. I'm excited because this is just more of this Chinese aggressive style of Dota. Aster actually have the second fastest time arrive on the late game. So it really feels to me like Aster are going to be playing these lineups that are hoping to end the game in 35 minutes, that are on a bit of a timer. Whereas Team Spirit, they want to try and drag it out. They want to split push. They want to rely on their late game decision making.
Do you feel like Team Spirit have that capability to combat the early game? Because this is an Eastern European team, and this region has really been known for a lot of that action. Or do you feel like, regardless, Spirit, they really just always fall back on kind of their late game?
Spirit's the exception, I think, to that hard and fast rule. They are able to play that later stages of the game, and I think the big thing that also sets them apart is that they are an amazing laning team, particularly Collapse and Mirror's lane. I very rarely see that be at a loss. I just want Collapse to be given a hero that's going to be able to be flashy, stylish, and none of this Marcy Viper crap. You know, it's really boring. You just sit there, you don't do much, but give me a Mars, give me a Night Stalker, give me these styles of heroes where he's actually able to, duck in and out of fights and have a huge amount of impact.
All right, well, we see last series there was a lot of emphasis coming out in particular for the Tiny. We also saw a little bit, of course, that Pangolier as well, which I think will be something that maybe is thrown off the cards here in this series, in particular between Team Spirit and Aster. But with a couple bans that we have left, is there anything you're expecting from both sides?
I'm expecting a Wyvern to come really early from Team Spirit, if possible. It's one of those heroes that's really good at being able to stall out that game that little bit further. A team fight ends up in one hero getting picked off to be able to start it out. Suddenly, Aster don't feel so confident in being able to continuously push forward. So, and end up getting rid of the Phoenix instead. It is good for that late game scaling, but yeah, I really feel like you can just lead with a Wyvern here. Nice Dazzle band too. It really does feel like the centerpiece of a lot of their early movements on Team Aster's side. You go the Tiny plus Dazzle. You get that mix of the front line and the defensive. You go Razor Dazzle, really strong lane. So they're just going to go the Tiny instead. Again, it's very solid, right? So there's really no reason not to.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Razor.
Team
It's gonna be the Razor
Spirit's
Marcy.
turn to pick.
Winter
Razor Wyvern.
Wyvern.
All right.
There we go. All right. Well, it is certainly capable of upping the tempo for themselves as well. Obviously not so much in the lane, but you are able to set up for things like the curse. We oftentimes see it paired together with a Monkey King, occasionally a Pudge as well. Something that Ori actually liked in the mid lane a lot for Aster, so I'm excited to see if they're able to pull that one out as well.
Team Spirit's turn to
What else
ban.
would we look to see come on through? I mean, there's a Viper from Team Spirit. I have faith in Collapse. I'm just not always the biggest fan.
Of the Viper in particular?
Yeah.
Well, do you like it here in the 8th? Because now you can protect it with the second phase. Do you feel like that might be a little bit better of a way to enable the Viper's game?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, back in Riyadh, they played it back-to-back. It was a Marcy Viper lane, not a tiny Viper lane. And it might even be a tiny mid, who knows. But they played it back-to-back against LGD in the grand finals, and they dumpstered the lane, and then they lost. Game 1 was against a Lone Druid, Game 2 was against an Alchemist. So I think what Aster needs to focus on now is, all right, well, this lane's probably not going to go too well for us
10
unless
seconds remaining.
maybe the Razor plus is running the position 1 role, you're able to do it, but
5
XXS
seconds
is an amazing
Turn to
Razor player, so
ban.
it's most likely to be off lane. Or you just go down that route of, okay, well, Viper is very stationary, you're not mobile, you're not able to move around the map, you're not going to invade, let's say, an Alchemist, taking jungle farm. Tiny doesn't really have the freedom to do it pre-Blink Dagger and +1 following him up. And then if you go something like this Alchemist or even the Lone Druid, once you take a tower away from this Viper, his immobility is even more heavily punished because he has less places to be able to safely farm. You can gank him repeatedly. I don't know, it just starts to feel very awkward.
Well, what are some of the heroes then Aster can look to pick up to kind of help really punish that immobility that the Viper has?
I mean, I've been kind of advocating for a Slardar so far this tournament because I feel like it's a good response to the Viper. It's a good response to things like a Pudge. It's a good response to even an Alchemist. Burst someone down before they're able to respond effectively. The issue is, if you pick it in an inopportune place in the draft, then they're just going to switch the lanes up. Let's say, throw the Viper into the position 1 role and then give Collapse something a little bit more capable of. They might even just change lanes entirely. But they've got second pick on Aster, so they're going to have the chance to be able to make that last pick overall really count as a huge counter to the Viper. Even something like a Wind Ranger, right? It's still in the pool.
I'm just intrigued to see if Ori... That doesn't really stand out as an Ori hero as this Wind Ranger. And we haven't seen Baboka play it as well. He likes kind of these melee heroes, and I think more than likely you are also looking for kind of that melee with a range pairing in the Razor's lane. I mean, Tiny is something they always fall back on Aster, so this is also kind of another good reason why Spirit block that, but you now won't have the Nyx Assassin, which is something that China puts a lot of emphasis on.
Particularly against a Viper, right? He's going to be using Nether Toxin to farm. You just hit him once and you've got the corrosive skin on you and you can guarantee that the Carapace is going to go off. Little things like that. So that was one of the heroes I was actually going to mention for Baboka, but you've got things like the Monkey King. He was the originator of the position 4 Monkey King, way back in the day, 2016, 2017, or whenever the hell this hero came out. And then, you've also got the Earth Spirit to be able to back up onto as well. Even the Rubik occasionally, but I wouldn't feel too confident about this Rubik in this game in particular because you've already got the Wyvern.
Spirit's turn to pick.
There is the Marcy. So
I like
we brought it up. Yeah, we brought it up in the first phase. They just have a little bit more priority on the Winter Wyvern, it looks like, this game. But both sides have a very good offlane. Tiny Viper, and now for Aster, Razor Marcy. I should say there is still the flex, of course, between. But if that is going to be your side lanes, you're very comfortable with what both sides have.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, this isn't even guaranteed to be a Marcy Razor, even though it is an exceptional Marcy Razor game, right? Almost all games are. They could still Pudge. Pudge with a Marcy is very, very hard to be able to combat into. They end up going the Rubik, again, just for perhaps keeping a little bit of flex, but I doubt it. I mean, they're going to have to reveal something, and I doubt they're going to reveal Yatoro's hero right now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Team Spirit, right? They want Mira or Miposhka to be able to play this Rubik, or even the Viper, to be honest. That is one of the other benefits that you've got of this team. So it's really just how Spirit view this game so far. Do they want to lane this Viper as a position 3 anymore? Because Marcy is one of the heroes that truly enables it. I guess the Tiny does a little bit as well, but if they're not feeling confident, then they might just say, well, okay, Tiny's mid, Viper's
Team
5,
Aster's
Rubik's 4.
turn to
I don't
pick.
know, I'm kind of
Void
stretching.
incarnate.
They are going to show, however, Toronto Tokyo's hero. So it's going to take away the flex that Team Spirit were playing with. So we see pretty much how the lanes are set up. It's going to be, I mean, you
10
can play Tiny
seconds
1,
remaining.
but I don't think that's going to be the case. So Tiny Viper lane, Rubik is a 5.
5
Motoshi
seconds
loves that hero.
remaining.
Turn to
And
ban.
Aster able to answer with the 18th. And there we go.
Got him.
We get the Ori. Yeah, we get the Ori.
I think
He's
it's
played
Ori
it
Pudge.
Yes, it
Yep.
should be. He played it 4 times into a 3 with a 75% win rate. So, let's go, man. I'm so excited to see Ori play this. I was really
10
hoping
seconds
when I was
remaining.
doing my prep and saw him playing it. I'm like, dude, if I get to cast Aster, I want
5
to see a
seconds
Pudge game.
remaining.
Yeah, and it's something that they've even done in this tournament so far, I believe. I think he's played it once so far, and it was against one of these low
Team
armor heroes. I
Aster's
think it
turn
might have
to
been against the
ban.
Puck, but it could have been Void Spirit as well. So really just looking to
Team
take advantage of the
Spirit's
fact
turn
that
to
you've got
ban.
much higher base damage, and once you're able to right-click and harass the hero, like Void Spirit is melee, right? It's even better than the Puck, because he has to come up to last hit unless he's really effective with his spell usage in lane. And of course, like I said, Pudge Marcy, very, very strong pairing for the
10
later stages of the game. So
remaining.
it's this synergy that I keep harping on about.
5 seconds
Are there any
remaining.
flaws in the Aster draft that Spirit can look to kind of capitalize on with this hero for Yotaro? Because we are still looking for the carry.
I mean, heavy physical damage is what I would be looking to go into. It's something that the Pudge really doesn't like, going into just like this big
Team
blasts of
Aster's
damage. You
turn
know,
to
Flesh
ban.
Heap isn't going to be able to deal with it too well. You don't have a lot of armor, so that might be a factor, as well as this split push, I
Team
suppose. Like Pudge
Spirit's
isn't great at
turn
dealing
to
with
pick.
it. Marcy isn't great at dealing with it. Although they do have like some percentage damage with the Wyvern to be able to deal with a
Yeah.
lone druid, but maybe they just felt that that would have outpaced them.
A TB is always something that people consider versus the Razor. Maybe the Wyvern is a bit of a deterrent. But their
10
bans
seconds
don't really
remaining.
signal like they are protecting it in regards to
5 seconds
like
remaining.
Monet's carry pool. Because of course Aster have the 24th pick, so if they go for the Terrorblade here, like a Lycan and Druid never really
They
signal
can't
out.
slaughter, can they? They
Team
can't.
Aster's turn to pick.
I don't want it. Okay. It's a lot of those big instances of damage, right? Like you more full agi, and it's risky for sure, but Yatoro is certainly capable of being able to pull it off. It's just a matter of being able to chain lock down this Pudge, and you've got the tools for it, right? Once Tiny's got the Blink
10
Dagger,
seconds
have a
remaining.
toss, plus the lift, plus the Aether Remnant, plus Morphling just
5
right-clicking
seconds
into you.
remaining.
It's a lot. That's what the Wyvern's there for, though, to make sure that that isn't quite as big of a factor. But now what can they pick into this? What are we lacking? I don't even know. Like, this Pudge could be their position 1.
You
They
may now
terrible.
select
Terrible
your
leading.
So-
heroes.
Okay.
People like the Morphling matchup into the TB. It's a little bit different now because the E-Blade is not a common build on the Morphling anymore. That used to always be a big reason why you played into it, just because of the quick burst potential. When you go for that Replicate as well, if you switch back to the Morphling, you're not being able to play with the meta. But probably Yotaro is going to look to just play with the Razor Replicate instead because of that static link. Like, that was the big reason why they picked it up and asked to have a lot of difficulties with controlling the Morphling. But for me, when I see this Terrorblade, it's a crap load of physical damage against the Viper, which is really, really important. And it is a hero that can look to leave the lane. You are like, this lane matchup
10
can go back and
seconds
forth. It's very
remaining.
volatile. Early levels with the first meta, there is a
5
potential for
seconds
Monet to
remaining.
kill the Viper, but as soon as you lose the meta, Collapse is just going to put so much pressure on. So what Aster are going to look to do is they're going to send the Terrorblade into the jungle. They're going to put the Winter Wyvern in the safe lane on Pichu, and then the Wyvern's going to get some much needed levels, and Monet's going to be chilling in the jungle. So I don't hate this pick. It's definitely not a free TB game, but Monet, he loves this hero. He's so goddamn comfortable on the Terrorblade.
He is, and I mean, TB is one of the strongest level 2 timings in the game, you know, rivaled by only like Crystal Maiden's kind of up there. Yeah, I'm not even going to list off a bunch of heroes, but that paired together with a Wyvern slow against a Viper is incredibly strong. I would be surprised if Collapse doesn't die when they hit that timing. So one other thing you have to mention as well when you're considering this Terrorblade for Monet is look at the heroes that Team Spirit have. Like, a Viper is not going to rotate through to the jungle. A Morphling is not going to rotate through to the jungle to be able to stop you. It's basically on the back of Void Spirit and maybe the Tiny to be able to do it. Even Rubik isn't, like, the greatest. And the thing is, if you leave the lane for too long, then this Marcy Razor lane just completely takes over as well. So I'm favoring Aster's lineup right now. There's a little bit of it, considering the mid Pudge is kind of tainting my favoritism a little bit here, but no, I have faith in Aster. I think they're on a roll.
So for me, what I want to see come out from Aster is starting with a tri-lane in the safe. I think you have this capability with Baboka, where you get the kill into the Viper early on. You maybe even stay for another kill, because of course Collapse going to TP back. He's going to have some difficulties. I think that is something you can look for on Aster, because Razor is not going to be vulnerable into a Morphling and a Rubik lane. Like, you're going to be fine at the early levels, so that could be something that Aster look to do.
Or he's already leveled up the meat hook. XXS already leveled up the static link as they go for a little bit more of an unorthodox smoke to be able to start the game. Not playing around that mid, but Team Spirit realize how valuable it is to be sticking together for as long as possible. They know that this is a very scary team to have to go up against. Of course, the Arctic Burn, level 1. Incredibly strong. Of course, if you end up being a 5-on-5 clash, that reflection, very powerful as well. Love this ward as well. They're kind of preempting the fact that Monet is going to need to... actually, no, never mind. I was about to say he's going to need to go back to the jungle, but he's playing top, so ignore me. I'm an idiot. Because laughing at me directly.
A little bit of team speak.
You started watching any anime? I gave you homework.
People, you can't just pause it.
Wait, what homework did you give me?
Watch anime.
Wait, when did you give me that homework?
When have I not given you that homework?
Ah, man. I know. I haven't even watched the Dota anime, honestly. So, I mean, if I'm gonna watch any, it's that.
Book 3's coming out soon, so you better get on it. There you go, Gaben. Some free advertising.
The battle begins.
Hey. Toronto Tokyo's going to get hooked as well. Sure. So some spells are going to be casted between the two teams. Pichu should be able to pick up the bounty. And we got 3 on Aster. Beautifully done. We will have the dual lanes as well. Baboka's going to make his way down bottom to pair up with XXS. So we'll see how this lane's going to start here from Aster.
Skilled up yet on Monet. I feel like when you don't have this Arctic Burn, it's just so much more difficult to be able to lane into this, so you might just opt to go for the reflection. The mana cost is the most ridiculous part of it. 35 mana. That's kind of stupid.
Nothing crazy. Reflection fine. Cool ability.
Level 2 is what we're looking for up top here, so I'm going to keep an eye up there until they're able to get up to that point. Mira's really looking to prioritize, trying to deny away a little bit of this, and even Mira in a bit of a rough spot, but so is Picho.
Collapse and Mira's going to try and chase down Picho, and they should be able to find first blood. It comes at a cost, though. Monet gets the trade. He also gets Collapse's courier. That was the tango, so
Mira's got plenty. It's fine.
I'm sure he's got 4 tangos to work with. He does have Avalanche if Mira wants to chuck it out. A little bit of extra harassment onto Monet, but not going to be the case.
Alright, this is one instance where I feel like the given salve is okay. TB with such low HP that you just want him to be able to get back in there and immediately start that last hitting.
Bottom lane, Baboka looking to get aggressive on your Toro. The Morphling is pretty weak early on. I do think... trying to think, is Morphling going to have a decent timing? Level 3, I'm a bit concerned, but he can just level up the waveform and get out of harm's way. They don't really have the stuns. So maybe they're going to turn to Miposhka instead, but also you're playing with a Rubik into a Razor, which can be quite nice. Just telekinesis drag away, can offset some of that aggression. So what do you think about the down bottom? Are we going to get many kills? Because they do have quite a defensive lane where they can reposition versus the Marcy and Razor.
Yeah, but even just level 2 is pretty devastating, right? Now you've got... Actually, didn't go the Dispose on Master. I'm a little surprised about that, because unless Miposhka is super conservative with his positioning, he is a certain candidate to die. But if that's the case, then Morphling's going to suffer, because you're always going to be able to outlast it. You never want the threat, especially before you're level 3 on the Morphling, of just getting jumped on and pushed back.
So this wave is going to give them that level 3 for XXS, but we'll keep our eyes over to mid lane and see how this one's shaping up. Ori's off to a great start, 13 and 6 compared to the 10 and 0. He does have a gigantic damage advantage, so Toronto Tokyo is going to be forced to use a lot more of the abilities to help with his CS.
Means that those runes start to become a lot more effective as well.
Oh, this year is going to be so fun to watch. Oh my god, Fleshy is
what can you do against this, man? I mean, Toronto Tokyo is very happy with the fact that this creep wave is finally coming back underneath the tower, just for a little bit of that extra armor, even.
Range creep. Okay.
Hook in one. Nah, won't go for it. How's top going? 5 seconds until the next meta. That could be the big difference maker, as Mira trying to toss back Picho.
He's going to be playing with Monato with that Metamorphosis. They're going to turn to try and beat down onto Mira, but Collapse does get some distance to be able to deal the damage as well. Monet, he's going to charge on forward, knowing that the abilities will cool down for the Tiny. The toss is back up for the moment. Monet gets the kill before he dies, but is that a worthwhile trade?
For Team Spirit it is. They're very happy with being able to just dodge out that Metamorphosis timing, make sure that the Terrorblade isn't able to continue scaling. And Collapse is having a decent time up here, but you expect that as a Viper. That's the thing, though, right? Like, I feel like... I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit worried about how Team Spirit are going to go into that middle stage of the game. Actually, we feel like that Yatoro has been pushed out of the lane a little bit. XXS having a great time as expected. Now you've got the 1-1-1 on Bobica, so in Miposhka, to his credit, his positioning has been really good. He's got off 3 denies as well for that lane, so Yatoro has been able to farm a little bit more safely, but certainly hasn't helped his net worth. Yeah, look at that jump immediately. Nice quick fingers though on Miposhka. One of the best 5 Rubik players in the world.
Loves this hero. Always a big fan of being able to pick up the Rubik. Can be, some people think, a bit greedy in that 5 role, but he always is able to make it work out. Some decent abilities to steal as well from a poster in a game like this. I'm hesitant on how Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to play shortly, because Ori's about to hit level 6, and with the threat of a Dismember without the ultimate to be able to get away, that could be an issue for him trying to get CS in this wave and the upcoming one.
It's a little bit of a threat for sure.
Dude, Ori's bodying him mid. It's not even close.
I mean, what do you expect though? 20 damage differential. He'll get the Dismember. This won't be a kill. He has the Dissimulate to be able to get away, but it's just... a lot of attention being taken away from him, and basically his main role here is make sure that he's not able to rotate through to some of these other lanes using the power is
Bounce on 4 for Baboka. Was able to pick up their 3rd kill of the game here for Aster. Beautifully done, as XXS was able to charge on forward and help provide the damage as well.
He's going to be a couple of seconds too late probably to make this rotation through the mid lane on Miposhka. He just wants to go back bot. How lucky is Toronto Tokyo? Well, looks like this isn't his game. A double damage for the Pudge. I mean, you don't want to get caught out of position. He will at least be able to pick up that bounty rune as Rubik had to TP back down bot. Yatoro continuing to struggle in this lane.
So this is going to be really important from either side to be able to scout out the power runes, because if Ori gets something like a haste on the 8-minute power rune, then all of a sudden your side lanes are in a whole world of danger, and that could just slow down the Viper, because he's really reliant on having a really good lane, and bottom lane as well. If you get Razor off to a good start, that's someone who can turn into a 3rd core.
Absolutely. Even
They've got the Metamorphosis here. Level 3 from Monet. He's able to get some distance to beat into Collapse. He's standing on top of the Nether Toxin. Ori's going to step in, but they won't even require the Pudge. Unfortunately, Monet will still go down. Collapse gets the double kill inside the grave.
The happiest person about all this is Toronto Tokyo just pushing the Pudge away. They have vision of him, I
Dire's middle
believe,
tower
walking
is
back
under
towards
attack.
the lane. Never mind. No, they don't. But Toronto Tokyo is able to get up onto his level 7, have a little bit more of that survivability. He's going into the power treads, and we're going to have a bottle refill coming through here for Mira as well.
Double damage.
But now he can actually look to make a rotation elsewhere. Like, you've picked up the base level of farm that you need on the Void Spirit to have a true impact, but it's going to revolve around that next power rune that's coming up. So I honestly wouldn't hate to see Mira stick around this mid lane.
Dire's
But,
top
well,
tower
actually,
is
they're going to
under
preempt
attack.
that. They're going to try and find something with the Terrorblade just TPing back out to the lane. He shouldn't be too low, though, so I feel like they might just be a little bit lacking in the damage department.
Baboka. I'll take a look at the outpost up top, though. When it's in trouble, this is a really big kill, and they're going to be able to find it. Hang on.
Yep, nicely done.
Did they smoke for that?
Yep.
Okay, because I was going to say there's a ward on the cliff, and I thought I saw them not smoke, but no, that's a big reason why they're able to get the kill, just slowing down Monate's farm. 3 deaths here from the Terrorblade, and back in the jungle, Yatora's in trouble. There's the haste, Enoch. That's exactly what I was speaking about. Ori gets the haste, rotates to the side lane, and brings down Yatora on the Morphling.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, they were able to make that play onto the Terrorblade without waiting for the power rune, and I kind of
Dire's
like it.
middle
They just
tower
wanted to get
is
really
under attack.
proactive, use the smoke early on, just try and put some pressure onto this Terrorblade so he doesn't feel quite so safe.
Radiant's
But
bottom
that's the
tower is
downside.
under
Power
attack.
rune is available. You get the
Dire's
haste
middle
rune,
tower
and
is
this is
under
exactly
attack.
what happens. Ori just doing a little beast in these trees right now. Make sure that there's no TPs looking to come through.
Radiant structure.
Joe's job is to... Yep.
Dire's
I was going to say he's going to TP mid and leave top. I thought he was going to
Radiant's
continue to stay up there
bottom
to
tower
protect
is
the
under
tower,
attack.
but it was like
Mid's
his job
more.
was to
Dire's
help
top
mid.
tower is under attack.
Even Ori just feeling like he's in a position to be able to perhaps impact this top lane a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Collapse got coming out to him
Radiant's
now.
bottom
Okay,
tower
so he's actually
has fallen.
purchased up the full Dragonlance. He had the Boots of Travel at the time put into the inventory, but ended up selling the recipe just to be able to purchase this. I don't hate it. I feel like he feels like he's the true carry of this game right now, so he needs to itemize it. Can't be dying like that, true carry.
Tokyo will be able to cancel the dismember. Even XXS is going to look to rotate to Aster, putting some importance on shutting down Collapse, and they can chase forward for more. Mira's got the movement speed to be able to cancel the static link. Can they catch up Toronto Tokyo? That's not going to be the case as well. So Team Spirit will only lose Collapse.
Saw how they almost were able to connect on further. It's just this ridiculous pairing with Marcy.
Oh no. They're giving him some more flesh heap stacks over to Ori. So he's off to
They
an
just wanted to make
incredible
sure. They just wanted to make sure Pudge didn't get another power rune. You know, sometimes it's worth giving up your life for it. You'll also get a nice little bit of value, being able to get a free Observer Ward deny, and that means that PGL actually doesn't even need to buy the tome in order to reach up onto his level 6.
I do really like what we're seeing coming out from Toronto Tokyo. He's going a bit of a different item build, but he feels it required in a game like this. It's going to be the Spirit Vessel picked up. And they've got the Nether Toxin as well, which could prove to be a bit of an issue here for the Pudge. So Ori, I think he might have to consider a BKB, or at least...
Dire's top tower is
more than
under
likely he's
attack.
going to go BKB second item, but if he wants to go something greedy, could go for a different way
Dire's
to
top
dispel off
tower
the
has
Spirit Vessel
fallen.
after the blink.
Yeah, Lotus Orb isn't terrible. Gives you a lot of that armor that a Pudge needs, which is going to be especially important against this Morphling.
Dire's
Again, a
middle
big
tower
portion of
is
that
under
damage
attack.
coming through is going to be physical from the Morph these days. No more E-Blade, like you were saying during the draft, but it's the same sort of thing that we saw last game with Chalice, right? That if you're able to start building up some of those poison attack stacks, suddenly your Tiny, Void Spirit, even the Morphling to a lesser extent feel a lot stronger just because of the extra magic damage deduction that you can get.
Blink reveal. Aster moving top. Miposhka's in a position to be able to protect Collapse if nearby.
Oh, what
Dire's
a touch.
middle
Tree
tower
line.
is under
Oh, go
attack.
for it, Ori. Oh, come
I
on.
restore my
Give me the blind
connection
hook.
to the
What's
void.
going on?
I think because he'd used the Flesh Heap, he wasn't super comfortable in doing that. It only had about a couple of seconds left. Already up to the 5 stacks, though. Very healthy.
How long does it doesn't even say, does it? Lovely.
No, level 1's 5 seconds, and then it ramps up to 8 with each level.
Dire's
look at
middle
you.
tower is under
Thank you, Miss
attack.
Analyst.
Radiant are scanning.
I gotta do something.
Jump in, mid lane.
Is a great
Alright,
conductor.
Miposhka, who's the better Pudge now? Come on.
He's got the
See.
cast range advantage. He's like, ooh, extra 100.
All right, so Spirit collapses off to an incredible start. Dragonlance into the boots of travel. Do we feel like Spirit are going to look to play with the Viper, or is he just off to his own for a little bit, getting that next item, and maybe they just play for pickoffs with his bots? Like, kind of what's the game plan here for the next couple of minutes on Spirit?
And you kind of have to play around the Viper, right? Like, he is the only one with farm on the team outside of Toronto Tokyo. And you know Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to make these rotations. Right now, his priority is just shut out the mid lane, get that Spirit Vessel for yourself. He's only 10 gold away. Thing is, though, 0 earn charges. So, he doesn't need to wait for the Vessel to come out to him, even though, of course, he would like it. They want to find any pick-off right now. They just need something, some charges inside of that Vessel. Good positioning by XXS, though. Not getting greedy, not going the extra creep wave.
Great read from him. Ori, though, on the low ground, good sir.
Hook.
Link's still on cooldown for the moment. Chuck it out, see if someone's home. Just goes fishing, why not? We have to tab over to Monet as well. This guy, a couple of deaths in the lane, but a couple of kills as well, and he's having an incredible time down bottom. And look at the Winter Wyvern's positioning as well. Just really important from the support. PGL just putting himself in front of the Terrorblade just to make sure if Team Spirit do look to move to Monet, he's going to be there to pop the smoke.
Even if they were just to run at him, right? Look at the vision. One inside the lane, one inside right on top of where Collapse is farming right now. So they know that he's reached up onto his boots of travel. They need to play a little bit more carefully around the lanes because of this new information. But yeah, Picho doing a great job of protecting his core. The thing is, the longer that you leave Aster alone, this Terrorblade is going to come to this critical mass. So
smoke up. Ori charging up the high
dagger.
ground. They've got the ward. They can see Maposhka nearby. That's an easy kill. But can they chain this into more? The kill onto Rubik is not enough. They love Toronto Tokyo. They don't have the control. Looks like the Void's... Oh, hang on. It's going to be cautious. Use both ultimate charges. He's able to sidestep the hook and an Arcane now to play with.
Maybe start pushing the mid lane a little bit. No Rubik available. Wolfling again still doesn't want to get active.
Is he?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just a link battle, you know.
Are you doing your job as well, counting hooks?
Was that my job? That wasn't my job description.
I mean, that is definitely in your job description. Whoever told you...
Above my pay grade.
That's not good enough, honestly. I might have to cheat on you again. We'll bring someone else in. I don't know. I feel like analysts... hang on a second. You were just a Riyadh. What's going on? I feel like that's even worse. Serial cheating at LAN. I don't know.
Right.
Come on, man. You gotta know that's your job. You're an analyst. You have to have the hook counter.
It starts
Radiant's
now.
top tower is under attack.
Keep it going for now.
That should help.
Liking this from Picho, not going just the cookie cutter build into the Aether Lens on the Wyvern, Blink Dagger instead. It's become a lot more popular, of course, but he really just wants to make sure that he can find these elusive heroes.
They're setting up on mid lane. So the T1 tower. Picho's going to be able to take in. Let's see what the Winter Wyvern's going to be able to do to offset this, but the stolen hook from Maposhka. He's 1-for-1 so far through this team fight, but XXS. He wants to charge in and turn this one around. A fresh BKB to work with the Razor. So able to secure a turnaround kill onto the Tiny, but that is not worth it for Aster.
Still got that hook available on Maposhka if they were continuing to commit onto this, by the way. One hook. We're up to one hook landed by Maposhka.
1 for 2. Well, he hooked before as well. I don't know if he...
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, sure. We're starting from now, aren't we? Okay.
Wait, are we asking a percentage? That's too much.
No, but he did hook before. Yeah, I never said percentage. What are you going on about? I was just saying we saw him hook like previously last time he stole it. But I know we're not counting them. We're counting from them.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Talk about
middle
Monet
tower
on his
is under
Terrorblade
attack.
Prime. His counterpart in Yatora is also having a very good time as well. He's at the bottom of the cause, but Yatora is having some time to be able to work on that farm. He's going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere next. 122 last hits. When do we feel like this Morphling, like what items are we really looking for the Morphling to feel comfortable to maybe showing up for the next couple team fights that we'll see?
If I'm honest, does he need Manta and Skadi before he feels comfortable? Is he going into an Axe?
Yes, sir, he is.
I'm gonna need to read this tooltip.
Yeah, dude, I've got no idea. I've got no idea. Tiny's able to TP out down bottom. They put a little bit of damage on the bottom. They can even have a stun. Aster. Blind hook. The Poshkir's fishing. It's like, who's home? Trying to hook past the tower. I like this from Aster. You got the BKB. You want to look to get aggressive for your own
Radiant
XXS.
structures are fortified.
Go on Miro. They're gonna get the jump in. Miro doesn't have to do it. The toss back and he's dead meat. Nothing they can. Hang on, maybe Arctic Burn not gonna tick him out. The Poshka. When did he hit the third one?
No, one from Aposhka, one from Ori.
Is under attack.
You're counting hooks, period.
Oh my god, that's not alright. Whatever, dude, you are doing. That's not how this works. What? It's not the total amount of hooks. Oh my god.
You ask for hooks, I will give you hooks.
Oh my lord. Alright, we're past this now. I'm actually quite disappointed in you.
Okay, good. I don't have to do work. We got Monet just continuing to farm. He himself is going into that Skadi. Obviously going to be very effective at slowing down the Viper, even more so than he's already such a sluggish hero, even with that Boots of Travel. Good against the Morphling as well. I was thinking for Yatoro that he would be wanting to go into a Skadi for himself. Pretty good against that Razor once he's got that BKB going. Same sort of thing with the Pudge to prevent a lot of that regen coming through.
Spirit smoking up. PGL once again in prime position to be able to pop this, but they don't. Hero's going to be in with the combination. Doesn't get the toss back. He can easily follow up. But he's going to be in trouble. Astral steps to the right side.
Oh, what
instantly into Misu. The Remnant will stop the Dismember, but it will not matter with Aster being nearby, and that is a worthwhile trade. But Spirit sticking around. They've got Collapse nearby. He's able to run out of the Nether Toxin. They're looking for the toss back, but Mira's not going to find a target for that. So again, another support going down.
Naposhka was just there waiting menacingly, like, come on, throw the hook, do it, I need to steal it.
They're connecting. It's really...
This is pretty much what was expected, though, right? Like, Terrorblade has the ability to farm a lot quicker than the Morphling does, and most of the time, because of this deep vision that's been placed down in the past by Aster, you know where Collapse is going to be. Like, he is not a threat if he goes on to you. It's really just about some of these other rotations starting to come out. So, you know, let's say you're where this bottom creep wave is. As long as you've got the vision of the tower starting to come in, the Boots of Travel isn't going to matter. Like, if he goes on to you, you could just TP away. So it's really just about connecting through with one of these Void Spirit, Tiny, Rubik combinations, and I think that means that they're just going to start pushing into this bottom tower now, because they're just not afraid. No Void Spirit, no Tiny, free to go into the lane. Know where you're going to die. I believe, does Marcy have something coming out to her?
Blink on the card.
Yeah, I was about to say. It'd be pretty poor if she didn't have that. But again, it's all about that instant catch, right? It's what I was talking about with the Blink Dagger from the Winter Wyvern. You want to make sure that you're catching the Morphling before he's able to Strength Morph. You want to make sure that you're... Like, even the 2 seconds that you get from cursing when you're not next to someone else, that's enough time to be able to blink in on the Pudge and Dismember, to, you know, get a Dispose Of, to get Razor starting to dish out a crap ton of damage. So, yeah, really liking this support itemization, and it also means that they can play a lot more of that active role, even though they are... Well, Wyvern is a bit more of that, like, backline support.
Looks like we are back underway here. Trying to see how Spirit are going to be able to take some of these team fights, because I still am concerned for Monet. He doesn't have the stats to be able to stay alive in the middle of the fights. Team Spirit will definitely be able to blow him up. Skadi, even then, could be not enough. My only concern, though, for Spirit is they do really need to clump up. There's probably going to be like maybe a toss back from Tiny into the Void Spirit. You're stuck on the Nether Toxin, but if you do that, then maybe Pichio can just jump in, get the curse. That could be enough if they don't blow up Monet. He gets the Sunder off, and all of a sudden the fight is just completely over from there.
So I think Spirit is going to be really important for them to be able to scout out where the Wyvern is positioned, because I don't think they can blow up some of these key heroes if they do not see where the five is.
That's why these smokes are so important, but running into one of the worst targets, Ori, very tanky, pops the flesh heap, even the Spirit Vessel's not going to do a ton. Okay.
Right, nicely done.
Survive.
Was unfortunate to touch.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going to get out of this though on Team Spirit. They are continuing to shove in top. But if
No
it's
cliff.
still on cooldown, Scan's going to connect with the Boca, jumps into the ward on the higher ground, so they're able to scout out Team Spirit. Fnatic's not going to get broken as well, so XXS playing with plenty of damage to be able to turn this fight around, but Team Spirit, they're up to the task. A jump in, Yatoro considering about entering. Hesitant though with XXS.
Curse is still available. You've got the Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier right now for Picho, so that's really what I'm looking at. They're playing around this vision still. You have to be very careful about Collapse just playing next to Yatoro. Honestly, if you curse one next to the other, as long as he's Agimorphed, one's going to kill the other, right? So you're already going to be down one core. Look at this, he's coming through.
Dire's top tower
Split it up
supports
effectively,
instead. Yeah, really good job. They were unable to wait too long for Pichu to find that blink, and Paboka just out of range to get the dispose as well. So Claps will also be able to TP out, and you see instantly Spirit. They're on the lane duties. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to sell bottom. Instantly Collapse is going to nether Tox in the mid lane as well. So this is going to give Spirit a lot of map to play with now.
But Master want to immediately take that one back. 4-man smoke coming through, not underneath any kind of ward. So he's going to reveal a little bit if they just allow these creeps.
Look at this ward, man. This is
Creeps hitting the tower, though.
Collapse, he's going to be in trouble. Nothing they can do. Toss close to the XXS, and Ori's in with the Dismember as well. That is beautiful from Aster. Instantly smoking to the ward they have at this cliff. Incredibly important. Smoke to lane, smoke to objectives, and towards as well to take the fight, and Aster do just that.
They want to take Roshan. They've got this Observer Ward that scouts out everything, but I mean, Metamorphosis, Unleash, Sidekick, it is a lot of damage. Be able to secure this Roshan very quickly. You would assume that it's going to go over to Ori. He is the one keeping himself on the front lines a lot of the time. Wait, it's Monet that ends up picking it up. Maybe they feel like the BKB once Ori's Courier respawns is going to be enough to give him plenty of safety. They are still very spell damage reliant on Team Spirit until Yatoro continues to farm. And to his credit, he's overtaken the rest of his team. We still do have, of course, Monet's Terrorblade to be worried about.
We are seeing Ori's also having some difficulties keeping up in the farm. BKB is going to be a really big item for him, though, in regards to his survivability throughout these fights.
Yeah.
Lincoln's now. However, that's on his counterpart.
You're not going to scale, though, if you don't get the Aghanim Scepter. That is really what allows the Pudge to be able to have that. And, I mean, going up against, again, the Skadi. Skadi paired together with the Aghanim Scepter Rot means that Morphling is a very sad.
They're setting up on Yatoro.
Got him.
He's in trouble. They're able to pop the Lincolns as well. I don't think they're going to be able to connect fast enough on Team Spirit. Beautiful play with the replicate, but
he doesn't have a TP.
He doesn't have a TP, so Yatoro is going to be up to juking in the tree line, and well, the hookback's not going to help out. Oh no, no chance, no chance, Baboka. What? Oh no! Don't move! Don't move! Yeah, okay, that's really scan. Okay, Jesus. Oh, no way, Yatoro! What was that? I thought he was gone.
That's a TI winner right there.
Oh my. He's just gonna pop out in the lane and like, what? This guy's still here? Oh no.
Might even force people to come back again. No glyph available, so someone's gonna have to defend against
Tokyo. Ori, I'm gonna get that Dismember off. Toronto Tokyo quick on the fingers.
That's the Lincolns, so that helps him a little.
Very true. They're going to collapse under the tower. Hero's going to look for TP, and well, Pichu is there to be able to counter that with the Winter's Curse. Meanwhile, inside the river, they're also going to be onto the Boga. So Team Spirit, they will be able to trade some support lives, but Aster get a tier 2 tower, so a much worthwhile trade for the lads on Dire.
Now, normally they collapse under the tower, but because it was the Tiny that died, did they mirror under the tower?
so much. Yatoro? It's TPing actually into the outpost. It's going to be Ori that's able to backstab. Oh, no way. Not again. Not again, man. There's no chance he gets out of this one. XXS cutting off the pass. He's going to go waveform inside the face. Why not? Yatoro's out.
Easy
but meanwhile,
clap.
Toronto Tokyo, does he go back in for Ori? Under the cover of the Glimmer Cape, Toronto Tokyo is going to go for it, but he's out of ultimate charges. Ori enters the fight. What is going on? Oh my god. People are doing some crazy stuff, but it comes at the cost of both the mid laners.
I mean, you'd have to feel much happier if you're Toronto Tokyo, right? Gets a lot of experience from that as well. Nearly 2,000 for that solo kill, bringing him up to that level 18. And it's so important, of course, whenever you're playing this Void Spirit, just to get up to that level 20. It feels like it's all about the burst. You want to make sure that you can burst through before the Winter's Curse comes out. You want to make sure you burst through before the later collapse.
That's a big kill for them to find. Just being able to slow down collapses, at least scaling potential.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We get to see a little bit of a replay from that previous fight with the, a lot of ballsy plays starting to come through here. Of course, Yatoro waveforming inside Aster's base, able to get away, but, these are Dota players. These are cores. They always want more collapse. Even just where that single right-click was able to slow down the punch enough, and clearly Ori thinking that he's able to get off that dismember, but Toronto Tokyo, great spellcasting to be able to avoid all of that.
Live, we see Mira's going to be caught out here. XXS and Both got the combination together. Meanwhile, bottom lane, got the hook Ori. Oh, it's on cooldown, okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So it really seems like at the moment, Team Spirit, it's a cat and mouse game. This ages advantage that Aster have, it's about to expire in 30 seconds. All they've gotten is the tier 2 tower. Do we feel like Spirit, as soon as they lose that second lap to work with on 1-8, Spirit are going to look to start taking fights, or are we still waiting for maybe some of these items?
I still think you need to wait for Yatoro's items. Like, he's pretty much committed into going into this Aghanim Scepter. I thought he might have gone the point booster first, just to leave his options open for the Skadi, but doesn't seem like the way he wants to roll this game.
I
don't even know what the...
They're going to see Toronto Tokyo. What an easy kill. Somebody needs to pop the Lincolns. They're going to be able to do so, but to dissimulate with the Aghanim. Oh, look at that. Perfect read from Aster, playing on the left side, blocking off the escape avenue. They'll get the curse, it's half duration, but that's all they need. With the follow-up stun, Aster, that was incredible. Reading and anticipating Toronto Tokyo to go to the left, and meanwhile on the river, Ori is onto Yatoro.
Boys are coming.
They form in a couple of seconds, they're going to look to get Morphling out instead of taking the fight.
One more.
Closest the distance. The Archbishop, Yatoro getting it off fast enough. He doesn't too much health to play with.
Waveform in 2.
For a couple of seconds, but again.
Not again.
The replicate with the Marcy into the TP.
Oh.
They got the stun this time. So finally. Dude, he's been such a pesky hero for the entirety of this game. But Baboka, he is in. And they're able to cancel that TP, stopping him in his tracks.
Well, Baboka is just like a private investigator, hide and seek. He's always able to just seek out these people that he has no right to. Marcy is a busted hero, man. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it, man.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, maybe that's the reason behind the delayed Skadi coming through from the Morphling. Collapse just finishing up his, so he is a slowing beast right now. Again, wanting to plant his flag, fight around the rest of his team. Really like the Ghost Scepter purchase next. He's in a bad spot, wants to be able to just reposition himself a little bit, has the extra movement speed from the Quicksilver Amulet, plus the Boots of Travel, plus the Hurricane Pike for repositioning. Really nicely done by him.
I really think these fights come down to PGL and his execution with the curse. I'm a little bit concerned on Aster and control. I feel like now with the Sky, how Team Spirit can, with how mobile they're going to be in the fights, tiny blink out, telekinesis to reset, Morphling with the waveform, Toronto Tokyo's got plenty of mobility tools as well, and I feel like for Aster, they don't have that capability. They're going to be in, and once they're in the middle of the fight, it's going to be very difficult to move around with the stuns, with the slows, so I feel like it all comes down to the curse, to be able to set themselves up, to move in, steal a bunch of damage with the static link, to be able to get the stuns, Ori to get that long dismember, so all my eyes are going to be on PGL.
He's going to have a much easier job at it now, though. Obviously, he still needs to be concerned about the Lincolns, both on the Void Spirit as well as the Morphling. But now you actually have that Blink Dagger. He had the Glimmer Cape picked up as his first item previously, so you always want to be able to just instantly find the right target after the Lincoln Sphere is broken. Luckily enough for Wyvern, Splinter Blast, very long cast range. And the other big timing, which isn't anywhere near as sexy, but just look at XXS with that level 20 Storm Surge movement speed talent. He's just incredibly fast in all of these engagements, and well, Boca's just going to enable that even further with the rebound. Plus the old Refresher Orb coming through from him. Good luck running away from this Razor. They have nothing to stop him once he just pops the BKB and runs at you. Viper Strike is it.
But it's go time. Scepter completed on your tour, level 20 as well.
Great positioning by Picho, putting himself on this high ground. He doesn't care. He knows he has that Blink Dagger to be able to reposition. He just wants the vision now.
They've got to be perfect. Mirror's going to be in. Look as well with the 8th to Remnant. Oh, beautifully done, but Aster, they're going to look to take the team fight. Nexus is soaking away the damage onto Mirror. Toronto Tokyo's going to be in some trouble as well. Monet pumping in the damage from afar as Team Spirit. All they get is the pudge, but it comes at the cost of the Void and the Tiny's life.
Almost got that curse off as well onto Collapse. That would have been huge, just the Blink Dagger cooldown being a little bit too long. They do get the gem too of Avoka. Pichu had it queued up previously, but if you could just take away Team Spirits, that is a big net worth swing going your way. And now Avoka's job just sweeping around the map with the rest of his team, looking to take away all of that vision that Team Spirit have desperately set up. Actually doesn't quite get this one that Success was next to, so that could be a key difference maker for this Roshan fight that's set to happen in about 30 seconds. Everyone's going to be at full strength. Well, I say that, but Terrorblade not going to have meta for the next 100.
Yeah, this is a really big advantage that thought by Boca. He's able to catch on with postcode. Utor does he want to look to take this engagement? He's considering about jumping in. Gonna be hesitant though, goes for the TP out. They have the curse, but they're able to catch up. So, alright, Team Spirit, you're gonna be running into no meta for 70 seconds. They know the refresher was used prior in that team fight. This is huge for Spirit. If they're able to win this fight, get second Roche, all of a sudden they are back in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And because as well, the Morph cooldown reduced by 20 seconds with that Aghanim Scepter, they're basically going to be at full capacity just off the back of this. So wonder if they're going to try and set up any kind of vision first before this fight, or just feel like, well, we've got this Observer Ward still outside the pit. That's going to be enough for us.
They have a smoke, though. I don't know if they can just... I don't think you can...
I don't think they have one.
Yeah, this is... No, you'd love to be playing with a smoke, but unfortunately, Aster just going to position defensively and make sure no one gets picked off with the meta and refresher being on cooldown. Oh wait, there's a great ward to play with on Dire. A lane ward and a cliff ward now to work with. Start this out to Tokyo. Lincoln's popped.
One observer gone. Really playing on the edge is Toronto Tokyo. He's reached up to that level 20 as well.
Anyway, he's going to get the jump. Crossing back towards Utoro. XXS is in trouble for the moment. BKB is able to reposition. He's going to be fine. Meanwhile, in the middle, though, Ori misses out on the hook. Unable to drag back Maposhka. That's a great start for Spirit. You can't do BKB, but you need to make sure you don't clump up. All eyes onto Winter Diamond, but eyes need to be on Mira. Is in with the combo, blows up one. Will end up going down, however. A 1-for-1 with both supports being taken out of the equation.
Big thing was that the Metamorphosis was popped. That's the reason behind this buyback. They want to make sure they take advantage of this. Roshan is 100% up. Previously, it was a bit of an unknown. Not anymore. Toronto Tokyo once again is going to be in position.
Again, the Lincoln, so tries to predict what they're just charging to the higher ground. A toss back. Viper's in trouble, but a defensive telekinesis. He's going to be fine. And now Yutoro able to stand his ground, trying to siege down on Ori. It's going to be cautious, but again, Team Spirit, they're doing such an incredible job to kite their heroes on Aster, and they also got Monet's Corey. That was the Daedalus.
They got the Daedalus, they wait out the Metamorphosis, Toronto Tokyo doesn't die, his positioning is on point, he's using the Lincolns to full effect, they use double 4 stuff to be able to get away for the Viper. Like, this is what I was talking about. This is that late game team fight execution that Spirit are renowned for. And yeah, as soon as this time around, they know that that Refresher was used, that all of those ultis were used, that Metamorphosis isn't available anymore, they're going to go for this pickoff.
Don't have a ward to play with though. It's really important at night time if you're going to smoke up. Oh, they're going to net.
Yeah. Gives away a lot.
Dire are scanning.
Right, this is a good position to fight with, but they don't have some key abilities for post-op. Drops down some information, but Ori's going to get the jump for punch. It's vulnerable for the moment. Yutoro is hesitant about jumping in, however. Looking to play around with the hook, but the Cold Embrace buying some time. But look at PGL.
What a curse!
With the curse. Bye-bye collapse. And our Spirit, they've got to get out. You need to play the kiting game. You can't fight straight into Aster. As we see, that's not even a possibility. Again, beautiful from Aster, just with the ward on the high gun, grouping up in Petrie. That was the man of the fight, the person I've been highlighting.
And it wasn't even just the curse, right? He gets the Cold Embrace onto Ori, he gets the Glimmer Cape as well, making sure that all that magic damage isn't even going to be the difference maker. And that was without the Metamorphosis. No matter. Still looking to try and contest this. Again, meta up in 5. They don't want to have to use it. Could just be another clutch play come from Toronto Tokyo, but I think even he is not going to be enough to hold back Aster from claiming second Roshan. Question is, who's going to claim it? Does feel a little bit dangerous with Aster taking all these fights without the Demon's Heal. That might be something they're considering.
Yeah, I think you want to give it to Manate just because of, again, we are really seeing the kiting potential coming up. Alright, they gave it to Ori. So he's going to be playing with the Dismember upgrade.
The save, yeah.
I don't know if this Aegis is... Aegis is very, very awkward on the Terrorblade, because if you pop meta on first life and you die, all of a sudden your second life is not too fun to play with. So, Spirit, again, name of the game, just kite.
I mean, I guess their attitude is, are we going to let him die? We've got Cold Embrace, we've got Winner's Curse to save, we've got now Dismember for saving, we've got Dispose as well for saving, plus the Blink Dagger. Just trying to shove in as many lanes as they can, but putting a stop to that at bot, at least. Koshka is playing very scared right now. One of his wards being removed from the map and forced to get on back.
Make it 15,000 net worth lead for Aster with his second Aegis advantage. Well, items being picked up as well. A BKB now 4-1-8. Oh, he's got the Daedalus coming out on the core as well. So this is going to be a gigantic spike for the Terrorblade.
That helps things too. Doesn't matter so much about the Metamorphosis cooldown if you can pop the Arcane Rune beforehand. Still is 105 seconds, but it certainly feels a whole lot better. Found Monet again. I mean, sorry, not Monet. Yeah, Toro.
We are seeing, though, the kind of scaling. I wonder how much of an issue it's going to be here. Razor can transition into an incredibly scary core, and well, you look at the Viper, he doesn't particularly have this capability.
Kind of want Aster to switch up their neutral items a little bit. Obviously, the extra cast range is very nice for the Telescope on the Winter Wyvern, but it almost feels to me like the ninja gear would be better served on him, just so that he's able to find the perfect positioning in all these fights, and I think the ceremonial robe on Marcy's doing all that much.
Gonna have to be a toss back.
There's Lotus.
Oh, he's got plenty of attack range to work with.
Just usually a chance of quiver as well for that extra hit every 4 seconds. Really does feel like this one's on mirror, doesn't it? To get the perfect toss back.
It looks like maybe they're going to toss into a Remnant potentially with how they're setting up on this one. And we were seeing Team Spirit. They are a team that just know how to execute some of these high ground defenses. Of course, we saw at TI with that Magnus, just the force repositioning, and the Tiny can be very similar. So it's going to be, it has to be really a perfect siege from Aster. Well, they're going to look to back off with the meta on cooldown. 45 seconds of downtime here.
Dire are scanning.
Just thinking as well, like in terms of reposition, it's not something that Aster are lacking either. Obviously got the dispose, you've got the pudge. Very scary. I mean, the one other thing that they have to be a little bit less concerned about this game on Spirit is actually hold that thought. He's leading the way.
They need to get some wards down fast.
Presence of mind though, like, did you see that though? He had the Aether Remnant set up, completely scouting out the movement coming.
They're under a ward. They're under a ward in the lane. Always going to jump instantly towards a Tiny. Toss him out to the left side. Team Spirit, do they want to stick around and take the team fight? Your Toro's going to wait for the way, but meanwhile, Mira, he's in trouble. Into the tree line he goes, but there's going to be no escape to the position 4 on Team Spirit. This is trying to continue to secure the kill. Finally getting me onto the left side as well. He's in trouble. As to turn their attention to deal with the easy pickings onto the Viper. And now your Toro as well. He's not playing with as much movement speed. He's going to close the distance onto the Winter Wire, but as Picho gets the curse to lock him in place and the cancel the TP as well. It's Team Spirit. They just have no response to Aster's team fight.
It's way too much. What I was saying before with the Winter's Curse, at least in this game, you know, if you go for that that toss back into the rest of the team, you're not all forced to stand in melee range. So you're actually not great targets for that Winter's Curse where you're going to land on everyone. They've been pretty good at splitting themselves up, but like you said, that Observer Ward in the lane was the difference maker. I don't even think we have time for a replay. They're pushing these tier 4s, so let's see how Team Spirit are going to want to respond to this. Buybacks available on Yatoro. For Spirit there.
You need every component you can get for this defense. They're not going to have Mira. They toss back. They'll look to deal with Ori instead. But this punch is not an easy kill. Flesh Heap along with the BKB. Utoro's going to waveform him. But the cold embrace will keep Ori alive long enough. Utoro returns with the hook. Secures the kill. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo also gets rid of the punch. Can they stand out the offense at Aster? Monet's going to look for a BKB TAP out. Be under the cover of the Magic immunity. So Team Spirit, they'll live to see another day.
They just managed to pull it out somehow. It is still a big investment, of course. Morphling having to buy back there is never the ideal situation for your position 1, and just means that gap grows ever larger between Terrorblade and the Morphling in terms of that net worth. It does feel like Morphling has plenty of opportunities to still scale. That Satanic could be the big difference maker. But again, you're going up against a Skadi, a Pudge, Aghanim Scepter, a Shiva's Guard. So honestly, this Morphling attribute shift does not feel very effective at all. Even just standing your ground to be able to use that Satanic becomes so much more challenging.
You have a gem now at least for Toronto Tokyo, so maybe your vision can be a little bit better to try and deal with the backline. I mean, really, the Wyvern's going to go. The Broken's doing so much in these fights as well, just pumping up the damage to the lifesteal. We've been helping Razor surge on forward. I don't know if they have the capability to blow up any of the cores onto Aster. So Team Spirit really have to put that emphasis on dealing with Baboka along with Pichu.
Thanks.
Timeless Relic, kind of nice. Use actually Spell Prism going over to the Marcy. Much prefer that to the ceremonial robe that she was holding previously. But again, it feels like you had to invest so much. They're thinking maybe on Aster right now that, well, all we need to do is catch out the Morphling once and we're going to win this game. They could opt to wait for the level 25 on the Pudge. Instead, it feels to me like they're just going to continuously push forward. Of course, you've got the illusions continuously putting pressure onto this mid lane. Someone's going to have to come back and deal with this because it's very obvious about your movements otherwise.
Yeah, and this is the big issue. So they have the advantage with the creeps out, so you can just cut mid, cut bottom. It's going to force Team Spirit to react to this, and as soon as they react, then Aster are going to sweep to top and try and take their vision away. I mean, we're already seeing them start to react. So, and Spirit, their only really play right now is taking a fight with this ward. They need the vision advantage.
Feels really hard for Spirit as well because, I mean, they were able to blow up the Pudge towards the start of that fight. That was really good. But they're not going to have the capability to do that anymore to Marcy or Wyvern. They both have that Aeon Disc. The one exception to that actually ended up dropping it. Viper has Witchbane. Viper has Witchbane. That could be the difference.
Doesn't have TP up shortly. Gotta be cautious as well with Illusions are dealing with the top wave. Toro's gonna show himself, so Collapse will be able to join here. Look at the respect that both sides are giving.
Collapse TPing back though, you know, the instant pings starting to come out, and that's when Aster start to make their move. Go underneath vision right now.
They need to protect
this board. It's up there.
Quick and easy kill. The telekinesis buys some space, but Ori drags him straight back. Mirror out. He's got a buyback. With losing that control up top. They're going to look to get their lanes out and reset for Roche. At least it's not going to be up for another minute 15, so they will have all the components on Team Spirit.
Could have been much worse though. Like, just to lose a tiny from all of that, it's a big deal, especially considering Collapse had showed back at the base. He had to. Like, this lane was pushing in with a double siege creep wave at 45 minutes.
See, every little advantage you can get on Team Spirit's going to be important. Well, Pochka did still dismember. He's got the blink as well. It's going to be difficult. They've got a couple of stuns to work with, but there's a long duration control. 3 seconds through BKB as well.
Pretty big cast range as well.
Yeah, very true.
Ori's reached that level 25. So the extra damage coming through from the Dismember feels like he's reasonably survivable with the Shiva's Guard picked up. Of course, the Timeless Relic just buffing up his damage even further. Really now what starts to matter is that buyback status. Yatoro, of course, doesn't have it with that base defense, but basically all the other important cores on Aster do. I suppose XXS is the exception, but look at how farmed he is. Level 25, 80 attack speed talent. You don't really need to go the 2 static link charges when you've got a refresher. That's going to be plenty.
I think the important thing is he's got this blink as well, so he can just instantly jump in, create chaos, and just send Team Spirit packing in multiple directions. And if he can find that link or even just an easy kill into the support, all of a sudden Spirit could have some real difficulties with taking this fight.
Even Renee's almost got a Satanic for himself. Like, he's going to have stuff backpacked. Like, he's going to have one of these 6 items backpacked for the Aegis, plus a refresher and a Satanic backpack. He is, what, 9 slotted soon? 8 slotted?
Don't have Toronto Tokyo with them just yet. He's trying to connect. He'll be able to get the jump in. Mira's in trouble for the moment. Once again, the telekinesis buying some space. Yatoro, though, the stolen hook. Yora's going to be in some trouble for the moment, but the corner brace once again giving some breathing room for the punch to stay alive in the curse. And pop some Lincolns. They're not going to be playing with the big altar from the Winter Wyvern as Yatoro. Waveform to the right. Deals with its support. It's going to be able to go under the cover of the Invis as well. They've got the vision. He needs the waveform down to the south, but Team Spirit, they've got the numbers to protect Yatoro for the moment, so Aster will not continue to chase down the Morphling.
They just keep doing it. They keep winning these fights where they have no right to. Everything popped there by Aster. They had a 20k net worth lead that's suddenly shrinking. 2 buybacks on the supports, but you're very happy with that if you could take out this Pudge.
And they're going. Ori, he bought back. This is a big kill if they can find it with the water on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo's going to jump blind. Get the control. Mira's going to be in with the combination as well, but where's the pull-off? Yatora's going to be in the middle. They've lost Mira, but Monet! The cold embrace, it's not enough! They'll get the Terrorblade and Yatoro hunting in the night, looking for the +1.
Ori!
There might be a dieback. Punch is gone, but work is going to be
TV's
next.
here. No, he
Jump
stops.
to the low ground, but it won't be enough, and they're not done. Toronto Tokyo will run into the Winter Wyvern as well as Team Spirit are back in this game 1.
Oh man, this happened to them earlier in the day against DG, and maybe now they're doing it. Oh my god, they just, every little thing just makes such a big difference. And well, I was talking about that lack of buyback on Yatoro previously. He knew that was potentially the game-ending fight if they lost. He's bought out, and with that, he's going to have the secondary life coming through. Jesus, team fight coming through there. We're going to need to see that one again.
Oh
Just
my
look at this.
lord.
The jumps coming through. Toronto Tokyo is playing like an absolute man possessed. Always finding a way to pop those Aeon discs early on into the fight. You might lose Mirror on the Tiny, but you find the key targets there. Even the buyback on the TB is a little bit slow, just because, of course, the 6-second TP back to the outpost. He ends up cancelling it at the very end there, but it's after you've already lost that key hero in the Pudge with guaranteed no way to come back into the fight. No one has buyback right now.
Looks like Top's getting pinned down. Oh, no. Tier 4 towers. They're looking for the throne.
Poison attack charge on collapse.
Toronto Tokyo, it's up to him to make the space. They get the starting pull by Prior. But this Rose defines some time.
Sunder?
He's looking for the Sunder target. It's going to turn instead, but they've still lost XXS. He's got a buyback, but they don't have Glyph on Die. These buildings are going to fall fast, and again, Toronto Tokyo, it's all up to him to buy some valuable seconds.
He's doing a great job at it. They gotta get in.
So they need to get in. XXS gonna be through, so but the throne just gets blown up. Spirit, they come back with a miraculous way to take game 1 against the team top of the group.
Sheesh, that was a great performance coming through from Team Spirit. I mean, 50 minutes of non-stop action. What more can you want from a major? This is what we come to see, right? International action, 2 contrasting playstyles coming up against each other. I was saying from the very beginning, Aster, 35 minutes. That's their timing. They can play aggressively with this Pudge that didn't scale because he didn't go into the Aghanim Scepter. It was a very good start to the game, but you're always going to reach this point, like 40 minutes onwards, where Team Spirit are just like, right, we've got the stuff that we need to execute these high-pressure situations. And man, they did it again.
Man, you've mentioned multiple times, like Team Spirit, they play incredibly well with these late-game scenarios. We've seen them always thrive in this, and often TI winners, they have that kind of characteristic. When they are behind, they are never out of the count. And we just saw multiple times really their play style was just kite them, kite the meta. If you're able to kite the BKB, kite the static link, that was just so incredibly important. And then we just saw the jumps in at the end and who they were able to target. It was just such a treat to watch that game in particular, because of course these are 2 top dogs in the group. Spirit up against Aster, but at least game 1, Spirit are able to come out on top.
Yeah. 4% win probability as well they had on Team Spirit, and they were able to claw it back. That is the TI champions for you. I can't wait for game number 2. So, Aries, how about you send us off?
I mean, game 1, what a treat that was, and I feel like it's only due that we're going to have another incredible second game to close out our last series of the night for the PGL Arlington Major. It is day 2 of the groups, but we've got one more game till we close out our second day. When we come back, it's more Aster up against Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
11's wisdom is not to be.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. has fallen. Dire's Ancient is under attack.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
We are back with our last game of the night here. It's going to be Team Aster taking on Team Spirit to outround day 2 of the PGL Arlington Major. Dano, game 1 was crazy. Not just game 1 as well. This is back-to-back games for us where we have seen some crazy comebacks. So I have no idea what is in store for us for this last game.
On the edge of our seat, that is for sure. And yep, I would agree with what we're seeing down there because it is pretty damn even. If Aster are able to close it out early on, then I feel like they might have the edge, but we just saw how good Team Spirit are once it reaches the late game. So maybe that's going to be the little bit of a change-up that happens in the draft. Of course, TB, great hero. Monet played a great first 40 or so minutes, but beyond that, there was a little bit of uncertainty that came through with some of his item choices. I think he might have had some
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
only really start to threaten that high ground around the metamorphosis timing.
We do see this time, it's going to be Team Spirit actually with first pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Aster. Or, no, sorry, apologies. It was Team Spirit that
They
had
got the
first
timing.
pick. So once again, they will be on first pick. So I don't think they're going to
Team
go down a
Aster's
different
turn
route
to
of
ban.
not going the
Team
tiny,
Spirit's
especially with how
turn
much
to
Team
ban.
Aster favor it. I mean, Mirror, he played it twice through 2 or 3, and Toronto Tokyo played it a couple times as well. So I'd like them to go back into it just because I think this hero overall
Team
just
Aster's
Aster
turn
really
to ban.
thrive on it.
Team Spirit's turn to
Get
pick.
rid of the Enigma. I wonder if that means that they're not going to pick the Tiny. Maybe Razoring themselves? I wouldn't hate to see something like that.
That's a good point, because if you go tiny, maybe
Team
it leaves like the
Aster's
Razor
turn
Marcy
to
combo,
pick.
or like Razor Wyvern, I was going to say, but
Team Aster's turn.
I would Wyvern if I'm Aster. Tiny Wyvern.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Dazzle.
Okay. So we'll see if Spirit now have priority on the Wyvern, if they feel like this is valuable enough, because it is at the 8th pick. Often we see cores here where you look to protect it now with the second phase of bans.
I'd Marcy if I'm Spirit. I think it's
10
something that's
seconds
going
remaining.
to work well together with either Collapse or Yato or whoever ends up playing this
5
Razor.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
just really into the fact that you can, get it onto the back lines, have something that's
Team
going to
Spirit's
immediately find that
turn to
lockdown
ban.
for the Dazzle, and able to burst. I just go the Wyvern instead. It's fine, right? But it's like there's nothing right now that it's countering.
But come on, Daniel, you're supposed to be an advocate for the Wyvern. You can't just be telling me that you're only going to pick
Keep
it for a
telling you,
counter.
man. I can't talk it up too
10
much.
seconds
Okay.
It's gonna
Well,
nerf it.
it's not, dude. It's happening. I don't know what else you want me to say.
5
it is
seconds remaining.
Buffs across the board when 7.32 comes out,
Team
and I'm
Aster's
gonna
turn
love it.
to ban.
Is the 5th most picked so far. He has a 56% win rate on 16 games. That was at the start of the day, so keep in mind.
Team
But
spirits
yeah,
turn
no,
to
sorry,
ban.
my guy. You can't downplay him. Something's gonna happen to him, and I have to imagine it's gonna be a nerf.
But what do you nerf though? Everything's so
Ah.
lovable about the hero.
Sure. I understand. You love the hero. You don't want to see it nerfed, and well, Team Spirit,
10
they feel the same
seconds
as well.
remaining.
They're putting some importance on it in the 8th pick, so does give
Can
them...
I tell
5
you,
seconds
Yes,
there
remaining.
is one thing I don't love about the hero. Look at Wyvern right now. Is there anything that seems off about that?
Smaller than the Razor. He's kind of hovering.
It's about the hovering. What's happening with the hovering?
His tail's hitting the ground. There's a couple
How
of
do
things-
wings work?
What do you mean, how do wings work? You up and down. Flap, flap, flap.
When you flap down, you push yourself up.
Okay,
And that is the
sure.
case of every single other hero in this game except for Wyvern. Wyvern's the only one that does this weird thing. When the wings go down, so does she. So
Okay.
I don't know what's going
yes,
on with
I
that.
see what you mean. Okay, yes. I'm like, really? You expect him to like fly through the draft? But no, I know. I'm like, all right.
Team Aster.
We got a Batrider cosmetic that does it. We got a Sniper cosmetic that does it with the fly-in. Nothing wrong with that.
So look at that. Some respect as well. No Morphling's going to be picked up this game, and also the Zeus. I am really surprised Zeus is not getting picked as much. From the games we've seen, we've casted barely any Zeus so far.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like you can feel pretty confident to pick it up as long as the
5
puck is out
seconds
of the
remaining.
game. Puck is the main concern for mine. Like, it doesn't really provide any of that lockdown or burst or anything like that you need. Puck's going to be able to avoid a lot of it, and then the silence and the dream coil is a really good tool to be able to deal with it. So maybe just thinking that because Aster have the first pick coming out of this phase, coming into this phase, they wanted to make sure it was removed, just because it feels like a very viable option, even just against the Razor, right? Heavenly jump up some sort of terrain, get away from, not that Razor's going to be static linking you, but you know what I mean.
I think for Aster, again, more than like, well, Dazzle, it's going to be your 5, and really Aster like to give the Tiny over to Baboka. So
Team Aster's
I feel like
turn
now
to
you can
ban.
put a lot of emphasis on Spirit,
Team
on banning out
Aster's
cores, and that's
turn to
exactly
pick.
what they've done with the Zeus, Morphling, and the Faceless Void banned out. And I'm just
Like
intrigued.
the Marcy ban, though. Go ahead.
I was just say I'm intrigued to see what role they want to go down here on Aster, because you have to show a core here at the 15th.
Yeah,
10
I'm a
seconds
little.
remaining.
I feel like this Tiny might be mid. Like I know the puck isn't
5
going to come into the
seconds
pool,
remaining.
but I feel like just considering what heroes Ori has been playing lately, like a lot of them have been banned out. There's no puck, there's no Zeus, there's no Razor available. It's not a great Pango game because you're having to worry about a Razor plus a Winter Wyvern. TA, not the greatest either this time around. Very physical damage oriented against a Wyvern who also has the Arctic Burn. And I don't think you want to pudge into this. So, yeah, I really feel like maybe it might be the Tiny mid here. And perhaps some of these other bans are just trying to give a little bit more time or prevent some of that turnaround tempo that you might need for Team Aster.
Ori has played one game so far on the Tiny. They lost that game, so they have.
It's just one game.
Yeah, without a doubt. And really, the main reason why I was looking is because he didn't play it into a 3, and I just wanted to see if it was a comfort thing, if they just really prefer the Tiny as a 4, if they have this thought process that they prefer it on that instead of a different role. Every position 2 would love to play the Tiny. I have no doubt he does not have the potential to play it, but it's just some teams think it's stronger in different roles. You have this beautiful thing about regions where some regions prefer one hero over others, or certain
Team
item builds, and
spirits
etc.
turn to pick.
Storm Spirit.
Jesus, what is this hero? What's going on?
Maybe just thinking, okay, well, Zeus is gone, so that's fine. Puck is gone, so it's fine. You could Batrider, but then
10
Storm still has a
seconds
decent
remaining.
time. I'm just thinking they need something else that's going to be able to get onto this Dazzle.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't really feel like a good Spectre game so far. Storm's just going to be able to zip around, spec Wyvern, terrible lane. The thing I'm worried about now is that Aster could potentially go into something like a Bristleback. and just use the Tiny and the Tiny and the Storm Spirit to create a ton of tempo to allow him to get that farm. Also, just having a strong lane with the Dazzle, because you don't really care too much about the static link as that Bristle. Okay, Toronto Tokyo special.
It is something though that didn't have a lot of success at Riyadh, though, right? The Ember.
It won 1 game against the Saudi Arabian team, and every other game it lost. I think it was like 9 games. But it's had a lot better success at this tournament. I'm seeing Yopaj styling on it. I'm seeing Somnus play some really great games. This is, in my opinion, one of Toronto Tokyo's best heroes from his TI-10 win. So, yeah, if he feels like it's a good game, I'm going to believe him.
See what they're going to
They're still kind of lacking in stuns, though, aren't they?
Skywrath Mage.
Ooh,
okay.
I like this a lot. I really thought we were going to see a lot more Sky just as an answer to the Puck. This is something that Eastern Europe really like, and it's a pretty goddamn strong laner as well. So we've got some pretty good combos with being able to combine up with the Ember Spirit. The Domestic Flare is really nice. But we get also the Aster staple in the Spectre.
Hey, I mean, you really want to make sure that you can get on Skywrath Mage as quickly as possible, that's for sure. Just thinking here, like,
pick.
it's a good pick, in my opinion. Like, the global presence is good, but, like, I feel like Wyvern's just going to get away from you most of the time. Yeah, the Desolate goes through the Cold Embrace, but you're not really going to do much against the Razor if you reality in onto him. He's just going to start the static link. And, even just things like... I feel like they've got the damage to be able to deal with this Spectre is essentially what I'm saying. And even the laning stage isn't going to go super well for it, assuming this is like a collapse Razor instead of a Yatoro one.
Okay, so the big reason why I think the Spectre is an incredible pick, because I think it enables the Storm Spirit heavily to jump the Sky and the Wyvern. You get that vision with the Horn. Storm's going to be able to see the supports. He jumps instantly, blows a couple of them up, and all of a sudden the fight looks incredibly free. Tiny can get a jump as well. It's also going to protect the Dazzle. It's very position-based. And Team Spirit, they do not really have anything to group themselves up with. Like, when you're against a Spectre, it's nice to be able to have some kind of structure where you can just beeline to and have some control in a fight. Undying Tombstone is a really good example. Mars Arena is another good example as well. So... it's very difficult now, because when Horn's out, these supports, you've got no one to play with, and the Ember Spirit's not really a hero that can protect you as well.
So what are you... I'm just going to use your words against you, though.
Sure.
This Storm Spirit, yes, you're enabled a little bit by the Spectre, but where's your steroid? Where's your Pugna? Where's your Coddle? Where's your Io that's going to allow you to actually stay out on the map? That's my main concern, that Ori's just not going to have that same level of impact, and you're into a Skywrath Mage. Oh, I love that Night Stalker ban, actually. That would have been an excellent pick coming through from Team Spirit, just to be able to find out that Dazzle, to punish the Storm Spirit, to force an earlier BKB that I'm sure he would have been wanting. So what now can they look to pair together with this?
10 seconds.
A lot of the break mechanics are gone as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you switch up the Razor into the safe lane now?
Team Aster's turn to pick.
That's actually not the route I was expecting them to go down here on Spirit. Okay. So we're going to be looking
pretty much the only team to pick this hero with any kind of success. There are other teams that pick it, but they don't win with it. So maybe just wanting something that, again, like you've got the curse to be able to like find the Storm Spirit and start to lock him down, right? So if you can get the Battle Trance onto him, start attacking, same sort of stuff with like a single route suddenly enables the Mystic Flare quite heavily. And maybe just the factor of, well, we don't have last pick, we don't know what we're going to be laning into, so we got to pick something that's just good at laning against everyone.
I think that's really the big reason why you go this Troll. Like, Troll Wyvern, that you are not beating that lane. Like, maybe you're looking for a range off laner. I was going to mention the Venno, which can lean okay into the Troll, could have some difficulties later on with BKBs, but we're going to get a Visage picked up from Team Aster, which... you at least have a melee hero to kind of pop in front of you for the moment, but...
They did need some push. That was this thing, right? Like, Beastmaster was banned out. The lane's okay. It's nothing groundbreaking. Of course, Yatoro is one of those players that with his heroes likes to put a lot of harass onto the enemy offlaner in the lane, probably more so than a lot of others. But XXS is just going to be able to turn that around and throw the old soul assumptions back into his face. Also, not as easy to chase down with a Troll Warlord, considering you've got the Grave Chill. I suppose the Wyvern has some good amount of slows to make that a little bit more impactful, but yeah, I think they needed something that was going to be able to push. I believe DK was banned, Visage was banned, Beastmaster was banned, Lycan was also banned. So yeah, Visage seems like the go, and it's not something that's very cooldown reliant either. Like, potentially that shapeshift. You just always have the potential to be able to convert one of these global pickoffs from the Storm Spirit or the Spectre into an objective. So yeah, I quite like the pick.
Do you like it enough to give them the edge here in this game too, though?
I think if he's able to get out of the laning stage well enough, like this is one of those games where he needs the Aghanim Scepter, because you can't be getting focused down early on. You can't be the main target for something like the Ember Spirit to initiate the fight onto. You need to be the one using that invis from the Silent as the Grave to be able to get in onto the back lines, find that Wyvern, because in my opinion, that's what's going to enable you to start off these team fights very well. Finding the Winter Wyvern, bursting him down, even just finding the Skywrath Mage opens up Storm Spirit's game so much more.
I believe in the 1-8 Spectre. I think that they really, really value this hero in China, and especially Aster in particular. We've seen success on it so far through the major. My concern is that Ori could have a very difficult time into the Ember Sky throughout the mid game. I think they do have ways to be able to blow him up, so I'm going to be intrigued to see how Ori looks to itemize this game. But I like Aster's lineup to be able to go later. I really believe in this Spectre to be able to kind of carry them over, and if Ori has a decent amount of net worth, then he too will be able to have a lot of impact later on.
It's all going to be on the back of the lanes though. Mid lane pretty skill based. Both Spirit heroes not having the greatest time in recent history, but certainly it's top lane that I'm going to be looking at the most. Honestly, Spirit should be getting the better end of this laning phase. It's just a question of, can you hold off this Visage long enough before it starts to have that real impact, and even just a few of these team movements once the level 6, level 7s start to come out on Storm Spirit and Spectre.
Yeah, it definitely feels like both the side lanes Spirit have that advantage. I'm a little bit unsure about bottom though, just because maybe Radiant with their sustain, if they have the small camp open, they can just play with 1-8 CSing under tower.
Have you been able to... What just happened there? Was there a... I swear there was an Observer Ward or something. Or a Sentry Ward inside the Storm Spirit small camp, but it's gone now.
I don't know, you're seeing things.
I saw that... yeah, maybe I am seeing things. We have been up for a long time. It's 10 AM here. We've gone through the night. But anyway. Game starts. I don't want to make a prediction. Last game was just so close.
No, that's not how this works. I made one, you gotta make one. No, sir. Just make a prediction, what the hell?
I think chat's gonna have a good time.
Oh, you're actually so boring. My lord. Alright, we'll see. Top lane.
See what I have to deal with, chat?
Oh, shut up. Well, your power is level 1. It's
has been killed.
I was going to say a little bit of damage there, but Maposhka will hold them back. No way that toss into Soul Assumption might be enough, but Pro is able to step into the tree line. As long as they can offset this early kind of push from Aster, then they should be fine once they get to their levels.
I mean, I think level 2 for Aster is pretty damn strong too, though, right? Like, having that Grave Chill to enable the chase down, having the Avalanche Toss combination, that's really the key damage output that you've got early on. Let's see who's going to land theirs first. It looks like it's Team Spirit. Slightly on the better end of it, but of course, Poshka has to be very careful about leaving the lane for too long. They know he's out there. Trying to smash down one of these creeps as quickly as possible. Is that last creep going to be enough to bring them level 2? I think it might. They need to get through it fast enough though. Yeah. Oh, no. That could have been the difference. I mean, just a couple of right clicks into that and Yatoro probably dies.
She's taking a bunch of damage, and they're going to be able to find our first blood. Mira secures it. Beautifully done in combination with Collapse. We saw just before that Mira was forced to TP back to the tower with the pressure that Monet and PGL was putting on through the silent mage, but he's able to reset and go back in to help get first blood.
He's even able to get a little bit of a pull off here. Baboka accidentally pulling the creep wave a little bit too far underneath the tower, but she's going to start pushing back in favor of Team Spirit. Absolutely not what you want. You want to make sure that you're making the most out of this level 2 timing that they've got on Aster. The
main Collapse might be in a bit of trouble if they can keep the poison touch stacks moving over to the Razor. He's going to be able to steal a decent amount of damage, however, over against the Spectre. So Monate's unable to continue pumping in the damage. So it's just going to be a trade of right clicks.
When you think of a Dazzle, though, you don't think of, okay, what carry is really going to enable that slow to convert into kills. It's not a Spectre, you know. Spectre is the definition of passive early game.
Mid lane for Ori is having quite a good time versus Toronto Tokyo, and this is a matchup that is like, I'd say like 55-45 now. Maybe some people would argue was like 60-40 a while ago, but with the water runes, the Ember can really just out-sustain. I think maybe when it gets a bit difficult is if there's support rotations to help take away the runes, but you see Toronto Tokyo, he can even push back sometimes. Like Ori, the chains are up and Toronto Tokyo has gone for an early level. See the damage that he can dish out.
Top side.
Tori's in trouble. The stick charge is not enough to keep him alive. His XXS, a second point into the Soul Assumption, is enough to offer the burst.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see people put like 2 points Grave Chill and just leave that Soul Assumption at 1, but clearly realizing, like I said, Yatoro, one of these heroes that, players that likes to be really aggressive with his laning style, constantly using the harass, the strengths of the Troll Warlord, and XXS realizing that the player he's up against, not just the hero, and then turning it right back around at him.
A little bit of trouble if
XXS is as well up top.
And meanwhile, mid lane as well, we got kills across the board. XXS, can he get back under the safety of the tower? He's going to be okay, and that is gigantic for Aster. They get a kill onto the Ember Spirit, and meanwhile, bottom lane as well. The action continues as Collapse is going to be able to deal with the support of the Dazzle, but Monet, he can turn this one back around now. And a free experience and solo goal given over the Spectre. Monet, he's loving life.
Don't love that. The dispersion doing a little bit of damage as he walked underneath the tower. But yeah, good start coming through for Monet. Like you were saying, it is a specialty of his. And it feels like Miposhka just needs to be playing a whole lot more defensively, keeping the lane pushed back towards him, and stopping the poke and prod onto the Visage, because XXS has gotten out of this laning stage relatively unscathed. That's huge for Aster.
Just looking to see what they're going to try and do with Ori now. Love to see his rotation start to be something they're considering, because he does have this level 6 to work with, so way to really help out with that is going to be that power rune.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is he going to come contest this, or does he feel like he needs to play the lane with the Spectre? The towers, so the creeps are under the tower, so Monet might be okay.
Bobaka's the one moving. I mean, he's going to be able to secure not only the power room, but also the bounty for his team. Scouting out if there's any stacks that are starting to be built up for either the Troll Warlord, who we know is going for the Battle Fury, or it's going to be, well, it ends up being bot anyway on that power rune, so Bobaka could go back, circle back, pick up the bounty for himself, and really feels like Ori has that time to be able to turn around and perhaps make a play up towards this top side once Tiny reconnects them.
We're going to have to be... Ori needs to shove the lane.
So he can. Now he can move.
Not worried about your tower taking too much damage. Or he could also just consider about his own farm. But the minute mark coming up shortly if he wants to go make a stack of the hard camp. I'm going to deal with the small instead and instead of going back to the lane. But overall, I really was not expecting Aster to at least come out of the lanes like they are at the moment.
Yeah, and maybe he's just delaying his movement until XXS hits up onto that level 6, so it's not just a movement to be able to kill a core, you know, and slow him down in that way. Also just to free up a little bit more space on the map.
Mr. Gonad, I think 1-8's going Midas. I think. I don't know what else this Glover Haste is going to be for.
No, I hope not.
Well, what, you want to armlet Spectre?
Yeah, let's do
Casual
it.
glove? I don't know.
And we saw Hector performing earlier today, and he was one of the real innovators behind just the casual glove.
Yeah, there
Nice
we
with
go.
that.
Midas queued up.
I've been wanting this.
Here we go.
Give him topside.
The rotation coming out with the arcane rune tossed back and the damage. Vitor, he's not going to be long for this world. The cold embrace is only going to annoy Aster that much more to want to try and find a secondary kill. And Ori's going to go for it. Maposhka, there's nothing he can do. No Arctic Burn to be able to fly in the tree line. And this is the importance of securing power. And Ori with the arcane gets a double kill. That's with XXS having the familiars as well. So now this tower, I don't know if they can come back to this lane now.
I don't think they can either. It puts a little bit more importance on them trying to secure this bottom side of the map. You don't have a ton of mana left on the Storm Spirit, and he did use his TP to be able to get up there, so it's a bit of a benefit if Control Warlord wants to rotate down towards the bottom side. He scouts out, sees that he's got a couple of stacks inside the triangle, but he's nowhere close to being able to take it just yet.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yep. Aster just going from good to better with this start. Ori really looking to play that diving frontline role. He did it a little bit with a pudge, but it was at the hindrance of his scaling. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around.
Oh, no, without a doubt. Look how much farming he's getting. And now being able to free up top means Baboka can start to think about connecting to bottom. He's collapsed. He's going to be in some trouble here. The tower is not going to be enough of a deterrent here. This team spirit, they're going to lose another core, and they've got big issues right now. And it's a lineup that... The Razor is a bit more of a greedy offlane in the aspect where you're not really the playmaker. You kind of want this BKB, but you're a hero that thrives in the lane, and if you're unable to kind of on top there, then all your map control is just on the back of Toronto Tokyo to make the space.
Never refuse gold given.
They're even getting to a state where you might be able to start invading into the enemy triangle if you take another tower, maybe around that 10-minute mark. I could certainly see XXS maybe make a patrol through the jungle, see if there's any camps stacked up, and then look to come alongside with the siege creep at the 10-minute mark, just to try and take that away, open up possibilities for Ori to use those static remnants to clear out a lot of this farm acceleration that Toronto Tokyo is going to be looking to use. Might be trying to get one more stack. No. I think he wants to take it now. He understands that this might be his last chance to be able to. Oh, and sometimes you just get lucky. DD on the top side of the map for Ori. Having a great start.
See if they look to make the call. The catapult wave is coming out for Aster on both sides.
Damage.
See if they're going to consider about bringing down this tower. Zip in. They're going to have the damage to the control.
Oh, he didn't
just into the remnant away, or he's going to continue to chase. He doesn't have too much mana. Collapse is waiting in anticipation. It's a big juicy kill for Collapse to be able to find.
Short on the Mystic Flare mana, unfortunately, from Mira. Toss back.
Kill.
He's got 1 point into the Desolate. Oh, and the body blocks from Baboka. Nicely done. 2 kills that happened that probably shouldn't have. Just if you had the a little bit better on the mechanical skills coming through there from Ori. A little bit surprising considering he is the Grandmaster on the Storm Spirit, but it wasn't perfectly layered together onto the Ember to be able to secure that kill. Very happy with all these kills going Baboka's way, though. Oh, look at that, using the fountain regen.
Oh, look at... Oh, no. You gotta finish your food, and Ori is able to do so. They have the catapult still as well. I wonder if XXS is going to consider about rotating over to mid, but working on the Wraith Pack, he wants to continue up with his farm.
It really does feel like, kind of like the Vengeful Spirit off lane in the Ags build. No, he wants to make sure that they absolutely secure this. Even just the Vlad's Aura is going to do a world of good as... I don't know if you could do that, my guy.
It kind of feels like they haven't played against a Storm in quite some time. A Storm that's had a good lane. Ori's 4-1 and 2. He's got plenty to be able to work with. Kaya coming out on the Cory, I believe. Soul Ring as well. Fairy's Trinket. Like, this is a Storm Spirit that... You've got some big issues with being able to deal with him and how he can control the map now.
Dire's
This
middle
is probably going to be
tower
one of
is
the
under
earliest
attack.
pos for Blink Daggers that we've seen in quite some time. 4-0 and 3 on Baboka, and it's not naked either. He's got the Tranquil Boots, he's got the full Magic Wand available for himself. Most of the time when Tinys make a rotation, you want to make, like, if he's taking a kill away from the Spectre, you're like, yeah, what are you doing? But it's just such an important timing that you honestly don't mind it, considering the kill wouldn't have happened without his rotation. Don't want to be dying, though, and giving that kill streak over to collapse.
Dire are scanning.
Well, high fives. Really, the only kill threat they have on Team Spirit is going to be the chains into the sky. And well, they have this potential now onto Ori. Storm Spirit's going to step a little bit too far forward with the chains. Control the damage. Oh, he's got to dodge the arcane. He's got the string chets. Toronto Tokyo, meanwhile, he's going to be in trouble. No, we run it forward. Oh, Toronto Tokyo into the TP up, but Bo got the stuns on Kuna. No way. Toronto Tokyo gets a gigantic kill and lives to tell the tale.
Little bit of an assist coming there from Baboka. He ended up tossing back the Ember Spirit towards the Storm Spirit, so that that Remnant didn't have quite as far to travel for him to be able to secure that kill. So a little bit of a yikes. Still, though, Aster having a good start to the game, but you can't be making too many of these mistakes against Spirit. You saw what happens if it gets to the late game.
Big
deal.
Blink timing. There's a Pichio nearby as well. Actually doesn't want to take the fight. Monet's going to join the Horn forward, trying to deal with Mira. They will still lose Baboka, however, which is a streak given over. But Monet is able to do the dirty work. So we're 1-for-1, but this is favoring Spirit. Like, yes, Monet gets involved, you'll take whatever gold you can get, but your Toro, he's off on the other side, working towards the Battle Fury. At Toronto Tokyo is getting some farm as well.
Yep, Battle Fury's 350 gold away, not terrible. So you want around a 14 or 2-minute timing.
See, they're smoked up, but the smoke's gonna pop and we'll be alright.
You got the Wraith Pact on XXS. That's the most important thing. It's just such this huge timing to have to clump around. Even just holding onto the broom handle means it's so much more survivable. Good dive.
Trying to collapse for the moment, but Moshka's going to be able to delay this slightly with the Cold Embrace. They have to get into the moment to bring down Collapse. The Soul Assumption's not enough, and now the rest of Spirit, considering about answering, but hang on, Ori. He's going to see more forward as well, but they don't have the Ember Spirit nearby to be able to prevent this from him escaping. And meanwhile, hang on, the Ember's in trouble. A couple familiar stuns is enough to hold him back for the moment. Mira doesn't have the control, though, to keep the Storm inside the Mystic Flare. So Ori is safe and sound.
I think if you're going to play this Storm Spirit, honestly, even with one of those steroids that you were talking about, Pugna, Coddle, Io, you got to play it with the Soul Ring these days. It's just so impactful, the amount of deceptive zipping that you're able to do, I guess you could call it, where you're just able to dive super deep, find that extra kill, even be able to use it for escapes, which you've seen all throughout today.
I mean, quite impressive with Ori's performance so far on the Storm. I mean, I feel like we have to kind of expect it, though. He's Grandmaster, like you mentioned, but they have given time, though, for Yatoro to be able to get towards his Battle Fury. He's got it completed now. Be cautious, because this is an item where we could see him just start to make quick ways into that second item, and let's go for the Sanjin Yashi queued up for Yatoro.
They know that they've got this high ground warded on next to Collapse here inside of the Dire jungle, though, so it's an area that they know that they can avoid. A lot of supports actually keep track of how many wards should be out on the map at a certain stage. They're constantly checking inventories and seeing if just using like deductive reasoning. This isn't all about, you know, fast clicking zip zap boom bow like these position 1 and 2s. This is what's required to be a pos fighter. Not quite so glamorous, but it can provide you with a ton of information.
Call from Aster. Yeah, they're really just at a stage where they want to force a fight. Like, Spirit are doing a good job, split pushing the side lanes, playing fleet in their jungle where they have the vision advantage, and Aster daring them, saying, we're strong enough to fight, but do you feel like you can give this Roche away?
I feel like the first one you're alright with. Right? Like, a Troll Warlord still needs to farm. He's not in fight on shape right now. You are behind on net worth. You're against a Spectre that can just join the fight at any stage. And, well, they haven't needed to use the Arcane Rune for that either. So they're just going to keep the pressure going while they still have that rune at their disposal. Toronto Tokyo has to be careful about stepping out into this lane, though. Lockdown would need to be perfect.
No one showing
Control Warlord's actually the one. Look at this Observer Ward in the bot lane.
Way.
No, they saw him in the lane.
He gets the ulti, but it will do nothing. Surround, control, and bring down Yatoro. He's having a good kind of string of minutes being able to find his farm. Unfortunately, that will be put to an end. Third death of the game for the carry on Spirit.
Tower is under attack.
This is what those unorthodox wards do, though, right? PGL able to lay that one down inside the bottom lane, even just this one to the north side of the Dire mid-tier 2 tower. Not a common spot to D-ward at this stage, which means that you're much more likely to be able to catch out some of the smokes.
Focus a little bit slick from the team. If they can get the kill fast before the rest of Aster show up with the instant, the horn, along with their zippers, or he's going to look to deal with the backline. A quick and clean kill to the Winter Wyvern, and now they'll chain this into another one as well. As Skyreth Mage goes down, along with the life on Collapse. As Aster, yes, you lose Baboka, but you see instantly they have the capability to show up and take that team fight.
Show up, take the team fight, and now you can push as well. Top lane already going to be shoved in a little bit.
Is under attack.
You have to resummon the familiars just to get that little bit of extra damage now that XXS is hit up onto level 12. Probably going to force a glyph out of them right here. You just can't allow a Visage and his birds to freely hit your tower. More importantly, you're playing on Dire. You need to be playing around this jungle as much as possible,
Dire's
especially
top
considering
tower
the
is
Battle
under
3
attack.
build on Troll Warlord, but they're respecting the fact that Team Spirit didn't necessarily have to drop quite as many cooldowns to be able to take that last fight. Backing off without the glyph even being used.
And Aster still have decent resources as well to be able to stay out of the map. I mean, Ori was able to find a regen rune, so he's still in fighting shape, looking to try and cut bottom. So now Spirit will not have a lot of the map to play with bottom kind of at an even stage. Aster, they can definitely consider about maybe beating onto a tower if they're looking to take a fight and not Baboka's in. They jump under the T2 tower. This Razor still without the BKB to protect himself, but he does have the push maybe to turn this around. The zipping from Ori is enough damage to get the kill, and now he's going to turn his attention over to the Winter Wyvern as well. And he's got a little bit of mana more to play with. The Grave's going to buy some time as well for Ori, but look at Aster just swarming behind the T2 tower. Stork is even going to jump on the high ground. They are making sure no one will
Full mana.
The
prediction.
All Manny would ever desire is even going to go past the throne. As Ori, what a performance on the Storm Spirit.
Getting the buyback out of the sky as well. You could tell that Mira was just wanting to get that sneaky little Storm Spirit, thinking he can go 19 minutes into the game past the Ancients, but no. Still had plenty of mana to get right on out. Oh man, they're even getting a Philosopher's Stone.
Hang on, Yatoro's about to run under the ward. They're gonna see him. Or he's gonna haste, a little bit of mana to work with as well. Yatoro's close to a tier 1 tower. There are a couple TPs they can play with. Are they gonna come out?
Might lack the damage.
180 nearby. It doesn't seem like they're lacking it for the moment. The ultimate hasn't been popped just yet. But they cancelled the TP. They won't have Collapse to be able to help out. Meanwhile, XXS is dealing with Baboka as well, so they're taking a Wyvern out of the equation. Yatoro goes down. Aster straight away pivoting their attention towards the rest of Spirit under the tower. Not getting any other components though. Oh, hang on, never mind.
For more Baboka.
He doesn't know how to start. The toss back, familiar stunt. There's the first. The haunt as well to give them all the vision they would ever desire to take this team fight under the T2 tower. Toronto Tokyo. The chains will hold him back for the moment. Make it towards the higher ground. Meanwhile, Baboka though, a curse off to the side. They'll do the dirty work. Mira goes down. Baboka will join him in the afterlife as well. As just Aster are everywhere across the map in the second game.
They're steamrolling over them, and even just with this this Visage as well, the coordination coming through from Aster there, I'm sure the calls going through the comms were, Winter's Curse can still turn this around, spread out, and they made sure that they did. Even just XXS microing his birds to perfection once he spotted the Winter Wyvern, making sure that they won't be hitting onto him when he tried to use that defensive curse to get the TP away.
Look, I believe Baboka just saw Yatoro, so they know they're setting up for a defense. Just everyone doing the individual things right here from Aster.
Perhaps isn't really in shape to join. He's be happen.
The jump, tossing Yatoro into the middle. Can he get the ultimate off. He'll have that invulnerability for a little while, but he can't right-click anyone. The battle trend's gonna send him so the base for the base, but Ori a zip into the middle. Meanwhile as well, Visage is in a little bit of trouble. He should be able to get the TP out back to base, but PGL will not have the same fate. But it looks like Aster don't give a damn about giving away the Dazzle's life. Ori wants revenge, but he doesn't have the greatest mana pool to play.
Eventually having to back off. That's always when you're really feeling yourself, right? When the only thing stopping you from getting more kills is job.
Is he gonna go for this?
Oh, I think he might. Alright. We've got a bit of a downtime. I'm going to steal something from Sunspan and Sin for trivia time. What is the name of the Skywrath Mage shard? You will never get this in a million years.
Okay, well, thanks. I love the confidence in me. I already guessed, so I don't know. What is it?
What did you say?
It's a global shot.
No, Shield of the Scion.
Wait, what? What? Oh.
When I say you're never gonna get it, it's for a good reason, brother.
Dude, I thought this shard was just something else.
Well, you'll learn something every day. That's a talent, dude. The global concussor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, I just did not
These
remember
2K casters, man, they get away with too much.
2K Immortal. Yeah, I know. That's okay. Oh, yeah. What does this shot even do? A bonus intelligence, a bonus armor. We can see this game at all. Down 9,000 gold. It's all Aster's for the taking.
Under attack.
Mr. Gonad, we did see what happened in game 1. Team Spirit somehow do have this kind of talent to be able to find their way back into games, but this is looking like a really difficult hill to climb.
For sure. Right now, all that everyone seems to be prioritizing is kite. Kite around, make sure we don't get locked down with the Searing Chains, with the Silence and the Mystic Flare, even the Root. You know, you're going for a Lotus Orb on XXS. Obviously, that's going to provide him with the armor from the Plate Mail. He's actually already got it. Tiny's going for a Yule Scepter, so he's going to be able to get out of a lot and even just kite out the Battle Trance. Force Staff coming through from the Dazzle. Storm Spirit doesn't really need too much of it just because he's a freaking Storm Spirit. He's 100 gold away from the BKB. It's a crazy amount of stuff. Manta on the Spectre. No one's getting locked down. This is really all reliant on the Poshka to land like the perfect Winter's Curse.
Is under attack.
It does have some heroes that go in front of him, though, and make that chaos. The Razor with the BKB, the Troll with almost BKB completed, Ember as well can be a bit of a nuisance, as we do see that freshly completed Scepter trying to run into Toronto, Tokyo. So, he's got some heroes to maybe make some chaos and have Aster break formation and clump up, but... Actually, okay, this is important. With the Glimmer Cape on the Poshka, at least you have one defensive item now as well versus the Spectre Horn. So this will protect him. To at least maybe get some abilities off. I mean, we've seen both the Cold Embrace. Oh, okay, there you go. Well, not help as
there's
much.
that.
That's a great item.
I just want...
He's gonna reveal himself with the plasma. Oh, beautiful touchback. Look at the synergy. An instant use of familiars, but the curse gonna give some time to collapse. To get the BKB along with the static link, but still Ori turns it around with the BKB. Meanwhile, with the backline, Monet is killed off one. They're gonna look for a second as Baboka jumps in, canceling the TP, and XXS will fly in with the damage required to get the second kill.
Feels to me like Spirit just want to take a fight once this Troll Warlord has the BKB. Very close to being able to pick it up, and will most likely have the Razor back into the game as well. Unluckily for the Aster, obviously you don't want to be going too late again against Spirit, especially the Battlefield Troll, but it's the longest possible road. Pretty sure it was 3 minutes on the dot. So, Daddy Gaben, giving them a small chance.
Wait, what?
You heard me.
What's the play going to be from Aster? Just continue to choke them?
Oh, well, what I was thinking, sorry, I'm going to take a Team Spirit perspective for a second here, is I wanted Toronto Tokyo to get his level 18 and then maybe he could go. But it just keeps feeling like, oh, maybe they just need this one extra item and then they can do something. Oh, just one more. Oh, just one more. He needs to create some chaos so that Wyvern's free to cast spells appropriately. It's 8 seconds left on the Winter's Curse. Maposhka still can be the one to turn this game around for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Curse
attack.
previously, but I believe that
Radiant
the
are scanning.
Familiars were in stone form, so they didn't actually end up doing any damage. Everyone hitting that outpost, really wanting to get control over here. How's the buyback situation?
They're going to back up to the wards. Or he's going to jump first. They're going to run into the Ember Spirit. A Cold Embrace once again finds some time for the chain control. Toronto Tokyo will not get a BKB or the Remnant off, and now Spirit, they got to get out. You cannot stick around to take the fight.
You might have to.
Oh man, XXS, what's his mind throw? A double stun, looking for the resummon as well. Collapso charging to the middle, trying to deal with the dazzle. So they won't have this component. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit, though, Toronto Tokyo transport back. The Remnant down to the low ground. He's going to be okay. Once again, the collapse. He's charging over to XXS, but they just don't have the way to stop him from getting the Aghanim Shaft. This is protected for the moment, but as soon as that expires, Jotaro with the BKB can charge on 4, but again, Toronto Tokyo, that's a dieback for the Ember Spirit. Orbi on Godlike, they're going to run into collapse as well as Aster. They kite the BKBs, they wait for them to expire, and they find an angle back in to find 2 members on Team Spirit.
And this is what happens when they go all in into this, like, hide around, push them around the team fight, makes it difficult for them. It's just so hard to find a single person to lock down. And even though PGL hasn't been able to finish up that 4-star, it eventually was a case where Razor's just trying to go on. Razor has no way to stop him from just shallow grave TPing away. Same sort of thing with the Blizzard, right? He's got the Aghanim Shard, so he has to have his own form to protect himself. Could have perhaps got the Lotus Storm off or the Drum of Endurance before he ended up dying, but anyone going to take that Aegis?
They're looking for a kill on the Torrent instead. There's nothing he can do. He'll pop a Rampage, but Warrior's coming down with the TPs. Multiple people are coming down with the TPs. With the BKB on cooldown. There's going to be no escape for the carry on Team Spirit. Have they still left the Aegis? They have. Alright. Spectre's going to TP back. Yeah, but it's like... Sure
he saw Picho walking towards her, he's like, get the hell.
They're bodyguarding it. Yeah, we're going along with Picho. They're like, yeah, no, don't worry. We'll protect it. We'll make sure we won't take this.
Absolutely taken that if that was my game. I'd be like, bro, they would have taken it.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh. It's not like they have this capability like they did last game with a potential toss back on the siege to put them into a compromised position. I guess maybe the one thing is that Aster do not use high ground relatively well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like, Spectre is not an Aegis carry that you would have, like the Terrorblade or Medusa, just to name a few that can lead up the higher gun and do a lot of damage into the objective. So maybe that is one thing that Spirit can look to play with.
What do you mean? They've got Baboka, the pos for Tiny, just whacking these towers with his giant sword. XXS has gone for much more of the damage style of build. Didn't actually go to level 15 talent for the Familiars going the armor corruption. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Tokyo. He's going to find him again.
Oh my lord!
It's got to that stage where you just can't go out for more than one lane.
Some collapse though. BKB, I don't think he's got the health pool to be able to take you out afterwards. Or a collapse. Gives it the on-goal like straight over to Mr. Ori. 16-2 and 7 on the Storm Spirit. My oh my, he's having such an incredible game on a hero that we do not see often.
And they're going to try and force a little bit more out of them here. At least the Glyph, maybe even a buyback for the Razor. But of course, it's on the back of the Visage. Doesn't quite have the AC just yet, so the siege is going to be a little bit slower. Aegis.
He's got to be careful about showing. Ori's not gonna... He'll take any free food you can get. This guy not respecting the Storm Spirit.
Dazzle as well, that's just able to keep this, these creeps healed up. I mean, stays alive.
The toss back. They need to keep him alive, but the chain control again is perfect. Oh no, they've done it time and time again. Just they play so goddamn well around this tiny man. The amount of times the toss back onto the familiars for that chain control, or to Ori with the vortex. It's been beautiful. We might see it for another time. Toronto Tokyo not get the BKB off this time to protect it, but instead Ori, he wants to deal with the supports. Ghost Scepter buying some valuable seconds for Mira, but Ori will just turn for the Wyvern instead. What a masterclass performance from someone you would expect. Ori, a well-known player throughout the entire world. We haven't seen him on the main stage for quite some time, but what a treat it is to watch him on the Storm Spirit.
He's playing like this. Yeah, he's just trying to get every little thing. He's up out of the map, not quite yet level 18. Where the best he's going to get here is the Aegis plane, but
he might not get it. Oh, he just got it. There's no way he makes it out, right? Probably 0%. Mira's coming down. Why not join the party? The chain feed Mira is done. The shot to
the Jukes collapse.
Well.
No way.
What? No Santa tree lane? What? I said no chance. Okay, they're gonna find it.
Collapse! No, you revealed your position! You did everything perfect. No, he was fine.
Okay, yep, 100%. He was gonna make it up. Oh god. 1% Denog?
Yeah, that's optimistic,
Dire's
David.
bottom tower is under attack.
Hang on, I've seen a 0% comeback recently, so... Yeah. No one's out of it. We'll wait for the Vortex to expire. Get used to the chain control, and a BKB is a win in itself. And meanwhile, Monet in this Spectre.
Oh, they're both on the roof?
Oh, good. Who cares about the bouncing? They might be able to get the both up, but the barracks are falling. They are getting so much more.
They've done it.
Aster.
They've killed the Tiny.
Let's go. It's a victory. Come on, what the... No, it's staying 1%. That's okay. We got the kill. Poshka did.
Where's
Let's
the
go.
old chat?
What? He's?
He's Osford diff.
Osford difference. Oh god. What are your thoughts on the Spectre hero?
God.
Oh, what are we? Oh my god.
Oh, is this the region? I was expecting the lane to go a lot better for Team Spirit, to be honest. The Razor plus Skyreth lane, that is Spectre should be able to just sit back and fun. They got a kill or two onto the Dazzle, but that's not enough. You needed to make sure that you could shut down this hero a lot more than you did.
Yeah, I really wonder if we're going to see the rise of Spectre in some of the other teams as well, with the meta that we have on these kind of backline saving supports. Out of the count, 85 seconds without a buyback, and Spirit, they're going to have to tuck the tail and get back inside the base to make sure they don't bleed another kill.
Perhaps just trying to get a little bit of extra survivability, allow the Eye of the Storm to go for a little bit longer before it knows. Oh, over here now.
Wait. I thought he cheaped the road around being seen. They have a basher to lift the damage. They do not have a basher. Onto Monet just yet, but go for the GG push, get the throne down. Team 4 is going to start with that one first. Team Spirit not going to tap out. Rory's going to look to put them into a position where they are forced to plenty of magic damage, and Rory's inside the mountain. You don't have minutes to play with, and the big G's going to
time.
There we go. The G's are dropped. Aster. They dropped game 1. It was an incredible comeback from Team Spirit. But in the end, though, we will see Aster come out on top. So both the teams still first and second place, and we just are able to see really Aster, if they didn't make maybe a couple of those slight mistakes and Spirit weren't able to come back in that game 1, then it would have been a 2-0 from Aster, and they would be in prime position to potentially, finish out on top of the groups.
Yeah, so they're 6-2 at the moment. Team Spirit 5-3, I believe. So still respectable scores for both of them, and they've actually opened up a little bit of a gap between all the teams below them. I'd say, this day has just gone so crazy. Teams that went winless on day 1, getting wins against teams like Spirit that they certainly weren't expecting to. Does this mean Spirit's gone 0-4 today? I think. Oh no, sorry, 1-3, 1-3 today. So they were very close to going 0-4 though. So it's it really just is, again, how you turn up on the day. You know, who you were up against. Do you have a good night's sleep? And, well, this time around, Aster were able to close it out around that 35-minute timer that I keep talking about. This is how to beat Spirit. Take the action to them before they're able to flick the switch and just go God mode.
Yeah, I was trying to bring up a point on the Spectre towards the later stage of that game, just mentioning that. I'm really intrigued to see if we're going to see the rise of the Spectre in regards to some other teams, not just China and not just Aster in particular, because at the moment it is really the kind of the backline squishy supports, the spellcasting, saving heroes. You got the Warlock, the Wyvern, the Dazzle is really popular as well, and we just really see what can happen if you get that Spectre with the horns out, the Scepter as well. It makes it so that formation, you've got no formation. All of a sudden, your supports are running around. You need your cores to be able to stand in front of you. So it is also then you could look at it a different way, where really it feels like at the moment, though, a lot of games are going pretty fast. And if you have really this hard late game carry, you could start to fall behind. So it could be an interesting answer, though, to see out of some of these supports.
Yeah, I think so. That's always the big downside whenever you're going these, like, heroes that have a huge amount of impact but are very vulnerable. Yeah, it's a worry. But, well, we'll have to wait and see, because we are done for the day. Nearly 11 a.m. for us to finish things off. But you and I will be back on this stream to start tomorrow off with OG taking on Sonics. Sonics 2-6, I believe, to be able to start out their Arlington Major journey. And OG, surprisingly, 2-4. Not the greatest record for them. So both teams with something to prove, and hopefully we will see everyone there.
Yeah, but we got still multiple days of group stages left here for the PGL Arlington Major. It is just day 2 done and dusted now. Aster, Team Spirit going to tie our last series of the night 1-1. But we will see you guys all back same time for some more Dota action here at the PGL Arlington Major.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Team Aster victory.